Lin Chen traversed into a fantastical realm, acquiring the celestial Dao's scavenging system, relying solely on the collection of martial arts and divine artifacts. With a distinctive attitude, witness his ascent in a land teeming with formidable beings. Chapter 1. What is this operation? In the world of the 9 provinces, powerful figures abound. Within these provinces, humanity refines their essence, navigating the cycles of life and death. Mighty warriors can obscure the heavens with a mere flick of their fingers, shattering the void. Mortals undergo body tempering, possessing strength that can rival the mountains. Beyond the 9 provinces lies an expanse of 1,000 realms. Vast and enigmatic point one of the provinces, the Lingzhou Wilderness, the divine martial sect. Within the training grounds, thousands of martial artists engage in practical combat. Their fists and feet collide, releasing surges of energy that whip up wild winds, tearing through the air. Outside one such training arena, a crowd of disciples has gathered in rapt attention. Lin Chen, sprawled on the ground, felt a numbing sensation coursing through him. His eyes rolled back, accompanied by convulsions, as he coughed out a cloud of white smoke. "How dare you lay a hand on Brother Liao, Jianhua's woman? You pathetic creature! Do you think someone like you is worthy of Miss Qingya?" scoffed the burly man standing atop the arena, casually flicking his nails with disdain. Ding! The host has successfully traversed, commencing the loading of the celestial Dao Scavenging System 2. 4. As the cold, mechanical voice resonated, it jolted Lin Chen's consciousness awake. What on earth is happening? A searing pain gripped his chest, stained with blood, several ribs fractured. Upon opening his eyes, a torrent of memories surged within his mind, as if enlightenment had struck. In the world of the 9 provinces, humanity refines their essence. Divine martial sect, outer sect disciple Lin Chen. Body refinement realm, qi refinement realm, spirit. Communication realm, battle soul realm, earth-shattering realm. Am I truly traversing a fantastical world? In but a fleeting moment, Lin Chen fully assimilated the memories that surged within his mind. The body into which he had crossed belonged to the former disciple of the divine martial sect, sharing his name, Lin Chen. From a tender age, Lin Chen had shared an innocent bond with Su Qing'er, the daughter of the steward who had adopted him. Their childhood friendship blossomed into a partnership, and they both entered the divine martial sect as outer disciples. However, less than a year after joining the sect, Su Qing'er, with her captivating beauty, began to distance herself from Lin Chen, gravitating towards Liao Jianhua, an elite disciple of the inner sect. Ultimately, she chose to ingratiate herself with him, even willing to become a concubine to secure her place by his side. Liao Jianhua, a direct disciple of the divine martial sect, held a status surpassing that of ordinary inner disciples, with an unparalleled future ahead of him. With his influence and prowess, extinguishing Lin Chen was as effortless as crushing an ant. In his youthful fervor, Lin Chen sought justice, only to be thwarted by outer sect disciples loyal to Liao Jianhua, who intended to seize the opportunity to severely injure him in a duel. Brother, you've been cuckolded yet still choose to be a sycophant. In the end, what remains for a sycophant is nothing at all. Alas, since we share the name Lin Chen, and I have crossed into your body, I shall avenge you. With clarity of memory restored, Lin Chen's pale, yet youthful visage carved a chilling smile upon his lips. It seems this lad has not yet perished. The onlooking disciples outside the arena murmured in curiosity, noting Lin Chen's apparent lack of reaction. Unperturbed by the gazes of those around him, Lin Chen suddenly noticed that the disciples of the outer sect were surrounded by luminous orbs, each radiating a translucent glow. These orbs varied in hue. Some were blue, red, or green, ranging in size from that of an egg to a thumb, with colors and dimensions in delightful disarray. However, the majority of these attribute orbs were scattered outside the arena, where numerous outer sect disciples engaged in combat. With each clash, an unpredictable number of orbs in varying colors would descend onto the ground. Were these peculiar objects? Curious, Lin Chen grasped 3 red orbs nearby. With a tremor of light, they seamlessly merged into his being. A soothing and gentle warmth coursed through his chest, miraculously healing his injuries. As his wounds mended, a screen materialized before Lin Chen. Acquired 7 points of vitality energy, Injuries healed. Heavenly Dao looting system successfully loaded. This system is crafted with passion by the esteemed master of solo gaming. A friendly reminder from the master. Showing off is momentarily delightful, but perpetual ostentation brings everlasting joy. Host, Lin Chen, cultivation level, third stage of body refinement. Maximum strength, for 1,000 kilograms, approximately equivalent to 1 tiger's strength. Vitality energy, 7 points. Essence of technique, 0 points. Mental power, 0 points. Heart method, none. Combat skills, none. Elemental essence, 0 points. To think that the red orbs I just collected could restore my injuries and even enhance my physical strength. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. With a swift motion, he sprang up and reached for a nearby green orb and a white orb. The host has acquired the complete intermediate. Yellow-grade martial skill. Whispering Breeze. The host has obtained 25 points of martial essence, which can be utilized for training in combat techniques or secret mental disciplines. 2 system notifications appeared in succession, filling Lin Chen with exhilaration. Ignoring the astonished and perplexed gazes of those around him, he began to frantically gather items from the ground. From the reactions of others, Lin Chen realized that these wondrous orbs of light were visible only to him. The host has received 23 points of vital energy, which is automatically absorbing and refining his physique. The host has acquired 28 points of martial essence. The host has obtained 25 points of fire essence. The host has gained the advanced yellow-grade combat technique, Shattering Wind Leg. Seeing Lin Chen seemingly in a frenzy, bending down to rummage, the bare-chested, muscular man on the arena narrowed his eyes, revealing a murderous intent. His current directive was to eliminate Lin Chen. For someone of his master's stature, disposing of an outer sect disciple was but a trivial task. Lin Chen, since you're all right, let us continue our battle. The muscular man charged forward, his fist like a mountain hammer, crashing down toward Lin Chen's back with ferocious might, causing the air to explode with a deafening sound. With a swift motion, Lin Chen abruptly turned, his legs striking like a whip, violently kicking the man's robust arm. The impact shattered the elbow. Everyone distinctly heard the sharp crack of the man's bones, sending shivers down the spines of the onlooking disciples. Is it possible? The power behind Lin Chen's kick seems to exceed 3 tiger strengths. I recall he is only at the 3rd level of body refinement. Where did such formidable physical strength come from? Several disciples gasped in astonishment. The concept of tiger force serves as a unit of measurement in the realm of body refinement, where 1 tiger force equates to 4,000 kilograms, comparable to the strength of a fierce tiger. Achieving a measure of 3 tiger forces is feasible only for those who have reached the 5th level of body refinement or higher. As the muscular man's elbow snapped, 2 crimson orbs of energy were expelled, which Lin Chen swiftly captured and absorbed into his being. Host has gained 100 points of vitality energy. Oh, the attribute spheres generated from combat yield a higher value. Lin Chen licked his lips, and upon absorbing the 100 points of vitality energy, his strength surged by several thousand kilograms, elevating him to the 5th level of body. Refinement. Xuehu, I have yet to settle the score with you. Yet here you are, seeking your own demise. Lin Chen flexed his body, causing a cacophony of bone-cracking sounds to erupt, unleashing a wave of heated energy. He directed a chilling smile, tinged with murderous intent, toward Xuehu, who trembled at the oppressive aura emanating from Lin Chen, akin to facing a humanoid beast. Damn, could this kid be concealing even greater power? Xuehu internally lamented as he sensed the ominous energy pulse radiating from Lin Chen. In an instant, Lin Chen lunged forth with the swiftness of a cheetah, charging directly at Xuehu. Clenching his fist, he gathered his strength and unleashed a devastating blow, the force of which surpassed 4 tiger forces. The overwhelming gale of his punch left Xuehu in a state of panic, compelling him to awkwardly raise the only arm he could muster to defend himself. Even as he staggered backwards, Lin Chen relentlessly closed in, delivering a barrage of punches. With each strike, vibrant attribute spheres cascaded down, and Lin Chen seized them all. System, I wish to learn the rending wind kick. With the consumption of 120 points of martial essence, the inheritance of the splitting wind leg commenced for the host. A surge of unfamiliar memories flooded Lin Chen's mind, and in a flash of inspiration, he harmonized with the newfound knowledge. Channeling his entire energy, his legs sliced through the air with the sharpness of a blade, accompanied by a shrieking sound that cut through the wind. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated as Lin Chen's kick unleashed a force of 8 tiger strength, shattering Xuehu's sternum. The figure was propelled backward like an arrow released from its bow, flying several meters away, blood and flesh mangled, meeting a grim fate on the spot. The death of Xuehu filled Lin Chen with an exhilarating sense of triumph and satisfaction. His soul intertwined seamlessly with the sensory memories of the original Lin Chen. The essence of vengeance and delight was intrinsic to this world. This being his first act of killing, he felt no emotion apart from sheer exhilaration that I in this realm. If one's methods lack ferocity and decisiveness, the only alternative is to become a victim. As Xuehu fell, a multitude of attribute orbs erupted forth, and Lin Chen strode forward, collecting them all with haste. Xuehu, at the 5th level of body refinement, has actually perished. That last move seemed to be the splitting wind leg, achieving a force of 8 tiger strength. Yet he has provoked Liao Jianhua. He is undoubtedly doomed. The onlookers retreated, wary of the emerging killing intent radiating from Lin Chen. Cradling a substantial collection of attribute orbs, Lin Chen absorbed them fervently, witnessing a rapid surge in both strength and cultivation. Host gains 80 points of vitality energy, currently absorbing. Host acquires 40 points of martial essence. Host obtains 37 points of fire essence. Host receives the top-tier yellow-grade combat technique, Starlight Gun Technique. Witnessing Lin Chen fervently clawing at the ground of the training arena, one could hardly believe the remarkable enhancement of his physical cultivation realm that he was on the verge of transcending to the 6th level of the body refinement stage, leaving countless external disciples in utter astonishment, their scalps tingling with disbelief that it was as if they had encountered a specter. What manner of cultivation method was this? They had heard of breakthroughs achieved through sudden enlightenment, the absorption of rare herbs and minerals, and even self-mutilation for advancement, yet they had never witnessed someone ascend in prowess merely by frantically grasping at the air. Chapter 2. A Surge of Attributes. The disciples were utterly bewildered by this unprecedented display, ignoring the astonished gazes surrounding him. Lin Chen remained undeterred due to his previous offense against Liao Jianhua, rendering others hesitant to approach him. Throughout the external sect's training ground, Lin Chen relentlessly gathered various attribute orbs. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation level, 8th stage of body refinement. Maximum strength, 22 tiger power. Vital energy, 782 points. Essence of martial arts, 491 points. Mental power, 0 points. Mind technique, none. Acquired combat skills, rending wind leg, gentle breeze, treading dust. Possessed combat skill, staffir gun technique. Fire energy, 185 points. Water, metal, wood, earth energy, none. Upon witnessing this impressive array of values, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh maniacally towards the heavens. What ecstasy! It was simply exhilarating. Even after taking a life, he remained so audacious. However, those who offended Brother Jianhua seldom met with a favorable fate. Today, this arrogant wretch would meet his end here. Beneath the crimson glow of the setting sun, the training ground of the divine martial sect was painted in hues of red. 2 figures clad in azure emerged from the training ground, advancing with the grace of dragons and the ferocity of tigers, exuding an overwhelming aura of violence. The duo positioned themselves on either side, effectively blocking Lin Chen's escape route, their true identities sending chills through the disciples. They were Yulong and Xiafei, 2 of the top 100 disciples of the external sect. Both possessed a formidable body refinement level, reaching the 8th stage, with strengths of 18 and 19 tiger power. Capable of capturing leopards and tearing apart tigers with their bare hands, their fists capable of shattering mountains, truly domineering. This lad possesses a certain cunning. Even I cannot discern the depths of his abilities. No wonder it is said that Xuehu met his demise at this boy's hands. It appears to be true. Let us proceed together. "Do not provoke Sister Su Qing'er," the man with the sharp brows declared coldly. Summer Fae crouched low, resembling a poised and fierce leopard ready to pounce. Lin Chen's physical prowess had reached the 8th level of body refinement, making it difficult for an adversary of the same rank to discern his true capabilities. "Huh, do you think two of you can secure victory?" Lin Chen chuckled softly, and as he stepped forward, a fleeting afterimage swept past. Such swiftness! Can this lad truly practice martial techniques of movement at the body refinement level? Yulong gasped in astonishment, preparing to defend himself. Yet Lin Chen charged toward Summer Fae. "Ah Fei, be cautious. He is coming for you," Yulong shouted. Summer Fae's fierce visage curled into a sneer, dismissing the threat. Does he think mere speed grants him superiority? With hands like eagle claws radiating with a torrent of blood energy, he struck with lightning speed. Blood eagle claw. The clash resounded as their fists met. Lin Chen's punch leaving several crimson scratches on Summer Fae, but the tremendous force still pushed Summer Fae back several steps. 2 crimson orbs fell from him, which he deftly caught, suggesting a stalemate between them. The host gains 83 points of vitality energy. Lin Chen surged with exhilaration, while Summer Fae displayed astonishment. The boy's strength had astonishingly reached 22 tiger power, allowing him to confront Summer Fae directly without employing martial techniques. Whoosh! As Lin Chen stabilized his retreat, he shifted his movement anew, his figure darting like the wind, doubling his previous speed. What? It could be even faster. Before he could finish his thought, Lin Chen executed a reverse wind kick that twisted and broke Summer Fae's neck, leaving him lifeless and wide-eyed. Just 2 moves. Merely 2 moves, and the elite disciples of the outer sect from the divine martial sect have already fallen at Lin Chen's hands. This scene left the outer sect disciples present at the training ground utterly astonished and pale with shock. If Lin Chen's victory over Shui, who was merely a display of concealed strength, then his swift annihilation of Xia Fei in just 2 moves is undeniably monstrous. At merely 16 years of age, Lin Chen has bested Xia Fei, who at 20 had only just ascended to the ranks of the top disciples of the outer sect. Such an achievement transcends the meager resources available to lower-tier disciples. Innate talent and aptitude are indispensable. Upon the lifeless body of Xia Fei lay 4 orbs of varying colors, and hovering above was a violet sphere, within which resided a pale, purple wooden chest. Lin Chen, without hesitation, seized it. Host has acquired the purple wood treasure chest. With no time to ponder the contents within, Lin Chen transformed into a whirlwind, his steps light and swift, darting towards the cold direction. To slay one is to slay, and to slay 2 is equally so. If the enemy shows no mercy, why should I extend any compassion to others? A fierce and imposing aura of slaughter unfurled, as Lin Chen executed a sharp turn, unstoppable, akin to a dragon emerging from the depths. Damn it, this kid is hiding his true strength. I'm no match for him. Having witnessed Lin Chen's speed, Yulong was drenched in cold sweat. Despite being a disciple of the top 100, he did not flee at the first opportunity, but instead prepared to launch an attack. Starfall, with the force of 19 tigers. His fist descended like a meteor, colliding head-on with Lin Chen's slicing wind kick. A resounding clash reverberated as the waves of collision erupted like an explosion, swirling into a tempest that reached heights of 100 meters. The ground cracked, revealing faint fissures, and a severed arm soared through the air, blood cascading from it. Lin Chen staggered back several steps, and as he steadied himself, he noticed Yulong clutching his broken arm, utilizing the inertia from Lin Chen's strike to hastily flee. Have you run away? No matter. Today, my gains are already substantial. Time is on my side, and within a month, I shall personally return to the sacred martial sect to exact vengeance upon that wretched Liao Jianhua. Surveying the scene, Lin Chen collected 2 crimson orbs of attribute essence, each the size of an egg, beneath the severed arm, along with a fallen azure wooden treasure chest. He then dashed away, unimpeded, as no one dared to obstruct him. He departed the martial training ground at the mountainside in solitude. The fact that he had slain 2 disciples from the outer sect would inevitably come to light. If Liao Jianhua were to discover this, it would be but a matter of a single word for him to eliminate Lin Chen. Remaining within the confines of the sacred martial sect was not a prudent choice. Lin Chen resolved to pursue a swifter and more extreme path to strengthen himself. Nestled within the confines of the Qingxiao mountain range, the sacred martial sect would offer him sanctuary. Once he delved deep into the mountains, no one would be able to locate him. As night fell in the Qingxiao mountain range, amidst the Red Peak forest, Lin Chen sat cross-legged atop the trunk of an ancient pine tree, connecting with the system to open the previously acquired azure wooden treasure chest. Opening the azure wooden treasure chest, congratulations to the host for obtaining a first-tier low-grade weapon, silver-lined dragon spear. A gleaming silver spear, over half a zhang in length, descended before Lin Chen. Its surface was adorned with intricate silver patterns resembling a swimming dragon. The spearhead sharp and glimmering with a chilling radiance. The silver-lined dragon spear? Perfect. The system indicated my desire to learn the Starfire gun technique. The host consumes 230 points of martial essence and 70 points of fire energy to master the pinnacle yellow-grade combat skill, Starfire gun technique. In less than 10 breaths, Lin Chen successfully inherited the Starfire gun technique, effortlessly maneuvering the silver-threaded dragon gun with one hand. Lin Chen absorbed over 1,000 points of vital energy, officially advancing to the 8th level of the body refinement realm, with a maximum strength reaching 40 tiger power. 1 tiger power is equivalent to 500 kilograms of force, approximately 5 tons. If this were on Earth, 40 tiger power would translate to an astounding 180 tons of strength. With a few punches, Lin Chen could sink a small vessel, exhibiting a truly monstrous level of power. However, in the land of the 9 provinces, everything seems to possess an extraordinary resilience. Even a piece of blue pattern stone requires immense force to shatter. Thus, this 40 tiger power does not warrant Lin Chen's pride. Theoretically, 40 tiger power should correspond to the 9th level of the body refinement realm, yet I remain at the 8th level. Is this what the ancient texts refer to as the necessity of solidifying one's foundation? Lin Chen surveyed himself and subsequently activated the system to open another greenwood treasure chest. Upon opening the greenwood treasure chest, congratulations to the host for acquiring the semi-finished treasure, Windwalker shoes, which enhances speed by 30%, applicable only to those below the 5th level of the Qi refinement realm. A pair of exquisite green-patterned soft leather shoes materialized before Lin Chen, and upon seeing their effects, his eyes sparkled with excitement. With the Windwalker shoes in his possession, he gained an additional layer of self-protection within these perilous mountains. In the body refinement realm, nearly no one could match the swiftness of his movements. The Qingxiao mountain range is teeming with ferocious beasts, where danger and opportunity coexist. Encountering 2 second-tier beasts would spell disaster for me. Adorned with Windwalker shoes, Lin Chen squinted his eyes, spotting a dark red attribute orb glimmering on a slope 100 meters away. Armed with the silver thread dragon spear, he leaped down from the tree trunk and carefully bent down to retrieve the dark red orb. Host gains 80 points of beast vitality energy. This dark red orb is a drop from the beasts. Lin Chen gazed into the distance and was astonished to discover numerous dark red orbs scattered about. In addition, many attribute orbs lay strewn across the area, filling him with uncontainable joy, for these were far more abundant than those found in the Shenwu sect's martial arts arena. Vitality energy, 65 points. Cultivation essence, 15 points. Wood energy, 50 points. Fire energy, 30 points. Lin Chen continued along the path of the dark red orbs. Upon arriving at the Red Peak Forest, he collected 17 dark red orbs, acquiring a total of 970 points of vitality energy. Following the direction of the dark red orbs, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a mysterious cave nestled beneath a cliff. This cave was overgrown with weeds and emitted a foul stench of decay, rendering it nearly invisible to the average person. Had it not been for the radiant glow of the attribute orbs, Lin Chen would hardly have noticed this eerie cave entrance. Inside, the cave exuded an ancient and malevolent aura, as if an ancient monstrous beast lay in wait. Most importantly, Lin Chen beheld a brilliant and intense azure glow within. This light resembled the attribute orbs he had previously collected, yet the brightness has increased by dozens of times. There are treasures within. Almost instinctively, Lin Chen excitedly rubbed his hands together. Chapter 3. Discovering the ancient azure dragon bloodline. Despite the ominous and fierce aura emanating from the cave, Lin Chen was resolute and unwilling to relinquish his pursuit easily. His instincts whispered of unimaginable opportunities concealed within. With a flick of his hand, he grasped several fragments of stone, unleashing his energy as he hurled them into the dim abyss of the cave. As the stones soared into the darkness, they met with an unsettling silence. Had the ferocious beasts within already departed? A spark of hope ignited within Lin Chen as he cautiously approached. Upon entering the cave, he was greeted by a breathtaking vista, where cascading waterfalls adorned the expansive surroundings, forming a majestic lair. It was behind the curtain of water that Lin Chen beheld a mesmerizing azure glow. Dashing through the veil, he discovered an orb of luminous azure energy, approximately the size of a goose egg, rotating with a captivating brilliance. Within the sphere, a faint, serpentine azure specter swirled in and out of visibility. As he grasped the azure orb, a translucent screen materialized before him. Congratulations, host! You have acquired 10 points of ancient azure dragon bloodline energy. The azure dragon bloodline? Lin Chen's mouth parted in astonishment as the orb trembled and assimilated into his left arm. Instantly, delicate azure scales began to emerge along his forearm. Boom! A tempestuous aura, akin to the roar of a primordial beast, surged forth from Lin Chen's left arm. He could feel the vitality within him swell dramatically. This azure dragon bloodline could indeed augment my strength temporarily. A surge of elation filled Lin Chen's heart. With a mere invocation of the azure dragon bloodline within his arm, an inexhaustible power would be unleashed. A thunderous roar echoed through the air before Lin Chen could fully grasp the invigorating essence of new life. A violent tremor shook the surroundings. Startled, he wondered if the master of this lair had returned. Harnessing the gentle breeze, he swiftly dashed out of the cave. The lake beyond the Red Peak forest reverberated with the aftermath of a fierce battle. Curiosity piqued, he squinted his eyes, and like a gust of wind, he surged forward, covering 100 meters in mere moments. In the tranquil expanse of the Red Peak Forest-esque lake, an enormous serpent with a verdant horn clashed fiercely with 7 figures. Waves of energy erupted, sending ripples across the water's surface. Blades of light flickered, relentless in their assault, as sharp edges struck the serpent as scales, causing emerald blood to spurt forth, which incited the serpent to roar in agony as its massive tail swept menacingly. "Watch out, sistering!" exclaimed the young man clad in white, who was engaged in battle with the serpent. The creature, moving with astonishing speed, aimed a devastating strike at another woman. Caught off guard, her captivating eyes widened in terror as she anticipated the imminent demise brought forth by the serpent's colossal tail. With a whoosh, the tail descended. Several others turned pale, momentarily paralyzed by the gruesome scene they were about to witness. Yu Ying, trembling slightly, had closed her eyes in resignation, expecting death. Yet, she suddenly felt herself enveloped in strong arms, a masculine aura enveloping her. Opening her eyes, she beheld a youth clad in a green robe, youthful innocence still lingering on his visage, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Miss, are you all right?" Lin Chen inquired with a casual grin, having secretly absorbed the 2 blue attribute orbs he had picked up earlier. The host has acquired 150 points of water essence and 80 points of battle chi essence. "Thank you. What is your name? Are you a disciple from the outer sect?" As Lin Chen set down Yu Ying, her delicate face flushed slightly. However, upon observing Lin Chen's attire, a wave of astonishment surged within her. The speed he just displayed was something even the top 10 disciples of the outer sect could scarcely achieve. "Sister, let us first deal with the enemy before discussing anything else." Lin Chen chuckled nonchalantly, his gaze shifting towards the colossal creature in the lake before him. This massive green python, towering over 10 meters, was likely the master of the cave he had previously discovered, the demon green python. This ferocious beast harbored a faint trace of the ancient azure dragon bloodline, far surpassing other beasts of its rank. Even as a first-tier beast, it could hold its own against the 7 inner sect disciples present, all at the chi refinement stage. Is this fellow from the outer sect? That speed was quite remarkable, remarked a burly man in black armor, casting a curious glance at Lin Chen. The young man in white seethed with rage, yet he could not conceal the astonishment in his eyes. Could this be a dark horse, someone beyond the top 10 disciples of the outer sect? His previous speed had evidently reached the level of the chi refinement stage. This is not the time to be distracted. This beast has been provoked. A spirited woman with short hair admonished sharply, her weapon slicing through the air to unleash a 3-meter-long arc of pure white battle chi. The others immediately focused their attention, disregarding Lin Chen as they prepare to strike once more. Junior brother, this demon green python is ferocious and domineering. You must retreat. Ying stood poised with her sword, her graceful figure elegantly positioned before Lin Chen. Despite her remarkable speed, she remained unconvinced that Lin Chen could partake in the battle of their circle. Lin Chen chuckled and shook his head, wisely retreating to the side. He was well aware that the 7 individuals were disciples of the inner sect of the divine martial sect, but the demonic green python was not to be trifled with. This fearsome beast harbored the bloodline of an ancient exotic creature and possessed a degree of sentience. It would not recklessly endanger itself. The fact that it dared to confront the 7 indicated its utter lack of fear regarding their prowess. Surrounding them were numerous attribute orbs left behind from the skirmishes of the 7 inner sect disciples, and Lin Chen felt an irresistible urge to collect them. Vital energy, 150 points, battle chi essence, 120 points, water energy, 155 points, technique essence, 142 points, mental strength, 12 points. The quality of the attribute orbs in the vicinity was extraordinarily high, even featuring the rare mental attribute orbs, inciting within Lin Chen an impulse to grin broadly. With such a plethora of attribute orbs, he had no concerns about advancing to the chi refinement stage in the near future. What is that kid doing over there? A burly man in black armor exclaimed during the battle, having caught sight of Lin Chen bending down to rummage around. He turned to Ying in bewilderment. Why don't you ask that kid to lend a hand? His skills should alleviate our burden in combat. Being at the body refinement stage, he understood that getting involved in this fight could spell disaster for him. As he reversed his weapon, unleashing 3 arcs of energy to repel the demonic green python's assault, Ying replied without glancing back. Why is this wretched creature so resilient? The burly man, gripping a massive iron hammer, felt a tingling sensation in his arms. Despite unleashing a series of powerful strikes upon the head of the demon blue python, he found that he had inflicted little more than a fleeting moment of discomfort, devoid of any substantial damage. It must have a limit. We must all endure, urged the young man in white as he moved closer to Ying. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had collected over 100 attribute orbs, experiencing a veritable explosion of rewards. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, 9th level of body refinement. Maximum strength, 90 tiger power. Vital energy, 2,966 points. Essence of techniques, 873 points. Mental power, 52 points. Heart method, none. Acquired combat techniques, Gale split leg, perfect level. Gentle breeze step, perfect level. Starfire gun technique, perfect level. Possesses treasures, Windwalker shoes. Essence of battle chi, 772 points. Bloodline, Azure Dragon Bloodline, 10 points. Elemental energies, fire, 205 points. Water, 880 points. Metal, 129 points. Wood, 894 points. Earth, 791 points. Having absorbed 2,000 points of vital energy, with 1,800 remaining, Lin Chen finally ascended to the 9th level of body refinement. It was time to vanquish this behemoth and seize more Azure Dragon bloodline. With a fierce determination, he turned to face the demon blue python, his eyes gleaming with the audacity of one unafraid of consequence. Shaking his shoulders, the bones within his flesh erupted with a resounding crack, akin to a ferocious azure dragon on the brink of emergence. Chapter 4. The Azure Dragon Arm. The intelligence of the demon Azure Python is unlike that of ordinary ferocious beasts. Should Lin Chen join the fray and reveal a threat to its formidable power, it is highly likely to flee at once. Lin Chen must seek an opportunity for a decisive strike, leaving it no chance of escape. Though the demon Azure Python is powerful, by channeling the bloodline of the Azure Dragon through his left arm, coupled with his marksmanship, he may yet unleash a force potent enough to pose a threat to it. It is a gamble. He suppressed his aura to an extremely low level, concealing himself within the thicket, cautiously observing the battle between the 7 disciples and the python, like a lone wolf lying in wait for a lethal strike. What is that? A keen light of insight sparkled in Lin Chen's eyes as he immediately focused on a minute fissure beneath the head of the demon Azure Python. The scales there were showing signs of subtle separation, and within the crack, evidence of torn flesh was already apparent, likely remnant from the earlier skirmish involving the 7 fighters. Yet, the 7 inner sect disciples remained oblivious, continuously pushed back by the demon Azure Python, entirely unaware of that concealed wound. It is precisely there. Lin Chen suddenly tightened his grip on the silver thread dragon spear, reversing its position and swirling it in a fierce dance, as if a coiling dragon was roaring in his grasp. Roar! The demon Azure Python leaped from the surface of the lake, its massive tail sweeping with ferocious might, knocking back 2 inner sect disciples, while it opened its cavernous maw, lunging towards the young man in white and Yuing. Just as the 2 prepared for a desperate struggle, a shadow surged like a tempest, leaping forth with sudden swiftness. Azure Dragon Bloodline. Activated. Lin Chen gripped the gun tightly, the Azure Dragon tattoo on his left arm radiating a subtle glow. A torrent of fierce and formidable energy surged forth from his left arm. At this moment, the power within Lin Chen's left arm soared progressively. 150, 200, 240, 290 tiger strength. The sheer force emanating from his left arm surpassed 290 tiger strength. The demon Azure Python instantly sensed a perilous threat. As it raised its head, Lin Chen's figure plummeted like a meteor. Starfire Spear Technique, Meteor Fall. A tempestuous and domineering force surged with a roar, concentrating over 300 tiger strength into a singular point, transforming the silver-threaded dragon spear into the arc of a falling meteor. With 300 tiger strength, the destructive power alone rivaled the full force strikes of a 4th or 5th layer chi refinement practitioner. With a piercing sound, the sharp tip of the spear penetrated the gaping wound at the base of the demon Azure Python skull, tearing through scales, piercing flesh, and erupting in a shower of blood, blooming in the air. The immense head of the demon Azure Python was thus pierced and shattered by Lin Chen, rolling to the ground. As Lin Chen landed, his body was splattered with blood. Yet the coldness and murderous aura in his brow rendered him a demon from the depths of hell, instilling a sense of terror in the 7 inner sect disciples that surpassed that of the demon Azure Python. The turbulent and quaking energy within him caused Lin Chen's complexion to pale slightly. His cultivation was insufficient. His corporeal foundation was not yet capable of bearing the burden imposed by the Azure Dragon bloodline for casual use. It appeared that this technique could only serve as a trump card. Should he attempt it a second time, he might very well exhaust his energy and faint. Lin Chen clutched his chest, a bitter smile forming within him. The 7 disciples of the inner sect stood frozen in astonishment, while Yuing gently covered her red lips with her delicate hand, rendered speechless by the shocking spectacle. This outer sect disciple had actually slain the demon blue python with a single strike. He appeared to be merely at the body refinement stage. The power of that blow must have exceeded 300 tiger strength. What manner of prodigy is he? My goodness, when I reached the 9th level of body refinement, I could only muster 55 tiger strength. This young man is utterly terrifying. The severed head of the demon blue python fell, releasing a multitude of dark red attribute orbs, alongside 3 azure green attribute orbs. Furthermore, its lifeless body revealed a mysterious iron chest emanating a bewitching glow. Lin Chen hastily gathered all the attribute orbs, as the system's interface illuminated before him. Host has acquired a mysterious iron chest, with 35 points in the Azure Dragon bloodline, 55 points in mental power, 59 points in vitality energy, and 32 points in water energy. Observing Lin Chen bending down to frantically rummage around the corpse and the ground, the 7 inner sect disciples were utterly bewildered. The demon blue python was a treasure trove, yet this young man seemed to disregard everything, merely flailing at the air and the carcass. Upon opening the mysterious iron chest, congratulations to the host for obtaining the special secret technique, True Water Return Technique. This technique is of water attribute, and according to system assessment, requires at least the Qi refinement stage to utilize, capable of consuming battle energy to rapidly heal one's wounds. The system's notification left Lin Chen's jaw agape. Indeed, he had stumbled upon a true treasure, as Lin Chen had just gathered all the attribute orbs. Still lost in a euphoric reverie, the short-haired woman wielding a sword, Cheng Yin, inquired, "I am Cheng Yin. May I ask for the esteemed name of this junior brother?" Her tone was gentle and respectful, clearly indicating that she did not regard him merely as an ordinary outer sect disciple. "I am Lin Chen, an outer sect disciple. It is a pleasure to meet you, senior sister Cheng Yin." Lin Chen responded with neither humility nor arrogance, a smile gracing his lips. While secretly absorbing the attribute orbs and restoring his body, his strength surged once more. "Impressive, young lad. You have quite the skill." Even the demon green python fell to your blade. A burly man in black armor grinned, but his words were met with a swift rebuttal from behind. "No, we cannot allow this boy to choose first. Had it not been for our prior arduous battles, how could an outer sect disciple like him be deemed worthy to compete with us for the spoils of the demon green python?" At this moment, a young man clad in white stepped forward, disdain evident on his face as he looked down upon Lin Chen. "Listen closely, boy. Understand your position. You are merely an outer sect disciple. Even if you fortuitously manage to slay the demon green python, you are still just a trash-level body refinement cultivator." The white-clad youth felt no fear toward Lin Chen. With a cultivation level of the 5th stage of Qi refinement, he dismissed Lin Chen's previous victory as mere luck. Although the technique he unleashed, which harnessed 300 tiger forces, was formidable, he believed it would be difficult to employ it again in quick succession. Moreover, had he not been struck in close combat, there would have been no cause for concern. "Once I regain my full strength, a mere body refinement cultivator will be easily dealt with." With a fierce determination in his heart, a sinister smile crept across the face of the young man in white. "Begone. In light of your rescue of Sister Inger, I shall overlook this transgression." He continued, "Neither my brother nor I agree. What qualifications does a mere outer sect waste in the body refinement realm have to share in the treasures of the magical Azure Python?" Following the young man in white, a pair of disdainful inner sect twins stepped forth, casting a contemptuous glance at Lin Chen. Seeing the young man in white show no respect to Lin Chen, Yu Ying's delicate features flickered with concern. "So, you're an inner sect brother at the Qi refinement stage, are you? Quite arrogant indeed, given your physique. It's truly a pity you aren't playing basketball." A cruel smile curled at the corners of Lin Chen's lips. Initially, he had no intention of claiming any spoils from the magical Azure Python, but now he had changed his mind. Whoosh! The silver-threaded dragon spear was instantly in his grasp, and with a furious throw, the spear tip transformed into a streak of lightning, hurtling forth. Everyone was taken aback. The young man in white was especially unprepared for Lin Chen's sudden assault. Chapter 5. Has this fool lost his mind? Seeking Death. The three-flower sword Qi technique. With a commanding draw, the sword at the waist of the young man in white gleamed as he ascended, the tip of his blade carving a silvery blossom in the air, deflecting the soaring dragon spear hurled by Lin Chen. Boom! At the moment the dragon spear was repelled, a fierce aura akin to a ferocious dragon surged forth, rendering the young man's visage pale with fear. The bloodline of the Azure Dragon is unleashed. Lin Chen raised his left arm, revealing faint azure scales that shimmered at his wrist, veins bulging as if his arm had transformed into that of a dragon. His fist descended like a mountain-crushing hammer, striking fiercely against the chest of the young man in white. The explosive currents of air illustrated the terrifying power of this blow, rivaling that of seasoned Qi practitioners. Despite the sword Qi standing guard, the young man was still propelled backward by Lin Chen's punch. Crashing to the ground like a broken kite, the sound of his bones fracturing audible to the 6 inner sect disciples nearby. Breathing deeply, having absorbed the essence of the Azure Dragon bloodline, Lin Chen could now largely control the force exerted when activating his lineage. His arm already bore the signs of transforming into that of a dragon. Should he acquire further Azure Dragon attributes, he mused, would he perhaps evolve into a humanoid dragon? With a flick of his wrist and a bloodthirsty exhilaration in his eyes, Lin Chen stepped forward to collect the 5 attribute orbs dropped by the young man in white. Host acquires 200 points of Battle Chi Essence, 41 points of Mental Power, 704 points of Vital Energy, 277 points of Cultivation Essence, 79 points of Metal Energy. Who dares to defy? Step forward. With a pat on his shoulder, Lin Chen exuded an overwhelming aura as he coldly proclaimed. Domineering, cold, and ruthless, the 6 inner sect disciples were left in a state of shock and disbelief. A mere outer sect disciple possessed such formidable combat prowess and audacity, daring to confront the inner sect disciples at the slightest provocation. Do you dare to defy? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed as he coldly mocked the twin inner sect disciples. The two, though filled with indignation, remained silent, utterly intimidated by Lin Chen's decisive brutality. Enough of this. The ranking competition for inner sect disciples is just a few days away, and there is no need to clash with this fellow, they thought, cautiously retreating from Lin Chen's presence. The burly man in black armor hurried to assist the young man in white, whose face contorted in agony, now marred by a flicker of fear. Should there be a next time, I shall slay you outright. Lin Chen cast a cold glance at the young man in white. Killing him now would only invite unnecessary trouble. That single punch was sufficient to incapacitate him for over 2 months, hindering his progress in cultivation. With that, Lin Chen turned to retrieve the Sylvaline Dragon Spear, stripping a layer of scales from the head of the demon Azure Python before shouldering it and departing. As Lin Chen's figure receded, Yuying felt a mix of gratitude and reverence, while Cheng Yan's beautiful eyes sparkled with an extraordinary light, secretly marveling. This junior brother, if he were to become an inner sect disciple, would undoubtedly rise as a formidable sovereign. The blood energy gained from vanquishing the demon Azure Python propelled Lin Chen's physical strength to unprecedented heights, qualifying him for the breakthrough to the Qi refinement stage. The body refinement stage was merely a foundation. The true journey of cultivation began with the human race's Qi refinement stage. After honing the corporeal form to a sufficient degree of strength, one begins to perceive the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, drawing these vital forces into the Dantian to cultivate one's own primordial battle aura. The more solid the foundation laid during the body refinement stage, the higher the likelihood of successfully breaking through to the Qi refinement stage. Among the tens of thousands of outer disciples in the divine martial sect, only a few hundred have truly surpassed the Qi refinement stage and qualified as inner disciples through rigorous assessments. Should one's training in the body refinement stage lack sufficient strength or fail to reach the requisite level, and if the prime age for cultivating battle aura is missed, it becomes exceedingly difficult to ever enter the Qi refinement stage, destined to remain an ordinary mortal for life. I have already accumulated over 900 points of battle aura essence, and my corporeal strength continues to ascend. It is time to find a secluded place to strive for a breakthrough into the Qi refinement stage. Lin Chen donned the skin of the purified Azure Python, diligently collecting the scattered attribute orbs that littered the ground. The skin of the magical Azure Python is incredibly resilient, providing formidable defensive capabilities, marking it as one of the most vital components of the creature. Just as Lin Chen remained vigilant of his surroundings while gathering the attribute orbs in the Red Peak Forest, a sudden tremor resonated from a distance. Boom, boom, boom. The vibrations were remarkably stable, not akin to an ordinary earthquake. Moo! A long, sonorous howl echoed forth, accompanied by a wave of intense heat and blood energy. As a colossal creature nearly 100 meters tall emerged several kilometers away, causing Lin Chen to take a sharp breath. Could it be the Baoshan giant elephant? The Baoshan giant elephant is an exceedingly rare and formidable beast. Rather than merely labeling it a ferocious creature, it would be more fitting to call it a treasure beast. They possess a gentle disposition, yet boast unparalleled defensive capabilities and physical advantages, coupled with an innate sense for locating treasures. This magnificent beast feasts solely on the finest medicinal herbs and extraordinary treasures, endowed with an innate treasure-seeking sense. In every mountain range, there exists the possibility of encountering one or two colossal treasure elephants, which are resplendent with riches yet exceedingly difficult to vanquish, boasting defensive and destructive powers that surpass the majority of ferocious creatures. Before Lin Chen stood a treasure elephant of at least peak second rank, its cultivation level reaching the 9th tier of the spirit communication realm. A warrior of the same tier might struggle to breach its formidable defenses. The elephant's body shone with an ancient bronze hue, emanating an overwhelming primal pressure. Wherever it tread, trees were uprooted and the earth cracked under its weight. Lin Chen, recognizing the danger, hastily retreated to a nearby high ridge, despite the treasure elephant's less aggressive demeanor compared to other beasts. A mere swish of its tail could reduce him to mere fragments. The ground trembled, quaking beneath the elephant's might. Lin Chen remained concealed until the towering 30-foot creature gradually receded from view, at which point he exhaled a sigh of relief. Alas, if only my strength were sufficient. I might have accompanied this treasure elephant in search of rare treasures, seizing an opportunity for gain. Lin Chen shook his head in regret, acknowledging his current inadequacy. His power had reached 117 tiger strength, nearing the pinnacle of the 9th tier of the body refinement realm. As Lin Chen settled his mind and prepared to seek a safe haven to break through to the Qi refinement realm, a dazzling radiance several kilometers away captured his attention. A multitude of high-quality attribute orbs had accumulated in one area, mesmerizing Lin Chen with their brilliance. These orbs emitted a luminosity surpassing even that of the finest drops from inner sect disciples. Could they be remnants of that treasure elephant? Lin Chen leapt up in exhilaration, overwhelmed with joy as the gentle breeze stirred the dust, transforming into a fleeting shadow. However, as Lin Chen approached those radiant orbs of attributes, his lips involuntarily twitched. These dazzling orbs were nothing but a mast-atop a mound of deep green excrement. The colossal giant elephant consumed only the finest treasures of heaven and earth. Even its droppings were merely the residual energies of numerous celestial materials, forming attribute orbs of considerable value. Damn it, I'll risk it all. Warriors who cultivate martial energy walk on the edge of a blade. In comparison to those who face life and death, what does this count for? Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen pinched his nose and bent down to collect these highly valuable attribute orbs. Chapter 6. The Qi Refinement Realm. Return to the sect. The host has acquired 894 points of blood energy, 465 points of wood energy, and 289 points of martial essence. Initially, Lin Chen felt a twinge of resistance, but he was soon overwhelmed by immense joy. Blood energy is not solely applicable to the body refinement realm. Upon entering the Qi refinement realm, cultivating martial energy becomes the true path for humanity. The stronger the blood energy, the more formidable one's body refinement abilities become. Without any limitations, the dung left by the great mountain elephant is not merely a single pile. Lin Chen now eagerly wishes for it to produce more, as the attribute orbs upon it are treasures beyond measure. I was startled. I never imagined I would encounter the great mountain elephant within the Qingsha mountain range. Just then, several figures gradually materialized within the Red Peak forest, revealing themselves to be the 7 inner sect disciples from earlier. Their faces still bore traces of lingering fear, and when they gazed ahead, they were momentarily frozen in astonishment. They beheld Lin Chen fervently rummaging through a pile of dung left by the great mountain elephant. What the hell? Such audacity, actually touching excrement. Could it be that junior brother Lin Chen had become so obsessed with body refinement that he had lost his senses? This fellow must be out of his mind. How could he dare to touch that, Dong? Cheng Yin remarked with a furrowed brow, unbothered by the onlookers. Lin Chen unabashedly collected the attribute orbs, even discovering a mysterious iron treasure chest. Upon opening the mysterious iron treasure chest, the host acquires the intermediate-level alchemical hand seal Heavenly Spirit Transformation Pill Technique. Is that truly an alchemical hand seal? Elixirs are invaluable resources cultivated by the human race on the continent of Jiuzhou, and only those with extraordinary innate mental prowess and the ability to master the exceedingly challenging alchemical hand seals possess the qualifications to concoct them. Each scroll of alchemical hand seals is the lifeblood of an alchemist, even more precious than the formulas for the elixirs themselves. Ha ha ha, how exhilarating! Lin Chen could not restrain his laughter, for this green-tier alchemical hand seal was as precious as an entire large city. Even the alchemical hand seals collected by the divine martial sect are merely of the yellow tier's pinnacle. Such exquisite treasures as the green-tier alchemical hand seals are beyond the reach of even the sect leader of the divine martial sect. However, this scene of Lin Chen's unrestrained laughter left several inner sect disciples utterly bewildered, exchanging glances of sheer astonishment. Is this child not perhaps mad? How can one clutch a piece of refuse and still find such joy in it? Exclaiming with delight. This ailment must be severe. Once I break through to the chi refinement stage, I too shall endeavor to become an alchemist. What bliss! Lin Chen suppressed the tumultuous joy within him and bent down once more to gather several attribute orbs. Retracing his steps to the area previously traversed by the colossal mountain-like creature, leaving no treasure unclaimed. He has lost his wits. Surely, we should not provoke this madman. In a few days, the intersect ranking competition will commence, and I have no desire to attract this lunatic's attention. Let us feign ignorance. The burly figure in black armor, carrying the young man in white, wiped the sweat from his brow. Alas, what a fine youth he was! How did he succumb to madness? Cheng Yin sighed with deep regret. On the other side, Lin Chen diligently gathered all the attribute orbs left behind by the colossal treasure mountain elephant. Subsequently, he retraced his steps, took a refreshing bath, and returned to the lair of the demon azure python, for in the perilous Qingxia Mountains, only there was suitable for him to enter seclusion and strive for the chi refinement realm. Within the lair of the demon azure python, the water curtain swayed. Lin Chen sat cross-legged upon a dry piece of azure stone and opened the system. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation level. Peak of the 9th stage of body refinement. Maximum strength, 185 tiger power. Blood energy, 12, 561 points. Essence of techniques, 1, 992 points. Mental strength, 172 points. Mind method, none. Acquired combat techniques, gale leg, perfect level. Gentle breeze, treading dust, perfect level. Starfire gun method, perfect level. Possessions, Windwalker shoes, Heavenly Spirit Transformation Pill Formula, True Water Returning to Origin Formula. Vital Energy Essence, 1, 228 points. Bloodline, Azure Dragon Bloodline, 45 points. Elemental Energy, Fire, 785 points. Water, 1, 545 points. Metal, 1, 027 points. Wood, 1, 452 points. Earth, 1, 0, 41 points. Lin Chen devoted himself to profound meditation, and his corporeal form began to resonate with an unusual vibration, as if he were merging with the very essence of heaven and earth. In a faint perception, Lin Chen sensed a delicate white mist wafting through the air, his body instinctively yearning for this ethereal vapor. Is this the spiritual energy that permeates the universe? Come to me. Lin Chen's aura surged dramatically, his entire body resonating with a thunderous crackle, transforming into a vortex of immense suction that drew in all the spiritual energy within a radius of 10 feet into his dantian. As the celestial energies flowed into his body, Lin Chen forcefully compressed them within his dantian, unleashing a formidable and terrifying power akin to a multitude of erupting volcanoes, which firmly subdued the absorbed spiritual energy. The more solidly one establishes the foundation of body tempering, the easier it becomes to break through to the Qi refining stage. At the 9th level of body tempering, Lin Chen possessed a strength equivalent to 185 tiger power, placing him among the ranks of prodigies, not only within the divine martial sect, but also among some of the most ancient sections. Under Lin Chen's suppression, all the celestial spiritual energy was meticulously compressed into streams of energy, which he drew into his dantian through his meridians. The moment Lin Chen began to refine his primal battle Qi, the 1228 points of battle Qi essence within his system commenced an automatic transformation into his battle Qi cultivation, resulting in an unprecedentedly rapid breakthrough. After 2 hours, Lin Chen, seated upon the azure stone, suddenly opened his eyes wide. With a whoosh, 2 tangible streams of energy, each the size of a thumb, shot forth, cleaving through a wall of the cave and leaving a half-meter-long crack in its wake. Within Lin Chen's dantian, a vast sea of white energy floated, flowing ceaselessly. His overall aura had intensified to more than 5 times its previous strength. This infusion of celestial spiritual energy, transforming into battle Qi through body tempering, had elevated his pure strength beyond 925 tiger power. Yet, despite the might of body tempering, it remained but the prowess of a mere brute. However, in the realm of Qi refinement, the cultivation of battle Qi and the tempering of the body enable one's physical strength to surpass that of the body tempering stage. Not to mention the ability to unleash battle Qi in combat. The overall capabilities of a martial artist undergo a qualitative transformation. Having attained the Qi refinement stage, one must practice the alchemical seals. The host is cultivating the heavenly spirit transformation pill technique, consuming 1,000 points of cultivation essence and all mental energy. Currently merging for the host. The host is cultivating the true water returning to origin technique, consuming 992 points of cultivation essence, with water energy at 1,545 points. For 3 consecutive days, Lin Chen immersed himself in the practice of alchemical seals within the lair of the demonic azure python, where an abundance of medicinal materials was at his disposal, allowing him to practice to his heart's content. In the Jiuzhou continent, alchemical seals and combat techniques are categorized into 6 tiers and 4 levels: yellow, green, blue, purple, and orange, with each tier further divided into low, medium, high, and top levels. The complexity of the green tier alchemical seals is such that without the aid of a system, given his innate talents, he would likely never achieve the status of an alchemist in his lifetime. On the 4th day, upon depleting all the medicinal materials in the lair of the demonic azure python, Lin Chen concluded his closed-door alchemical training. Tomorrow marks the ranking competition for the inner sect disciples. It is time to reclaim everything. A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Chen's eyes, and like a swift leopard, his figure tore through the air, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 7. I shall torment you to the point of recognition loss. Within the sacred domain of the divine martial sect, a towering peak rises majestically, shrouded in ethereal clouds, resembling an otherworldly paradise. A gorge has been carved into the mountain, flanked on either side by disciples of the sect, as today marks the biennial ranking competition for the inner sect, an event of paramount significance. In the very heart of the gorge, several arenas, each spanning several acres, have been established. In front of these platforms, dozens of young men and women, exuding formidable presence, enter one by one. They are the top 50 disciples of the inner sect. I have high hopes for senior sister Jiro. Her technique, the wave-cleaving, wind-breaking palm, possesses the power to shatter mountains. Merely her aura can intimidate a dozen or so disciples at the Qi refinement stage. Senior brother Tang Feng, with his sword in hand, has already secured a place in the top 10 in the previous ranking competition. I believe he will ascend to the top 3 this time. Senior brother Sheng Yinhai has maintained his position at number 1 for 2 consecutive years. I wonder if any disciple can challenge his supremacy. Speaking of the sword path, I have my eyes on Liao Jianhua. Although he is unruly, his talent is indeed extraordinary. Half a year ago, he was able to spar with the elders for dozens of rounds without defeat, clearly demonstrating the caliber of a top 10 disciple in the inner sect. It is said that he also dabbles in alchemy, truly a prodigy. Such comparisons are enough to provoke envy. The outer sect disciples, gathered on either side of the gorge to observe the ranking competition, engage in spirited discussions. At the very bottom of the gorge, the inner sect disciples participating in the ranking competition take their designated seats. Boom! At the entrance, a tempest swirled as a young man, no more than 20, made his grand entrance. Clad in white and wielding a sword, he possessed striking features, his brows sharp, his eyes like stars, exuding an air of aloofness and defiance. He seemed to glide upon the wind, his steps ethereal, eliciting gasps of admiration from several female disciples. "Jianhua, you have arrived," a youthful woman seated in a designated spot exclaimed joyfully, rising to her feet. Her beauty rivaled the moon, and her sparkling eyes resembled tranquil waters, concealing an alluring charm beneath her seemingly gentle exterior. "Ah, Qing'er, I am grateful for the herbs you gathered for me. They have propelled my progress," Liao Jianhua remarked as he reached his designated seat, pulling Su Qing'er into an embrace and unabashedly caressing her exquisite form, a devilish grin playing on his lips. "Hee, Liao Jianhua, I hear this charming lady is a disciple of the outer sect, Lin Chen's old flame. That Lin Chen has become quite formidable, having severely injured Sun Changyan with a single strike. You may have stirred up considerable trouble," a burly man clad in black armor chuckled from behind. Su Qing'er's expression shifted slightly at the mention of Lin Chen, but she quickly regained her composure, responding with a light laugh. "Lin Chen is merely an abandoned child adopted by my uncle, an utterly mundane individual. Even if he possesses a modicum of fortune, how could he possibly compare to my Jianhua? Just a useless fool with a hint of opportunity. If he dares to show his face, I need only one strike," Liao Jianhua declared dismissively, his arrogance palpable. "Is that Liao Jianhua?" Lin Chen traversed the rear rows of the audience, his gaze narrowing momentarily upon the entrance of Liao Jianhua, a fleeting glimmer of killing intent flashing across his eyes. Subsequently, Lin Chen casually picked up a nearby attribute orb and absorbed its essence. He surveyed his surroundings and noted that apart from the disciples at the Qi refining stage, none of the disciples at the body refining stage were accompanied by attribute orbs. It appeared that those whose cultivation was either significantly weaker or stronger than his own did not manifest such orbs. Casting his eyes toward the elders and the sect leader of the divine martial sect upon the high platform, he discerned that they too were devoid of attribute orbs, and comprehension dawned upon him. Remaining composed, Lin Chen leisurely gathered the attribute orbs from the audience on both sides, biding his time. "So, this is the Liao Jianhua that Elder Lu has meticulously nurtured? Indeed, his movements are graceful, and his sword intent is strikingly evident. He is a promising talent." At the edge of the canyon, a man clad in green nodded approvingly. "Hee, sect leader, perhaps Jianhua will surprise you this time," remarked a white-haired elder beside him, stroking his beard with evident satisfaction. "Let's see what other hidden cards this little fellow possesses," the sect leader of the divine martial sect replied with a light chuckle. Rising to his feet, the internal ranking competition is now officially underway. I shall refrain from further ado. All internal disciples will draw lots for their matches, and every disciple is entitled to one challenge against an internal disciple in the ranking competition. The atmosphere surged with excitement as numerous internal disciples flexed their muscles, brimming with fighting spirit. "The top 50 internal disciples, please come forth to draw lots." An elder, gently cradling a draw box, slowly emerged and announced with a resonant voice. The first 50 disciples of the inner sect stepped forward collectively, drawing lots one by one, before proceeding to their designated arenas. A gasp echoed throughout the crowd. At arena number 7 stood a young man clad in silver robes, wielding a single blade, with piercing eyes and a fierce demeanor. Zheng Yanhai, the foremost disciple of the inner sect. His opponent was none other than the extraordinary Liao Jianhua. The finest dark horse faced the strongest contender of the inner sect. It was astonishing that these two highly regarded masters would clash in the very first round. Brother Zheng Yunhai had already attained the 8th level of qi refinement, while Liao Jianhua, at the 5th level, seemed unlikely to pose a challenge. Numerous inner sect disciples swallowed nervously. This battle promised to be nothing short of captivating. Zheng Yunhai leaped into the arena, followed by Liao Jianhua, who soared into the air as both contenders entered the stage. Regardless of your title as the best, I shall shatter myriad laws with a single strike. Liao Jianhua, sword in hand, spoke with calm confidence against the gusting wind. Witness the true essence of skill. Zheng Yunhai, unfazed, suddenly drew his blade. This confrontation drew the attention of several elders, resembling an advanced showdown among the top 10. As the blade was unleashed, a dazzling radiance illuminated the arena. Zheng Yunhai wielded his sword with both hands, unleashing a force akin to a raging tempest, stirring the very atmosphere around them. The blade of the raging tide. The surging waves cleaved through the air, manifesting a streak of white light several feet long, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The destructive power of this strike was formidable. Even against the formidable Mo Qingyan faced by Lin Chen earlier, it could very well deliver a decisive blow. The first move was a fatal strike. Zheng Yunhai harbored no contempt for Liao Jianhua. The Cloud Thunder Sword technique. The sword emerged like a dragon, its fierce aura piercing through the white light of Zheng Yunhai's concealed blade strike. Liao Jianhua propelled himself with the swiftness of a tempest, engaging Zheng Yunhai in an instant. Green tier combat skills. From the outset, both combatants unleashed their green tier techniques. The unranked inner sect disciples erupted with fervent cheers. The clash of blades and swords danced incessantly. Their combat experience was astute and ruthless. Every collision of their eyes, necks, and hearts was fraught with lethal intent, leaving the inner sect disciples on the edge of their seats. Figures darted through the air, both warriors ranked among the best in the inner sect. Aside from select few, the majority of disciples could only perceive two fleeting shadows racing past. The battles unfolding on other platforms paled in comparison to this one, as all present held their breath, unwilling to miss a single detail. With narrowed eyes, Lin Chen, having mastered the alchemical hand seals, absorbed the energy spheres, granting him perception far superior to his peers. Liao Jianhua's every move was laid bare before him. His swordsmanship was profound, yet he believed he still had a chance to triumph over him. A confident smile graced his lips, while everyone was engrossed in the battle. He quietly ventured into the inner sect disciple area to collect a multitude of attribute energy spheres. On platform number 7, Thunderfall Kill. The Sea Blade's 3,000 layers. As the battle reached a fever pitch, the sky filled with a myriad of blade shadows and dazzling electric sword lights that collided with a thunderous roar, causing the entire platform to tremble. The sword tip, shimmering with the brilliance of lightning, seemed to have been gathering momentum for an eternity, appearing to release its force. It actually concealed its lethal edge. Suddenly, the sword quivered, unleashing 3 formidable bolts of electricity that surged towards Zheng Yunhai. What? Zheng Yunhai's expression shifted slightly as he spun in midair, narrowly evading this unexpected attack. Following closely, Liao Jianhua's sword energy surged forth like a torrential rain of pear blossoms. Whoosh! The sound of slicing wind echoed as faint traces of blood appeared across Zheng Yunhai's body. Boom! The sword light pivoted, emanating an overwhelming force from its blade, striking Zheng Yunhai with tremendous impact. Splatter! Blood rained down as Zheng Yunhai was sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground. His chest stained crimson. Numerous disciples from the outer sect rose to their feet. Could it be that today would witness a grand eruption? Your swordsmanship has reached an ethereal state? Zheng Yunhai, blood staining the corner of his mouth, exclaimed in disbelief. The ethereal state represents the pinnacle of martial skill, where techniques flow effortlessly with the mind, manifesting at will and retracting with thought. This harmonious state of mind and body is one that even the elders of the divine martial sect seldom achieve. You are merely an extension of a mundane existence. While I am a true prodigy, I shall grant you the opportunity to exit the arena voluntarily. Otherwise, I will incapacitate you on the spot. Liao Jianhua pointed his sword towards Zheng Yunhai, his demeanor exuding a terrifying confidence and disdain, utterly disregarding him. I concede. Zheng Yunhai gritted his teeth, bowing his head in utter reluctance. Regarding martial skills, he believes that although he may not surpass Liao Jianhua, the gap between them is not insurmountable. However, if the latter's swordsmanship has reached the realm of transformation, then victory would be utterly unattainable for him. Could it be that senior brother Zheng Yunhai has actually lost? The numerous disciples from the inner sect could not help but cast sidelong glances, astonished that the mightiest among them, Zheng Yunhai, has been defeated by Liao Jianhua, who merely ranked 40th 2 years ago. Ha ha ha! Splendid, splendid, splendid. The swordsmanship of the transformation realm among the disciples of the divine martial sect over the past 40 generations. Not a single one has comprehended such mastery at the tender age of 20. Liao Jianhua is indeed the foremost genius of the divine martial sect. The sect leader stroked his beard and laughed heartily, clearly impressed by Liao Jianhua, while the elders immediately flattered him with congratulations. Just as everyone remained enveloped in shock, a crisp and leisurely applause resounded throughout the venue. What an exquisite display of transformation swordsmanship. I wonder if the illustrious genius Liao would be interested in a duel with me? All eyes turned to the source of the voice, where a young man clad in black strolled from the resting area of the inner sect disciples, a charmingly confident smile gracing his lips. "Who might you be, young man?" inquired the presiding elder, perplexed, as he had no recollection of this inner sect disciple. "I am Lin Chen, a disciple of the outer sect." With poise and grace, Lin Chen clasped his fists in greeting. A disciple from the outer sect? Not only the presiding elder, but the thousands of onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Lin Chen? Could it truly be him? And has he indeed ascended to the Qi refinement realm? Su Qing shuddered slightly, her expression one of uncertainty as she rose to gaze at his retreating figure. An outer sect disciple daring to challenge the one who has just vanquished the strongest of the inner sect? Liao Jianhua? Lin Chen, are you serious? The referee elder furrowed his brow, his tone laced with skepticism. Although there was no violation of rules, such an action was undoubtedly tantamount to courting disaster. Is he truly the infamous Lin Chen? Ah, I recall this fellow. It was said that when Su Qing'er approached Liao Jianhua, he pursued her into the inner sect, shedding tears and sweat, a sight most amusing. I remember that if senior brother Liao Jianhua had not been in seclusion at that time, he could have easily dispatched Lin Chen with a mere slap. How laughable. This must be a case of reckless abandon. A futile effort akin to striking a stone with an egg. Quite ridiculous indeed. The outer sect disciples erupted into laughter. Even Liao Jianhua shook his head in amusement. I'm beginning to doubt your sanity. You are not even worthy to touch the heels of this young master. Or perhaps this woman holds such significance for you. Liao Jianhua raised an eyebrow, mockingly glancing at Su Qing'er and then at Lin Chen. Why not kneel and call me grandfather? Perhaps in my magnanimity, I would share the pleasures of her company with you. Ha ha! Liao Jianhua's laughter was brimming with arrogance. Lin Chen remained unfazed, smiling leisurely. Times have changed. Such a character is now unworthy even to carry my shoes. And you, Liao Jianhua, do not escape my disdain. A chilling aura of murderous intent rose from his youthful visage. I will torment you to the point where your mother will not recognize you. Chapter 8. Swordsmanship? I can wield a sword too. Liao Jianhua's muscles quivered violently, his smile devoid of warmth. It seems you are genuinely seeking death. Allow me to grant your wish. Step forth to meet your demise. Boom. The sword energy surged. Liao Jianhua drew his blade, its edge aimed directly at Lin Chen, as both parties revealed their murderous intent. The elder referee, aware of their resolve, proclaimed loudly, Lin Chen, an outer sect disciple, challenges Liao Jianhua, an inner sect disciple. The intentions of both sides have been established. The battle's outcome shall be left to fate. Even the referee displayed a bias towards Liao Jianhua, altering the rules to reflect that fate shall decide life or death. With a powerful push off the ground, Lin Chen leaped onto the arena, his blood boiling with fervor. It was as if the very essence of his being was roaring in fury, demanding the death of this man. Anyone else could be disregarded. But Liao Jianhua was the embodiment of Lin Chen's original body's resentment and hatred. He was the one destined to be slain. How intriguing. Let us observe Lin Chen further. Perhaps he is yet another prodigious talent of our divine martial sect. The sect master, seated upon a high platform, regarded Lin Chen with keen interest. The sect master jested, merely a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. The elder who had personally nurtured Liao Jianhua scoffed dismissively. On the arena, Lin Chen grasped his spear, while Liao Jianhua stood with his sword poised. Allow me to demonstrate my true prowess to you, wild dog. The sword sliced through the air like a tempest. As Liao Jianhua unleashed his strike, the blade whirled and danced, transforming into a phantom of a malevolent dragon, coiling around the entire arena. Perish! Malevolent dragon, sword technique. The blade lunged forward, the dragon roared, as Liao Jianhua revealed a swordsmanship far more terrifying than that displayed during his battle with Zheng Yanhai. A fierce wind swept through, causing garments to billow. Lin Chen's blood surged with vigor as he suddenly drew his gun, transforming into a radiant point of starlight, akin to a meteor plummeting, colliding head-on with the luminous sword of the cursed dragon. Boom! Hiss! The unparalleled ferocity of power clashed at the tip of the gun and the sword light, causing the arena to tremble and fracture. This wild dog actually withstood my cursed dragon sword technique? Liao Jianhua found it hard to believe. As he wielded his 3-foot azure blade, sweeping the tail of the cursed dragon, abruptly changing his assault to counterattack Lin Chen's left flank. Lin Chen twirled his dragon spear, rising and spinning in midair, the spear tip crashing down with fury. The azure dragon tattoo on his left arm flickered slightly, augmenting his strength even further. Bang! The spear tip shattered the cursed dragon, and both combatants retreated 3 steps. Yet Liao Jianhua's steps were markedly heavier. After previously collecting the attribute orbs from the 2 sides of the audience, Lin Chen's raw power had soared to approximately 1032 tiger strength. With sheer brute force alone, he could effortlessly obliterate those at the 4th and 5th levels of qi refinement. Although entering the qi refinement realm refines a warrior's physique, the typical increase in tiger strength is merely between 100 to 200. Someone like Lin Chen, boasting over 1,000 tiger strength, was akin to a humanoid beast of destruction. Such formidable raw strength, surpassing his prowess when he felled the abyssal green python by several folds. Outside the arena, Cheng Yan, who had not participated, gasped in astonishment, her beautiful eyes brimming with curiosity. This wild dog possesses some skill. He must not falter in the face of adversity. As the winds of fortune surged, Liao Jianhua moved like a streak of light, flashing past. Clang! The spear, like a dancing dragon, twisted in the air, thrusting backward, startling Liao Jianhua into hastily raising his sword in defense, bearing the brunt of Lin Chen's ferocious strength, leaving his arm numb from the impact. From his left arm, a radiant orb of attributes emerged, which Lin Chen deftly caught with one hand and absorbed into his being, prompting the system interface to materialize. The host has acquired 588 points of martial essence. This fellow is a veritable treasure trove. With his fighting spirit ablaze, Lin Chen licked his lips and, utilizing his windwalker shoes, executed the breeze-treading dust technique, unfolding his speed to its utmost limit. Did he perceive my movements? With scarcely a moment to breathe, Liao Jianhua swiftly gripped his sword and engaged Lin Chen in a fierce duel. The clash between the two surpassed the previous battle with Zheng Yanhai. The arena was riddled with cracks, and the combat aura erupted in successive explosions, leaving all the disciples in a state of bewilderment. It was their first encounter with Liao Jianhua's true prowess. It appeared he had held back. Had he unleashed his full strength in the earlier fight, I would undoubtedly have been defeated within 20 exchanges. Zheng Yanhai shook his head with a wry smile, yet the surrounding inner sect disciples were even more astonished. For Lin Chen was able to contend with Liao Jianhua on equal footing despite being merely at the first level of qi refinement. The host has garnered 966 points of vitality energy, 334 points of martial essence, 172 points of gold elemental energy, and 65 points of mental strength. Lin Chen grew increasingly emboldened in battle, collecting every attribute orb that fell from Liao Jianhua with fervor, his offensive momentum intensifying. Like a ferocious beast, every attempt by Liao Jianhua to shake off Lin Chen seemed preemptively predicted, restricting his movements and forcing him into close combat. In this melee, Lin Chen's formidable physicality reigned supreme, inciting a visceral urge in Liao Jianhua to vomit blood. He found himself suppressed in close quarters. Numerous advanced sword techniques were rendered futile, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of power left unexerted. Lin Chen's ability to anticipate Liao Jianhua's movements stemmed from a mental acuity that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of his opponent. His formidable mental prowess enabled him to keenly discern every nuance of Liao Jianhua's actions, predicting his maneuvers with remarkable foresight. Boom! The fierce battle was abruptly interrupted by a resounding explosion as Lin Chen's silver-lined dragon spear was severed by Liao Jianhua's sword. The latter's swordsmanship was cunning and immediately followed up with a second strike aimed at Lin Chen's shoulder. The ferocious energy surged through Lin Chen's left arm. At the moment Liao Jianhua's blade struck his shoulder, Lin Chen retaliated with a sudden and powerful palm strike to Liao Jianhua's chest. With a spur of blood, Liao Jianhua staggered, while Lin Chen's shoulder bled profusely, both fighters retreating several paces. The scales of the demonic green python shielded Lin Chen, leaving him with mere superficial wounds, but Liao Jianhua's condition was far graver, likely suffering several fractured ribs. At the instant Lin Chen impacted Liao Jianhua, a pale green treasure chest flew forth, which Lin Chen deftly caught and opened. The host opens the dark iron treasure chest, obtaining the green tier advanced sword technique Thunderous Lightning Sword, an advanced green tier combat skill. The caliber of this sword technique was enough to astonish even Lin Chen. System: I wish to learn this sword technique. The host learns Thunderous Lightning Sword, consuming 2,585 points of martial essence. This advanced green tier sword art nearly depleted all of Lin Chen's martial essence in one breath, as a flood of new memories surged into his mind. Now you find yourself weaponless. Let's see how this wild dog can withstand my unparalleled swordsmanship. As Liao Jianhua coughed up blood, a cruel and sinister smile emerged on his face. He raised his sword high towards the heavens, and bolts of fierce lightning coalesced around the blade's edge. Boom! The lightning struck down, tearing apart the entire arena with such force that even the elders turned their heads in astonishment. This was undoubtedly a high-level green tier sword technique. It seemed that Liao Jianhua possessed a tremendous opportunity. Such a level of martial skill was rare even within our divine martial sect. Not only did he possess it, but he could also cultivate it to the realm of transformation. Truly a prodigious talent. The sect master of the divine martial sect exclaimed, the outcome still uncertain. However, what transpired next left them utterly flabbergasted. Lin Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile. Swordsmanship? I can wield it as well. Come fort, sword. With a flick of his hand, a disciple from an external sect found his sword flying uncontrollably towards Lin Chen, who grasped it effortlessly. With the sword in hand, Lin Chen stood as a paragon of a transcendent swordsman, cold and unyielding. The brilliant lightning danced upon the 3-foot azure blade, arcs of electricity soaring through the air, mirroring the very sword technique of Liao Jianhua, and equally cultivated to the realm of transformation. At that moment, the expressions of everyone present were nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 9. Alchemy? I can do that too. No one anticipated this scene. The clash of swordplay at the same realm, and both practitioners employing the same sword technique. How is this possible? My Thunderous Blade technique was derived from the remains of a deceased swordsman, and even Elder Qi is unaware of how I acquired it. Liao Jianhua was struck with astonishment. An instinctive sense of impending danger whispered to him that Lin Chen harbored a great secret, and he must perish. Although he was oblivious to the origins of this wild dog's swordsmanship, He deemed it audacious for one with merely the first level of chi refinement, lacking even a proper mental technique, to dare engage him in a contest of swordsmanship. Such folly would lead to death. The murderous intent surged forth. Liao Jianhua suddenly bellowed, unleashing a fierce diagonal slash of sword energy, a thunderous blade of lightning extending 10 zhong, accompanied by countless flickers of electric shadows, charging towards him with fury. The battle energy within Lin Chen's dantian rapidly dissipated. He drained all his combat energy to execute a single strike. The two beams of lightning sword energy collided spectacularly, casting a dazzling and blinding radiance. Crackle. The sword energy shattered, revealing that Lin Chen's cultivation was still somewhat inferior, merely diminishing Liao Jianhua's might by half before he found himself at a disadvantage. Yet, Lin Chen advanced rather than retreated. With remnants like blades, he surged towards the oncoming thunderous blade technique. The bloodline of the Azure Dragon, 50 of its power, infused. A blue glow flickered on his left arm, dragon scales swirling. A low roar echoing the ancient dragon clan's ferocity, his strength soaring to an astonishing 3,000 tiger might. Lin Chen raised his left arm and struck the lightning sword energy with a palm. Boom! A terrifying force erupted, shattering the incoming sword energy with a resounding clap. What? To single-handedly break through the advanced sword technique of the green rank? Numerous elders suddenly rose, their gazes fixed upon Lin Chen as though they had seen a specter. He actually shattered my thunderous blade technique. Liao Jianhua's complexion turned ashen, resembling that of a corpse. Before he could react, Lin Chen transformed into a fleeting shadow, shattering the sword's radiance as he charged towards Liao Jianhua. With a swift motion, Lin Chen's hand grasped Liao Jianhua's face, forcing his head down towards the ground. Several inner sect disciples were struck with horror, never expecting Lin Chen to resort to lethal measures. Should he land this blow, Liao Jianhua's skull would likely burst upon impact. In that critical moment, a ghostly figure emerged beside them, seizing Lin Chen's arm and Liao Jianhua's shoulder, forcibly separating the two. Enough! The victor has been determined. Cease this. The intervening figure was none other than the sect leader of the divine martial sect. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. He had intended to eliminate Liao Jianhua directly, but his resolve had been interrupted. The sect leader was at least of the battle soul realm, and even if I unleashed the full might of the Azure Dragon arm, it would be impossible to slay Liao Jianhua before him. Very well, I shall seek another opportunity. His eyes flickered as Lin Chen swiftly reined in his murderous intent, drawing a slight glance from the sect leader. This youth, at such a tender age, possesses the ability to control his murderous intent so adeptly. Such individuals are often exceedingly formidable. The multitude of disciples present remained in a state of shock. As an outer sect disciple not only defeated the strongest of the inner sect, Liao Jianhua, but also compelled the sect leader to personally intervene. The young man acted without restraint. For the sake of victory, one must exert their utmost effort. I hope the sect master can forgive my actions. Lin Chen clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, his demeanor calm. Sect master, this young man cannot be spared. He clearly sought to kill Jianhua. Let me personally eliminate him. Elder Qi, Jianhua's master, arrived with an air of icy authority, fixating his cold gaze upon Lin Chen. Had I been struck by that sword earlier, I would undoubtedly have met my demise. Only he would kill me. I would not kill him. Lin Chen retorted with a sneer, showing no intention to yield. Ridiculous. Do you comprehend the exceptional talent possessed by Jianhua? How can you, a mere external disciple with a modicum of brute strength, even begin to compare? Elder Qi lifted Jianhua, their eyes locked in a frigid stare. Talent? All I know is that he is but a defeated hound. What talk of talent is there? In this world, there are only victors and vanquished. If it weren't for the sect master, he would be nothing more than a pile of flesh. Lin Chen countered sharply, daring to speak so boldly to Elder Qi, causing some internal disciples to break into a cold sweat. As Elder Qi prepared to unleash his fury, The recently revived Jianhua hissed with venomous resentment. Lin Chen, you are merely a brute. Aside from the sword path, I'm also a distinguished alchemist. By what right do you stand on equal footing with me? Sectmaster, Jianhua implores you to eliminate this scoundrel. Yet, the sectmaster merely cast a glance at him and replied indifferently, Jianhua, our sect's affairs do not require your interference. Jianhua faltered, suppressing his murderous intent, a fleeting glimmer of malice crossing his mind towards the sectmaster. Haha, an alchemist? Is that truly remarkable? It's merely alchemy. I could do it too. Lin Chen's astonishing declaration stirred a tempest of reactions. He is, in fact, an alchemist? The sect leader looked at Lin Chen in astonishment, to which he calmly nodded. Alchemists are among the rarest and most esteemed professions on the Jiuzhou continent. The prerequisites for becoming an alchemist are exceedingly stringent, and given the scarcity of such skills, one might say that an alchemist is a treasure found only once in 1,000 trials. After centuries of accumulation, the divine martial sect has only 2 alchemists, and with Liao Jianhua, Lin Chen would be the third. In this era, even the most insignificant individuals dare to claim the title of alchemist. Elder Qi scoffed, clearly dismissing Lin Chen. If you are unconvinced, let us proceed to a second round. We shall let our alchemical skills speak for themselves. However, the stakes for this round are life and death. The loser shall not be permitted to survive. Do you dare accept? Lin Chen's face was solemn, and his declaration of a life and death match left all the disciples in shock. Could he truly possess alchemical skills? It seemed implausible. He had scarcely had the opportunity to encounter rare materials since childhood. How could he possibly concoct pills? Su King was incredulous. Having grown up alongside Lin Chen, she had witnessed his capabilities firsthand. How could he be an alchemist? I would not fear a wild dog like you. Do you truly think that a modicum of brute strength makes you impressive? Alchemy and martial arts are 2 entirely different realms. Liao Jianhua sneered, brushing off the dust from his shoulders as if reclaiming his domain, looking down on Lin Chen with contempt. Since it is a competition, let us engage in an alchemical trial here in 2 days, presided over and witnessed by the sect leader. Lin Chen will face Liao Jianhua in this duel of potion crafting, with the formulas and materials determined by the sect, and the victor shall be the one who produces the highest quality elixir. In this life and death contest, the loser must surrender their life to the victor. Elder Qi interjected before the sect leader could speak, then turned his gaze towards Lin Chen. What say you? Is this agreeable? Lin Chen felt a stir within. This old fellow surely intends to play tricks, yet why should I fear him? Very well, I hope you will not go back on your word. Upon hearing this, the audience was rife with astonishment. An emerging disciple from the outer sect not only defeated the newly promoted strongest of the inner sect, Liao Jianhua, but now seeks to compete in alchemy? The sect leader regarded the two with keen interest before offering Lin Chen a word of caution and retreating to the high platform. Lin Chen did not look back as he leapt down from the ring. As he made his way towards the resting corridor, he caught sight of Su Qing standing in that direction, lost in thought. Suddenly, as Su Qing met Lin Chen's cold, piercing gaze, her body trembled. She sensed an unfamiliar hostility emanating from him, something she had never experienced before. The Lin Chen she once knew would never treat her this way. It was as if the person before her was an entirely different stranger. As they brushed past one another, Lin Chen's indifferent, icy mutterings reached Su Qing's ears. A wise bird selects its perch. Should you choose to depart, I shall hold no grudge against you, but merely note that you have chosen the wrong path. The so-called genius you have selected will meet the same fate as before, crushed beneath my feet. And you are but a pitiable woman of no consequence. At the conclusion of his words, Lin Chen never once cast even a glance in Su Qing's direction. Her countenance is pale, and she gently presses her crimson lips together, lost in contemplation. Chapter 10. The Alchemical Clash. The internal sect ranking competition did not conclude until the early hours of the following day, despite the brilliance of the battles fought by the remaining elite disciples. They paled in comparison to the earlier confrontation between Lin Chen and Liao Jianhua. Furthermore, The anticipation surrounding an unprecedented alchemical duel in the history of the divine martial sect was palpable. Within the modest quarters of the outer sect disciples, Lin Chen sat cross-legged and accessed the status bar of his system. Host, Lin Chen cultivation level, Chi refinement stage, 1 maximum strength, 1253 tiger power vitality energy, 55,884 points essence of martial arts, 552 points battle chi essence, 15465 points mental strength, 1799 points mind technique, none learned combat skills, gale leg, perfect level, gentle breeze step, perfect level, starfire gun technique, perfect level, myriad thunder sword technique, perfect level, possessions, secret manuals, windwalking shoes, heavenly spirit transformation pill formula, true water return formula, 10, bloodline, azure dragon bloodline, 45 points, elemental energy, fire 2995 points, earth 1871 points, wood 2242 points, metal 3156 points, water 2462 points. Ensuring that no one was observing him, Lin Chen consumed a chi-restoring pill and activated the true water return formula, swiftly mending his injuries. The recovery speed of this formula was extraordinary, likely surpassing the value of my heavenly spirit transformation pill technique by a considerable margin. In an instant, Lin Chen's injuries began to heal at an astonishing pace, thanks to the remarkable efficacy of the true water returning origin technique. He had never dared to practice such a miraculous secret technique in a public setting. The essence of battle energy he had acquired was sufficient for him to break through to a new realm, so he decided to cultivate first. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen swiftly absorbed all the energy attribute orb stored in his system space, causing the energy sea within his dantian to tremble suddenly, initiating a trend of evolution and division into the second level. Before he knew it, 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen forcefully stepped into the second level of the Qi refining realm and also refined the true water returning origin technique. On a clear morning, at the venue for the intersect ranking competition, the scene was reminiscent of prior events, nearly filled with disciples from the divine martial sect, all unwilling to miss this unprecedented alchemical showdown. Today, one of the two extraordinary talents rising against the heavens within the divine martial sect would meet their demise here. On the number 7 stage, 2 jade platforms were adorned with 7 to 8 rare medicinal materials, an ancient bronze alchemical furnace, and a scroll sealed with green jade containing the formula. Liao Jianhua stood tall, braving the wind with an air of unbridled arrogance, embodying a demeanor of disdain for all. His talent in alchemy surpassed even his prowess in the sword path. Lin Chen remained calm and composed as he ascended the stage. Today's alchemical competition involved the crafting of the second-tier low-grade elixir, the Void Spirit Pill, which was a legacy of the divine martial sect. Each participant possessed 3 sets of medicinal materials, and exhausting their materials would be deemed a failure. Should both succeed in producing a finished elixir, the victor would be determined by the quality of their creations. In the event of attained quality, the speed of production would dictate the outcome. The time limit for this alchemical endeavor was set at 3 days. Elder Qi personally presided over the alchemy competition, announcing to the assembly in the center of the arena, "Now the contest begins." The mere mention of the name Void Spirit Pill immediately ignited fervent discussions among the disciples, causing even the elders' expressions to subtly shift. In the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, elixirs are exceedingly precious resources. Even the most rudimentary first-tier elixirs require a cultivation level of at least the Qi refinement stage for consumption. Those at the body refinement stage are incapable of truly refining the potent energies contained within a pill, and thus, they are relegated to using the remnants of failed concoctions for their cultivation. Second-tier elixirs dwell in the realms sought after by those of the spirit communication stage, clearly indicating an intention for Lin Chen to falter. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, though outwardly composed. His keen spiritual perception allowed him to discern that every ingredient prepared for him in this contest was subpar. This old dog seeks to ensnare me. Providing me with inferior materials for a second-tier elixir is a blatant attempt at sabotage. Recognizing Elder Qi's true scheme, a faint smirk crept onto Lin Chen's lips. On the other side, Liao Jianhua had already seized the alchemical formula, channeling his mental energy to peruse its contents. He appeared invigorated and radiant, evidently having consumed a temporary elixir to enhance his mental acuity. It seemed the alchemical furnace would be of no use to him now. With only 3 sets of ingredients at his disposal, he could not afford to take reckless risks. Casting a glance at the alchemical furnace, Lin Chen no longer held any expectations for it. At this juncture, he could only rely on his bare hands to craft the elixirs. As Lin Chen unfolded the alchemical formula, he channeled his mental energy into the document, absorbing its contents. Within moments, Liao Jianhua had already completed his review of the formula for the illusory spirit pill, his expression revealing a clear premonition of the contest's nature. With practiced ease, Liao Jianhua seized a handful of medicinal herbs and commenced the refining process. His demeanor was one of cold arrogance, embodying an air of mastery. As he deftly intertwined his fingers to activate the alchemical hand seals, he captured the attention of many onlookers. He cast a sprig of azure spirit vine into the alchemical furnace, his hands moving with remarkable speed as he meticulously controlled the refinement of the vine. The advanced yellow tier alchemical hand seal, 8-section brocade, was executed with astonishing rapidity. This was indeed the second-ranked alchemical hand seal of our divine martial sect. Liao Jianhua, barely in his 20s, exhibited such extraordinary talent, rivaling even the 2 elder alchemists. Witnessing Liao Jianhua's adept use of the alchemical hand seals, many disciples could only gaze in awe. Meanwhile, Lin Chen took twice as long as Liao Jianhua to fully comprehend the formula. He, too, grasped the first medicinal herb, the azure spirit vine, and with his 10 fingers forming intricate seals, a pure white battle aura enveloped the vine, emanating from his mental force. The sight left many disciples in a state of astonishment. What was Lin Chen attempting? He had not even utilized the alchemical furnace before employing the alchemical hand seals. Su Qing fixed her captivating gaze upon Lin Chen, utterly unconvinced that an ordinary person could suddenly transform into a distinguished alchemist. Fingers danced swiftly, and with the transformation of Lin Chen's hand seals and mental energy, the impurities within the Qingling jade vine began to be expunged. Ignoring the gazes surrounding him, Lin Chen immersed himself in the alchemical process, wholly absorbed. How could this be? This young man is indeed an alchemist, and he appears far from a novice. The hand seals he employs are not from any sect within our ranks. The elders of the Shenwu sect regarded Lin Chen with newfound respect, nodding in approval, though Elder Qi's demeanor grew somewhat somber. For this day, he had specially taken out a rare elixir he had treasured for many years, one capable of temporarily amplifying mental power to use on Liao Jianhua. In less than an hour, the 2 of them simultaneously engaged with the second type of medicinal ingredient. The time taken was identical. Could it be that Lin Chen, the outer sect disciple, has caught up with senior brother Liao Jianhua? One must not dismiss him merely as an outer sect disciple. He has already surpassed Liao Jianhua in combat prowess, and if we were to truly assess, he stands as the most formidable among the disciples of our Shenwu sect. The speed at which he matched Liao Jianhua without the aid of an alchemical furnace indicates that his alchemical hand seals are at least of the highest rank in the yellow tier. No, it is highly probable they belong to the green tier. Several disciples and elders felt a surge of astonishment within. At this very moment, none dared to underestimate Lin Chen's strength and potential. It was evident to all that Lin Chen was indeed more exceptional, for he managed to pursue Liao Jianhua without even utilizing an alchemical furnace. His alchemical hand seals and innate talent in alchemy are undoubtedly on par with Liao Jianhua. The reality is far more dire. For the medicinal ingredients prepared for Lin Chen are not merely inferior, but are indeed rougher than those of Liao Jianhua by more than double. After the 4th hour had elapsed, both Lin Chen and Liao Jianhua encountered errors while refining the 4th medicinal herb, resulting in failure. Liao Jianhua's success rate for concocting the void spirit pill is less than 30%. Even with the temporary enhancement of his mental acuity through a premier elixir, the success rate would not exceed 60%. He exhaled deeply, swiftly regrouping to invest another precious herb into the cauldron for a renewed attempt. Lin Chen, too, recognized the challenges posed by this elixir, his brow furrowing as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. In contrast to Liao Jianhua, who had prepared in advance. This was Lin Chen's first encounter with a second-tier formula, presenting a far greater degree of difficulty. Furthermore, as he was unable to employ a refining furnace, his mental exertion surpassed that of Liao Jianhua significantly. Just as Lin Chen was poised to activate his second set of medicinal materials in a final gamble, he glanced towards Liao Jianhua and was suddenly struck by an illuminating sight. Surrounding Liao Jianhua, the ground was strewn with orbs of attribute light. These orbs were all manifestations of mental power. Chapter 11. A surge of mental energy. When one finds themselves at a dead end, sometimes a glimmer of hope emerges unexpectedly. Just as Lin Chen was contemplating a desperate gamble, he was astonished to behold a myriad of mental energy orbs scattered across the ground. What sheer delight! With his eyes sparkling with excitement, Lin Chen abruptly ceased his previous actions and made his way towards Liao Jianhua. What could he possibly intend? Did he truly plan to abandon all restraint after a single failed attempt at alchemy? The elders were filled with bewilderment. Just as Elder Qi was about to admonish Lin Chen, he was halted by the sect master of the divine martial sect. This young man bore no malice. It was likely he did not intend to disrupt the order, so it was prudent to observe further. All eyes were upon Lin Chen as he approached Liao Jianhua, who himself regarded Lin Chen with suspicion, exclaiming, "What do you want approaching me? Are you intent on disrupting the rules?" Lin Chen merely chuckled, "You continue your alchemy, and I shall take my stroll. I am not infringing upon any regulations." After speaking, Lin Chen bent down to collect a mental energy orb, and the system's display activated. Host has acquired 93 points of mental energy. Lin Chen proceeded to gather the orbs surrounding Liao Jianhua, ultimately collecting 6 in total, all of superior quality. In one breath, he amassed 573 points of mental energy. The mental fatigue from his previous alchemical endeavors had been entirely alleviated, and his mental prowess had ascended to new heights. Goodness, it turns out that while an alchemist is at work, such an abundance of mental energy orbs can be found nearby. Lin Chen simply sat down, a smile gracing his face as he watched Liao Jianhua. What was he up to? The esteemed elders and observing disciples were utterly bewildered, as if confronted with an act of self-destruction. Yet, the expression on Lin Chen's face resembled that of a blooming rose, radiating joy that belied any notion of despair. Could it be that Lin Chen was not in his right mind? Why was he fixated on Liao Jianhua while concocting his elixirs? Was he attempting to surreptitiously acquire Liao Jianhua's alchemical techniques? This seemed implausible. The methodologies employed by alchemists varied significantly, and the mastery over spiritual energy was distinctly different, making any attempt to steal knowledge futile. Even the 2 elder alchemists were unable to decipher Lin Chen's intentions. Although Liao Jianhua was displeased by Lin Chen's proximity, he realized that allowing Lin Chen to squander time might inadvertently enhance his own chances of success in alchemy. Elder Qi signaled to 2 elders of the 9th level of Qi refinement stationed beside the arena, ready to intervene should Lin Chen exhibit any inappropriate behavior. However, contrary to the expectations of the onlookers, Lin Chen remained beside Liao Jianhua with a smile, occasionally rising to grasp at the air, but displaying no further misconduct. This peculiar scene prompted Cheng Yin, Yuing, and the outer sect disciples who had witnessed the events at the martial arts arena to draw strange parallels to Lin Chen's peculiarities. As time flew by, after enduring a day and a night, Liao Jianhua faced 2 failures before finally beginning to refine a nascent elixir on his 3rd attempt. At this juncture, there remained less than a day until the conclusion of the competition. Just as some began to depart in disappointment, seemingly foreseeing the outcome, Lin Chen finally rose and returned to his own alchemical platform. Has this fellow finally commenced his alchemical endeavors? However, time does not permit him to err even once. Should he falter, the victory shall undoubtedly belong to Liao Jianhua. The eyes of the 2 elder alchemists narrowed. while the leader of the Xinwu sect gazed on with keen interest. Seizing the first medicinal herb, a faint smile of confidence graced Lin Chen's lips. Having attained an impressive 1369 points in mental power, my day-long vigil has not been in vain. It is now my turn. With fingers deftly interlaced, Lin Chen formed the necessary seals, channeling his formidable mental energy to envelop the first herb with a torrent of battle aura. Subsequently, he grasped a handful of Xian Yu Sui, merging it seamlessly. The impurities of these two extraordinary materials transformed into streams of gray vapor, simultaneously expunged. His alchemical speed had more than doubled, and Lin Chen's mental prowess had surged, allowing him to wield the intermediate green-tier alchemical hand seals with newfound ease. Remarkably, he was concocting two types of herbs simultaneously without the aid of an alchemical furnace. The green-tier alchemical hand seals he employed were undoubtedly of the green tier. The two elder alchemists gasped in astonishment, their eyes ablaze with a fervent greed. Damn it, has this fellow been looking down on me all this time? Only now does he begin to concoct. Jealousy and resentment flickered in Liao Jianhua's eyes. Lin Chen paid no heed to the gazes surrounding him. His fingertips whirled rapidly, manipulating strands of battle aura that pierced through the second-tier herb, Coailing grass, decisively severing a portion and casting it aside without hesitation. Having discarded a portion of the medicinal herbs themselves could lead to insufficient energy and ultimately result in a failed alchemical process. The leader of the divine martial sect noticed this detail and felt a sense of confusion. With a resounding thud, Lin Chen, one hand supporting the essence energy liquid extracted from the herbs, slammed his palm onto the alchemical platform, once again casting a sprig of sun spirit grass into the concoction. Just as before, Lin Chen meticulously removed a part of the sun spirit grass, merging the essence of both herbs into a singular entity. Although the competition's formulas could not be falsified, the herbs could be manipulated, in a bid to ensure Liao Jianhua maintained an absolute advantage. Elder Qi had provided Lin Chen with nothing but inferior herbs, resulting in a remarkably low success rate for the alchemical process. Moreover, even if he were to succeed, the quality of the elixirs produced would undoubtedly pale in comparison to those of Liao Jianhua. He was audaciously attempting to refine the void spirit pill using two sets of herbs. The two elder alchemists exchanged glances, both reflecting their astonishment. However, utilizing two sets of herbs to concoct a single pill necessitated an exceptionally delicate control over the fusion process, a feat achievable only by those with extraordinary mental prowess. As Lin Chen audaciously employed all the herbs at his disposal, even the most inexperienced disciples in attendance could discern his intentions, and numerous external disciples rose to their feet, fervently cheering with excitement. Should Lin Chen surpass Liao Jianhua in the art of alchemy, it would signify a complete reversal for the external disciples, a thrilling prospect that ignited fervent admiration from countless onlookers. As time ticked away, beads of sweat trickled down Lin Chen's forehead as he remained wholly absorbed in the intricate task of harmonizing all energies into a cohesive whole. Boom! A refreshing breeze swept through the atmosphere, laden with the rich aroma of medicinal herbs, as the two individuals simultaneously succeeded in their alchemical endeavors. To triumph over me, the young master, is no simple feat. Liao Jianhua's countenance radiated an audacious confidence. Two pale blue elixirs materialized, and the energy fluctuations revealed an equal standing. So much so that even the esteemed leader of the divine martial sect could not discern a difference. Lin Chen's concoction, a fusion of two distinct ingredients, matched Liao Jianhua's prowess, clearly indicating that his materials were not merely subpar, but rather exquisite in quality. Astonishingly, this young man had indeed succeeded in his refinement. However, at the very least, it was not the worst outcome. My disciple Jianhua could still hold his ground. Elder Qi's gaze towards Lin Chen flickered with a hint of murderous intent. A stalemate, perhaps? That is acceptable. Both are prodigies of our divine martial sect, and losing either would be a significant blow. A draw is preferable. While the audience remained oblivious to any distinction in victory, Lin Chen, With a single hand clutching the pale, blue illusory spirit pill, let forth a resonant laughter that echoed throughout the venue. The true spectacle was just beginning. I implore everyone to pay close attention. Lin Chen extended his palm, and a glimmer of azure light flickered within it. A torrent of pure, potent energy surged forth like a tempest, overwhelming Liao Jianhua entirely. What? Liao Jianhua and Elder Qi were left speechless in astonishment. The most significant distinction between the green tier and yellow tier alchemical hand seals lies not merely in the swiftness of concoction, but rather in the unique value they encompass. Each green tier alchemical hand seal possesses its own distinctive benefits. Lin Chen's Heavenly Spirit Transformation Pill formula involves extracting a trace of the world's spiritual energy during the alchemical process, infusing it into his own mental prowess, thereby awakening the essence and potential of the medicinal materials, enabling them to exceed their original energy by more than 40%. Chapter 12. The Crushing Defeat of Liao Jianhua. At this moment, the atmosphere was electric. The scene underwent a dramatic reversal as Lin Chen's ethereal elixir surpassed Liao Jianhua's in quality. Lin Chen, Lin Chen, Lin Chen. All the outer sect disciples echoed his name in fervent unison. Today marks the moment when the representatives of the outer sect will unequivocally surpass those of the inner sect. How could this be? How could this happen? My master has proclaimed that I am a rare talent in alchemy. How could I be bested by this mere mongrel from the outer sect? Liao Jianhua's face turned ashen, his spirit shattered as he muttered to himself. When the prideful foundations of certain individuals are dismantled, they become exceedingly fragile. Su Qinger gazed at Lin Chen, who stood under the spotlight of the crowd's adulation. The youth's demeanor was poised and serene, devoid of arrogance, calm amidst the tumult, shrouded in an enigmatic aura. If only I had not coveted Liao Jianhua's potential in the beginning. Su Qinger, overwhelmed by a profound sense of bitterness, could no longer contain her tears. Softly sobbing. At this very moment, Lin Chen, reveling in the attention of all, was not swayed by arrogance. As he revealed the quality of the ethereal elixir, a lethal intent surged forth. The Qilin bloodline was unleashed, 70% of its power. The entire arena was instantly engulfed in a vortex of malevolent energy and the roar of a furious dragon. Lin Chen's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow. His left arm was adorned with faint azure dragon scales. With a fierce strike, he shattered the air, causing a violent explosion and a collapse of the surrounding currents. The cheers of the crowd abruptly ceased. No one anticipated Lin Chen's sudden ferocity. By the time they reacted, Lin Chen was merely a few meters away from Liao Jianhua. Even Elder Qi was unable to react in time to intervene. Just as Liao Jianhua, on the brink of collapse, regained his senses, the formidable palm of the azure scale, containing over 4,000 tiger forces, ruthlessly struck down upon his crown. A thunderous crash resounded as Lin Chen's hand shattered Liao Jianhua's form. The latter did not utter a single cry of despair. His flesh and bones were instantly pulverized into a gory mist, transforming him into nothing more than a pool of blood. In that moment of Liao Jianhua's demise, Lin Chen felt an involuntary shiver run through his body, as if certain bindings and inner turmoil had been released, leaving his spirit more profound and harmonious. The lifeless Liao Jianhua dropped 6 attribute orbs and a light azure treasure chest, which Lin Chen deftly caught. The host gains 5,442 points of vitality energy, 584 points of mental strength, 2,344 points of battle essence, 3,044 points of martial skill essence, and 1 Xian iron treasure chest. The host opens the Xian iron treasure chest and acquires the intermediate green tier movement technique, Wind Thunder Fire Steps. Following the elimination of Liao Jianhua, Lin Chen promptly refined the attribute orbs, his aura surging with intensity, while the sea of battle energy within his dantian trembled, on the verge of splitting once more. Simultaneously, he remained fully concentrated and vigilant, absorbing vitality energy to continuously augment the power of his azure dragon arm. bracing himself against Elder Chi's impending retaliation. The arena fell into a brief silence, with many disciples rendered awestruck by Lin Chen's decisive and formidable presence. After 2 breaths, a heart-wrenching roar echoed through the air. "How dare you lay hands on Jianhua? I shall slay you." Elder Chi succumbed to madness, his battle aura surging uncontrollably, poised to strike Lin Chen down when a hand rested upon his shoulder. "Elder Chi, do you intend to disregard the words of our sect?" The indifferent voice of the sect master jolted Elder Chi back to lucidity. "Sect master, Jianhua is a peerless genius of our sect, and to let this young man. Yet, our sect has granted you an opportunity, has it not? Moreover, we now possess a talent superior to Liao Jianhua." The sect master interrupted Elder Chi's reluctant argument, his calm tone imbued with undeniable authority. "Then I shall defer to the sect master's judgment." Elder Chi gritted his teeth, casting a venomous glance at Lin Chen before departing. Despite Elder Chi's esteemed position, the sect master stood as the sole warrior of the Battle Soul realm within the divine martial sect. His words carried weight far beyond any other. "Ha! Lin Chen has slain Liao Jianhua, the outcome of the alchemical wager. Today I, the sect master, officially declare that Lin Chen ascends from an outer disciple to the strongest within the inner sect. There shall be no mistake." With a sweeping gesture, the sect master announced the verdict, and Lin Chen silently exhaled in relief. Regarding Liao Jianhua's demise, the sect master did not even flutter an eyelash. His ruthless nature laid bare. "Lin Chen, accompany me to the Qingyan Hall. I have matters to discuss with you." With the sect master calling out Lin Chen's name, numerous inner disciples cast envious glances, for gaining the sect master's favor presented an extraordinary opportunity for ascendance within the divine martial sect. Lin Chen's heart raced slightly, yet he maintained an impassive demeanor as he nodded in acknowledgement. Observing Lin Chen's departing figure alongside the sect leader, the disciples gradually dispersed, still lingering in their thoughts. The divine martial sect's Azure Jade Hall is situated atop a majestic peak at the heart of the mountain range. With all the elders having departed, only Lin Chen and the sect leader remained. Lin Chen had accompanied the sect on this visit. The sect leader guided Lin Chen out of the grand hall and towards the summit of the mountain. Though Lin Chen was filled with curiosity, he dared not exhibit the slightest carelessness as he followed closely behind the sect leader. With each step they took, Lin Chen sensed the presence of a mysterious force at the peak, seemingly constraining both their movements. Progress became increasingly arduous. As if each step bore the weight of countless burdens, an invisible force obstructing Lin Chen's advance. Had it not been for Lin Chen's extraordinary physical resilience, he would have been compelled to channel his martial energy to continue. Eventually, the two halted before a 500-step altar. Upon sighting the altar, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Each tier of the altar was abundantly adorned with numerous attribute orbs. Upon rough estimation, there were at least several hundred. Additionally, 3 treasure chests floated above. The prospect of collecting such a vast array of attribute orbs filled Lin Chen with exhilaration. His strength could potentially increase dramatically. Licking his lips, he reveled in his delight. This stone altar had existed since the inception of the divine martial sect, and for generations, no disciple had managed to ascend its heights. We remain unaware of what lies above, but as the most exceptional disciple of the current divine martial sect, I wish for you to make the attempt. Only the younger generation can ascend this altar. We old fellows are incapable of doing so. The sect master turned to Lin Chen with a smile, and without hesitation. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. "All right, I shall give it a try, regardless of the treasures that might reside above." The dazzling array of attribute orbs alone was worth his endeavor. He stepped onto the first rung, and a torrent of pressure bore down upon him, constricting every pore of his body. However, with the strength of 1,000 tigers coursing through him, Lin Chen felt little strain as he bent down to collect a dozen attribute orbs. Progressing to the second, third, and fourth steps, he unabashedly scavenged in front of the sect master. Host acquires 5,422 points of vitality energy, 754 points of water energy, 578 points of battle essence. 972 points of martial spirit, 355 points of mental power. Host opens the mysterious iron chest and obtains top-tier green battle skill Demon King's 4 seals. It was utterly exhilarating. Were it not for the presence of the sect master, Lin Chen might have split his face with laughter. As he continued to collect attribute orbs with wild abandon, he disregarded the mounting pressure from the altar, ascending to the 80th, 100th, and even the 150th step, climbing higher and higher. How could this young man's strength surge so rapidly? As he unraveled the secrets and opportunities of this altar, the sect master pondered, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Chapter 13. Supreme Treasures and Character Runes. Even the sect master was left in a state of astonishment, witnessing Lin Chen's soaring aura. Both his physical strength and battle energy cultivation had reached new heights. His battle energy cultivation ascended to the 3rd level of Qi refinement, while his pure physical strength surpassed 1900 tiger power. Lin Chen surged upward to the 400th level, claiming yet another azure iron treasure chest. The host opened the iron chest and received a 3rd-tier intermediate battle spear, 7-star soul snatching spear, accompanied by a top-tier soul snatching spear manual in green tier. The rewards from the 2nd iron chest were even more abundant, causing Lin Chen's pupils to quiver. Upon reaching the 460th level, Lin Chen seized the final treasure chest. This chest was entirely different from the previous ones. It was pitch black, ancient, and unadorned, suffused with an aura of primordial essence. What a marvelous chest! What treasures could possibly lie within? Upon opening it, a luminous screen appeared before him. The host opened the primordial treasure chest, obtained a fragment of the primordial heart technique, intermediate blue tier, chaos 5 spirit formula. The treasure acquired this time made Lin Chen gasp in astonishment. Intermediate blue tier. Moreover, it was an exceedingly rare and precious heart technique. My goodness! This time he truly struck gold. Lin Chen's heart raced as he made his way toward the altar at the mountain's peak. The closer he approached the summit, the higher the quality of the attribute orbs and treasures he received, likely remnants left by the most outstanding disciples of the divine martial sect throughout history, or perhaps opportunities bequeathed by the ancestors of the sect. Upon reaching the 493rd step, Lin Chen found himself devoid of any attribute orbs, while the pressure he bore escalated to a terrifying degree. Continuing in this manner was untenable. Thus, he unleashed the power of the Qinglong bloodline, channeling 70% of its might. With a thunderous roar, a formidable and ferocious aura surged forth as Lin Chen extended his hand to grasp the 497th step, employing the strength of his Qinglong arm to propel himself upward. The ancient altar emanated an eternal presence, and Lin Chen collapsed upon it, breathless, with even the slightest movement requiring immense effort. Lying on the ground to recuperate, he beheld a previously unseen attribute orb suspended in the center of the altar. It was the size of a fist, and within it, ancient runes writhed like tadpoles, dissipating while emitting a grayish-white light visible solely to Lin Chen. The pressure that enveloped the altar emanated from this very orb. What kind of attribute could this possibly be? Lin Chen had never encountered such an attribute orb before. It bore resemblance to the earlier Qinglong bloodline orb, with both radiating a singular, unparalleled brilliance. After resting for a quarter of an hour, Lin Chen struggled to rise. Though his movements were slow, he managed to approach the attribute orb, ultimately cradling it in his palm. Congratulations, host. You have acquired this sluggish characteristic rune. Rune level 1. Characteristic runes. What attribute could this signify? Lin Chen was left in a state of bewilderment as he accessed the system. Host. Lin Chen cultivation level. Qi refinement stage 3 maximum strength. 2179 tiger power vital energy. 105,884 points. Essence of battle Qi. 42, 465 points. Mental strength 4, 209 points. Cultivation technique essence 20, 386 points. Heart method none. Acquired techniques 10,000 thunder and 1,000 June sword art complete level. Heavenly spirit transformation pill formula. True water returning to origin formula 10, Items owned: Secret Books Windwalker Shoes, 7 stars Soul Seizing Spear Manual, 4 Kings of Demon Combat Seal, Chaos 5 Spirits Technique. Bloodline owned: Azure Dragon Bloodline, 45 points. Characteristic Rune: Level 1 Slowing Rune, Rune Energy 500 points. Elemental Energy: Fire 8, 268 points, Earth 6, 471 points, Wood 6, 325 points, Metal 7, 266 points, Water 8, 432 points. System Notification: The characteristic rune belongs to the host's attribute abilities, possessing a unique and exclusive power that can be attached to the host's battle chi attacks or used independently. The slowing rune, when activated, can incapacitate specific strong individuals or designated spatial areas into a state of slow motion. The system's explanation left Lin Chen astounded. The power of this characteristic rune is likely formidable beyond imagination. Delivering an attack that induces a slowing state on the enemy at a critical moment could decisively alter the outcome of a confrontation. This acquisition has undoubtedly multiplied my strength several-fold. Lin Chen decided to sit cross-legged upon the altar, uncertain whether the sect leader might suddenly turn hostile. Transforming the attributes he just obtained into combat power is of paramount importance. System: I wish to cultivate the Chaos 5 Spirits Technique. Host cultivates the Chaos 5 Spirits Technique, consuming 13,000 points of cultivation technique essence and 3,000 points of energy from each of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. A profound and enlightening surge of new cultivation memories flooded into Lin Chen's consciousness, igniting a tumultuous transformation within his Dantian's energy sea. This energy sea began to swell, expanding to several times its original size, and it shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, ultimately coalescing into a rich amalgamation of elemental energies. The Chaotic 5 Spirits Technique enables the cultivation of 5 elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The greater the absorption of elemental energy, the more potent the battle aura becomes. As Lin Chen opened his eyes, an orange-red flame of battle aura flickered in his palm, which then metamorphosed into a vivid golden lotus, teeming with life. My battle aura has acquired attributes. The potency of my combat techniques will multiply exponentially. Coupled with the strength of my physical form, my combat prowess has ascended to unfathomable heights. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The amplification provided by the Azure tier mental techniques was nothing short of terrifying. Without employing any combat techniques, a mere demonstration of pure battle aura unleashed a power that rivaled the previously executed 10,000 Thundersword. If this might were to be applied to a top-tier green tier combat technique, far surpassing the standard by several magnitudes, Lin Chen's combat capabilities would soar by a factor of 10 or more. Remaining seated upon the altar, Lin Chen noted the gradual dissipation of the runes, alleviating the pressure surrounding him. He knew he must seize the moment. System: I wish to cultivate the Soul Snatching Spear Manual, Demon King S 4 Seals, and Wind, Thunder, Fire Steps, the 3 paramount green tier combat techniques. System Notification: Host: The essence required for cultivation is insufficient to fully master the designated 3 combat techniques. Either the Soul Snatching Spear Manual or the Demon King's 4 Seals will remain incomplete. Please make a selection. Insufficient essence? Very well. I shall first master the Soul Snatching Spear Manual, while any level of proficiency in the Demon King's 4 Seals will suffice. Beneath the altar, the sect leader observed that Lin Chen had ascended the altar and remained still for an extended period. Could there be some peril up there? Had something befallen this lad? The leader furrowed his brow, only to suddenly notice that the oppressive aura emanating from the altar began to gradually diminish. The constraints of the altar are slowly unraveling. Seeing this, the leader was poised to rush up and ascertain Lin Chen's condition once the altar's restrictions were lifted, when Lin Chen's figure finally emerged atop the steps. With a leap into the air, he descended like a swift gale, returning to stand before the leader in the blink of an eye. Well, are you unharmed? Did you encounter any objects or treasures up there? The sect leader inquired with rare excitement. Lin Chen, however, shook his head slightly, reporting to the sect leader, "There was nothing at all upon the altar. When I ascended, I was overwhelmed by that pressure, rendering me immobile. Yet, for reasons unknown, it began to dissipate after about a quarter of an hour, prompting my descent." "What? No treasures? How can that be?" The leader's gaze sharpened instantaneously, intent on uncovering Lin Chen's every secret. Yet, Lin Chen bore no concealed items, his person devoid of anything hidden, easily discernible at a glance. Given his previous status as an outer sect disciple, he evidently lacked the foundation to possess a spirit ring. Strictly speaking, there was indeed nothing upon the altar. That peculiar rune could only be perceived and grasped by Lin Chen himself. In the face of the leader's penetrating gaze, Lin Chen maintained his composure, exuding an air of unyielding confidence, undeterred by the scrutiny directed at him. Chapter 14. Emerge from the divine martial sect. This young man surprisingly maintained his composure under the gaze of our sect. He is transformed once more, unlike before. The sect leader felt a profound shock and then inquired solemnly, "Why did your cultivation level continuously break through when you ascended?" "I do not know," Lin Chen replied, shrugging his shoulders. "I merely sensed a mysterious energy coursing through me, guiding me to ascend the altar. Beyond that, I remember nothing." He had resolved to feign ignorance. With his current strength, if the sect leader truly sought to confront him, he was not necessarily intimidated. The sect leader gazed deeply at Lin Chen for a moment, then resumed his previous demeanor of calmness, nodding thoughtfully. "Perhaps you are destined to have an affinity with our divine martial sect. This is an opportunity bestowed upon you by our ancestors. Cherish it well." With a shift in tone, the sect leader continued, "Lin Chen, how do you perceive the treatment you have received from my divine martial sect?" Lin Chen paused, then replied earnestly, "As an abandoned infant taken in by manager Su of an external sect, the divine martial sect feels like a great family to me." Internally, Lin Chen scoffed at the notion of a great family. If it weren't for his formidable strength, he would have long since perished in some forgotten corner, with no one left to reclaim his remains. You possess this sentiment, and our sect is quite pleased. However, since you regard the divine martial sect as your family, you should also contribute to it, should you not? The sect leader's amiable demeanor suddenly tightened Lin Chen's heart. If you could transcribe your green tier alchemy techniques and leave a copy for the divine martial sect, the contribution and reform it would bring to our sect would be unprecedented. You have contributed the alchemical handprints, and in return, our sect will reward you with a spirit ring, as well as access to various treasures in our sect's repository. You may take whatever you desire. How does that sound? Indeed, this old fox is still fixated on his alchemical handprints. Lin Chen unconsciously took a slight step back, his heart filled with caution. Should he confront them or feign compliance? Very well, contributing to the divine martial sect is also the disciple's aspiration. Lin Chen resolved to feign compliance for the time being. Initiating conflict now would bring him more harm than good. The sect leader was overjoyed. "Excellent. I knew I had not misjudged you, my dear disciple. Please accept this spirit ring. Should you wish to select any secret manuals or treasures from within the sect, simply inform me." "Sect leader, there is no time like the present. I wish to go right away." "Oh, splendid. I shall take you to our sect's treasury immediately." The sect leader guided Lin Chen to several of the divine martial sect's most treasure-laden locations. Along the way, Lin Chen collected over 100 attribute orbs, and he filled the final battle skill, the Demon King's Seal, with the essence of the techniques he had gathered. He selected a substantial number of rare materials for alchemy, as well as several advanced green-grade battle techniques, all of which were cherished treasures of the divine martial sect. Subsequently, Lin Chen was arranged in a secluded chamber. 2 days later, in a secret room outside the Azure Cloud Hall of the divine martial sect, Lin Chen pretended to transcribe the alchemical handprints while secretly cultivating. "They dare to confine me. They truly think me a fool." Lin Chen chuckled coldly to himself. The alchemical hand seals are not mere rudimentary techniques that can be inscribed with ink. They necessitate the recording of the incantations and gestures through mental fortitude. alongside a myriad of other intricate details. With Lin Chen's spiritual power, etching a copy of the green tier alchemical hand seals demands no less than 4 years. This implies that Lin Chen is destined to be confined by the divine martial sect for over 4 years. The worth of the intermediate green tier alchemical hand seals is beyond the valuation of the entire divine martial sect. This elucidates why the highest alchemical hand seals within the sect barely reach the yellow tier. Lin Chen is not one to passively await his fate. He is currently absorbing the final batch of combat essence, as the energy sea within his dantian begins to stir and fragment, revealing the 4th layer of the energy sea. In a mere moment, Lin Chen officially steps into the 4th level of the Qi refinement realm. He activates the system. Host, Lin Chen cultivation, 4th level of Qi refinement maximum strength, 2509 tiger power vital energy, 135884 points combat essence, 54253 points mental power, 4854 points skill essence, 3153 points heart technique, chaotic 5 spirit formula, 8 acquired techniques, 10,000 thunderweight sword technique, heavenly spirit alchemical formula, true water return formula, 10 soul snatching spear manual for Demon King seal. Possessions, secret manuals Windwalker shoes, 7 stars, soul snatching spear. Bloodline, Azure Dragon bloodline, 45 points, characteristic rune. Slow rune, level 1. Rune energy 500 points, elemental energies. Fire 12451 points. Earth 11771 points. Wood 10225 points. Metal 10489 points. Water 10568 points. As my raw power escalates, the amplification derived from the liberation of my Azure Dragon bloodline simultaneously intensifies. Furthermore, the greater the number of elemental energy orbs I accumulate, the more stable the growth facilitated by my mental discipline becomes. It is time to depart from the divine martial sect. Lin Chen summoned the 7 stars soul-snatching spear from a system. Its elongated body was adorned with 7 resplendent star jades, and the spear tip gleamed a haunting azure. Aside from the treasures obtained from the chest, Lin Chen's system was incapable of storing any other possessions. He pushed open the door to the secret chamber, where 2 elders of the spirit connection realm stood guard. "Oh, Lin Chen, how did you emerge?" The 2 elders inquired, their confusion evident. In that moment, Lin Chen exuded an aura of murderous intent. Azure Dragon bloodline liberation. Boom, boom. The sounds of explosions resonated, releasing a pungent scent of blood into the air as slaughter began to engulf the entire divine martial sect. Lin Chen has fled. What? Wasn't he the sect master intending to nurture him? Why has he run away? The sect master has issued a decree to capture Lin Chen alive. At the mountainside of the divine martial sect, numerous disciples were taken aback and bewildered to see a multitude of elders springing into action. What could possibly be happening? Whoosh! A fleeting shadow raced down the mountainside. 3 beams of sword light slicing through the air, intercepting the shadow before it. The shadow halted, leaping into the air, and upon landing, all nearby disciples clearly recognized it was Lin Chen. The traitor Lin Chen dares to assault the guarding elders. How can you justify the sect master's investment in you? 3 elders of the spirit connection realm unleashed their techniques, rushing forth with stern admonishments. Nurture you? Nurture you, my foot. Is it not merely the thought of my alchemical hand seal that occupies your mind? You wish to imprison me for 4 years with just a few herbs. To seize my alchemical hand seal? A pack of shameless old hounds. Should you attempt to obstruct me, you shall meet your demise. With hands pressed together, a blazing and tempestuous energy crystal hand seal radiates forth as Lin Chen strikes towards the 3 elders of the spirit connection realm. The Demon Fire King seal. The immense battle energy hand seal, accompanied by a torrent of scorching heat, surged forward, leaving the 3 elders aghast. How could this youth wield such terrifying combat skills? Boom! The energy hand seal detonated, creating a massive pit as charred earth crumbled, revealing the figures of the 3 elders, sent flying. All disciples stood in stunned silence. How could 3 elders of the first stage of spirit connection be repelled by Lin Chen in such a manner? Several high-quality attribute orbs burst forth from the elders' bodies, and Lin Chen leaped into the air to seize them, intending to make his escape. Lin Chen, our sect once believed you to be a clever individual. A figure, like a specter, emerged atop the pavilion on the mountainside. It was none other than the sect leader of the divine martial sect. He looked down upon Lin Chen from his lofty position, his expression brimming with confidence and arrogance as he surveyed the situation. Is it not bothersome to undress oneself and then relieve oneself, sect leader? If you desire my alchemical hand seal, come and take it. Lin Chen raised his middle finger and chuckled. Yet, unbeknownst to them, he was secretly mobilizing the Azure Dragon bloodline. The Battle Soul realm is not to be compared with the Spirit Connection realm. At present, Lin Chen's every offensive means would struggle to shake the Battle Soul realm directly, and his only chance lay in striking from the shadows. The Demon Fire King's seal. With all his might, Lin Chen unleashed another strike, his momentum swelling. As the Crimson Energy Hand seal soared forth, like a stampede of 1,000 horses. This technique is undoubtedly a pinnacle skill of the Green Tier, a treasure of such exceptional quality that even my sect has never possessed it. It seems you harbor many secrets, Lin Chen. The sect master scoffed coldly, his sleeve sweeping lightly, unleashing several white energy blades that sliced effortlessly through Lin Chen's Demon Fire King seal. At that moment, the slow rune activated. Remaining rune energy, 450 points. A grayish-white talisman materialized out of thin air, emanating ancient and obscure symbols, imbued with boundless mysteries. Enveloping a space of several feet around the sect master of the divine martial sect. His attacks and movements became excruciatingly sluggish. What is this? For the first time, the usually composed visage of the sect master revealed shock and terror. With a ripping sound, the air collapsed in a shriek. As Lin Chen surged forward like a blazing fire, before his opponent could react, his entire arm was cloaked in pale, azure dragon scales, his fingertips transforming into dragon-like claws. The Azure Dragon bloodline unleashed 100 of its power. The ferocious and violent force roared like an enraged dragon, each dragon scale radiating the brilliance of the ancient dragon lineage. As Lin Chen struck fiercely against the chest of the sect master. Boom! A tempest arose, sweeping across the mountainside, waves of energy exploding in the void. The sect master of the divine martial sect spat blood and was violently repelled, the sound of cracking bones echoing from his chest. As he was launched like a cannonball 1,000 meters away, the force of Lin Chen's strike reached an astonishing 18,000 tiger strength. An individual as formidable as a warrior at the initial stage of Soul Battle Realm, without any means of defense, would be grievously injured by such a level of power. With a single strike, the sect leader was sent flying, and to Lin Chen's astonishment, 2 attribute orbs fell from within him. The host has acquired 235 points of battle essence and 968 points of mental power. Upon landing, Lin Chen's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, and he hastily swallowed a few recovery pills, activating the true water rejuvenation technique. Without hesitation, he turned and fled swiftly down the mountain. Not a single disciple or elder dared to obstruct his escape. The multitude of disciples stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Su Qingfeng, the 25th sect leader of the divine martial sect and a formidable warrior of the battle spirit realm, had been repelled by Lin Chen, who was not yet 17. In the crowd, a murmured gasp of disbelief echoed. Is this person even human? Chapter 15. You are all trash. Lin Chen raced down the mountain, plunging directly into the depths of the Qingxiao mountain range. Within the embrace of the mountains, he felt as if he had returned to his true domain, akin to a dragon returning to the sea, reveling in boundless freedom. Here, numerous orbs infused with vitality awaited him, allowing Lin Chen to heal his wounds and enhance his combat resources at will. With this departure, should he encounter the divine martial sect again, he would effortlessly crush them with a mere flick of his hand, rendering them insignificant. After collecting a vibrant orb, a cold smirk curled upon Lin Chen's lips. Without strength, One is merely a lamb awaiting slaughter, regardless of the location. Wandering aimlessly would yield little. It would be wiser to seek out areas teeming with powerful individuals to gather superior orbs. Resolute in his decision, Lin Chen hastened his pace, casually collecting the scattered orbs throughout the mountainous terrain. What piqued Lin Chen's curiosity was the conspicuous absence of formidable adversaries from the divine martial sect pursuing him. Given Elder Chi's deep-seated animosity towards him and his prowess at the 8th level of the spirit connection realm, one would expect him to be eager to personally hunt Lin Chen down. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, on the day following his departure from the divine martial sect, within the grand hall of the sect, two exquisite figures stood at its center. A woman clad in green, her eyes like autumn waters, adorned with delicate emerald earrings that accentuated her fair, tender skin. Her dark brows resembled inked mountains, while her oval face possessed the beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall. The crescent-shaped smile at the corners of her lips radiated a playful charm. The other, with hair cascading to her waist, possessed a pair of amethyst-like eyes that exuded an ethereal elegance, as if anyone who met her gaze would find their soul enveloped in tranquility. She adorned herself with a purple veil, obscuring her true visage. Yet, the near-perfect proportions of her figure rendered it difficult to fathom the extraordinary beauty she must possess. More significantly, an air of unparalleled nobility emanated from her being, a grace that was not feigned but rather a manifestation of a deeper, intrinsic elegance. "What do you mean by two? What is the reason for the destruction of my sect?" roared Su Qingfeng, the master of the divine martial sect, clutching his blood-soaked abdomen, filled with a profound sense of resentment and indignation. He had been incapacitated by those two enigmatic maidens with but a single strike, executed with effortless ease. "We have received reports from nearby villagers indicating that you have been brazenly oppressing the common folk, raising taxes, and causing untold suffering to the populace within a radius of thousands of miles. Such a sect is nothing short of a calamity." The girl in the green attire smiled sweetly and continued, "This is what is known as acting on behalf of heaven. Do you comprehend? Within a single day, the sect shall be disbanded. Otherwise, all elders within shall meet the same fate as you." At this juncture, the woman behind the purple veil spoke. Su Qingfeng gritted his teeth in fury, his eyes blazing with rage. As a once mighty sect leader, he found himself repeatedly bested by younger opponents, his cultivation rendered utterly nullified. If he were to encounter his enemies now, it would be akin to a fate worse than death. "Lin Chen, if it were not for you, if it were not for your vile actions that led to my sect's plight, we would not be left defenseless." Su Qingfeng lamented, letting out a mournful cry as he gazed skyward. In a moment of despair, he produced a small dagger from within his robes and plunged it into his own heart, committing suicide on the spot. "Sister, he has taken his own life." The young girl in azure gazed quizzically at the graceful woman. "Surely, those who commit numerous injustices must meet their demise, for they have oppressed countless innocents and deserve their reckoning." Yet, within the hall, the soft murmurs of the woman echoed gently. "Who is Lin Chen?" 5 days later, Lin Chen traversed 1,000 miles, departing from the Qingxiao mountain range and officially entering the domain of the Qingyang Mountains. The Lingzhou wilderness is home to over 10,000 ancient mountains. Within some of these venerable ranges, one can witness the terrifying sight of ancient relics roaming freely. The number of fierce beasts in the Qingyang Mountains far surpasses that of the Qingxiao Mountains, compounded by the presence of an ancient city, unchanged for a millennium, that houses numerous cultists, rendering the situation within the Qingyang Mountains even more perilous. However, for Lin Chen, remaining in this place allowed him to collect a plethora of attribute orbs, elevating his physical strength to an astounding 3,600 tiger power. Such pure strength is sufficient to shake the foundations of the spiritual connection realm. In terms of martial prowess, Lin Chen made rapid progress, advancing to the 5th level, leaving only a single step to reach the 6th level of the Qi refinement realm. Under the cool moonlight, at the periphery of the Qingyang Mountains, Lin Chen had just dispatched a peak 2nd-tier Phantom Flame Leopard and was preparing to enjoy a barbecue that night. As he set up the campfire, A woman's shrill scream and the lewd laughter of a man echoed from afar. You must not harm my senior sister. I will call for help. He he he. Go ahead and scream. Even if you cry until your throat is raw, no one will come to save you. Lin Chen's face darkened. What era is this? That such trite, lowbrow lines are still uttered? As Lin Chen, who had initially intended to ignore the situation, suddenly caught sight of the source of the piercing screams emanating a radiant orb of light, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Ah, treasures! He leapt forward, propelled by excitement, towards the luminous origin. In a half-moon valley, bathed in moonlight, a group of individuals clad in blood-red garments surrounded four graceful figures. At the forefront stood a sword-wielding woman in a flowing gown, her lips stained crimson, her long, snowy legs wrapped in delicate silks. Though her beauty was striking and regal, she appeared weakened, having sustained severe injuries. The three young girls behind her trembled like frightened little rabbits. How splendid, how splendid! Who would have thought I would encounter a woman from the Yinsha sect here? I shall revel in this for a while longer. Ha ha ha. A young man in red emerged from the ranks of the blood-clad figures, his pallid visage and bloodshot eyes betraying a sinister glee as he leered wickedly. If you dare lay a finger on senior sister Han, our master sister will surely exact vengeance upon you. A girl in white dashed out from behind the long-gowned figure, tears glistening in her eyes as she bit her lip, positioning herself protectively in front of the sword-wielding woman. If I capture all of you, how would your master sister ever know it was the work of my blood sect? Haha, what a delightful little girl. I shall take great care of you later. The young man in red leered at the little girl, his smile lewd. Qing Yun, I will provide cover for you. You must escape with the little junior sister. The long-gowned woman spoke resolutely, unyielding in the face of death. The expressions of the two other women shifted, but the words of senior sister Han rang clear. We cannot afford to hesitate, otherwise we shall all perish. In the midst of a tense standoff, a young woman in a flowing dress was on the verge of a desperate struggle when the sound of youthful laughter echoed nearby. The night was splendid, inspiring us, the charming ones, to muse. As you don a yellow scroll at night, may you await a bountiful harvest, free from the chill and hunger. This atmosphere is indeed overwhelming. At the slope of Half Moon Valley, the silhouette of a carefree youth emerged, disrupting the charged ambience. What nonsense is this? Who is this fool? Go away. How dare you meddle in the affairs of my blood sect? Death! The youth clad in red cast a dismissive glance at Lin Chen, waving his hand in contempt. In the air, there was a faint whistling sound reminiscent of wind and thunder, flickering with fiery grace. By the time they met again, Lin Chen stood at the center of the standoff. I cannot comprehend your words, but if you string together the first character of each word from earlier, you will understand. Lin Chen quipped with a teasing smile. The first character? As you don the yellow scroll at night, may you await a bountiful harvest, free from the chill and hunger. This atmosphere is indeed overwhelming. Are you all but refuse? Chapter 16. Remember, one must always have multitude. One of the two venerable elders beside the young man in red immediately reacted. Young master, this fellow is insulting us. Damn it, who dares to provoke the blood sect in the Qingyang Mountains? Seeking death, the young man in red bellowed furiously as the 15 blood-robed individuals surged forward. Hurry! While everyone's attention is on Lin Chen, Han Yin suddenly exclaimed, forcefully sending her junior sister and two other disciples away, then standing back to back with Lin Chen. Young hero, I shall never forget your life-saving grace. You must flee now. I will provide cover for you. Before she could finish her sentence, a glimmer of starlight flashed, and the 7-star, soul-devouring spear was grasped by Lin Chen. Soul-devouring rain. The spear erupted from Lin Chen's hand, creating a series of phantoms. Countless azure spear shadows blossomed like a tempest, instantly piercing through all the advancing blood-robed individuals. The battle aura defenses of the blood-robed assassins were swiftly breached, leaving them lifeless and unblinking. A multitude of attribute orbs cascaded from the sky, rolling onto the ground. What? Han Yan's exquisite eyes trembled slightly, her beautiful visage betraying astonishment. 15 elite assassins, each above the 8th level of Qi refinement, had fallen before this youth's singular strike. This is bad. His strength is terrifying. Young master, retreat quickly. The gray-robed elder beside the young man in red's expression shifted, urgently pulling him away. Thinking of escaping? It won't be so easy. As the soul-devouring spear spun in his grasp, Lin Chen unleashed 30% of his Azure Dragon bloodline, launching the spear with his left arm like an arrow released from the bow. With a swift motion, the tip of the gun soared like a falling star, vanishing in an instant. The aged man in the coarse robe forced back the youthful red-clad figure, swiftly turning in mid-air, as a surge of light green battle aura enveloped him, pushing away Lin Chen's soul-snatching gun. Young master, flee swiftly. I shall hold this rascal back. Shadows of flames danced forward, and Lin Chen's figure appeared before the old man like a specter, his palm aglow with an almost tangible, searing battle aura. Demon Fire King Seal. The vast and mighty battle aura surged forth like a furious tide, leaving the old man astonished. Lin Chen's prowess allowed him to unleash such terrifying battle techniques in rapid succession. Thousand-layer, tornado palm. You dare to compare battle techniques with me? Demon Fire Earth Seal. This, young hero, spare your mother. Demon Gold Meteor Seal. The old man was reduced to mere pulp by Lin Chen's relentless flurry of 3 Demon 4 King seals, a formidable adept of the spirit communication realm's 4th level, unable even to plead for mercy in Lin Chen's grasp. Upon witnessing the blood-sex young master and his personal attendant being tossed before him like refuse, Han Yan's crimson lips parted in astonishment. Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the crystal pendant adorning Han Yan's chest, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly magnificent." Han Yan, taken aback, felt her cheeks flush with a mix of embarrassment and anger as she huffed. "Have you seen enough?" Observing the beauty's flustered demeanor, Lin Chen chuckled, pointing at the pendant. "I apologize, fair maiden. I was referring to the pendant you wear." Only then did Han Yan realize her misunderstanding, her cold, elegant visage now graced with a charming blush as she averted her gaze, removing the crystal pendant from her chest. "This is a keepsake left to me by my mother. If the young hero desires it, I would not mind bestowing it upon you. The debt of gratitude for saving my life is one I shall never forget." Lin Chen accepted the pendant, perceiving that only he could see the blue crystal within it, which housed a swirling orb of attribute energy. Pressing his palm against the crystal, Lin Chen absorbed the orb of attribute energy contained within. The host gains 1,000 points of rune energy. Remarkably, the orb within the crystal pendant could replenish Lin Chen's characteristic rune energy. Now, does this not imply that I can freely unleash a wave of slowing runes? What a fortunate turn of events. Reveling in his good fortune, Lin Chen returned the crystal pendant to Han Yan, adopting a tone of righteous indignation as he said, "My lady, you jest. How could I possibly take possession of another's heirloom? I implore you to keep this item for yourself. I am but a lover of peace, wishing no harm upon anyone." The 2 bound individuals nearby twitched at the corners of their mouths, incredulous at the audacity of such a shameless person. Just moments ago, this lad had slaughtered their blood-sect members without so much as a flutter of his eyelids. Truly, the benefactor is a paragon for our kind, Han Yin admired. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" "A nameless junior, Lin Chen," he replied, while picking up the fallen orb of attribute energy, waving his hand dismissively. The moment Lin Chen collected all the attribute orbs in the vicinity, his cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of Qi refinement. With his absorbed vitality energy soaring to an impressive 3,955 tiger strength. After effortlessly vanquishing the blood-sex elder in the spirit connection realm with 3 moves, Lin Chen discovered a purple mysterious iron treasure chest that piqued his curiosity as he opened it. The host has acquired a fragment of the enigmatic technique, the Taisha Sutra. Note, this technique cannot be classified by the system in terms of rank, as it pertains to mental cultivation. The host must gather the remaining 4 fragments of the Taisha Sutra to commence training. Lin Chen stood in bewilderment, realizing that this was indeed a manual for spiritual cultivation. Yet the system could not ascertain its precise grade. "Lin Chen, What shall we do about these two? Han Yin inquired, her sword poised against the neck of the youth clad in blood-red attire, her silver teeth clenched in tension. If you dare touch a single hair on young Master Qin, the entire blood sect will rise from the Blood Sun City beyond the mountains, relentlessly pursuing you for eternity. The elderly servant of the blood-clad youth rasped, invoking the might of his own faction as a threat against Lin Chen. Oh, the entire blood sect, you say? Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he approached the two. Upon hearing the mention of his sect's potential response, young Master Qin regained his confidence, sneering haughtily, "Indeed, should I perish, my father and all 4 grand elders of the blood sect shall mobilize. Our sect boasts 2 formidable warriors of the battle soul realm. You would do well to release me without delay. Lin Chen, perhaps we should consider letting them go. The blood sect's influence is formidable. The Qingyang Mountain Range is their domain of nefarious deeds, and we cannot contend with them," Han Yin whispered, clutching her wound as she urged caution. However, to her surprise, Lin Chen approached the two with a smile as radiant as a blooming rose, placing a hand upon young Master Qin's shoulder and speaking with an earnest tone. "Young Master Qin, you must not deceive me." Puffed. As the words left his lips, Lin Chen struck Master Qin's dantian with a single palm, shattering his qi and causing him to writhe in agony upon the ground. Han Yin, taken aback, lost her rosy complexion, her coldly beautiful face now tinged with pallor. You have crippled Master Qin?" The old servant gazed at Lin Chen in disbelief. With a smile that belied the gravity of the situation, Lin Chen replied, "Quickly, take him back and summon everyone from the blood sect. Remember, the more, the better. I shall await you here. Prepare to challenge the entirety of your blood sect alone." The old servant's mouth hung agape, as if an egg could fit within. Insanity, utter madness. A mere boy, not even reaching the 6th level of qi refinement, dares to boast of facing the entire blood sect by himself? Chapter 17, Injustice. Without a moment's hesitation, the old servant swiftly carried the wailing young Master Qin and made a hasty retreat. Upon witnessing this, Han Yin intended to pursue them, aiming to eliminate the two and prevent future troubles. However, she soon realized that her injuries were too severe, rendering her incapable of mobilizing her skills. "Dear lady, refrain from exerting yourself in your condition," Lin Chen remarked nonchalantly as he offered a medicinal pill to Han Yin, simultaneously channeling a strand of true water reversion technique to aid her in stabilizing her injuries. "Young hero Lin, why did you incapacitate young Master Qin? Such an act could invite dire consequences upon yourself," she exclaimed in a flurry. No, I must hasten to contact my junior sisters to alert them that Young hero Lin, what are you doing?" Han Yin observed as Lin Chen effortlessly set up a campfire, seemingly unfazed by the situation. He retrieved the leg meat of the previously hunted ghost flame leopard and began to roast it over the fire, smiling lightly as he waved his hand dismissively. "Such individuals are nothing but a source of calamity, dear Han Yin. Do not fret. For every one that approaches, I shall eliminate them all. If you are fearful, you may take your leave," he reassured her. Just as Han Yin was about to respond, a group of graceful figures appeared in the valley. "Han Yin, are you unharmed?" "Senior sister Han Yin, oh, I thought you were lost to us." The sisters from the Yinxia sect arrived, and Han Yin was filled with joy. In Blood Sun City, the headquarters of the Blood Sect, today marks the day when the Blood Sect expands its influence and unites with various malevolent forces to form an alliance. The Black Demon Sect and the Dark Soul Sect, 2 formidable powers, convened at the Blood Sect headquarters to discuss their alliance. In the grand hall of the headquarters, a multitude of formidable figures occupied the space. Master, the young master is in trouble. A grave situation has arisen." As the formidable leaders of the 3 major factions deliberated on the matter of forming an alliance, an elderly servant rushed into the hall, breathless and in a state of panic. "Is it you, old Yong? Do you not see that I am engaged in discussions with the 2 other sects? What brings you barging in, and what has happened to that reckless boy?" The master of the blood sect, a man in his 40s with sharp eyes and a hawk-like visage, inquired with an air of authority. Seated at the head of the hall, the young master has been incapacitated. Along with him, More than a dozen of our assassins and Elder Tongxian have been slain. Bang! An overwhelming wave of bloodlust erupted, shattering the beams and floorboards of the hall, causing cracks to spread like spiderwebs. My son has been crippled. What on earth has transpired? Who in Blood Sun City dares to lay a hand on the son of Qin Sha? Master, he is a young man at the 6th level of Qi refinement, with an unknown origin and formidable strength. Even Elder Tongxian fell to him after just a few exchanges. The old servant succinctly recounted the events, causing the expressions of the sinister figures from the three sects to shift dramatically. How dare one individual challenge our entire blood sect? Is this brat attempting to defy the heavens? The master of the blood sect's face twitched in fury as he spoke coldly. Gentlemen, a sudden incident has occurred. We shall postpone the discussion of the alliance for another day. For now, I must confront this audacious, nameless youth. This is going to be entertaining. Let us follow and witness the spectacle, chuckled the silver-robed elder of the Dark Soul sect. Perhaps a disciple from some sect has ventured out for training, unaware of the vastness of the world. Provoking the blood sect will yield no pleasant consequences. The master of the Black Demon sect, a sinister man in his 30s, licked his lips, summoning all members of the blood sect, those at the Qi refinement stage and above, to accompany him into the Qingyang Mountains. The sect is eager to discover which ignorant youth dares to court death. In an instant, the entire Blood Sun City was engulfed in a tempest of anticipation. What? He has crippled the blood sect's young lord and allowed him to return? At Half Moon Valley, over 20 female disciples of the Yinxia sect gazed in shock at Lin Chen, who was voraciously devouring roasted meat. With the blood sect's profound heritage, even the average battle spirit realm cultivator would not dare to provoke them. Could this young man be out of his mind? The master of the blood sect and the grand elder are formidable beings of the battle spirit realm, alongside several other elders of the spirit communication realm, making it nearly impossible for any force within 1,000 miles to stand against them. Young hero Lin Chen, you have saved Han Yin and the others, for which I am profoundly grateful. However, this is not the time for feasting, exclaimed Xiaoning Yue, the master of the Yinxia sect, a woman in her 30s, her tone earnest and urgent. I never undertake endeavors without assurance. Rest assured, I will be fine, Lin Chen replied, casually wiping his mouth and flashing a carefree smile, even humming a tune. What shall we do, master? Han Yin, whose injuries had healed partially, inquired anxiously from the side. In the face of adversity, though the Yinxia sect may be a modest and nameless faction, we shall repay even the slightest kindness with profound gratitude, let alone a life-saving grace. We must remain here to assist the valiant Lin Chen. Xiaoning Yue's gaze was resolute, and the female disciples exchanged glances, each reflecting an unwavering conviction. You have harmed my beloved son, yet you sit here feasting on roasted meat and humming a tune. You truly take us, the blood sect, for granted. A tempest of bloodlust swept through the Half Moon Valley as hundreds of figures emerged, their eyes glinting with murderous intent, fixated on Lin Chen within the valley. Flattery, flattery. My previous mentor often described me as a person of unexpected brilliance. This is merely a routine display. Remain calm. Remain calm. Lin Chen, exhibiting an air of tranquility, wiped his hands and rose, deftly twirling the 7 stars, his soul snatching spear into his grasp. A formidable attained, enveloping the entire Half Moon Valley, instilling terror in the hearts of many. The numerous female disciples of the Yinxia sect quickly huddled together, bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. This time, it was not merely the blood sect they faced, but also the 2 nefarious sects from Xiuyang City, the Dark Soul sect and the Black Demon sect. Xiaoning Yue's delicate features shifted in alarm. The convergence of these 3 malevolent sects posed a grave threat, even for someone of her cultivation level in the Battle Soul realm. And look at all these young maidens. We shall divide them among ourselves later. I want the youngest. She looks so tender and fresh. I adore it. I adore it. As for that sect leader, I'll take her. In her 30s, she rides the clouds. I wonder what it feels like to draw blood from her. A cacophony of lascivious and sinister utterances echoed through the entirety of Crescent Valley, transforming it instantaneously into a hellish realm. Xia Ningyue clenched her silver teeth, acutely aware that if the Yinxia sect were to fall into the clutches of the three malevolent sects today, it would be a fate worse than death. Today, she would observe it would meet their demise. Lin Chen nonchalantly flicked his fingernails, his pupils subtly reflecting the roar of a dragon on the verge of extinction. While a flickering azure light emanated from his left arm, the sect had initially believed that he was audaciously challenging the entire blood sect, suspecting that there might be an ambush. Little did they know he stood alone, accompanied only by a gaggle of timid women, truly a display of audacity. Beneath the moonlight, the figures of the blood sect surged into Crescent Valley. The leader, Qin Sha, was incensed by Lin Chen's calm demeanor. A tempest of sanguine energy swirled within his palm as he suddenly lunged towards Lin Chen, with the invocation of the withering demon hand. The anguished wails of countless spirits reverberated through Crescent Valley, coalescing into a colossal, pitch-black hand that descended upon Lin Chen. The very sound of those demonic wails was sufficient to drive an ordinary warrior into madness, and Qin Sha's strike was laced with lethal intent. Boom! The withering demon hand tore through Lin Chen's afterimage, obliterating 10 zhang of space without leaving a trace. A mere 6th-level Qi refinement practitioner evaded the sex assault? Qin Sha was momentarily taken aback, casting his gaze over 200 meters away, where Lin Chen wore a mocking expression as he regarded him. Just as Qin Sha prepared to strike again, Lin Chen abruptly raised his hand. Wait! The sight of his raised hand caused the assembled evil sect cultivators to momentarily freeze. Could it be that this young man was about to concede? It appeared he was merely a braggart at heart. I have always upheld the principles of fairness. And once again, fairness in my confrontations. However, your current actions are a blatant affront to my sense of justice. Lin Chen pointed at all the members of the blood sect, articulating each word with conviction. Chapter 18. The Notion of Fairness. Huh? Fairness? Ha ha ha. Is this young fellow perhaps new to the world? Do you expect us to engage in one-on-one duels with you in a fair manner? Oh, come now. He is a prodigy who has grown up in an environment of fairness. So naturally, the fight must be equitable, right? Ha ha ha. This must be a fool speaking, ha ha. Have a younger generation truly become this naive? Some practitioners of the heretical sect laughed heartily. Discussing fairness with a heretical order? It is akin to a naked maiden sitting on a bed with a lecher who hasn't touched a woman in a decade, attempting to reason. Only a fool would utter such words. Xianing Yue felt a bead of sweat forming in her palm. Could it be that this young Master Lin is truly a sheltered flower? Does he not comprehend the gravity of the situation? Qin Sha, filled with rage, ironically smiled and said, "Today, I shall see what kind of fairness you demand. I am a person of strong principles. I previously stated that I would challenge your entire blood sect, and it must encompass every member, not a soul excluded. You still have one elder who has yet to arrive. I will not make a move until he is here, to avoid any claims of dishonor or oppression against your sect." Lin Chen confidently patted his chest, while the onlookers wondered if they had misheard due to excessive earwax. Here is a mere Qi refinement practitioner demanding to challenge an entire sect, insisting on waiting for everyone to gather before engaging, while claiming to fear accusations of bullying the blood sect. Who, pray tell, is truly bullying whom in this scenario? This fellow must have lost his senses. How amusing it is. In all my years, I have never encountered such an extraordinary oddity. Observing how he evaded the deathly grasp of Qin Sha, one cannot deny his remarkable agility. Yet, let us not conflate agility with combat prowess. Do we not witness the blood sect mobilizing their entire force today? Save for one elder? Is it conceivable that this young man could soar away unscathed? The many masters of the blood sect found themselves in a state of bemusement, some laughing so heartily that tears flowed. There are peculiarities each year, but this one is particularly outstanding. Then, Lin Chen, with utmost seriousness, cautioned the women of the Yinxia sect behind him. Ladies, once their numbers are complete, do refrain from intervening. Remember, I am a proponent of fairness to an absolute degree. Should anyone strike, I shall turn against them. Observing his naive confidence, the women felt a slight pallor wash over their faces. This cannot be. Could it be that young Master Lin is lacking in judgment? What a notion of fairness. I am eager to see what tricks you might conjure today. Qin Sha, with a chilling smile, inquired of an elder beside him. Has the Grand Elder set off? Returning to the sect master. The Grand Elder is closely following our trail and should arrive shortly. The elder's gaze upon Lin Chen was filled with mockery, as though he were watching a clown in its final act. No sooner had he spoken than a fleeting shadow darted through the half-moon valley, swiftly infiltrating the ranks of the blood sect within mere breaths. Sect master, what is happening? A figure approached, silver-haired and with a fierce visage, emanating an aura of lethality and intensity. It was none other than the second-ranked warrior of the blood sect, the Grand Elder. His arrival was impeccably timed. Qin Sha clasped his shoulder and briefly recounted Lin Chen's earlier display. The Grand Elder shook his head with a bemused smile, reflecting on the peculiarities that had emerged in these times. This young man possesses an unusual agility, and his mental prowess surpasses that of ordinary individuals. When the battle commences, we shall coordinate our efforts. I intend to ensure his torment is witnessed by my son, transforming him into a blood slave. Qin Sha instructed, to which the Grand Elder responded with a stoic nod. Well then, fair youth, your audience has gathered. It is time for us to witness your prowess in a duel. Is it not? A voice boomed from outside the half-moon valley, where laughter erupted. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the three Grand Elders of the blood sect had assembled, fulfilling his expectations for an impeccable showdown. In a flash, Lin Chen thrust his hands forward, unleashing a gray-white talisman that descended from the heavens, exuding an ancient power capable of subduing the ages, causing the very fabric of space to momentarily halt. Host activates the delayed rune, consuming 275 energy points. All present were momentarily frozen in astonishment, the sudden spectacle leaving them in awe. The elite assassins and elders of the blood sect were gripped by profound dread. They discovered that their movements, as well as the flow of their battle energy, had become sluggish, akin to that of a tortoise, reduced to a fraction of their usual speed. Azure Dragon Bloodline unleashed, full power at tenfold. In Lin Chen's eyes, a fierce light erupted as he unleashed the power of the Azure Dragon arm. Waves of ancient Azure Dragon breath radiated from the dragon scales, an overwhelming force exceeding 20,000 tigers' might. I shall annihilate all of you wretched scoundrels. Die, every last one of you. With the wind, thunder, and fire steps reaching their zenith, Lin Chen transformed into a blazing figure infused with the tempest's fury, launching a lightning-fast assault. He plunged into the throngs of the blood sect, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes, his Azure Dragon arm resembling a fearsome dragon, extinguishing all life in its path. The sheer force obliterated mountains and stars alike, shattering all that surrounded him. Bang, bang, bang. With each swing of the Azure Dragon arm, several fell, all transpiring in mere heartbeats. Even the elders of the 7th and 8th realms of the spirit connection, as well as Qin Sha, the second elder of the Battle Soul realm, were barely able to react. They attempted to channel their battle energy for defense, only to be met with Lin Chen's fist, which shattered their skulls into dust. Acquired 9,577 points of vitality energy, 5,883 points of technique essence. Obtained 1,675 points of battle energy essence, 1,969 points of wood energy, 8,445 points of earth energy, 5,521 points of metal energy. The host has acquired a bronze treasure chest, as well as a purple light mysterious iron treasure chest. Upon opening the purple light mysterious iron treasure chest, obtained Fragment 2 of the primordial Holy Scripture. A myriad of attribute orbs soared into the sky, cascading to the ground. The energy surged in all directions, sweeping across the 8 desolations. The fierce winds howled through Half Moon Valley, leaving behind a vast pool of blood. All members of the evil sect stood frozen in shock, utterly stunned. Were they all dead? Had every last one of the blood sect perished? Not a single complete corpse remained. Not merely a duel, but a complete annihilation? To eliminate 10 practitioners of the spirit connection realm, 2 from the battle soul realm, along with dozens of elite assassins from the chi refinement realm? All the female disciples of the Yinxia sect gasped in astonishment, their pearly teeth chattering as they delicately covered their lips. Xianing Yue's enchanting eyes sparkled, her delicate form trembling as she whispered to herself. Was that just now a suspected technique of spatial confinement? Could the young hero Lin Chen truly be a master of the celestial realm? How old could he possibly be? As the moonlight cascaded down, Lin Chen stood drenched in blood, a confident smile that commanded the tempest etched upon his lips, exuding an aura of sinister majesty. In this moment, he did not turn to collect the abundant attribute orbs left behind. Instead, he suddenly cast his gaze towards all the nefarious forces gathered outside Half Moon Valley. Those who met his penetrating gaze felt as if they had plunged into an ice cellar, a chilling dread seeping into their very bones. Chapter 19. The Annihilation of the Evil Sect. Begone. With a mere utterance from Lin Chen, akin to a sovereign passing judgment on life and death, the formidable members of the evil sect were struck with profound terror. It was utterly horrifying. He had vanquished the entire elite of the blood sect in a single stroke. Flee! Scatter! They cried. If he changes his mind and pursues us, we shall all perish. Indeed, this was a true duel. This lad was playing the role of a pig to devour the tiger. He was far more cunning than I ever was in my youth. The two representatives of the evil sect outside Half Moon Valley fled, as if possessed, lamenting that their parents had not bestowed upon them 2 additional legs. The female disciples of the Yinxia sect gazed at the young man's retreating figure, their beautiful eyes shimmering with admiration. To annihilate an entire evil sect with a single strike. To repel the formidable adversaries who had dominated Blood Sun City for a century with just a word. How many could possess such youthful prowess? Lin Chen sighed in relief. Having overexerted the delay rune, he needed approximately another quarter of an hour before he could use it again. Were these evil sect members to swarm him, the outcome would not be so straightforward. He bent down, fervently collecting the myriad orbs of attributes scattered across the ground, leaving the female disciples of the Yinxia sect in a state of perplexity. What was this young hero doing, grasping at thin air? His actions were indeed peculiar and inscrutable. Is it not said that extraordinary individuals often possess their own unique traits? I believe Lin Chen is precisely that kind of person. Little girls, are you all falling head over heels? Come on, senior sister, were you not also staring intently just now? With the crisis averted, the laughter and chatter of the young women filled the air like a chorus of joyous birds. The host has broken through to the 6th, 7th, and 8th levels of the Qi refinement stage. Lin Chen, after vanquishing the blood sect, has directly ascended 3 levels of cultivation, stepping into the 8th level of the Qi refinement stage. The host has successfully gathered all fragments of the Taishe Holy Scripture, now stored within the system, ready for cultivation at any moment. Having just collected all the attribute orbs, a luminous screen of the system promptly appeared before Lin Chen. Young Master Lin Chen, exclaimed Xianing Yue, I never anticipated your extraordinary origins and capabilities. Today, I have truly broadened my horizons. May I inquire as to which esteemed master you follow? Xianing Yue approached gracefully, her tone now imbued with reverence, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. Lin Chen's earlier display of prowess had sufficiently attested to his remarkable lineage. I am but a wanderer, drifting with the winds, relying solely on my capricious spirit throughout my life. I yearn to be a reckless arsonist, Lin Chen remarked, gazing forlornly at the sky at a 45-degree angle, exuding an air of melancholy and nonchalance. An arsonist? She echoed. You mean to say igniting flames? I shall ignite the flames of charm in the hearts of maidens across the world. Look, that fire over there is already blazing brightly. Lin Chen winked at the female disciples of the Yinxia sect behind Xianing Yue, causing them to blush and giggle, with a few audacious ones even throwing him flirtatious glances. Xianing Yue was at a loss for words. This child had just exhibited the demeanor of a master, yet in the next moment he had transformed into an arsonist. Master, shall we invite Brother Lin Chen to join us? After all, he is unbound by any sect, suggested the youngest disciple of the Yinxia sect, tugging at Xianing Yue's sleeve with a hopeful expression. No way. The original intention behind the establishment of the Yinxia sect was to unite female warriors in their independence, refusing to be mere appendages to men. If Sir Lin Chen were to join, it would utterly undermine this principle. Xiaoning Yue's demeanor underwent a profound transformation, as she sternly admonished, causing the girl in white to retreat to her senior sister's side. Little sister, rest assured that your brother shall not affiliate with any sect. Furthermore, I hold great admiration for sect master Xia's aspirations. Since time immemorial, who has claimed that women are inferior to men. Women indeed hold up half the sky. Lin Chen remarked with a carefree smile. Xiaoning Yue's eyes sparkled momentarily, becoming even brighter as she murmured, women indeed hold up half the sky. Speaking of which, the blood sect must possess considerable wealth. If your Yinxia sect does not find it objectionable, I could accompany you to raid their stronghold. Lin Chen's proposal ignited a spark of excitement among the women. In Blood Sun City, chaos ensued as the strongest overlord, the blood sect, had recently met with a catastrophic downfall. This calamity, unprecedented in centuries, was wrought by a mere youth. At the blood sect headquarters, an expansive and grand estate. Cries of robbery. This is a green-tier secret manual, echoed as numerous nefarious sect members clashed, their voices resonating with the sounds of battle as they fought over the remnants of the blood sect's resources and wealth. Boom! The walls crumbled under the force of battle energies, revealing a group of graceful figures and a youth in silver robes suddenly appearing within the estate. Do not move. This is a robbery. Males to the left, females to the right, and those in female attire stand in the center. Lin Chen's thunderous roar instilled fear in all the wicked sect warriors engaged in the fray. Many recognized him at first glance. Yes, it was he, the young man who dared to challenge the evil sects. Good heavens, given his lineage, would he truly covet the trifling possessions of the blood sect? Some of the nefarious sect members, sensing the peril, sought to flee. Without hesitation, Lin Chen struck out with his palm, incapacitating one foe with a single blow. Damn it! Can you not comprehend human language? Surrender what you have stolen. Lin Chen clapped his hands, and many witnesses saw two masters from the spirit connection realm brought to the brink of death by this youth, causing them to break into a cold sweat and immediately choose to comply for their own survival. Boom! The ground shook as another group stormed into the blood sect's headquarters, led by two individuals who shouted, "Clear the area, all you worthless trash. Do you think you can lay your hands on the blood sect's possessions? Those who do not leave will have their innards extracted to forge demonic crystals. I am eager to see which fool dares to contest the Black Demon sect." Oh, is it you? The two leaders, both at the 7th level of the spirit connection realm, were rendered as pale as ghosts upon seeing Lin Chen. Their legs turned to jelly, their teeth chattered in fear. Lin Chen displayed an innocuous smile, turning to one of the leaders and cheerfully inquiring, "Excuse me, my good fellow. What was it you just said? The wind was too strong for me to hear. Shall I grant you a chance to rephrase? Curse it! How did I encounter this calamity?" The earlier scene, where Lin Chen had obliterated the blood sect, replayed vividly in the minds of the Black Demon sect's warriors, paralyzing them with terror. The chilling smile of the young man sent shivers down the spines of the two individuals, prompting one to immediately kneel and wail in despair. "Esteemed young hero, noble sir, most handsome gentleman, I spoke thoughtlessly just now. You are magnanimous, so please spare us as one would a mere dog." The way he addressed me as handsome gentleman was quite pleasing, yet, considering your propensity for ruthlessly extracting the very organs from others, since fate has brought us together, I shall ensure you remain here. As the bloodline of the Azure Dragon was unleashed, Lin Chen shattered the two with a single palm strike, his decisive methods instilling a sense of dread in all present. Witnessing Lin Chen's readiness to kill, the numerous warriors of the black magic sect could no longer contain their terror and hurriedly scattered. In an instant, Lin Chen grasped his spear, his movements unfurling with lethal grace, blood splattering across the distance, leaving none unscathed. Chapter 20. The Mysterious Girl. If the opponents were merely ordinary warriors, it would be one matter. However, these were practitioners of a nefarious sect whose cultivation methods were exceedingly cruel and bizarre. To slay one person could equate to saving 100 or even 1,000. Lin Chen bore no psychological burden as he unleashed a relentless slaughter. A multitude of attribute orbs cascaded to the ground, which Lin Chen swiftly collected with a burst of wind, thunder, and fire. The remaining practitioners of the evil sect, witnessing this seemingly innocuous youth acting with such ferocity, hurriedly surrendered their possessions. Upon observing the array of martial arts techniques, rare materials, precious artifacts, and weapons relinquished by the members of the malevolent sect, the female disciples of the Yinxia sect were filled with joy. With this influx of resources, their sect would flourish at an accelerated pace. Even the Dark Soul sect, upon hearing of Lin Chen's arrival in Blood Sun City, mistakenly believed he intended to eradicate them entirely, prompting an overnight retreat, leaving only a handful of basic gatekeeping disciples behind. The majority of the resources from the Blood sect were generously bestowed upon the Yinxia sect by Lin Chen, for he had already acquired the most crucial items: the runic energy within the pendant of Han Yin and the Taisher sacred scripture. At dawn, at the entrance of Blood Sun City, the little girl in white clung to Lin Chen's leg, her bright, pleading eyes shimmering with reluctance and dependency. "Brother Lin Chen, are you truly not coming with us?" "Little rower, I have a more important mission to undertake, one that no one but I can accomplish," Lin Chen replied, gently ruffling her silky hair with a light-hearted smile. "What mission? Can you tell, Ro?" the innocent girl inquired, while Lin Chen gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, feigning melancholy. "There are countless displaced young girls in this world who require my salvation. As the saying goes, if I do not descend into hell, who will? If handsomeness is indeed a sin, then I am beyond redemption." Before Lin Chen could finish his words, a chorus of melodious laughter erupted from the women of Yinxia sect, their mirth causing the flowers to sway. The young girl rower, only half comprehending, waved her tiny fists energetically, cheerfully encouraging, "Brother Lin Chen, you must persevere." Even Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. The child was truly endearing. To encounter the valiant Lin Chen is a privilege for our Yinxia sect. "May the rivers and mountains conspire for our paths to cross again," said Xia Ningyue, clasping her fist solemnly. Mounting the dragon horse seized from the Blood sect, Lin Chen waved his hand without looking back, laughing heartily. Born amidst the tumult of the mortal realm, entering the martial world brings forth endless adventures. To contend against the heavens is a joy beyond measure, lamenting how few have traversed the ages. The youth galloped away, leaving behind a silhouette that caused the women to linger, reluctant to depart. 2 days later, in Blood Sun City, upon receiving the news of Lin Chen's departure, the leader of the Black Demon sect and the elders of the Dark Soul sect dared to return only after 2 days. At the city gates, the high-ranking members of the two powerful factions had just returned. "Damn it, that calamity has finally left. Thankfully, we departed swiftly," one exclaimed. "From now on, you all better be sharp. If our Black Demon sect provokes such a young man, even 10 lives would not suffice." As the leaders of the two malevolent sects berated their subordinates, the latter suddenly gazed at them with eyes filled with dread and horror. "Master, behind you!" Suddenly, a sword aura pierced through the bodies of the two sect leaders, causing them to collapse to their knees, their cultivated battle energy shattered in an instant, leaving them devoid of any power to resist. "You are the nefarious Dark Soul sect, Blood sect, and Black Demon sect, known for extracting the innards and blood of others to cultivate blood slaves, aren't you? Such a gathering of despicable beings has come together effortlessly." At the city gate of Blood Sun City, 2 ethereal figures, one clad in purple and the other in green, descended gracefully, appearing almost celestial. Battle Soul Realm? At the age of 16? The leaders of the two malevolent sects exclaimed in unison, utterly astonished. Who are these two young ladies? What extraordinary talent is this? To achieve Battle Soul Realm at such a tender age? You are not worthy of knowing our identities. D. The lady in green, with her delicate fingers transformed into weapons of unparalleled sharpness, pointed, and one by one, the members of the evil sect fell lifeless to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the nearby rogue warriors of the dark sect were filled with trepidation, hastily retreating. What is happening with the youth nowadays? Each one is as formidable as a monster. How are we to survive? Within a mere quarter of an hour, the numerous malevolent sects in Blood Sun City were thoroughly purged. Either crippled or slain, all met their demise. At the center of Blood Sun City, the ruins of the Blood Sect headquarters lay in desolation. Two enigmatic women gazed upon a conspicuous banner within the desolate headquarters, their faces betraying a flicker of astonishment. The foremost paragon of heaven and earth, Lin is adept at rectifying all forms of grievances. Soaring through the skies and traversing the earth with effortless grace, his life a ceaseless wander, reliant solely upon adventure. Puzzled by the banner, the two women seized a wandering martial artist from a distance, demanding an explanation. "Please, do not harm me." That was left by young Master Lin Chen just a couple of days ago. The captured martial artist, gripped by terror, pleaded for mercy. Lin Chen, the mysterious woman adorned in purple veils, furrowed her brow slightly. The name seemed familiar to her. Why has the blood sect ceased to exist? Reveal the circumstances, and I shall spare you. The young girl in green feigned a fierce demeanor, endearingly charming. Yet to the wandering warrior, she appeared as a demonic threat. The man, visibly frightened, began to recollect. That was 2 days ago. He divulged the events surrounding Lin Chen, and the two women exchanged glances. Their curiosity piqued for the first time. A fifth-level Qi refinement practitioner effortlessly annihilating all members of the blood sect. How intriguing. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had departed from Bloodyang City 5 days prior, accompanied by a dragon horse, traversing vast distances daily. Making his way from the Qingyang mountain range to the city of 10,000 spirits in the desolate region. As the blood-red sun began to set, Lin Chen galloped down an expansive avenue, eyes closed in meditation, allowing the dragon horse to gallop freely. He was accessing his system, gauging his various attributes. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation level, 8th level of Qi refinement. Maximum strength, 4957 tiger power. Vital energy, 264,594 points. Martial essence, 144,593 points. Mental power, 11,588 points. Technique essence, 0 points. Mind method, chaotic 5 spirits technique, 14. Acquired techniques, thunderous swordplay, celestial spirit alchemy technique, true water returning origin technique, 13. Soul snatching spear manual. For Demon King's Seal, Taisher Cannon 1. Possessed items, Secret Manuals 7-star Soul Snatching Spear. Bloodline, Azure Dragon Bloodline, 45 points. Special Rune, Level 1 Slowing Rune, Rune Energy, 1, 175 points. Elemental Energies, Fire, 24, 481 points. Earth, 25, 752 points. Wood, 28, 215 points. Metal, 27, 825 points. Water, 35, 248 points. The Taisher Cannon is indeed formidable. After only 4 days of cultivation, my mental attributes have surged by over 1,000 points. Lin Chen was overjoyed, as mental attributes were the most challenging for him to enhance, and now he possessed a mysterious technique specifically for cultivating mental power. However, he soon felt a tinge of frustration, as the essence required for the Taisher Cannon was exceedingly vast. Previously, after vanquishing nefarious sects such as the Blood Sect, he had acquired over 40,000 essence points. Yet even then, after dedicating them all to the Taisher Cannon, he barely achieved a proficiency of 1%. This also indirectly indicated the exceptionally high grade of the Taisher Cannon. It was the most advanced technique among all Lin Chen's current techniques, to the extent that even the system could not assess its rank. Chapter 21. I am the sage Lin Chen, known in the underworld as Shiletzi. As the saying goes, the boat will naturally reach the bridge, so let us take it one step at a time. First, I shall establish a foothold in the city of 10,000 spirits and enjoy a good rest. Lin Chen stowed away his system and unfurled a map. The city of 10,000 spirits holds a prestigious position within the desolate realm, boasting a population exceeding 100 million and a plethora of martial civilizations and ancient clans. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city of 10,000 spirits, I was greeted by an awe-inspiring sight, a colossal structure that defied the imagination. Dozens of city gates stood in parallel, and towering walls, hundreds of meters high, rose majestically like a coiled dragon, exuding an overwhelming grandeur. It is said that formidable beings exist within the city, surpassing the earthly fiend realm. Indeed, the reputation is well-deserved. Lin Chen entered the city on horseback, navigating through 3 layers of inspections and information registration before finally gaining entry. Now, to find a suitable place to settle. My stomach growled ominously, and as twilight descended, I galloped through the streets, eager to locate an inn. Suddenly, I noticed a radiant pillar of purple gold light soaring into the heavens from the western part of the city, resplendent and unwavering. Remarkably, no martial artist within the city seemed to take notice of this dazzling pillar, as if it were a figment of imagination. This must be the luminous aura emitted by a property orb. Goodness, what kind of property orb could emit such a potent glow? Lin Chen's mouth agape. He momentarily forgot his hunger and turned his steed towards the direction of the purple gold pillar. The vast expanse of the city of 10,000 spirits left him astounded, and it took him half an hour of relentless galloping to reach the vicinity of the radiant light. Following the beam of light, Lin Chen arrived at the grand and esteemed mansion from which the luminous column ascended, lingering in the air. However, the mansion was heavily guarded. Lin Chen found it nearly impossible to even approach the entrance, as formidable experts from the Spirit Connection realm stood watch. Cursing under his breath, he resolved that he must acquire the precious attribute orb. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, contemplating that if he could infiltrate the mansion, obtaining the orb would not pose a significant challenge. He secured his steed at a nearby tavern and donned a fresh azure robe, with several wheels hanging from his waist, holding a banner in one hand, resembling a mystical oracle. Just as he completed his disguise, a magnificent white carriage passed by the mansion's entrance, and Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. An opportunity had arisen. From the carriage emerged a stunningly elegant young woman clad in a flowing pale yellow gown. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and her bright, star-like eyes radiated grace befitting a lady of high-born status, imbued with an innate elegance. Most striking were her enchanting eyes, glimmering with a brilliant hue, the irises adorned with swirling shades of purple and gold, a truly mesmerizing sight. "Ah, my dear lady, I perceive a veil of dark mist surrounding you. My divinations reveal that you and your family are beset by various misfortunes and calamities," Lin Chen proclaimed, leaning on his banner as he approached the young woman. "Stop right there. Who dares to approach Miss Shangguan Bihan without permission?" 2 towering guardians of the 9th level of the Spirit Connection realm immediately blocked Lin Chen's path, their voices booming with authority. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "What a gathering of formidable individuals in Wanling City." Even those of the 9th tier of the spirit realm serve as mere bodyguards, which speaks volumes about the profound strength of martial arts here. "Do refrain from resorting to violence, for I am a diviner," the astute Lin Chen. "Friends in the realm, I implore you to extend a favor, as I am known as Shirleji among my peers. My side endeavor, an arsonist targeting women." With a chuckle, Lin Chen pointed at his own banner. A diviner is an exceptionally rare profession in the Jiuzhou continent, even more elusive than an alchemist. Utilizing their unique mental techniques and certain methods, diviners can calculate the future or potential of an individual, deducing the cycles of fate and glimpsing the mysteries of the heavens. The more powerful the diviner, the more profound the matters they can unravel. Miss Shangguan Bihan, with her delicate brows slightly furrowed, glanced at Lin Chen's banner, which boldly displayed phrases like astute diviner, arsonist of hearts, and designated champion of solo play. She couldn't help but smile, suspecting that this might be yet another charlatan attempting to impersonate someone of significance after hearing about the Shangguan family's predicament. "Please escort him away, but remember to avoid any harm. My dear friend, I hope you will refrain from impersonating a diviner in the future, as Bihan has never encountered one so youthful." With that, Shangguan Bihan turned without a backward glance, gracefully striding toward the mansion. Having cultivated her mental techniques to a consummate level, Shangguan Bihan recently felt as though she had reached an impasse. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly spoke, causing Shangwan Bihan's steps to falter. The matter of her reaching a bottleneck in her cultivation of the heart technique is a recent development, one she has never disclosed to anyone, and even the elders of her family remain unaware. How does he know? How did you come by this knowledge? Are you truly a diviner? Shangwan Bihan's enchanting eyes shimmered with an unusual golden-purple light, as if she were attempting to see through Lin Chen. Lin Chen allowed her scrutiny, a subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of profundity as he continued, "If this master does not intervene, you shall perish within half a month. Should you doubt my words, simply circulate your battle aura and press your fingertip against your pulse point to see for yourself." Shangwan Bihan, filled with skepticism, summoned a wisp of pale blue battle aura at her fingertip and pressed it against the pulse point at the back of her delicate shoulder. The moment she did, a violent surge of energy surged through her, causing her to release her grip in alarm. Just moments longer, and the chaotic energy might have even threatened her life. How could this be? Even the foremost fourth-tier alchemist within Wanling City praised my innate talent and exceptional constitution. How could there be a life-threatening risk within me? Shock and disbelief flooded Shangwan Bihan's expressive eyes as she turned once more to Lin Chen. This time, she observed him shaking his head, occasionally sighing, and gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, resembling a true master. Ah, it seems this master should take his leave. I intended to perform a good deed, yet instead, I am mistaken for a charlatan. With that, he feigned turning to depart. Master Lin Chen, please stay. Shangwan Bihan hastily urged the individual to stay, and Lin turned promptly, adjusting his collar with a light cough. What? Do you, my lady, wish to place your trust in a deceiver such as myself? The master jested, indicating that Bihan was merely failing to recognize the grandeur before her. Shangwan Bihan gracefully inclined her body, adopting a tone of utmost respect. Indeed, few in Wanqing City were afforded such an honor. Just as Lin Chen was about to utter a few more profound remarks to elevate his own stature, an embarrassing growl from his stomach interrupted him. Shangwan Bihan covered her mouth with a soft laugh, her enchanting eyes sparkling like autumn waters, and cheerfully suggested, "It seems the master is not immune to earthly desires. Shall we retreat to my residence?" "Very well. I would be most grateful for your guidance, Miss Shangwan," Lin Chen replied, mustering his courage to cough lightly. Although he claimed he needed her to lead the way, he audaciously took the first step forward. Chapter 22. Master Shirleji. The residence of the Shangwan family, the Blue Courtyard. In a spacious living room, an array of delectable dishes was laid out, and Lin Chen devoured them with fervor, exhibiting none of the poise befitting a master. Satisfied, he patted his belly, picked at his teeth, and reclined comfortably, stretching lazily. Shangwan Bihan, possessing remarkable composure, waited until Lin Chen was thoroughly satiated before inquiring, "Master Shirleji, may I ask how my predicament can be resolved? And which elixir should I consume?" Lin Chen, languidly waving his hand, replied, "Extend your hand. I shall examine it, and I can directly assist you." Upon hearing this, Shangwan Bihan's expression shifted subtly. Raised with strict decorum, she had been afforded few opportunities to interact with young men, let alone allow one to touch her. Even her entry into the residence with Lin Chen had been through a secret passageway, stealthily avoiding the main entrance. "Master, might there be an alternative method? This approach is rather inconvenient for me," Shangwan Bihan requested, her discomfort evident. "Ah, I possess no other means. If you are unwilling, perhaps you should seek assistance elsewhere. This is not a matter easily resolved with an elixir. Otherwise, the esteemed alchemists surrounding you would surely have discerned it." Lin Chen shrugged, preparing to rise. "This." Shangwan Bihan hesitated, visibly troubled. "If I were to overstep any boundaries, the elder behind the curtain, who is safeguarding you, would undoubtedly intervene. Moreover, this is merely a customary gesture. In my homeland, such an action is a polite greeting upon meeting." Casting a casual glance at a certain window, Lin Chen feigned a profound smile. Since earlier, he had sensed a formidable aura closely guarding Shangwan Bihan, far surpassing the strength of the two ninth-level spirit realm protectors. "If you are unwilling, I shall take my leave, although the cuisine here is exquisite. Observing Shangguan Bihan's indecision, Lin Chen stoked the flames of urgency, prompting her to make a decision swiftly. As anticipated, upon Lin Chen rising, Shangguan Bihan pursed her crimson lips. Master, can you ensure that today's events remain confidential? Otherwise, it might tarnish Bihan's reputation. Lin Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. To think that mere contact could affect one's reputation. How grand the Shangguan residence must be. Look at my handsome visage. One can surely tell I'm the type to keep secrets. Without further ado, let us proceed with the matter at hand. Extend your hand. With a mischievous grin, Lin Chen observed Shangguan Bihan shiver slightly, yet she ultimately rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair, delicate arms before him. Raising his palm, Lin Chen grasped her tender hand, which quivered as if electrified. Goodness, Miss Shangguan is indeed as delicate as water. Lin Chen marveled inwardly, yet he sensed a hidden menace locking onto him. Should he make any reckless move, he would likely provoke the concealed powerhouse lurking in the shadows. Closing his eyes, Lin Chen activated his mental energy, and within his vision, numerous attribute orbs, each the size of a thumb, swiftly merged into his being. The host has acquired water energy, 1,578 points, 3,498 points, and 9,487 points. Ignoring the system's pop-up screen, Lin Chen swiftly extracted the attribute light sphere that had emerged from Shangguan Bihan's body, releasing it after merely 2 breaths. It's all settled. If you repeat today's process a few more times, and subsequently dissipate a portion of your martial energy, you can avert future threats to your life, Lin Chen remarked. Feigning exhaustion, Shangguan Bihan gently pressed her fingertips against her pulse points, noticing a significant reduction in pain. With a mix of confusion and concern, she inquired, why must one dissipate their energy? If the martial energy cultivated through one's techniques is released, it could lead to a regression in one's cultivation, a price few can bear. If I am not mistaken, Miss Bihan, you belong to a lineage with a special bloodline, endowed with unique abilities and traits inherited from your ancestors. Am I correct? Indeed, our Shangguan family possesses an ancestral bloodline of ocular techniques. Shangguan Bihan affirmed with a nod, acknowledging that this was not a closely guarded secret. Precisely. The potential and energy within your bloodline will reach a new pinnacle in half a month. Your cultivation technique is of a high tier, and as one's mastery ascends, it increasingly alters one's physique, roots, and bloodline. The resulting conflict, had you not encountered me, would have been unimaginable. Lin Chen's explanation left Shangguan Bihan both alarmed and perplexed, prompting her to urgently question. But there have been ancestors who cultivated this technique to great heights without any threat to their lives, haven't there? Because their bloodline pales in comparison to yours. Such a situation has not arisen. Lin Chen's words awakened those lost in dreams, even prompting the enigmatic, powerful figures hidden in the shadows to reveal themselves. Bihan, I comprehend now. What this master speaks of must be the exceedingly rare phenomenon of a second awakening of the bloodline within my esteemed family. It has been a millennium since our lineage has witnessed such an occurrence. At last, we are poised for resurgence, a boon amidst the frost. The gray-clad elder servant congratulated Shangguan Bihan, his previous wariness towards Lin Chen dissipating as he spoke earnestly. I apologize to the master for my earlier actions. Lin Chen smiled nonchalantly, for it was understandable that they would overly protect such a precious gem within their family. Am I truly capable of a second awakening of my bloodline? Shangguan Bihan exclaimed with excitement. If that were indeed the case, the cost of dissipating her cultivation would become negligible. Within the resource-rich Shangguan family, any lost cultivation would swiftly be replenished. Lin Chen, possessing the ability to perceive attribute orbs, could discern the condition within Shangguan Bihan. Had he not intervened, it is likely that no one in Wanling City could have come to her aid once the matter came to light. It was then that Lin Chen noticed numerous high-quality attribute orbs scattered throughout the hall. He immediately approached to bend down and collect them, leaving the two in a state of puzzled intrigue, wondering why the master was suddenly rummaging about the air in the hall. Master Shiliji, what are you doing? The esteemed master is graciously offering his services to assess the feng shui and fortune of the Guo family. Alas, it appears that the feng shui here is rather lacking. Lin Chen remarked with an air of solemnity, eliciting immediate intrigue from the two individuals present. Is it truly possible for you to discern such things? The old servant in gray asked, his excitement palpable. Well, I can perceive a few nuances. Lin Chen feigned modesty, nodding slightly. Just as the two were exchanging glances, preparing to speak, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Bai Han, are you in there? I heard from Aunt Lu that you brought someone back with you. Where is he? The rapid footsteps approached the door, and the visitor pushed it open with determination. 3 figures entered, led by a young man in white, who held a white feather fan with an air of elegance. He was strikingly handsome, appearing to be in his mid-20s. Upon spotting Lin Chen, the young man in white immediately exclaimed, "Who is this wild brat? And how did he come to be in Bai Han's loft?" Chapter 23. The Shangguan family brother Qingyu. Do not be disrespectful to the master. Shangguan Bihan interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Chen, her voice laced with authority. The young man in white flinched slightly. Since his arrival in this family, his cousin had never dared to address him with such boldness. What nonsense, cousin! Don't be deceived. Have you ever encountered a master who is still in the throes of adolescence? The young man's ire ignited as he witnessed his cousin shielding this impudent boy. My hair has grown fully, you know. If you don't believe me, just take a look. Lin Chen provocatively leaned closer to Shangguan Bihan, playfully touseling his own hair and winking at her with a mischievous grin. The 2 bodyguards accompanying the young man exchanged glances, bewildered at the audacity of this youth claiming mastery. Brother Qingyu, Master Shiliji is a guest and a skilled diviner I invited here. If you do not show the proper respect, Bihan will undoubtedly report you to the Grand Elder. Shangguan Bihan, usually composed and ethereal, stood resolutely, challenging the young man. Is he truly a diviner? Then I must be the king of heaven. The young man seethed with jealousy, infuriated by the boy's apparent familiarity with Bihan. TSK. You don't believe me? Young master, do take care not to indulge excessively. I can see that your vitality is waning, nearly depleted by the charms of women. If you doubt my words, try channeling your energy to your Shunkei point and see for yourself. Lin Chen chuckled, just as the young man prepared to retort. Young Master Qingyu, you might as well heed the words of the master, should he indeed be the esteemed practitioner whom Miss Bihan has summoned. You may find yourself unable to bear the consequences, remarked the indifferent gray-clad servant. The young man in white cast a wary glance at him, followed by a disdainful smirk. I shall see for myself what manner of master this is. With a slight closure of his eyes, the young man summoned his battle energy, swiftly locating the position of the Shun Yu acupoint. The moment the energy surged into the point, the muscles of his face contorted grotesquely, and he writhed in agony upon the ground, exclaiming, "Ah, it hurts! My kidneys!" This scene astonished even the 2 accompanying guards, leaving them bewildered. Now do you understand the master's prowess? Remarked Shangguan Bihan nonchalantly. Indeed, the hour grows late. I am aware that you wish to discuss matters with me, but I have overexerted myself today and require a period of rest. Lin Chen cleared his throat, prompting Shangguan Bihan to respond promptly. I shall arrange accommodations for the master immediately. Rest assured, I will keep our affairs confidential tonight. Deliberately, in front of the young man in white, Lin Chen let out a playful whistle. A blush enveloped Shangguan Bihan's cheeks, and her delicate face turned crimson as she softly replied, "Then I thank the master." What? Matters concerning the 2 of us tonight? The young man's gaze ignited with fierce jealousy upon witnessing Shangguan Bihan's bashful demeanor. As the 2 guards assisted him to his feet, Lin Chen and Shangguan Bihan had already distanced themselves, leaving him to watch their retreating figures as his pain gradually subsided. Dare to touch the woman of Nangong Qingyu, a mere reckless youth, and witness how I shall bring your demise. Damn it, this pain is unbearable. Shangguan Bihan personally arranged Lin Chen's accommodation, and as he traversed the courtyard, he observed numerous attribute orbs. Yet, he refrained from hastily collecting them. He was aware that he had successfully infiltrated this realm under the guise of a calculator, and the attribute orbs were already within his grasp. The crux lay in how to approach the direction of that resplendent golden pillar. Within a splendid guest chamber, the air was suffused with the fragrance of sandalwood. Lin Chen sat cross-legged upon the bed, forming intricate hand seals as he entered a state of cultivation. The speed of cultivation through the Taisher Holy Scripture was indeed formidable. At this rate, within a month my mental prowess could transcend into the spirit realm. In the continent of Jojo, the realms of mental prowess are divided into several stages: the void realm, spirit transformation realm, and law form realm. The void realm represents the level of ordinary mortals. Aside from those with innate superior qualities, most mortals possess rather feeble mental strength. The spirit realm allows the mind to connect with the spiritual energies of the universe, enhancing perceptive abilities and establishing a certain range of attack methods. In the spirit transformation realm, mental energy begins to assimilate with the cosmos, granting vast mental sensing capabilities and offensive techniques. The law form realm involves the refinement of mental energy into a spiritual form, aligning with the laws of the universe. The spirit can detach from the body, traversing the heavens, and as long as the spirit endures, the consciousness of the physical form remains unbroken. Should Lin Chen break through to the spirit realm, he would gain additional depth and means at his disposal. Throughout the night, Lin Chen remained engrossed in his fervent cultivation, forsaking all else. Last night, events unfolded within the Shangwan clan that startled all the high-ranking members and even the reclusive elders. Shangwan Bihan has the potential to become the second individual in the clan's history to undergo a second awakening of her bloodline, a revelation that left countless elders in a state of astonishment. Moreover, this news was uncovered by a young diviner. Had it not been for him, the Shangwan clan might have lost a glimmer of hope for resurgence. However, many senior members and elders of the clan remained skeptical, fearing that if this were the ruse of a charlatan, it would render the entire clan a laughingstock. The following day, within the grand hall of the Shangwan clan, a multitude of high-ranking members and elders gathered. All present were formidable warriors, each possessing strength at or above the battle spirit realm, with a few having transcended that level entirely. Master Shirleji, please step forward, Shangwan Bihan announced, gracefully leading Lin Chen into the hall, clad in a flowing white gown. Upon entering, Lin Chen was met with an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if a torrent of piercing gazes, akin to daggers, sought to unveil his every secret. Sensing this oppressive atmosphere, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Nearly all individuals present were at least at the 9th level of the battle spirit realm. Damn it, these old geezers must be trying to intimidate me. The more they exert their pressure, the less I can afford to retreat. Undaunted by their scrutinizing stares, Lin Chen maintained a calm demeanor, boldly striding forward and nonchalantly taking a seat. He propped his legs on the table, a defiant gesture that echoed his resolve. What now? Ladies and gentlemen, have you discerned anything from this master? Lin Chen chuckled mischievously, and a chorus of astonished gasps reverberated among the numerous elders and high-ranking family members. Oh, this youth appears not to have even reached the tender age of 18. His physical prowess is commendable, his cultivation decent, and his mental fortitude resilient. His temperament, too, is not to be underestimated, yet that is where it ends. Huh, why do I sense that we have been hoodwinked by this lad? I have encountered several true calculators in my time, yet none resemble him. Last night, Nangong Qingyu was present, wielding his fan with a cold smirk, looking down upon Lin Chen as though he had already unraveled the young man's deceitful ruse. He ingratiatingly addressed the esteemed family members, saying, "Esteemed friends, I have long harbored suspicions that this fellow is a charlatan. Bai Han, with limited experience, has merely fallen prey to his tricks. I implore you all to act swiftly and subdue this impostor. Let's not allow him to toy with our entire clan." A handsome middle-aged man seated at the head of the hall cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked indifferently whether he is genuine or false. We shall ascertain for ourselves. Following his humiliation, a subtle glint of murderous intent flickered in Nangong Qingyu's eyes. Chapter 24. Exploring the mansion of a Shangwan family. This young diviner, Shangwan Yunfan, is the current head of the Shangwan family. I wonder if you might showcase your abilities for everyone present? Shangwan Yunfan smiled graciously, displaying no airs of superiority or condescension towards Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen, who was biting into a vibrant red apple, waved his hand dismissively, refusing. What? Damn it. Do you think the Shangwan family is a mere playground? An irate elder rose abruptly, his fierce gaze fixed on Lin Chen. Bang! To everyone's astonishment, Lin Chen kicked the table over, causing tea to spill everywhere, and raised his middle finger while unleashing a barrage of curses. Damn it! Do you think I, the diviner Shirleji, am some sort of entertainer? Calculating destinies and probing the mysteries of heaven comes at a great cost. Do you think this is street performance? Do you have water in your brain? The scene left the guard stationed outside the hall in shock. In the entire history of Wanling City, who has ever dared to speak so boldly before the esteemed members of the Shangwan family? Even Shangwan Yunfan was momentarily taken aback, wondering who this audacious individual was. Even the chief alchemist of Wanling City would not dare to utter such words in their presence. Lin Chen understood his own limitations. He was but a charlatan pretending to be a diviner. If he truly demonstrated his abilities, he might inadvertently reveal his shortcomings before these seasoned elders. Thus, he had to put on a show to project an air of bravado. Master, please do not be angered. My father and the elders harbor no ill intentions. They are merely curious to witness your extraordinary abilities. Shangwan Bihan swiftly sought to soothe Lin Chen's emotions, while one elder, prompted by another elder-esque glance, indignantly returned to his seat. Only then did Lin Chen adjust his collar and slowly resume his place, asserting that when one seeks assistance, they must adopt a humble demeanor, rather than presenting themselves as if he were the one seeking them out. He urged them to articulate the matters they wished to discuss. The elder statesmen furrowed their brows in discontent, ready to retort, but Shangwan Yunfan intervened, sensing that this young man was no ordinary individual, imbued with an enigmatic aura that eluded his comprehension. Ah, I confess my earlier rudeness, he remarked. Let us then proceed directly to the crux of the matter. Our Shangwan clan is steeped in ancestral bloodline techniques, possessing a unique ability known as the purple gold eye. A flicker of pained reminiscence crossed Shangwan Yunfan's visage as he continued. The purple gold eye grants the ability to perceive various treasures of the world or the hidden energy fluctuations within nature. It is a distinctive skill of our lineage. However, over the past century, the practice of the purple gold eye has gradually declined. The ancestral altar, which has long underpinned our clan's cultivation, is now losing its potency, rendering our lineage's development stagnant, and even the training of the younger generation has become increasingly difficult. He sighed deeply. The prowess of the purple gold eye cannot be honed through mere martial techniques or practices. It can only be cultivated within the ancestral altar bequeathed by our forebears. Should the altar one day lose its efficacy entirely, it would herald the countdown to our family's downfall. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair took the floor. He was the second elder of the Shangwan family, a figure of considerable weight. With a sincere tone, he spoke. We have expended great resources to invite a diviner to interpret our ancestral altar, yet to no avail. If you could resolve this issue, or even uncover the reasons behind the decline of our Shangwan family's ancestral altar, we would certainly reward you handsomely. Clearly, they have been driven to a desperate situation. Otherwise, how could these proud, old individuals place their faith in a mere youth like Lin Chen? It was a case of treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Upon hearing Shangwan Yunfan and the second elder's explanations, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his heart raced. Could it be that a tribute orb? Very well. I now grasp the situation. With that, let us commence. Lin Chen, full of enthusiasm, rolled up his sleeves and stood up, his swift agreement drawing the attention of all present. Does Master Shi not wish to discuss the remuneration first? Shangwan Yunfan inquired, puzzled. Is there truly a diviner who would act without clarifying the payment? Once I identify the root of the problem, I shall naturally bring up the issue of compensation. Discussing remuneration now would merely be a waste of time, would it not? Lin Chen replied, bending down to pick up an attribute orb, flashing a confident smile. His self-assured demeanor prompted Shangwan Yunfan to laugh heartily, exclaiming, "Indeed, Master Shirleji is an intriguing individual. Without further ado, all of you remain still. Allow me to thoroughly examine the feng shui and fortune of your surroundings." Without uttering a word, Lin Chen began to zealously gather the attribute orbs in the living room. The quality of these orbs was exceptionally high, and their number was considerable. Lin Chen had long coveted them. As Lin Chen's strength increased, even without initiating an attack, attribute orbs would drop from formidable opponents of the battle spirit realm, allowing him to accumulate a bountiful harvest. Host acquired 6,849 points of wood energy, 5,899 points of fire energy, 18,922 points of technique essence, 531 points of mental power, and 23,781 points of vital energy. The surge in attributes caused the corners of Lin Chen's mouth to rise uncontrollably. His actions left the onlookers utterly perplexed. What was this lad up to? He had promised to assist them in unraveling the mystery of the ancestral altar. Yet here he was, grasping at the surrounding air. What sort of technique was this? Was this the manner in which a diviner calculated the cosmos and deduced fate? After collecting the attribute orbs in the hall, Lin Chen continued his pursuit toward the outside of the temple. The crowd hurriedly followed, eager to comprehend what this master diviner, Shirleji, was truly up to. Host acquired 359 points of mental power for 1,195 points of technique essence, 3,125 points of fire energy, and 10,274 points of vital energy. Lin Chen swept through the area with the fervor of a tempest, gathering every scattered and dazzling attribute orb strewn across the ground. Within the esteemed Suphan family, even the guards began their training at the spirit communication realm, and even the servants reached the chi refinement realm. The attribute orbs they dropped were of exceedingly high quality. Lin Chen's smile could scarcely contain itself. The entire residence of the Shangwan family resembled a veritable treasure trove. The estate was so expansive that even at full speed, it would take Lin Chen over half an hour to traverse it completely. His continuous sprinting and scavenging lasted until dusk, and still he had not finished. What on earth was he searching for? He had already circumnavigated a significant portion of the Shangwan estate today. Ah, you may not be aware, but he is indeed the diviner summoned by Miss Shangwan Bihan. Ha ha ha. I can hardly believe he is anything but a beggar. I could just as easily scavenge blindly on the ground. Keep your voice down. He is a person of considerable importance, even esteemed by the second elder. Come now. I firmly believe he is nothing more than a charlatan. Perhaps Miss Bihan, in her naivety, has fallen prey to this trickster. The numerous young members of the Shangwan family, witnessing Lin Chen's aimless rummaging, could not help but mock and deride him, with even Nangong Qingyu eagerly awaiting the spectacle. The following day, in the council chamber of Shangwan Yunfan, today, the Shangwan clan was poised to welcome several distinguished guests, individuals of such stature that only Shangwan Yunfan himself could receive them. Among them was a true diviner, summoned at great expense by the city lord's office to calculate the cycles of the heavens and decipher fate itself. Chapter 25. Discovery of the ancestral altar in the residence of the Shangwan family. A nimble figure darted from the garden to the courtyard, ultimately arriving before a pavilion bathhouse. The group trailing behind Lin Chen, along with Shangwan Bihan, hastily exclaimed, "Master Shirleji, that is our Shangwan family's women's bathhouse." What? A women's bathhouse? I was actually looking for the women's. Oh no, I was searching for your ancestral altar. What? Young brother Yunfan, this is the diviner I specially invited for you. Hailing from the southern dragon city of the Wild Domain, Master Yin from the 24-star divination organization. Countless forces have been salvaged under his expertise, and I have spared no expense in bringing him here. In the conference hall, the rotund man in a yellow robe animatedly introduced Shangwan Yunfan, who sat across from him, alongside an ethereal elder and a haughty old man with white eyebrows. Ah, Master Yin, greetings. I am Shangwan Yunfan from the Shangwan clan. Shangwan Yunfan politely cupped his hands in greeting, while the white-browed elder merely nodded, showing no appreciation for his courtesy. I am already aware of your circumstances, which pertain to the fortunes and misfortunes of your entire family. To discern the trajectory of such immense fortunes, I shall expend a considerable amount of my vital energy, Master Yin remarked, his tone indicating the gravity of the task. Shangguan Yunfan clenched his fists slightly. Although there was already a diviner in the Shangguan family, it was imperative to honor the esteemed figure he had personally invited. Moreover, Master Shirleji might not be able to resolve the issue at hand, and if that were the case, allowing Master Yin to attempt it was also a viable option. With these thoughts in mind, Shangguan Yunfan smiled and remarked, of course, if it were not for something of great significance, we would not have sought out Master Yin. Rest assured, as long as we can resolve the issue, the compensation will certainly be commensurate with your efforts. I can guarantee this. The Shangguan family possesses considerable resources, so please feel free to employ your full expertise. The elder, exuding an air of ethereal grace, chuckled lightly. He was Xing Wanghe, the chief alchemist of Wanqing City. Given this, regarding the matter of compensation, Master Yin was about to broach the topic when a flurry of hurried voices intruded upon the ceremonial hall. Master Yin Fan. Joyous news, joyous news. Two personal guards burst into the hall, expressing their congratulations, and Shangguan Yunfan along with the other three exchanged puzzled and inquisitive glances. Master Shirleji has entered the ancestral altar, the guards excitedly reported. What significance does entering the ancestral altar hold? Who brought him in? Shangguan Yunfan furrowed his brow. No one brought him. He found his way in on his own. What? Shangguan Yunfan's expression changed dramatically. The location of the Shangguan family's ancestral altar was shrouded in secrecy. Without guidance from core family members, it was nearly impossible for outsiders to approach. Even powerful warriors in the Battle Soul realm would struggle to pinpoint its exact whereabouts. The master requests your presence to discuss the matter of compensation. He has already identified the root cause of the energy depletion in the ancestral altar. The guard's eyes sparkled with profound admiration and awe. They had truly witnessed the extraordinary abilities of a calculating master. Calculating masters are truly remarkable. In a moment of reckless exploration, a secret passage leading to the ancestral altar was unexpectedly discovered within the women's bathing area. A passage so concealed that even the officials of the Shangguan family were unaware of its existence, a remnant left behind by their forebears. Oh, Master? Negotiating compensation? Master Yin keenly caught these words, his eyes narrowing with intrigue. Is it truly so? Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask you to step aside for a moment. Allow me to guide you to the location of my family's ancestral altar. We shall discuss further on the way. Shangguan Yunfan's expression was one of exhilaration. Although the location of the ancestral altar was not something to be divulged lightly to outsiders, there was no time for such considerations now. The immediate priority was to restore the altar. Beneath the Shangguan residence, in a hidden passageway, a vast underground space had been excavated, revealing a monumental ancient stone platform, a grand altar of immense scale. Standing beside the altar, one could distinctly feel the extraordinary energy waves emanating from within, influencing all who approached. Numerous members of the Shangguan family stood behind Lin Chen, numbering in the hundreds, elders, the younger generation, and trustworthy personal guard alike. All gazed in astonishment at Lin Chen's figure, marveling at how this seemingly random exploration had led to the discovery of a secret entrance to the ancestral altar, unknown even to their own kin. In Lin Chen's eyes, the ancient altar presented a starkly different scene. At its very center, a golden-purple orb of energy floated, a manifestation of attributes far larger than any he had encountered before, its size comparable to that of a fist. Thus, it becomes evident that the ancient altar's energy has been entirely depleted by this attribute orb, resulting in the minuscule energy it now exudes. Lin Chen turned his gaze to the base of the altar and uncovered a clue. The ancient altar had not lost its efficacy, but rather resembled a dammed river, with this attribute orb acting as the sluice controlling the flow. Master Shirleji, are you truly capable of resolving the issues plaguing my family's ancestral altar? On the other side of the altar, several figures emerged from the passageway. It was Shangguan Yunfan accompanied by his esteemed guests. Upon witnessing Shangguan Yunfan hastening towards him with palpable excitement, Lin Chen smiled confidently. Indeed, I believe it is time for us to discuss the matter of remuneration. You, young man, consider yourself a master? To his surprise, Master Yin boldly positioned himself before Lin Chen, exuding an air of arrogance and disdain. Yunfan, who is this? Inquired the second elder of the Shangguan family, who had been closely following Lin Chen. Elder, this is the renowned diviner we previously commissioned Mr. Xiaohong to locate, Master Yin of the 24 Stars of the Wilderness. Shangguan Yunfan's introduction caused the second elder to stiffen in his demeanor. The 24 Stars is indeed a mysterious organization of diviners from the wilderness, known for their duality of light and dark, wielding considerable influence, and comprised entirely of diviners. Master Yin, with an air of cooperation, cleared his throat, prompting everyone to stand in solemn respect. He is, without a doubt, a truly formidable figure. It appears I was mistaken in my initial judgment regarding the esteemed Master Yin of the 24 Stars. The purpose of inviting the Master was to assist the Shangguan family in deducing the reason behind our ancestral altar's loss of potency. However, my young daughter encountered a noble individual the other day who has now identified the root of our issue. Master Yin may take a respite, and rest assured, we shall not withhold a single coin of your fees. The second elder spoke with a tone of utmost politeness, accompanied by a smile. As Master Yin raised an eyebrow and cast a glance at Lin Chen, a noble individual? Could it be this inexperienced lad? What sort of unworthy character is he? Is he truly a diviner? Young man, from whom do you hail, and what organization do you represent? Master Yin, filled with disdain, spoke in a tone that suggested he was interrogating a mere youth. If he, Yin Jiwen, were to have his position usurped by such an inexperienced boy, how could he possibly maintain his standing in this desolate realm? I am Lin Chen, a diviner known in the circles as Shirluji. I dabble in charming women, arson, alchemy, and ostentation. Divination is merely a pastime. The art of showmanship is my true calling. Chapter 26. A ridiculous display. As Lin Chen began to speak, his words were nothing but nonsensical chatter. Although the audience struggled to comprehend, they found his demeanor rather impressive. Particularly striking was his assertion that fortune-telling was merely a hobby. Preposterous. Who is this so-called diviner, Shirluji? I have never heard of him. You claim to possess the ability to resolve the issues plaguing the Shangguan family? Then demonstrate your true prowess. Master Yin waved his sleeve dismissively, a cold smile gracing his lips. If Master Yin is skeptical, why not showcase your skills? If you're dissatisfied, let us wager. The one who fails to address the matters at this ancient altar must perform a belly dance in the busiest part of Wanling City. What do you say? Lin Chen blinked, his relaxed and carefree demeanor seemingly dismissive of Master Yan's presence. The rotund figure in the yellow robe exchanged a glance with Xing Wanhe, both intrigued as they stood aside to observe the unfolding drama. Humph! If we are to gamble, let us establish the terms clearly. Should neither of us fully resolve the issues at hand, the victor shall be determined by who presents the most effective solution, whether identifying the source of the problem or proposing a remedy. Master Yin, furious yet amused, realized that if he did not suppress this insolent youth today, he would truly be in for a world of trouble. Very well, let us proceed with Master Yin demonstrating his prowess. Lin Chen, seemingly unbothered, reclined on a long bench he had stored in his Ling ring, munching on sunflower seeds and sipping wine, his hands resting behind his head, embodying the very essence of a carefree onlooker reveling in the chaos. Seeing the arrogant demeanor of this young man, Master Yan's facial muscles twitched violently, and he let out a few menacing chuckles. Indeed, the new generation surpasses the old. Each wave of the Yangtze River is more formidable than the last. Lin Chen, casually crossing his legs, whistled and took over from Master Yin. Beside him, Shangguan Bihan could hardly contain her amusement, covering her mouth with her delicate hand, her smile a secret delight. This Master Shirluji is truly entertaining. Let us see how long you can maintain that arrogance. With a powerful push from his foot, Master Yin soared into the air, landing atop the ancient altar. He swiftly drew forth a spinning starry jade compass from his waist, a crucial tool for a diviner. Unique to each practitioner, employed to glimpse the mysteries of fate and destiny. It is said that no one other than its master can wield it. Boundless heaven and earth. Star calculation of the cosmos. Master Yin let a drop of his own blood fall into the compass, causing its suspended needle to spin rapidly. Dragon Gate alignment. Yin and Yang division. His aged hand suddenly released a multitude of ancient talismans, which ignited in mid-air, creating a fiery path that pointed resolutely in a particular direction. Lin Chen squinted. The direction indicated by the flames was precisely the location of that attribute light sphere. The fluidity of this divination technique captivated many onlookers. And even Lin Chen found himself momentarily transfixed, for this was his first encounter with the true prowess of a diviner. With a surge of mental energy, Master Yin infused the blazing flames with his spirit, channeling it into the needle of the starry jade compass. The needle quivered violently before abruptly coming to a halt in a remarkably brief moment. A radiant golden light emanated as Master Yan's gaze pierced through the starry expanse, observing the still pointer as if he could glimpse another realm within it. In that moment, all present trembled suddenly, goosebumps rising on their skin. With most daring not to meet Master Yan's penetrating gaze, they sensed the existence of some hidden energy within this world, and Master Yin was probing the traces of that energy. Suddenly, a sweetness flooded his throat. Master Yin nearly spat blood. His cultivation was insufficient, and he sought to unveil too much, almost suffering a backlash from his own methods and the ancestral aura of the Shangwan family. Master Yin, are you all right? Shangwan Yinfan inquired with concern. The master raised a hand from the ancient altar. The Dragon Gate is obstructed, its energies stagnant. Countless energies have been seized by the Dragon Gate, dispersing throughout the cosmos. Your ancestral altar has not lost its potency. Rather, it has been hindered or absorbed by certain forces, resulting in the current predicament. Master Yin shook his head. After his intervention, he realized the issue with the ancestral altar was far more severe than he had imagined, exceeding his expectations by several folds. His own realm was insufficient to fully discern the existence of the Dragon Gate. He could only faintly sense its presence, unable to grasp its exact location, as the calculations yielded an utterly void result. How then shall we seek or unlock this Dragon Gate? Elder Second and Shangwan Yunfan asked in unison, their urgency palpable. This exceeds the limits of my abilities. To my knowledge, within the organization of the 24 star calculators, only our leader possesses the capability to discern the true location of the Dragon Gate. However, he is as elusive as a dragon, not someone you can easily summon. Master Yin wiped the sweat from his brow and descended from the ancient altar. Well, the next step is yours, young one. At the very least, I have pinpointed the source of the problem. If you cannot surpass me, then consider my victory. After all, you cannot reiterate the results I have derived. Master Yin cast a mocking glance at Lin Chen, doubting that this youthful successor could reach or exceed his level of understanding. What use is Master Yan's flawed conclusion? In the end, without a solution, isn't it all for naught? Lin Chen stretched lazily, rose, and scoffed, shaking his head in disbelief. If you can't present a result shortly, just wait and see how I handle you. Master Yin, filled with indignation, was further incensed by the mocking laughter of Nangong Qingyu, who chimed in eagerly. Lin Chen, what are you even worth? You merely stumbled upon a secret passage. How dare you speak to Master Yin in such a manner? If you do not kneel and apologize to provide an explanation, I, Nangong Qingyu, shall be the first to make you pay. Lin Chen cast a disdainful glance at this noisy individual, choosing to ignore him. He leaped into the air, landing atop the ancient altar. He walked directly toward the position of the floating purple-gold attribute orb, its brilliant radiance shining like a miniature sun, nearly blinding Lin Chen with its dazzling light. Fortunately, donned with my handcrafted sunglasses, I could otherwise have been blinded by the brilliance. With a swift motion, I grasped the attribute light sphere, causing the resplendent golden-purple beam encircling the residence of the Shangwan family to begin to dissipate. A luminous screen materialized before me, proclaiming, Host has acquired the secret technique golden purple eye with a bloodline energy of 10,000 points. After seizing the attribute light sphere, I turned to face the assembly, elegantly bowing. Well, the matter has been resolved. I apologize for any amusement caused. What? All gazes converged upon me, expressions of utter bewilderment evident on their faces. Is that it? Aren't you a diviner? What of your secret techniques for peering into the threads of fate? What of your divination apparatus? Ha ha ha. I have long suspected this lad to be a consummate charlatan, and now his true colors are finally revealed. Allow me to personally apprehend this incorrigible fraud. Nan Gongqingyu was the first to respond, erupting into raucous laughter, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes, just as he prepared to seize me. The murmurs of doubt from the others had yet to escape their lips. Barely 3 breaths after I removed the attribute light sphere, the entire subterranean realm began to tremble ominously. What is this earthquake? What on earth is happening? Fear not, everyone. The ancestral altar has been fortified by generations of family heads. Earthquakes will not pose any threat. The elders swiftly reassured the anxious younger generation, while the second elder and Shangguan Yunfan fixated intently on the ancestral altar, a wave of energy, both familiar and nostalgic, surging forth. With a smile, I remarked, I apologize for the commotion. Chapter 27, Belly Dance Boom. A cascade of violet golden light erupted, forming waves of golden brilliance that surged from the air. The dazzling golden glow infused a warm and potent energy into the bodies of all the members of the Shangguan family, causing some of their pupils to transform into a shimmering violet gold, reminiscent of flawless gemstones. The ancestral altar's energy had been restored. Our secret technique can operate once more. This time we can cultivate the violet gold eyes again. Instantly, the entire Shangguan family was engulfed in ecstasy. Yet, amidst the jubilant excitement, Shangguan Bihan, while caught in her elation, caught a glimpse of the youth on the ancient altar, who slightly adjusted his sunglasses, his beautiful eyes flashing with an extraordinary light. Nan Gongqingyu, who had been closely observing Shangguan Bihan, noticed the admiration reflected in her gaze towards Lin Chen, and a fleeting hint of concealed malice crossed his mind. Talents emerge from generation to generation. This young brother is indeed a hidden gem. Even I, the old Huang, failed to see through him. The rotund figure in yellow robes regarded Lin Chen with a profound gaze, astonished and amazed. This young man's mental prowess is remarkable, subtly hinting at a connection to the spiritual realm, showcasing extraordinary potential. As a pharmacist, Xing Wanhe also expressed his admiration. On the other hand, Master Yan's expression was one of disbelief. How could he have achieved this? Without employing techniques or using magical artifacts. He simply stood on the stage and opened the dragon gate that I had painstakingly calculated. How could such absurdity exist in this world? In his perspective, even the most elite diviners among the 24 stars, or indeed the most formidable seers in the entire spirit province, could not possibly unveil the rise and fall of a family's fate without employing their fate instruments. This young man harbors a profound secret. It appears that I must report this to the organization. As Master Yin reassessed Lin Chen returned his gaze with a teasing smile. Now, let us prepare to witness the belly dance of our esteemed Master Yin. Master Yin momentarily faltered, nearly forgetting the prior wager. From the outset, he had never anticipated that he would lose to this brash youth. Master Shirleji, I kindly request a modicum of favor in this matter. The second elder approached, wearing a forced smile. Step aside. You presume to seek my favor while offering none in return? Do you think that betting with others is as trivial as casual banter, where one need not even shed their trousers? Lin Chen paid no heed to the second elder, threatening him fiercely. If you dare utter another word of nonsense, I can restore your ancestral altar to its former unusable state this very moment. Upon hearing this, the second elder and Shangguan Yunfan abruptly awoke from their ecstatic reverie, realizing that Lin Chen's demeanor bore no hint of jest. Could it be that this young man truly holds dominion over the fate of our ancestral altar? Very well, it seems our Shangguan family shall maintain neutrality in this matter. Having witnessed Lin Chen's extraordinary and miraculous prowess in restoring the sanctity of their ancestral altar, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that he could indeed revert it to its original condition. You rascal. What nonsense is this? Are you contemplating a retreat? It seems that a master of the 24 celestial stars resorts to mere blather when it comes to wagers. Lin Chen deliberately raised his voice, drawing the attention of all members of the Shangwan family towards Master Yin. Though Master Yin possessed extensive connections, today he faced representatives from the Lord's Mansion of Wanling City and the formidable Shangwan family, which was not to be trifled with. Should he dare to breach the contract, he might find himself embroiled in scandal, possibly facing expulsion from the organization. The searing gazes filled with skepticism and derision prompted Master Yin to grit his teeth. After all, it was merely a belly dance. When I pledged my word, you were not even born yet. With that, he flicked his sleeve and turned to leave, while Lin Chen leaped down from the ancestral altar, a gleeful expression adorning his face as he followed suit. Observing this, the crowd immediately trailed behind, leaving only the elders guarding the ancestral altar. Shangwan Bihan followed closely behind Lin Chen, usually as graceful as a lotus. This was the first time she found herself intrigued by a peer, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a peculiar light as she focused on Lin Chen's retreating figure. In Wanling City, at Shangwan Square. This square, funded by the Shangwan family, bustled with life, capable of accommodating millions. Amidst the throngs of people in Shangwan Square, an extraordinary procession emerged, astonishing onlookers as it comprised the esteemed offspring of the Shangwan family. Is that not a member of the Shangwan family? Why are there so many of them suddenly appearing? Oh, look at that young man in front. Why is he frantically grasping at the air above the ground? Both the current head of the family and Miss Shangwan Bihan have emerged, along with Lord Huang Yu from the City Lord's Mansion and Master Shangwan Ha. What significant event could this herald? I have heard whispers that the situation of the Shangwan family has been quite dire in recent decades. Could they be about to reveal the truth? The esteemed reputation of the Shangwan family compelled the masses to part ways, while various factions speculated on the family's intentions. Before long, the members of the Shangwan family arrived at the elevated platform on the western side of the square, where four figures stood prominently: Lin Chen, Master Yin, the rotund man in a yellow robe, and Shangwan Yinfan. Master Yin took a deep breath. After all, he was a respected diviner, well-versed in grand spectacles. And this situation did not faze him. He declared in a resonant voice, "I am Master Yin Juan, a diviner of the 24 Stars Divination Organization. Today, I have regrettably lost a wager against my esteemed colleague, Master Shirluji, and I shall honor my commitment." As Master Yin revealed his identity, a wave of astonishment surged through the gathered crowd of 100,000 at the Western Square. The rarity and prestige of diviners surpass even that of alchemists. And the 24 Stars Divination Organization is the largest of its kind in the wasteland. How could one of their own be defeated by a peer? What could the wager entail? With the eyes of the multitude fixed upon him, filled with curiosity and skepticism, Master Yin unexpectedly began to unfasten his robe, eliciting gasps of disbelief from the crowd. His substantial belly quivered, twisting and writhing like a serpent. The entire assembly of 100,000 stood in stunned silence, momentarily frozen in disbelief. If this belly dance were to be performed by a voluptuous beauty, it would undoubtedly be a delightful spectacle. However, should it be executed by a rather corpulent individual straddling the line between middle age and senescence, the scene would be exceptionally explosive. The reaction from the audience in the front row was nothing short of dramatic. I nearly lost my lunch. How could a wager lead to this? Did you just chuckle? If you laughed, you might have offended the esteemed master of calculations. I did not. I merely recalled something joyous. My daughter, who has been away for an extended period, is preparing to return home in the coming days. What is it that has you laughing now? I too thought of my daughter. She is also getting ready to come home. Are your daughters the same? Precisely. You two gentlemen share a daughter. Chapter 28. The Secrets of Cultivating the Purple Gold Eyes After a Captivating Performance of Belly Dancing. The atmosphere was filled with a cacophony of wails and laughter among the 100,000 spectators, Some rolled on the ground in mirth while others succumbed to nausea, creating a truly spectacular scene. Yan Jiwen's aged visage turned ashen in an instant, his gaze sharp as a blade, infused with a turbulent aura of battle, locking onto Lin Chen with ferocity, with his prowess at the 9th level of the Battle Soul realm. Crushing a mere child lacking even the strength of the Spirit Connection realm would be a trivial task. At that moment, Shangguan Yunfan swiftly positioned himself before Lin Chen, waving his hand to disperse the oppressive battle energy that had nearly transformed into a streak of air aimed at them. Regardless of the circumstances, today, Lin Chen was regarded as the savior of the Shangguan clan. Even if it meant offending a practitioner of the 24-star divination, they had to align themselves immediately. Master Yin, why bother quarreling with a young junior? He remarked amiably. By the way, I have yet to invite you to taste our city's specialty, the sunflower spirit wine. Come, I shall host you at the city lord's residence this time. The rotund man in yellow robes stepped forward to mediate, a broad smile adorning his face, which eased the tension in Yan Jiwen's expression. With a cold snort, Yan Jiwen flicked his sleeve and departed. Ha, brother Yunfan, you have struck gold with this young man. The yellow-robed figure secretly transmitted to Shangguan Yunfan their long-standing friendship, allowing for a silent understanding through a mere exchange of glances. Once the two had left, Shangguan Yunfan turned to Lin Chen with a smile. Master Shirleji, are you satisfied with this outcome? It's passable. I could have handled him myself, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. However, had you not intervened just now, the ancestral altar of the Shangguan family would have immediately reverted to its original state. A dangerous smile played upon Lin Chen's lips, leaving Shangguan Yunfan profoundly intrigued by the mysterious origins of this youth. Despite lacking the cultivation to enter the spirit realm, he boldly claimed he could handle an adversary at the 9th level of the Battle Soul realm. It would be utterly implausible to believe he possessed no hidden cards. Master Shirleji, rest assured, the gratitude we owe to your Shangguan family will be etched in our hearts. We are certainly not heartless or ungrateful individuals. Shangguan Yunfan spoke with sincerity, yet this scene appeared quite different to onlookers. The head of a Shangguan family was treating a mere youth with such courtesy. Could he be the enigmatic figure who recently caused Master Yin to lose a bet? Enough with the flowery rhetoric. We were interrupted earlier, so let us now discuss the matter of compensation. If even a single coin is missing, your ancestral altar will be restored on that very day, and it will also be promptly sealed, Lin Chen asserted, waving his hand dismissively. Shangguan Yunfan felt a bead of sweat form. This lad was as cunning as an old fox, far from the demeanor of a mere adolescent. Please, master, let us return to the estate to discuss the matter of compensation in detail. Shangguan Yunfan led the group away, while numerous citizens cast curious glances at Lin Chen. Shangguan Manor, the main hall of deliberation. The atmosphere within the hall was tense, with numerous elders gathered. What? His compensation demands our family's secret manual for cultivating the purple gold eyes? Impossible. This is a legacy passed down from our ancestors, meant solely for the cultivation of our descendants, never to be divulged to outsiders. However, what does he seek with his cultivation manual? Without the bloodline of our Shangguan family, he would be utterly incapable of practicing it. Upon returning to the Shangguan residence, Lin Chen immediately sought refuge in a secluded chamber for meditation. His demands were quite straightforward. The complete set of purple gold eyes cultivation scripture from the Shangguan clan, along with a selection of herbs necessary for alchemy, which posed no significant burden to the Shangguan estate. If we disregard the ancestral teachings, we would be guilty of betraying our forebears. Yet, this young man is shrouded in mystery. Should he sever our ancestral altar, the consequences could be dire. Thus, we must take decisive action. Let us offer him some form of compensation, and if he proves obstinate, we shall eliminate him. No, how could the Shangguan family engage in such banditry? Moreover, this young man's true strength remains concealed. Should we resort to violence, we may incur grievous losses. We must never forsake our ancestral precepts. Are we to abandon our entire lineage merely for the sake of adhering to tradition? As the elders continued their heated debate, Shangguan Yunfan interjected. Esteemed elders, please cease your quarrel. While we must adhere to our ancestral teachings, we also owe a debt of gratitude. I shall devise a comprehensive strategy that safeguards the paramount interests of both parties. Upon hearing this, all the elders turned their astonished gazes toward Shangguan Yunfan, wondering if a mutually beneficial resolution truly existed in this circumstance. Let this matter rest for now. I shall speak with Master Shi this evening. With that, Shangguan Yunfan exited the conference hall, while only the second elder's eyes gleamed with a flicker of amusement. Indeed, a win-win solution is feasible. In the upper chamber of the official residence, a secluded attic serves as the setting for a poignant encounter between father and daughter, Shangguan Yunfan and Shangguan Bihan. Father, why have you summoned me to Brother Lin Chen's side so suddenly? Shangguan Bihan inquired with curiosity, to which Shangguan Yunfan responded with a smile. Oh, you're addressing him as brother so quickly. Shangguan Bihan's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she playfully protested. Father, Bihan, I must ask your opinion of this young man, Shangguan Yunfan continued. Caught off guard by the question, Shangguan Bihan's face turned slightly crimson, but she soon beamed. He is quite extraordinary, unlike any man I have ever encountered. His approach may lack conventionality, yet it is distinctly original. Since you hold him in such regard, I have made the decision to betroth you to him, allowing him to become part of our Shangguan family. What do you think? Shangguan Yunfan probed, testing his daughter's reaction. However, her expression shifted dramatically. Father, how can you do this? What if I bring trouble to Brother Lin Chen? Moreover, you have not consulted me. How can you decide this on your own? Bihan, I find myself in a difficult position. This young man demands our family's secret technique of the purple gold eyes. You are aware of our ancestral teachings. This knowledge is our lifeblood and must never be divulged, even at the cost of our family's demise. Shangguan Yunfan sighed deeply. Shangguan Bihan's face flushed with indignation as she stamped her foot in frustration. But you cannot use my lifelong happiness as a bargaining chip. Father, I am truly angry. With that, she turned to leave, and Shangguan Yunfan made no attempt to stop her, only letting out a heavy sigh. Within the confines of the secluded chamber, a resounding crash echoed through the air. A surge of vibrant and resplendent battle energy erupted from Lin Chen's body, powerful enough to rival the might of mountains and seas, causing the secret chamber to tremble with intensity before finally retreating back within him. Unexpectedly, the attribute orb discovered at the Shangguan residence propelled me to ascend into the spirit communication realm in a single breath. As I opened my eyes, a brilliant gleam flashed within them. In the spirit communication realm, one can perceive the inner workings of a warrior's organs through their battle energy, allowing it to manifest in both offense and defense. Lin Chen activated the system, revealing a status information panel before him. Host, Lin Chen cultivation level. First layer of spirit communication, maximum strength. 10, 641 tiger power vitality energy. 751. 734 points essence of battle energy. 293, 592 points mental strength. 13, 158 points technique essence. 10, 458 points mental method. Chaotic 5 spirits technique. 16, master techniques. 10,000 thunder and 1,000 June sword technique. Heavenly spirit transformation pill technique. True water returning to origin technique. 15, soul seizing spear manual for demon king seal. Great beginning holy scripture. 2, items owned. Secret manuals 7-star soul seizing spear bloodline energy. Azure dragon bloodline 45 points. Golden purple eye bloodline 10, 000 points. Characteristic rune. Level 1 slow rune. Rune energy 1, 175 points. Elemental energy. Fire 41, 581 points. Earth 48, 212 points. Wood 46, 715 points. Metal 47, 872 points. Water 52, 188 points. The greater the elemental energy attributes I accumulate, the more potent the amplification of the chaotic 5 spirits technique becomes. The sheer power has reached an astounding 10,000 tiger strength. If I were to encounter a warrior of the soul realm, I could still engage in a contest of strength without resorting to the use of the deceleration rune. Lin Chen circulated his inner technique for a complete cycle and discovered that the recovery speed of his battle energy had improved by over 70% compared to before. Just as Lin Chen reveled in this newfound enhancement, a knock echoed from outside the chamber. Master Sure, we have reached a conclusion regarding the matter of compensation. May I inquire if it is a convenient time now? Chapter 29. Engagement. Is it Shangwan Yunfan? Lin Chen retracted his overwhelming aura, calmly opening the door to the secret chamber, and remarked with a smile, "Of course, please come in, Master Yunfan." As the two settled in the secluded chamber, Shangwan Yunfan pondered for a moment before finally speaking. Master Shi Liji, after our family's discussions, the elders would rather the ancestral altar remain closed than relinquish the cultivation manual for the purple gold eyes. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's demeanor instantly turned frosty as he replied nonchalantly, "So, what you are implying is that the matter has reached an impasse." "No, there are other resolutions." Shangwan Yunfan's gaze suddenly became earnest. He enunciated each word carefully. "I beseech Master Shi, no, I implore you, my esteemed friend Lin Chen, to consider an engagement with my youngest daughter. In doing so, you would be regarded as half a member of the Shangwan family, thus allowing me to bestow upon you the manual for the cultivation of the purple gold eyes without opposition from the family." This unexpected proposition left Lin Chen utterly bewildered. "Huh? Engagement? What sort of bizarre maneuver is this? You expect me to marry Shangwan Bihan to obtain the manual for the purple gold eyes? Is such a fortuitous arrangement truly possible? A buy one, get one free offer? Shangwan Bihan, in terms of appearance, temperament, physique, upbringing, character, and aptitude, was an unparalleled beauty of the highest caliber. Having yet to reach her 20th year, she had already attained the 8th level of the spirit connection realm. In the outside world, one could only imagine how many young prodigies would flock to her, even if it required the addition of the manual for the purple gold eyes. Without the bloodline of the Shangwan family, one cannot cultivate the purple gold eyes. However, this secret manual of cultivation must not be allowed to circulate. For if it falls into the hands of certain powerful individuals, even if they are incapable of practicing it, they could still glean some secrets of the purple gold eyes from the manual, posing an unimaginable threat and loss to the Shangwan family. No, although I, Lin Chen, have an affinity for beautiful women, I refuse to become a son-in-law of the Shangwan household in such a manner. I would rather forego it entirely, for I am inherently drawn to freedom and wish to avoid any form of constraint. If you insist on withholding it, then we shall part ways." Lin Chen resolutely shook his head and rose, his expression growing increasingly indifferent. "Wait, Master Shi, you have misunderstood my intentions. The betrothal I mentioned is merely a pretext." Shangwan Yunfan hurriedly revealed his true motive. The engagement was simply a means to secure a legitimate reason to obtain the manual for cultivating the purple gold eyes. On the very day of the engagement, I, Shangwan Yunfan, assure you that I will prepare the divorce papers that very night. After you have truly departed from the Shangwan family for a few years, I shall publicly announce the divorce, by which time the manual will be in your possession, and the elders will have nothing to say. Shangwan Yunfan's plan indeed stirred some interest in Lin Chen. However, would this not greatly affect the reputation of Miss Shangwan Bihan? Lin Chen hesitated slightly. Alas, although there will inevitably be some impact on reputation, this is the only feasible solution. Shangwan Yunfan feigned a sorrowful sigh, yet inwardly he added, "If you become my son-in-law, there would be no impact at all. I concur with this approach, yet I earnestly hope that the Shangwan family will uphold their commitments. Should they engage in any further antics after the betrothal, it would inevitably lead to a mutually destructive outcome." Lin Chen's tone was firm yet gentle. Certainly, Shangwan Yunfan replied sincerely, nodding in affirmation. "Moreover, I require 2 copies of the divorce decree. Who can predict whether you might renege? It would be prudent to keep a second copy with me for assurance, in the secret chamber beneath the ancestral altar of the Shangwan residence." Both parties had not only finalized their engagement, but had also preemptively signed the divorce decree, bearing the official seal of the Shangwan family. Lin Chen felt no trepidation regarding their potential reversal of this agreement. This is the cultivation manual for the purple gold eyes. You must utilize your mental energy to decipher its teachings. Shangguan Yunfan solemnly presented 5 obsidian plates to Lin Chen. Host has acquired the purple gold eyes manual. The system has recorded it. To commence the cultivation of the purple gold eyes, one requires 10,000 points of cultivation essence and 500 points of purple gold eyes bloodline power to reach the novice level. The moment Lin Chen received the 5 dark iron plates, the system interface immediately illuminated. Young friend Lin Chen, since you are publicly recognized as a half-member of the Shangguan family, I would appreciate your presence alongside me at a grand event in 3 days, the Treasure Appraisal Conference in Wanling City. Following the exchange, Shangguan Yunfan's tone softened considerably, and he chuckled merrily. Oh, a treasure appraisal conference? Lin Chen expressed curiosity. The Treasure Appraisal Conference is a grand occasion convened by appraisers within our field. Throughout history, the martial arts have endured, with a rich legacy that has birthed numerous enigmatic and extraordinary phenomena, often beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals and even the most formidable of warriors. This necessitated the presence of those endowed with unique abilities to discern such wonders, leading to the emergence of gem appraisers. In discussing this, Shangguan Yunfan's countenance radiated an instinctive pride as he remarked, "Our Shangguan family is the most prominent and esteemed gem appraisal family in Wanxing City, and indeed ranks among the finest across the entire desolate domain." Lin Chen suddenly grasped the situation. It was no wonder that the Shangguan family was so affluent and brimming with powerful individuals. Such a profound legacy was the foundation of their wealth. It seemed imperative for him to attend the forthcoming gem appraisal convention. A subtle smile played at the corners of Lin Chen's lips. After further elucidating the rules and origins of the gem appraisal convention, the two parted ways within the ancestral hall's secluded chamber. The following day, Shangguan Yunfan publicly announced the engagement between Lin Chen and Shangguan Bihan, igniting unprecedented waves of excitement throughout Wanxing City. Regarding Lin Chen's engagement, the elders had no objections. This young man possessed remarkable potential, and his integration into the Shangguan family would indeed be a cause for great celebration, strengthening familial ties. Consequently, entrusting him with the cultivation secrets of the purple gold eye was not a detrimental decision. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, the center of attention, immersed himself entirely in seclusion, focusing on the cultivation of the newly acquired purple gold eye. In the private chamber, he withdrew his mental energy after thoroughly perusing all the cultivation techniques and records pertaining to the purple gold eye. The purple gold eye is categorized into 6 distinct realms: insightful perception, eye of flame, gazing at the essence, manifesting purple lightning, creating something from nothing, and the dual birth of golden eyes. Upon my initial encounter with the esoteric art of gem appraisal, particularly the advanced techniques, Lin Chen could not help but marvel at the myriad wonders of the purple gold eye. Having completed the foundational cultivation, I instructed the system to infuse me with 1,000 points of bloodline essence. The system injects 1,000 points of purple gold eye bloodline into the host. A refreshing surge of energy cascaded down from the crown of Lin Chen's head, coursing through his veins. He shivered slightly, promptly focusing his mind to channel the bloodline's power according to the meridian pathways and incantations recorded in the purple gold eye. This infusion of bloodline energy allowed Lin Chen to directly harness the strength of the bloodline rather than undergoing a transfusion. This principle mirrored that of his previous absorption of the Azure Dragon bloodline. Otherwise, possessing 2 distinct bloodlines would have led to his untimely demise. Once the purple gold eye bloodline was fully integrated into his being, the energy began to coalesce within Lin Chen's eyes, enveloping them in a delicate lavender glow. Chapter 30. The appraisal conference commences. Through the faintly luminous violet hue of his pupils, Lin Chen perceived a world transformed. The myriad specks of dust within the chamber became astonishingly distinct. Even the intricate seams of his clothing appeared as clear as his own fingerprints. This was the first realm. The insightful observation. System, activate. Absorb all bloodline powers simultaneously. Lin Chen secluded himself, wholly devoted to the cultivation of the violet gold eyes. After expending the essence of his cultivation technique, the system had meticulously recorded all the secrets of his practice within his mind. He merely needed to assimilate the bloodline energy. That very afternoon, Lin Chen beheld a multitude of spiritual energy threads weaving through the cosmos. Previously, he had relied on combat energy to sense the ethereal auras of the world, but now he could see them directly. This marked the second realm, the clarity of vision. By noon the following day, the observable strands of spiritual energy expanded once more, morphing into undulating streams of liquid. This represented the third realm, the manifestation of qi. On the third night, the obsidian void in Lin Chen's eyes transformed into a tapestry of violet light, and he could faintly discern certain spatial patterns of the universe. This was the fourth realm, the birth of purple lightning. Having absorbed 10,000 points of bloodline energy, Lin Chen ascended to the fourth realm. However, invoking the fourth realm, birth of purple lightning, was taxing even for Lin Chen, who possessed the Azure Tier Heart method. It could not be employed frequently, lest it excessively deplete his combat energy, which would prove exceedingly detrimental in the midst of battle. In truth, the realms attainable through the reliance on bloodline energy are limited to the fourth level, both the fifth level, known as transforming nothing into something, and the sixth level, golden eyes of duality, necessitate profound personal insight and rigorous cultivation. On the fourth day of the month, coinciding with the grand convening of the appraisal conference, the entire residence of the Shangwan family bustled with an extraordinary vigor. This conference held immense significance for any appraiser, akin to the alchemical conventions among practitioners of the craft. "My dear friend Lin Chen, you have finally arrived," exclaimed Shangwan Yunfan, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm upon seeing Lin Chen enter the hall. As Lin Chen surveyed the scene, he noted that every member of the Shangwan household exuded an aura of refined strength. After several decades, with the awakening of the ancestral altar, the family had the opportunity to once again cultivate the purple gold eyes, leading to significant advancements in their respective realms. Upon activating his purple gold eyes, Lin Chen discerned Shangwan Yunfan's approximate cultivation level at a stage of earthly fiend, though the precise tier remained cleverly concealed by him. As the betrothed of Shangwan Bihan, Lin Chen found himself the object of envy and jealousy among the younger generation of the Shangwan clan. Following a round of pleasantries with Shangwan Yunfan and several elders, Lin Chen spotted Shangwan Bihan in a corner of the gathering, accompanied by her devoted gray-clad attendant. Rubbing his nose thoughtfully, he approached her, mindful of the engagement they shared. Appearances before others were of consequence. Sitting beside Shangwan Bihan, she offered a serene smile and softly remarked, "Brother Lin Chen, there is no need for such formality. I have long been aware of the circumstances." Lin Chen paused momentarily, nodding with a hint of apology. "I regret making decisions with your father without your consent. Rest assured, Miss Shangwan Bihan, I shall not take advantage of our engagement to impose any inappropriate actions upon you. No, I comprehend my father's decision. He has always showered me with affection since my childhood. Yet he is also the head of the entire Shangwan family and cannot forsake the family's interest for personal reasons." Shangwan Bihan, possessing both intelligence and profound understanding, seemed to have moved past the matter without further entanglement. Observing the harmonious interaction between Lin Chen and Shangwan Bihan, the elders watching discreetly could not help but nod in satisfaction. This time, the Shangwan family had meticulously selected over 100 outstanding young talents and 5 elders to attend this event, with the current family head present as well. The group set off towards the treasure appraisal conference held in Wanling City, situated not far from the city lord's residence at the Guangyang venue. Upon their arrival, a large number of individuals were entering the venue, several factions arriving even earlier than the Shangwan family. "Brother Yunfan, it has been quite some time. I have missed you dearly. I never expected your little girl to return with a gold ingot." Among the throng outside the entrance, several leaders approached Shangwan Yunfan, clasping their fists in greeting, their smiles betraying a hint of insincerity. "Ah, Ning brother, it is good to see you," Shangwan Yunfan replied with a slight smile. returning the gesture. It was the Huangfu family, whose hopes of restoring their ancestral altar had previously seemed bleak. Both families had sought to arrange a marriage between me and my cousin Xingyu, and it appears they harbor resentment towards my father due to the engagement matter. Shangguan Bihan's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly spoke beside Lin Chen, prompting him to recollect the earlier encounter with Huangfu Qingyu. It dawned on him that his own engagement had inadvertently usurped someone else's joyous occasion. Just as the situation between the two families grew delicate, another group approached. Ha ha ha. Brother Yunfan, with the restoration of your Shangguan family's ancestral altar, it seems you are poised to overshadow all rivals. The boisterous laughter echoed around them. It was the people from the city lord's manor. Xing Wanhe and the previously encountered rotund man were also present. The portly figure in yellow robes approached Lin Chen, beaming as he said, "Master Shi, you truly excel beyond your predecessors. Following the conclusion of this appraisal convention, I sincerely invite you to the city lord's manor. This is an invitation from our city lord. You must honor us with your presence." His words left all present in a state of disbelief and astonishment. The elusive city lord would extend an invitation to another? Was this the renowned diviner, Shi Leji, whose fame had surged recently? Even the city lord of Wanling City was stirred. Was this young man truly of such significant stature? Everyone regarded Lin Chen with newfound intrigue. "Oh, very well. I shall attend," Lin Chen replied, bewildered by the astonished gazes directed at him. Was it so rare for the city lord to extend an invitation to someone like himself? They reacted as though they had discovered a new world. I've heard that the Nangong family has also arrived. It appears today as appraisal convention promises to be quite the spectacle. Brother Yunfan, I shall make my way inside, for there are many old friends awaiting me. The rotund man in a yellow robe cast a deep gaze at Lin Chen before greeting Shangguan Yunfan and striding directly into the venue. Why are they so astonished? Lin Chen inquired of Shangguan Bihan, his curiosity piqued. Young Master Lin, are you not aware? The Lord of Wanling City is a breathtaking beauty. It is said that those who have beheld her countenance cannot help but marvel at her ethereal charm, as if she were a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Shangguan Bihan patiently elucidated, her enchanting eyes shimmering as she discreetly observed Lin Chen's reaction. Ah, so she's a great beauty. Lin Chen's interest was considerably heightened. Shangguan Bihan bit her lip lightly, her captivating gaze sparkling. I did not expect that my young friend Lin Chen would garner the favor of the city lord. How splendid. Let's enter as well. Shangguan Yunfan exclaimed in astonishment, promptly leading the entire Shangguan family into the venue in a single file. Once Lin Chen and the others entered, they were covertly followed by several figures clad in silver robes, the foremost of whom was none other than Master Yin, who had previously suffered defeat at Lin Chen's hands. Youngster, this time the secret of your fortune-telling shall be mine. Inside the venue, the space was tiered into 3 levels, with seats arranged in a fan-like formation, accommodating no fewer than 10,000 guests. On either side stood formidable warriors of the Battle Soul realm, guarding the premises. As they stepped into the hall, Shangguan Bihan introduced Lin Chen to the various factions present. Among them were the Nangong family from the Wild Domain, whose expertise in treasure appraisal rivaled that of the Shangguan family. There is also the Wandering Treasure Appraisal Organization from Qinghua City, alongside numerous esteemed appraisers from the Earth Spirit sect of the Wild Domain. All were illustrious figures within the Wild Domain. Indeed, only the affluent or noble could gain entry into this gathering. Those who are able to attend the Treasure Appraisal Conference are undoubtedly notable figures within the desolate regions. As Lin Chen partakes in this grand event for the first time, he listens with rapt attention. Such a splendid gathering is entirely beyond the reach of the sacred martial sect, where Lin Chen previously resided. Chapter 31. The Nangong family. Lin Chen occupied the most esteemed seat in the VIP section. His curiosity piqued as he observed an elderly gentleman unveil an imposing crystal display, towering several meters high. Within it lay an array of uneven, translucent blue crystal ores, the treasures designated for the first round of the appraisal event. Xian Shui crystal ore. The sect entrusted with this precious cargo aspired to extract the highest quality portion to forge 10 third-tier weapons, each requiring a length of 7 zhang, while the remaining Xian Shui crystal or would rightfully belong to the appraisers. Esteemed appraisers, please make your evaluations, the elder proclaimed. It is an unwritten rule within this domain that a fraction of the treasures entrusted will be claimed by the appraisers. Naturally, this could be substituted with other generous rewards. Each appraiser may be entangled with a faction, competing against one another to ascertain the most desirable portions of the entrusted treasures. The intricacies of this competition lie in the fact that no appraiser can be entirely certain that they alone can identify the highest quality. Consider this. Within the factions of appraisers, should one party discern the optimal quality of the treasure, yet fail to disclose it to the entrusting party, instead offering an inferior assessment, the competitor may very well perceive the treasure's true excellence and provide a superior appraisal. In such a scenario, the reward would belong to the latter. This is the true essence of the appraisal conference, to prevent any singular faction from covertly reaping the rewards of their insights. Multiple appraisal sects or factions will participate in the event. As soon as the elder concluded his remarks, 2 young individuals immediately raised their hands. The quality of the Xian Shui, or numbered 13, is the highest, and the Xian Shui, or numbered 15, is deemed the best. 2 young appraisers offered differing opinions, while an elderly man merely smiled. Now, may I invite both appraisers to the stage to perform the enlightening ceremony on these 2 crystals? Please ensure that the crystals remain undamaged during the process. Each appraiser was granted a single opportunity to unveil the mysterious essence of the treasures they were assessing. As the 2 appraisers displayed their unique skills, one harnessed the water elements techniques, while the other invoked the incantations of appraisal, channeling their mental energy to extract the latent power of the Xian Shui, or. Suddenly, 2 beams of light soared upward, a potent wave of water energy enveloping the entire platform as the 2 pieces of Xian Shui, or radiated their hidden essence. However, it was evident that the energy emanating from the Xian Shui, or number 13, was far superior. The art of enlightenment is a formidable skill for an appraiser. Due to the unique nature of the appraisal convention, no one could attest to the accuracy of an appraiser's judgment. One must not only discern the concealed qualities and opportunities within various extraordinary treasures, but also possess the means to unleash their inherent powers, which is the essence of the enlightening ceremony. This spectacle left Lin Chen wide-eyed, for when the Xian Shui, or was enlightened, a cascade of blue orbs fell, each infused with pure water energy. Alas, he lamented internally, wishing he could rush forward to collect these orbs, for they would undoubtedly advance his true water-returning technique. Lin Chen continued to observe the appraisal convention with keen interest. Subsequently, several appraisers ascended the stage to bestow enlightenment upon other specimens of the Xian Shui, or. The energy they radiated, while surpassing that of the previous Xian Shui, specimen number 15, fell short of the prowess exhibited by number 13. Ultimately, victory was claimed by the youthful appraiser who identified specimen number 13. In response, the esteemed figures present remained unperturbed, some even engaging in light-hearted banter, seemingly dismissing the significance of the event. This was merely a prelude, a warm-up for the young talents to showcase their nascent abilities. The true highlight of the appraisal conference lay ahead. Among the recent discoveries from the ruins of desolation were 5 incomplete weapons, suspected to possess individual qualities of the 4th tier. All appraisers were summoned to discern which of these fragmented weapons held the greatest potential for restoration. The reward: 3 top-tier medicinal pills of the 3rd tier. The younger generation plunged into fierce competition, revealing to the seasoned veterans the latent potential of the new blood. Furthermore, 7 ancient heart techniques were unearthed, with only 1 manuscript purportedly containing a cultivable method. Appraisers were requested to evaluate the secrets of cultivation contained within the incomplete heart techniques. The reward: 2 third-tier top-grade pills capable of restoring mental energy, along with a top-tier green-grade combat skill manual. As the appraisal conference progressed, Lin Chen watched with keen interest. Just as he felt an irresistible urge to test his newly acquired skill, the cool voice of a young lady resonated throughout the venue. The second, incomplete heart technique, contains a record of a cultivable method. All present paused, turning their gazes toward the VIP section, where the distinguished Nangong family was seated. In the realm of legends, there exists a prestigious family renowned for their expertise in treasure appraisal, standing in close rivalry with the illustrious Shangwan family. However, this ranking dates back 50 years, and it is only now that the Shangwan family has restored their ancestral altar. The question of superiority between the two remains unresolved. As the words hung in the air, a beam of spiritual light shot forth from the VIP chamber, enveloping the second of the 7 incomplete ancient tomes displayed upon the crystal counter. In an instant, it radiated with imposing characters proclaiming its might, battle dragon technique. A lower-tier, blue-level martial art, forging battle energy to cultivate a dragon's might, unleashing a strike akin to a dragon soaring into the heavens. A collective gasp echoed throughout the room, as the audience was taken aback by the immediate revelation of a lower-tier, blue-level martial art. The Nangong family, indeed, commands a formidable presence. Although this martial art remains incomplete and lacks the full potency of a genuine blue-level technique, its emergence signifies a clear provocation from the Nangong family. With narrowed eyes, Shangwan Yunfan realized that since the opponent had made their move, they must respond in kind. All eyes were glued in anticipation, for a direct confrontation between these two great families, after several decades, was imminent. Days prior, a patron had risked life and limb to retrieve 3 formidable beast carcasses from the perilous Beast Mountain range in the wilds. The patron sought to ascertain which of these beasts would be most suitable for concocting bone-forging and essence-nurturing elixirs. Should an impeccable appraisal be achieved, the patron would bestow one of the beast carcasses upon the appraiser. On the elevated platform lay the remains of 3 colossal beasts, each measuring several dozen feet in length. The elder's gaze resolutely shifted to the highest tier of the VIP section, for these 3 beast corpses represented entities that had transcended the 4th level, comparable to formidable warriors of the earthly fiend realm. In such a level of competition, only the most distinguished families of appraisers are qualified to participate in the assessment. Bihan, it is your turn. Shangwan Yunfan cast a significant glance at his daughter, and Shangwan Bihan nodded, rising with eyes radiant like precious gems. Now enveloped in a hue of purple gold, she had attained the 2nd realm, her gaze akin to observing fire. Lin Chen recognized Shangwan Bihan's realm and marveled silently. At merely 20 years of age, she had emerged into a world where her family's ancestral altar was close to closure. Her ability to cultivate to the realm of gaze like observing fire was predominantly due to her own efforts and innate talent. The remains of the No. 3 ferocious beasts possessed the remarkable ability to preserve its own vital essence over time, thus holding immense value for alchemical purposes. Extracting its blood essence during refinement could yield over 80% of its vitality while alive, making it ideal for concocting advanced medicinal pills for marrow replenishment and bone restoration, playing a crucial role in life and death moments. Shangwan Bihan's voice, elegant and ethereal, resonated throughout the entire venue. As her mellifluous tones faded, a hazy purple light began to swirl, penetrating the remains of the number 3 ferocious beast, which instantly emitted waves of tidal sounds. Its immense vital energy surging forth like a furious tempest, engulfing the entire assembly. Chapter 32. 4 Secret Treasures. A tempestuous surge of vital energy, imbued with a savage primordial essence, swept through the entire venue, startling many attendees who momentarily feared the resurrection of the ferocious beast upon the platform. Such an overwhelming manifestation of vital force. Who could fathom that a deceased beast could still harbor such terrifying energy? With our previous methods, we were utterly unable to discern even the slightest indication of its presence. The Shangwan family truly exemplifies the pinnacle of gem appraisal in Wanling City. Numerous factions gasped in astonishment. Even seasoned appraisers from previous generations had failed to detect any trace of the number 3 beast's remains, expressing profound admiration for Shangwan Bihan's remarkable performance. Evidently, the foundation of the Shangwan family remains unshaken, dispelling years of rumors suggesting their cultivation had reached an impasse. It turns out these were mere fabrications. Young Miss Shangwan Bihan, possessing such prowess at her tender age, may very well surpass the current head of the family. At this moment, the multitude of external whispers were silenced, and the disciples within the Shangwan clan felt an exhilarating surge of pride. Lacking the ancestral altar's assistance, their generation had reached the limits of the first realm. However, their mastery over the second realm had become exceedingly refined, and it seemed likely they would soon advance to the third realm. Lin Chen silently assessed the situation, while the atmosphere within the venue underwent a sudden transformation. Is this the caliber of the Shangwan family, comparable to my own age? I have already granted you the opportunity for preliminary judgment, yet your prowess is merely pedestrian. The young girl's cool and aloof demeanor drew the attention of the entire assembly, as two icy blue beams of light intertwined in the air. She gracefully departed from the VIP room, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, descending into the hall. Her long hair cascades down her waist, and at merely 20 years of age, her pair of ice-blue eyes captivates all who gaze upon her, exuding an aura of cold elegance and aloofness. Her brows resemble ink-painted spring mountains, and her skin is as delicate as congealed fat, epitomizing the archetype of an ice-cold beauty. Could this enchanting maiden be the renowned prodigy of the Nangong family, Nangong Yuyan, said to appear only once in a millennium? The entrance of such a beauty incites boundless curiosity and astonishment. She glides gracefully, her slender fingers resting upon the corpse of the first formidable beast, initiating a ritual to awaken its spirit. The creature, a serpent-like beast, does not seem to possess the same level of preservation and energy as the one selected by Shangwan Bihan. As her fingers dance, a dozen strands of mental energy penetrate the beast's remains, quietly igniting a surge of vibrant life force within. Life force? Some young appraisers in the audience display expressions of disbelief. How could a deceased beast exhibit such an exuberant vitality? This is the remains of the yin-yang Xuanmao python, whose bloodline in life was exceedingly domineering. Should its bloodline be utilized in the crafting of elixirs, the resultant effects would bestow upon the consumer the astonishing regenerative properties of the Xuanmao python, capable of swiftly healing even severed limbs and wounds, ensuring optimal therapeutic results. Withdrawing her fingertips, a small portion of the awakened Xuanmao python's bloodline is extracted, coalescing into a fist-sized dark red blood orb that pulsates atop the maiden's fingertip. With each throb, powerful waves of life energy emanate, and while the energy fluctuations may appear comparable to those of the beast identified by Shangwan Bihan, to the eyes of the strong, the vitality of a Xuanmao python is unmistakably superior, the distinction clear as day. A guardian of the battle spirit realm ascended the stage and whispered a few words into the ear of the white-haired elder, who immediately announced with a beaming smile. After deliberation, our patron has unanimously chosen the remains of the number 1 ferocious beast. An uproar erupted in the venue. The Shangwan family faced an initial defeat. Their first clash with the Nangong family ended in failure. Bihan, do not be disheartened. You have performed admirably, Shangwan Yunfan consoled his daughter, who bit her pearly teeth in slight resentment. In terms of talent, she was certainly not inferior to Nangong Yuyan. How intriguing. Lin Chen gazed fervently at the high platform, where numerous extraordinary treasures had been identified by the appraisers, resulting in an abundance of attribute orbs. Were it not for the ongoing event, he would have been unable to resist rushing forward to collect them, enhancing his attributes significantly. Since the opponent had made their move, we must not allow ourselves to be ridiculed. Shangwan Yunfan stood up, positioning himself at the front of the VIP section, a flicker of purple light dancing in his pupils. Personally taking action, Shangwan Yunfan swiftly equalized the score in the second round of treasure appraisal. However, soon after, other factions, such as the Huangfu family and the Venerable Earth Spirit sect, entered the fray, intensifying the competition between the two prominent treasure appraisal families, each experiencing their share of victories and defeats. As half a day passed, the treasure appraisal conference approached its conclusion. The clash between the Shangwan family and the Nangong family was exceptionally fierce. In this domain, reputation held paramount importance. The elite appraisers at the pinnacle will inevitably attract more formidable warriors, thereby bestowing upon their faction an unimaginable depth of heritage. Thus, they can afford to yield in any circumstance, save for the prestige of the appraisal conference, which must not be compromised. What a terrifying conflict! I could scarcely discern the nature of the exotic treasures being presented before me, and yet the two factions had already completed their evaluations. The score must stand at 7-7, correct? Such relentless contention is truly remarkable. Outside the elevated platform, the young appraisers swallowed hard, secretly breaking into a cold sweat. Within the VIP chamber, it seemed they were aware of our weaknesses concerning the golden purple eyes. Several elders, weary and panting, had exhausted themselves from overexerting their golden purple eyes, their fatigue evident. They exchanged glances filled with shock and disbelief. Only by banding together did we manage to barely keep pace with them. They surely retained considerable stamina and were acutely aware of the drawbacks of our golden purple eyes. Are we being targeted? It seems improbable that any traitors could exist within the illustrious Shangwan clan. Could it be? At that moment, Shangwan Yinfan was struck by this troubling thought when Lin Chen, beside him, casually interjected while nibbling on fruit. It must be the handiwork of Nangong Qingyu from earlier. Shangwan Yinfan could only manage a wry smile. He had inadvertently invited trouble into his own home, not anticipating that this young man had such cunning to infiltrate the Shangwan clan. At this juncture, an elderly man with white hair on the elevated platform spoke in a resonant voice. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold for a moment as we conclude today's final round of the appraisal conference. Boom! A fierce gust of wind surged forth, and mysteriously, several figures materialized around the platform, forming a formidable barrier to prevent any potential disruption. All of them were masters at the 9th level of the Battle Soul realm. Suddenly, a crystal display case descended from the air, revealing 4 extraordinary and enigmatic treasures within. The first item was a fragmented ancient sword, its blade curving gracefully like a crescent moon, the hilt a delicate shade of lavender, and the blade adorned with 9 luminous purple orbs. The second item was a long-forgotten tome, its surface marred by rust and wear, bearing the marks of time. The third was astonishingly a human forearm bone, translucent as jade, untouched by dust, displayed like a masterpiece within the case. The fourth was a fist-sized azure orb, emanating a faint, ethereal glow, yet revealing no extraordinary qualities at first glance. The young appraisers seated in the front row were utterly baffled by the secrets held by these 4 peculiar treasures. They would not have regarded them as anything remarkable even if they had stumbled upon them by the roadside. However, the very presence of these 4 items rendered the entire VIP room silent. Yet, when Lin Chen beheld these 4 rare artifacts, his perception diverged entirely from that of the others. Chapter 33. The Eternal Life True Fire Seal. Esteemed guests, please identify which of these 4 treasures is the most valuable, and prepare to consecrate these 4 artifacts. As for the compensation, I shall not disclose it publicly. Those interested may approach me individually, and I will share the details privately. The white-haired elder on the high platform stroked his beard and smiled, casting his gaze across the several VIP rooms. This time is unlike any other, as numerous appraisal factions have fallen into silence. Since no one has come forth, I shall take the lead. In less than 10 breaths, an elderly man in a green robe from the Earth Spirit sect emerged from the VIP room and stepped onto the platform, wearing a calm smile. The appearance of this elder immediately sparked waves of astonishment. Oh, the chief appraiser of the Earth Spirit sect, Elder Zhao. I did not expect you to take action as well. The white-haired elder gestured for him to proceed. Elder Zhao, with a smile gracing his lips, replied, I have merely come to try my luck. Please do not mind me. Elder Zhao approached the high platform, his gaze settling upon the third of the peculiar treasures. The most precious artifact must be this one. Elder Zhao pointed at the human arm bone, chanting incantations. Celestial alignment surrounding the cosmos. Summon forth the spirits of the 4 directions. The 8 desolations and 4 symbols manifest the ethereal and the real. Reveal yourself to me. With his palms together, a colossal star formation emerged above Elder Zhao's head, absorbing starlight and embodying the essence of countless rivers. Is this the star observation diagram of the Earth Spirit sect? How magnificent! The assembled appraisers eagerly awaited, their eyes fixed upon the human arm bone. Before one's eyes, a forearm bone, glistening like jade, hovered in midair. After a slight tremor, the starlight reflected from the celestial diagram scattered an intrinsic might. An unprecedented battle aura emanated from the forearm bone, causing the high platform to sway perilously. This aura far surpassing any battle spirit realm, even the earthly fiend realm, reaching an entirely new pinnacle. The forearm bone of a celestial stronghold expert? Numerous appraisers of treasures were profoundly shaken. The battle aura exuded by this relic bore the might of the celestial stronghold. This artifact was left behind by a celestial stronghold expert, with its skeletal energy still intact and the essence of its marrow preserved. Should one succeed in merging it with oneself, their battle prowess could soar to remarkable heights. It was even possible to unravel the secrets of the celestial stronghold. Old Zhao rarely exhibited a flicker of excitement and fervor, elucidating to the crowd that as a treasure appraiser, to illuminate such an extraordinary relic was a monumental achievement in his life. In Lin Chen's eyes, once the celestial stronghold forearm bone was illuminated, a resplendent brass treasure chest materialized in the void, radiating brilliant light. The appraisers could activate the properties or hidden treasures of these artifacts through their illumination. I stand to gain immensely. Lin Chen's heart swelled with joy as he remained still, keenly observing the unfolding events. For soon, a splendid spectacle was about to commence. While the forearm bone of a celestial stronghold expert is undeniably precious, it pales in comparison to this artifact. An aged voice drew every gaze, heralding the appearance of another esteemed appraiser, the chief appraiser of Qinghua City. Leaning on a cane, he appeared as a frail elder, making his way to the stage with deliberate steps. Before him, his withered palms traced the enigmatic patterns of battle aura. As he deftly maneuvered the obsidian jade cane in his grasp, he then lifted the cane and gently tapped the azure orb, releasing a delicate mist of cerulean vapor that began to envelop the entire elevated platform. A furious roar erupted from within the azure sphere, a ferocious dragon's howl that reverberated through the venue, causing some of the less experienced appraisers to stagger in shock, their faces etched with terror. As if confronted by an ancient behemoth, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The instant the azure orb was activated, it yielded 3 resplendent orbs of radiant azure light. This sensation and the accompanying pressure were all too familiar to him. The universe nurtures all beings, while the dragon clan reigns supreme, transcending all existence. This orb, infused with the breath of dragons, encapsulated the essence of true dragons, a genuine ancient dragon pearl, possessing the might of a true dragon. Utilizing it would greatly enhance the cultivation of dragon-related profound skills and combat techniques, achieving results that would otherwise take a lifetime in mere days. An elder, exuding an ethereal aura like that of a celestial being, smiled knowingly, prompting a collective intake of breath from the audience. It was indeed a bona fide ancient dragon pearl. Fortuitously, many years ago, the old man had the privilege of accompanying a true master and witnessed the genuine true dragon. Otherwise, he might not have been able to awaken the energy within this dragon pearl and activate it. What a stroke of fortune! The elder chuckled heartily, while numerous powerful figures cast fervent glances at the azure dragon pearl. The ancient dragon pearl, a treasure that one could only hope to encounter, perhaps surpassing even the coveted arm bone of the celestial realm. The arm bone is only effective below the celestial realm, and it requires immense risk to harness its value. In contrast, the ancient dragon pearl remains potent even against the mightiest of the celestial realm. The disparity in their rarity is unmistakable. It seems our esteemed Su family cannot afford to lag behind. At this moment, Su Yunfan stepped onto the high platform with an air of leisure, a confident smile gracing his lips. The collective breath of the onlookers suddenly became tense. Today, the clash between these two great families was about to reach its climax. Would the Su family emerge victorious, or would the Nangong clan overtake them? Or perhaps both would maintain their status as equals? Personally, I believe this ancient tome is the most precious treasure of all. Su Yunfan chuckled lightly, his pupils transforming into a resplendent shade of purple gold. With a swift motion, he seized the aged manuscript and summoned his battle chi, conjuring flames that engulfed the ancient text. What was Su Yunfan doing? Is he about to destroy the very artifact he entrusted? The numerous appraisers gasped in shock, had it not been for the old man presiding over the platform, whose vast experience had weathered many storms. Chaos would have erupted in the arena. As the manuscript burned, shimmering specks of starlight emerged from the flames, cascading like fine dust. Su Yunfan deftly caught them in a jade plate. These luminous particles, reminiscent of starlit dust, shrank to the size of a thumb after the manuscript was reduced to nothingness. With a serene exhale, Su Yunfan blew upon the dust, forming it into a spirit orb the size of a fist, radiating waves of psychic energy, while in the void, rows of grand starlit characters rapidly materialized. The mystic fire seal of longevity, the pinnacle of green-tier alchemical seals. These mere 2 lines of text plunged the entire assembly into a state of cognitive paralysis. To think that we, in our lifetimes, could witness the emergence of such an extraordinary treasure, the pinnacle of green-tier alchemical seals. A throng of appraisers expressed their astonishment, while a select few were stirred with restless ambition. It is rare for anyone to maintain absolute composure in the presence of such a premier alchemical seal. Within the vast expanse of the desolate realm, home to over 10 billion martial factions, only a handful could possess a seal of this caliber, countable on one hand. All 9th-level battle spirit experts immediately stepped forward, instilling trepidation in everyone present. The rarity and immense value of a green-tier pinnacle alchemical seal need not be elaborated upon. My friends, it is the essential foundation for establishing a sect and creating a lasting legacy. Chapter 34. The main event. Another treasure chest has appeared. When Lin Chen beheld the emergence of the Wansho true fire seal, an ancient bronze chest similarly hovered above the grand inscription of starlight. Shangguan Yunfan, with his charming demeanor, smiled lightly. Yet a profound envy swelled within him. The Shangguan family had expended half a lifetime's worth of resources merely to acquire a mid-level green-tier alchemical seal to support their family's development. The high-level green tier was a rare commodity, while the top-tier green tier was something only a fool would readily sell. The top-tier green tier seal. Xingwanhe, seated in the designated VIP room of the City Lord's mansion, felt his palm tremble violently a few times before ultimately laying it down, letting out a deep sigh. As the foremost alchemist of Wanling City, no one understood its value better than he. The mid-level green-tier alchemical seal had already granted him the esteemed title of a 4th-tier alchemist, revered by millions. If he were to possess the top-tier green tier, his alchemical skills would ascend to unprecedented heights. At my age, such temptations are rather perilous, he mused, feeling as if he had aged several years in an instant. Lamenting his plight, "Hey, old he, do try to maintain your composure. If you lose your wits here, even I, the plump one be able to save you," chuckled the portly figure in a yellow robe, taking a bite of an apple with a grin. Above the platform, amidst the throngs of powerful individuals present, the chaos was ultimately subdued. Given the circumstances, the Wansho True Fire Seal was deemed of the utmost rarity. The Xingwan family still falls slightly short, doesn't it? A group of figures approached through the corridor of the VIP room. It was the members of the Nangong family. The middle-aged man clad in blue chuckled lightly, while the members of the Huangfu clan trailed closely behind him. I have discerned the secrets within this ancient tome, yet alas, if any of your clan has cultivated to the 4th realm of the purple gold eye, the outcome of today as confrontation would indeed remain uncertain. The blue-robed gentleman remarked with a sardonic smile directed at Shangguan Yunfan, who glanced at the members of both families. It appears someone has informed you about our clan situation. He noted. The members of the Huangfu clan regarded Shangguan Yunfan with derision, as if they had already foreseen the outcome of the contest. Yu Yin, step forth and reveal to them what is truly invaluable. The blue-robed man commanded, directing his gaze towards the high platform. Nangong Yin nodded impassively, gracefully ascending the raised stage. With her delicate jade-like hands coming together, she gently caressed the dilapidated ancient sword resting upon counter one, where 9 gemstones embedded in the blade began to shimmer and emanate a radiant glow. Did she truly not realize that within the blade lay a core from a 4th-tier ferocious beast? Shangguan Yunfan furrowed his brow, having activated his purple gold eye to ascertain this multiple times. The only valuable aspect of the ancient sword was indeed the core from the 4th-tier beast embedded within it. While precious, it paled in comparison to the true fire seal of longevity. Could it be? Lin Chen activated his purple gold eye, and within the world of dazzling lightning, he uncovered another marvel concealed within the ancient sword. The moment her jade finger touched the blade, Nangong Yuyin pricked her fingertip, allowing a drop of her essence blood to fall, causing the entire ancient sword to surge forth with a torrent of malevolent energy. 9 beast cores, resembling precious jewels, began to emanate an astonishing malevolence, prompting numerous powerful individuals in the venue to activate their defensive auras to protect the crowd. 9 violet beams of light surged upward, 3 of which astonishingly morphed into terrifying phantasms of ferocious beasts, their roars echoing incessantly. What is this? The countenance of Shangguan Yunfan shifted dramatically. Father. Shangguan Bihan gazed anxiously at the high platform as the final appraisal segment unfolded with tumultuous intensity. These were 9 beast cores from the ancient era, belonging to the true flame purple phoenix. Among them, 8 were of the 4th tier, and 1 was of the 5th tier. Nangong Yuyin's words stirred a tempest of astonishment. Even the renowned appraisers from the desolate domain present were visibly shaken. The true flame purple phoenix possesses a lineage of pure ancient phoenix blood, rendering its beast core worth at least tenfold that of a core of the same tier. Furthermore, one of the beast cores astonishingly belonged to the 5th tier. The 5th tier signifies a power level equivalent to that of Celestial Realm Expert. A Celestial Realm Expert holds the dominion over the very essence of life in Wanling City. The number of Celestial Realm Experts across the entire desolate domain is exceedingly scarce, let alone those who could be vanquished. To eradicate a true flame purple phoenix, comparable to the Celestial Realm, is a challenge beyond the imagination of anyone present. Although the top-tier green-level alchemical hand seals are indeed precious, they pale in comparison to the 9 beast cores of the true flame purple phoenix, which are in an entirely different league. Have the Shuangguan family truly succumbed to the Nangong clan? Beneath the high platform, whispers began to circulate, while others marveled at the fact that a creature of ancient lineage, comparable to the Celestial Realm, could indeed be vanquished and forged into an ancient weapon. Shuangguan Yunfan gritted his teeth, for he had previously discovered the existence of these 9 ferocious beast cores. Yet, due to the passage of time and their embedding within the weapon, he had failed to perceive their true rank. The members of the Shuangguan family seethed with frustration. Some bowed their heads in despair, while others harbored a deep resentment, their anger left unspoken. It seemed that the Shuangguan family must now retreat and recuperate. The closure of the ancestral altar for decades had indeed affected their foundation. Shuangguan Yunfan sighed inwardly, as the members of the Nangong family erupted into raucous laughter. It appeared that in the realm of treasure appraisal, the Nangong clan still reigned supreme. The student surpasses the master. It is indeed the era of the youth now. Yuyin, you have done well. How does it feel, Shuangguan Yunfan, to witness your family's defeat? Ha! Look at you, resembling a defeated hound. The members of the Nangong clan laughed derisively. In the aftermath of this day, word would spread from Wanjing City throughout the entire wasteland, announcing that the Shuangguan family is no longer a match for the Nangong clan, which will soar to new heights. In the domain of treasure appraisal, the distinction between first and second place attracts a caliber of strength that is not comparable and the Huangfu family, allied with the Nangong clan, will also ascend rapidly. The members of the Shangguan family stood up in indignation, some of the impetuous young clan members' faces flushed with anger. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a carefree and cheerful laugh from a young boy infused new vitality into everyone present. The true treasure undoubtedly lay within that ancient blade. The outcome of this contest was far from decided. All eyes turned in unison towards the direction of the VIP room's passageway, where a graceful and elegant figure approached. It was Shangguan Bihan. Behind her walked a young man with a straight posture and a leisurely gait, with his hands in his pockets and an air of nonchalance. A hint of confident yet unassuming smile played on his youthful face. Who, then, was the person accompanying Miss Shangguan? It was he. Rumor had it that he was the one who aided the Shangguan family in restoring their ancestral altar, a prodigy of divination. I recognize him. He is the lad who made Master Yin of the 24-star divination organization perform a belly dance. This is a treasure appraisal conference. What relevance does a diviner have here? Hidden in the shadows, Yin Juan's rage flared as he overheard the murmurs around him, veins bulging as he gritted his teeth. He then squinted his eyes, muttering to himself, could this boy also possess the ability to appraise treasures? Impossible. How could this young lad, with his golden hair, have delved into such a vast array of fields? Hearing the discussions from those around her, Nangong Yin displayed a rare flicker of emotional turbulence, her icy, azure gaze fixated on Shangguan Bihan, her crisp and indifferent voice gradually resonating through the air. Your previous assertion aligns perfectly with my assessment and holds no persuasive weight whatsoever. Chapter 35. The Nanyang Purple Light Essence. No, while the targets may be identical, the outcomes are disparate. Your cultivation has yet to reach its pinnacle, Miss Nangong Yin. Shangguan Bihan gracefully advanced, stepping onto the platform, standing in stark opposition to Nangong Yin. Before Lin Chen ascended the platform, he casually bent down to collect a dozen or so attribute orbs, leaving the onlookers in bewilderment, wondering what this lad was up to. You claim my cultivation is lacking? A hint of disdain flickered in Nangong Yin's gaze as she coldly challenged, then enlighten me. Where might I find something more precious than this true flame, purple phoenix beast core? But do not forget, who was just now my defeated opponent. Shangguan Bihan chuckled elegantly, exuding poise as she approached the ancient sword display. Typically, a weapon requires only 1 or 2 beast cores. Excessive infusion and manipulation of their energy would, in fact, be counterproductive, rendering a genuine divine weapon difficult to forge and unable to withstand strain. Yet this ancient sword can bear the weight of 9 beast cores. Surely, its crafting materials are not mere common iron. Shangguan Bihan's words struck a chord, awakening many who nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom therein. They had always relied upon their own appraisal skills, yet had strayed significantly in certain aspects of their reasoning. Many began to reassess the quality of the ancient sword, but aside from its dilapidated and incomplete state, they detected not a hint of energy fluctuation. Little girl, if mere conjecture could qualify one as a treasure appraiser, then this field would not be so sparsely populated. The head of the Nangong family shook his head with a sardonic smile, his tone laced with derision, implying that one must demonstrate genuine prowess to earn respect. I take the stage with utmost confidence. With a delicate tremor of her slender fingers, Shangguan Bihan caused a dilapidated ancient blade to levitate from the counter. With a swift motion, she severed the connection between the hilt and the blade. Subsequently, she flung the hilt before the elderly host with silver hair, gracefully bowing. Among those present who practice fire-based techniques, I humbly request Senior M.O., with your esteemed cultivation, to assist in igniting this hilt. The secret shall undoubtedly be revealed. The elderly host, taken aback, cast a curious glance at Shangguan Bihan, astonished that she could discern both his cultivation level and the essence of his martial arts. When had she attained such a profound understanding? In that case, I shall display my abilities, he declared. The elder opened his palm and suddenly summoned his battle aura, which transformed into a fierce, vibrant orange flame, enveloping the hilt in a tempest of heat. The elder's cultivation was at the 3rd level of the earthly fiend realm, and his battle aura could incinerate the entire platform if unchecked. Therefore, the other venerable elders quickly activated their defensive auras to shield against the flame's intensity. Nonetheless, the younger audience members felt the extraordinary heat, soon drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, Lin Chen bounded about energetically, gathering all the scattered or suspended attribute orbs in the vicinity of the elevated stage. Many onlookers remained perplexed, wondering what this young diviner was up to. The surroundings were nothing but air, as he grasped and groped at nothingness. Were it not for the esteemed status of the Suo family, he would have been expelled long ago. Only the members of the Suo family exchanged glances, their expressions filled with fervent excitement. For it was Master Shirlaji who had recently restored their ancestral altar, exhibiting similarly inscrutable behavior just days prior. Yet, the members of the Suo family understood the profundity of his actions. Disregarding the astonished gazes of those around him, Lin Chen propelled himself into the air, seizing the treasure chest that floated before him. One of the 3 chests that had appeared during the unveiling of the 4 extraordinary treasures. The host opens the azure glowing brass chest. Gains 100 points of the azure dragon bloodline. The host opens the purple glowing brass chest. Acquires the true flame purple phoenix wing. The host opens the purple glowing brass chest. Obtains the azure grade low-level alchemy hand seal 8 desolation profound fire. As Lin Chen grasped all the treasure chests, the system interface immediately popped up, revealing a bountiful harvest that left him agape in astonishment. An azure grade alchemy hand seal, an azure dragon bloodline, along with the legendary wings of an ancient mythical beast, the true flame purple phoenix wing. I have struck it rich this time, haha. Lin Chen was elated within, yet maintained a calm exterior. Mere moments after he opened the chests, the air was filled with puzzled gasps of wonder. What is this? The material of the sword hilt is extraordinary. As the hilt underwent the battle auras tempering by the white-haired elder, a faint, mesmerizing glow began to emerge, drawing in the stars and containing the universe. The elder with white hair exerted all his strength to channel his battle energy, attempting to incinerate the object before him. Yet, he could only slowly burn away the layers of dust that cloaked it. The quality of the material from which the hilt was forged was beyond imagination. Minutes passed, and all eyes in a room were fixated upon that ancient hilt. Just as the elder's energy was nearly depleted, the hilt finally shed all the historical grime that concealed it, once again radiating a divine light that harkened back to ancient times. The hilt, a deep purple hue, took on a cross shape, its grip resembling a fish's tail, intricately entwined with grayish-white runes, resembling a meticulously crafted masterpiece. What kind of rare material was this? The crowd gazed curiously at the newly revealed hilt, and astonishingly, not a single appraiser present could discern its grade. Shangguan Bihan took hold of the hilt, raising it high, and proclaimed, "This item is composed of Jiang purple essence, a genuine 6th-tier rare mineral, indestructible and capable of withstanding the ravages of sun, moon, and mountains. When forging weapons, merely a touch of this material can transform an ordinary weapon into a divine blade, provided one possesses sufficient strength to forge it. A 6th-tier rare mineral?" Upon hearing this classification, Shangguan Yunfan's lips trembled slightly. Such a level transcended even the desolate realms. This was a celestial wonder that even a Tiangang realm expert would struggle to find. Even if discovered, survival to claim it was not guaranteed. The rarer the mineral, the more formidable and perilous the environment from which it emerged. Even a Tiangang realm expert might not have the qualification to venture there. Undoubtedly, the true value of a genuine 6th-tier rare mineral far surpassed that of 9 true flame purple phoenix beast cores. Could this truly be a 6th-tier rare mineral? The esteemed elder presiding over the gathering trembled with excitement, while Shangguan Bihan smiled and nodded. The elder suggested that the entrusted party seek a more formidable appraiser for authentication. Should the item not be of 6th-tier quality, I, and indeed the entire Shangguan clan, shall bear full responsibility. The seasoned appraisers present were left in awe, with an overwhelming 80% certainty that the item was of at least 5th-tier status. Its classification as 6th tier would not surprise them in the least. This venue was a confluence of the most distinguished appraisers and organizations from the entire wasteland. It would not be unusual for 1 or 2 veteran appraisers to encounter difficulties in identification. However, if no one could ascertain its nature, it could only imply one thing. The item transcended their realm of comprehension. It seems that the cultivation of your Nangong family is still lacking. Shangguan Bihan echoed these sentiments back to the Nangong family and the Huangfu clan, provoking gritted teeth from both families. The elders of the Shangguan clan exchanged glances with the city lord's office, each face reflecting a mix of shock and elation. In this pivotal moment, the Shangguan clan had once again turned the tide, overtaking the Nangong family. As the crowd processed this astonishing revelation, Shangguan Bihan cast a grateful and admiring glance at Lin Chen, for the outcome of this appraisal was knowledge he had imparted to her in advance. Chapter 36. The Lord's Invitation. It is impossible. The Shangguan family cannot possibly attain such a profound level of artifact appraisal. The members of the Huangfu family were struck with shock and disbelief, for Huangfu Qingyu had long since infiltrated the Shangguan family and thoroughly understood their capabilities. Their skills in appraisal evidently did not surpass those of the Nangong family. A flicker of brilliance passed through the eyes of the Nangong patriarch. The members of the Shangguan family also displayed varying degrees of astonishment and delight. Even their own kin were unaware that such a scenario could unfold, suggesting the involvement of a master. From the outset of the contest, it was evident that Shangguan Bihan's appraisal skills paled in comparison to those of Nangong Yuyan. A master's assistance? Both families warily scrutinized the scene, yet the faces among the Shangguan clan were all familiar, and the realm of the purple gold eyes was not particularly high. At that moment, only Nangong Yuyan's cold, beautiful gaze remained fixed on Lin Chen upon the stage. Could it be this young man? Is he not a diviner? Noticing his daughter's expression, the Nangong patriarch narrowed his eyes at Lin Chen. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yunfan unusually feigned a humble and grand laughter. Ha ha ha! I must extend my gratitude to the members of the Nangong family for their graciousness. Shortly thereafter, Shangguan Yunfan joyfully patted Lin Chen on the shoulder and meaningfully whispered, "My young friend Lin Chen, I owe you yet another favor." Upon witnessing the grateful exchange between Shangguan Yunfan and Lin Chen, the Nangong patriarch instantly comprehended. We have triumphed. We have emerged victorious. The entire Shangguan family revels in exuberant cheers, their spirits soaring with a series of fortunate events. Alas, we have been thoroughly deceived. This young man is also an appraiser. How deeply he has concealed his true identity. The head of the Nangong family, shrouded in darkness, realizes that their lineage has been utterly ensnared by Lin Chen. They have lost both their reputation and their warriors, relinquishing the title of the foremost in the wilderness to the Shangguan family. Members of the Nangong family storm off in fury. The outcome is clear, leaving only humiliation in their wake. Yet, Nangong Yuyan, after gazing at Lin Chen for a prolonged moment, takes a graceful step forward, her typically frigid voice now tinged with curiosity and intrigue. Shangguan Bihan is not my match. It was you who intervened, correct? What is your name? Lin Chen casts a glance at her, then turns away without a word, leaving Nangong Yuyan momentarily stunned. With her extraordinary talent and beauty, she is accustomed to being the center of attention, surrounded by numerous exceptional young men wherever she goes. This is the first time she encounters a peer who disregards her. Moreover, she initiated the conversation, trying to play the aloof card. She ought to consider whom she is addressing. I, Chen Gu, am not swayed by such tactics. Lin Chen's customary approach to those who adopt an air of superiority is to return the sentiment in kind. Oomph, how audacious. For the first time, Nangong Yian's cheeks flush with embarrassment, her azure, icy eyes glaring daggers at Lin Chen, as if she intends to flay his skin, before turning away in indignation. Lin Chen, my young friend, I truly thank you this time. Shangguan Yunfan whispered his heartfelt gratitude to Lin Chen. Those within the family were well aware that the only one capable of salvaging the Shangguan family's reputation was none other than Lin Chen himself. His intervention not only preserved their honor, but also elevated it to an entirely new echelon a feat comparable to the earlier restoration of their ancestral altar. "Oh, it was nothing, merely a trifling effort," Lin Chen replied with a casual wave of his hand, exhibiting an air of nonchalance that even omitted mention of any reward. This carefree demeanor only deepened Shangguan Yunfan's admiration. Truly, this young man was no ordinary individual. When faced with adversity, he transformed like a dragon emerging from the depths. A select few, observing Shangguan Yunfan's demeanor towards Lin Chen, quickly grasped the underlying significance. The first round of competition had made it evident to discerning eyes that Shangguan Bihan's gem appraisal skills were inferior to those of Nangong Yuyan. Yet, she was suddenly able to identify treasures that even Nangong Yuyan had overlooked, an astonishing feat that could not have been achieved in such a brief span. The members of the Shangguan family present were all familiar faces, none of whom surpassed Shangguan Yunfan, let alone Nangong Yuyan. Thus, it was clear that a formidable ally was at work. It was highly probable that this individual was the young man by Shangguan Yunfan's side. The elder generation of powerful figures regarded Lin Chen's potential and impression with unprecedented reverence. If he, at such a tender age, had already surpassed Yin Jiwen as an exceptional diviner, he could undoubtedly be deemed a prodigious talent. However, if he possessed both the abilities of a diviner and the skill of gem appraisal, while simultaneously outshining all other appraisers in attendance, he would rightfully be proclaimed the foremost in the wilds. The potential he embodies is beyond description, even for those who have witnessed the extraordinary. What a formidable young man. Many venerable figures from the older generation expressed their sincere admiration, proclaiming that if the Shangguan family were to gain such a talent, they would possess both a master strategist and a gem appraisal prodigy simultaneously. It would be akin to a dragon entering the ocean, unstoppable in its might. As for the conclusion of the gem appraisal conference, it no longer concerns Lin Chen. The matter of remuneration and related affairs will be handled by the higher-ups of the Shangguan family. Many factions sought to establish connections with the Shangguan family and Lin Chen, yet he declined them all, entrusting Shangguan Yunfan with the task. Although the 6th-tier Jiuyang purple light essence is immensely precious, it holds little utility for Lin Chen at this moment. Even if he were to acquire it, he would be unable to forge any divine weapon, and instead, it would invite calamity upon him. Without the cultivation of the celestial realm or the backing of a formidable force, to tamper with such an item would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, Lin Chen has already emerged as the greatest victor of this gem appraisal conference. The true flame purple phoenix wing and the azure tier alchemy seal he obtained, either of which is worth as much as the 6th-tier rare minerals. He now seeks a secluded place to enter meditation, aiming to absorb all the attribute orbs he gathered during the appraisal conference. For it is his own strength that constitutes the true foundation for survival. As Lin Chen exited the venue, the hidden figure of Yin Jiwen glimmered with a fierce light, a chilling aura of murderous intent flashing across his countenance. This young man must be eliminated. Otherwise, the repercussions would be endless. Lin Chen strode directly away from the venue, and upon reaching the outside, 5 figures abruptly obstructed his path. "Ha! I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time, my young friend. I did not anticipate that aside from your prowess as a numerologist, you also possess considerable expertise in the appraisal of treasures. You have truly broadened my horizons. Might I inquire if you are presently available? The city lord has instructed that you be brought to her with utmost expedience." Those who impede us are none other than the portly figure in the yellow robe from the city lord's mansion, along with the alchemist Xing Wanhe and 3 attendants. In that case, let us proceed. Lin Chen pondered for a brief moment before nodding and responding with a smile. The city lord's mansion is situated in the heart of Wanling City. Typically, a myriad of affairs are managed by Huang Yuntian, the middle-aged man who had come to escort Lin Chen. In the absence of the city lord, he essentially wields her authority, and all factions must accord him a measure of respect. That night, within the city lord's mansion, Lin Chen was placed in a pavilion adorned with a plethora of blooming flowers, surrounded by a desolate expanse of several miles where none remained but him. According to Huang Yuntian, The city lord seems to prefer shrouding her true visage from the eyes of others and detests the presence of bystanders during conversations. Lin Chen, relishing the solitude, activated his purple gold eye to survey his surroundings. Observing the absence of anyone nearby, he could no longer restrain himself and stood up. The garden surrounding the pavilion was filled with orbs of light in hues of yellow, blue, purple, and green, each representing various attributes of exceptionally high quality. The host has acquired 19,000 points of vital energy, 13,000 points of battle essence, 1,589 points of mental strength, and 31,000 points of cultivation essence. Lin Chen swiftly collected them, completing his task in less than 5 minutes. Huang Yintian was indeed correct. You are truly an enigmatic young man. The ethereal and graceful voice resonated like a celestial melody, arriving without a hint from the heavens above. Lin Chen was taken aback. As he turned, a delicate figure in white had silently materialized within the pavilion. This fleeting glimpse left Lin Chen momentarily entranced. Her hair, adorned with pearls, cascaded elegantly, while her lofty cloud-like hairstyle framed a visage as enchanting as autumn mountains shrouded in light clouds. Her beautiful eyes sparkled like azure waves, lips as crimson as fresh cherries, and teeth gleamed like exquisite jade. The woman's long gown resembled freshly fallen snow, her demeanor imbued with gentle elegance. When her captivating beauty graced the air with a subtle smile, it was as if all the splendor of the world dimmed in comparison. In Lin Chen's heart, a single phrase encapsulated his immediate impression of this woman: unparalleled beauty. Chapter 37. Treatment. The young man gazed in astonishment as the woman in the white dress smiled gracefully, her pearly teeth slightly revealed. Are you the renowned diviner who has recently garnered much attention in Wanling City? There was a hint of warning in her smile, which jolted Lin Chen back to reality, realizing he had been entranced by her beauty. Ahem, indeed. May I inquire your name, fair lady? Lin Chen coughed lightly, adopting a serious demeanor. With a soft chuckle, the woman replied, Little one, do you not know how many generations I surpass you? Her laughter was like a blooming flower. Every woman harbors a girl within her heart. Do you not agree? It is the mindset that matters, not the years. As long as the heart remains youthful, so shall the person. If one readily accepts their own aging, how can they still claim to be a young lady? Lin Chen's words prompted the woman in white to fall into a rare moment of contemplation, and she nodded in agreement. What you say is quite insightful. I shall remember your words. The reason I summoned you is to help me discern my ailment. Is it, as the city lord mentioned, poison within my body? Lin Chen, astute as he was, understood that aside from the city lord, who is referred to as a celestial being descended to earth, no one else could possibly be involved. Oh, you have discerned that? The city lord regarded Lin Chen with surprise, nodding slightly. Indeed, you are perceptive. However, the issue is rather complicated. From the moment Lin Chen laid eyes on her, he activated his purple golden eyes and perceived the black mist swirling around her brow, deeply infiltrating her body like a parasite. Moreover, he sensed a wave akin to a property light sphere within her, though its precise nature eluded him. It seems I have not mistaken my choice. Master Fortune Teller, please step inside for a conversation. The Lady City Lord invited Lin Chen into her chamber, where an elegant fragrance wafted through the air, soothing and delightful, elevating the spirit. This poison was left by one of my adversaries and has plagued me for decades, gradually tormenting and eroding my cultivation, causing me immense suffering. If you can eliminate it. As for the reward, the Lady City Lord meticulously recounted the origins of the toxin within her body. Lin Chen was moved. This poison was no ordinary toxin, and no mere antidote could remedy it. It penetrated deeply into the essence of her battle energy and throughout her being, progressively corroding the afflicted until a fate worse than death ensued. This peculiar toxin was purely a manifestation of the adversary's battle energy cultivation, wholly devoid of a cure. Thus, it transcended the capabilities of an alchemist. It resembled more a curse than a poison. At this moment, the toxin had already infiltrated the Lady City Lord system, and if not resolved within a year, her battle energy would be rendered inoperative, with the peril of losing her life within 2 years. City Lord, this toxin. I am called by Ruan. Aside from the title of City Lord, you may address me as you wish. Then, Miss Ruan, the poison your foe has inflicted is indeed formidable. I can only say that I will exert my utmost efforts, though I cannot guarantee a cure, Lin Chen stated earnestly. Bai Ruoyan shook her head. No, if you fail to heal me, I shall be compelled to take your life. Her words were startling, leaving Lin Chen taken aback. You seek my assistance, and should I fail, you would slay me? What manner of arrangement is this? The poison permeates through my entire bloodstream and even into my martial essence. To expel it, there must be no obstructions whatsoever. Bai Ruoyan's words instantly resonated with Lin Chen. If one wishes to eliminate the poison, there can be no barriers between them, not even clothing. Female diviners are exceedingly rare in the desolate realm. While male diviners often harbor ulterior motives or lack the ability yet seek to save face, many of them have met their end in my hands. Bai Ruoyan shook her head with a sigh, then turned to Lin Chen. You are the first diviner to immediately recognize that I am poisoned. I shall not proceed, Lin Chen replied. Bai Ruoyan, I am one who fears for his life, so you may seek another. With that, he clasped his fist and turned to leave. How absurd. If the ailment cannot be cured, one risks their very life. What sort of task is this? Even if Bai Ruoyan were a celestial descended from the heavens, Lin Chen would not dare take advantage of the opportunity. Risking his life for romance is one thing, but risking it for mere profit is utterly foolish. Despite the presence of orbs of light resembling characteristic runes emanating from Bai Ruoyan, Lin Chen would not gamble with his life. Wait! Bai Ruoyan did not expect him to turn his back so abruptly and quickly intercepted him. Bai Ruoyan, there is nothing to discuss. I am merely a humble practitioner at the spirit connection stage. How can I assure you that I can help expel the toxins within you? Should I fail, I would lose my life as well. I'm not one to idly throw away my existence. Lin Chen's resolute stance made Bai Ruoyan bite her teeth in frustration. Then, pray tell, what are your terms? My conditions are simple. I shall exert my utmost effort to purge the poison from your system. However, all consequences shall be borne by you. Should we fail, it is not my responsibility. Furthermore, should we succeed, I demand a doubled reward. Lin Chen stood resolute, compelling Bai Ruoyan into deep contemplation. This young man before her might be her sole opportunity. The poison had permeated her entire being, and any further delay would place her life in jeopardy. Very well, I accept your terms, but I insist that during the process of purging the poison, rest assured, I shall blindfold myself. Lin Chen recuperated at the Lord's manor for a day, during which he sought assistance from the system to devise a solution to this predicament, conducting numerous trials until the following night. In a dimly lit chamber, under the soft glow of flickering lights, Bai Ruoyan delicately unfastened the waist of her flowing gown with her slender fingers. Her cherry-red lips parted slightly, and she bit down on a hairpin as her elegant hands gracefully twisted her long, lustrous hair into an intricate bun, revealing her flawless, porcelain-like back and her exquisitely slender waist, a sight that was simply irresistible. Lin Chen sat cross-legged behind her, his eyes covered by a black cloth, as a faint, enchanting fragrance reminiscent of lavender enveloped him. Even the fleeting glimpse of her enchanting form quickened his breath. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen compelled himself to regain his composure. Miss Bai Ruoyan, I shall commence now. Should you dare to steal a glance, I assure you, there will be no mercy. Bai Ruoyan's cheeks flushed a delicate hue, her words laced with a warning, yet in her current weakened state, it resembled more a playful tease. The effect of her demeanor left Lin Chen utterly captivated. The fingertips gently brushed against the delicate, fair shoulder of the woman, and her almost imperceptible gasps nearly caused Lin Chen to lose his composure. The sheer smoothness of her shoulder left him astounded, his throat tightening with unbidden astonishment. Resisting the urge to dwell on such thoughts, Lin Chen began to channel his pure runic energy with utmost simplicity. The system informed him that, should there exist characteristic runes within Bai Ruoyan's body, the host could attract these runes by utilizing unadulterated runic energy. Indeed, At the moment he activated the runic energy, wisps of smoke began to rise from Bai Ruoyan's body, signaling the long-dormant toxins stirring to life. It was effective. He could gradually extract them. With a firm grip, Lin Chen pressed down on the lady's fair shoulder and then glided his hand down to her exquisite back. The toxins within her body slithered out like a venomous serpent, slowly yielding to his influence. This sensation of toxin extraction brought forth both agony and an indescribable thrill for Bai Ruoyan, compounded by the intensely shameful atmosphere, rendering her unable to fully suppress her emotions. A soft whimper escaped her lips involuntarily. She was no ordinary woman, and each sound threatened to shatter Lin Chen's concentration, nearly interrupting the flow of his runic energy. "My dear sister, please refrain from making sound," Lin Chen muttered with a wry smile, realizing that any lack of response at that moment would truly undermine his masculinity. Chapter 38. The New Attribute Rune. Upon hearing Lin Chen's reproachful tone, Bai Ruoyan felt an overwhelming sense of shame wash over her. Focusing intently, Lin Chen once again manipulated the runic energy, coalescing it within his palm. It seemed as though the toxins within her body were drawn to Lin Chen's runic energy, slowly following the movement of his hand. Moments later, beads of sweat cascaded down Lin Chen's brow, yet he remained utterly absorbed, as if seizing upon a fleeting opportunity. "Come forth." Lin Chen pressed down with his palm, and then suddenly withdrew his hand, extracting tendrils of ethereal azure mist that twisted into tadpole-shaped runes. These were forcibly drawn from her body, transforming into a luminous azure orb of energy that Lin Chen absorbed into his palm. Host has acquired the attribute rune, Corrosion Rune, Level 1. Corrosion Rune inflicts a corrosive effect on the target's vitality, cultivation, and spirit. When used alone, its power is relatively weak. However, when combined with a host's attack, it enhances the potency of the assault with a corrosive effect. At the moment the tadpole-shaped azure rune was extracted, a luminous interface appeared before Lin Chen. Ecstatic, he pumped his fist and exclaimed joyfully, "I did it! It's true! This is a new attribute rune. A completely new attribute rune, the Corrosion Rune, with 2 attribute runes in my possession. I am confident that even in the face of a powerful adversary at the initial stage of the earthly fiend realm, I need not hold back." At the instant the toxins were expelled from her body, Bai Ruoyan, who lay weakly on the bed, felt a surge of tingling sensations coursing through her, her delicate form trembling slightly. Though her cultivation was profound and unfathomable, the toxin coursed through her entire body, hindering her ability to channel even a sliver of her energy. Any attempt would merely intensify the concentration of the poison. After enduring the wave of fatigue, a warm current of vitality began to flow within her, and Bai Ruoyan distinctly sensed the palpable reduction of the toxin within her system. She had truly succeeded. Filled with exhilaration, she turned to Lin Chen. In a moment of pure elation over his newfound characteristic rune, inadvertently let the black cloth that had covered his eyes cascade onto the bed. In the dimly lit space, their gazes locked, and through the soft light, Lin Chen beheld the flawless curve of her porcelain collarbone. The delicate whiteness of her skin appeared almost ethereal, captivating him entirely. In that instant, the atmosphere became distinctly intimate and alluring. "Oh!" Bai Ruoyan quickly covered herself, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shot a fierce glare at Lin Chen. "This is not my fault. You turned around yourself. I merely failed to secure the cloth properly." Lin Chen, unabashed, shrugged nonchalantly while retrieving the cloth, stealing a glance and quietly praising her figure. You insufferable rogue," Bai Ruoyan exclaimed, her anger igniting as she raised her hand, channeling a vast torrent of energy. "Prepare to strike." Lin Chen hurriedly retreated. Hey, what do you intend to do? If you were to kill me, it would be a breach of contract. Besides, who else could assist you with your poison? If you feel wronged, I could always help you recover. Surely that would suffice." The depth of Bai Ruoyan's cultivation was such that even Lin Chen could not fully comprehend it. Should she unleash her power, he would surely be reduced to nothing but remnants. Bai Ruoyan lightly spat. "Who would want to see you? Quickly cover your eyes." Then, she turned away and pretended to threaten fiercely. "If you dare to speak lewdly or repeat your previous behavior, I will drag you down with me, even in death. Lin Chen chuckled inwardly, having seen everything clearly through his purple-gold eyes. He was not worried about her at all. You may gain something, but I, Lin, will never suffer a loss. He thought with a smirk. Rest assured, City Lord Royan, finding a gentleman like me is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. I would never engage in any improper conduct. Lin Chen settled back down, chuckling. Subsequently, he emulated his earlier approach, utilizing his rune energy to gradually extract the toxins from Royan's body, transforming them into his corrosive runes. This not only enhanced his power, but also provided an advantage. Such opportunities are rare indeed. During the extraction of the corrosive runes, Lin Chen deliberately exerted a little more force, rendering Royan weak and pliable, while he maintained a facade of righteous intent, claiming it was necessary for her treatment. At last, after a night had passed, Lin Chen reached the limits of what he could extract. He had removed a quarter of Royan's total toxins. Any further extraction would exceed his capacity. At that point, the toxins would no longer be stored as attribute orbs in Lin Chen's system, but would directly transfer to him. Given his current cultivation level and physique, even a slight exposure could render him in a state worse than death. However, for at least several decades, Royan could operate a portion of her cultivation without fearing the torment brought on by toxins, as she could suppress a significant part of it with her prowess. I am utterly exhausted. Lin Chen collapsed onto the bed, panting heavily. The indulgence of the previous night had drained him completely. Royan gathered her long hair and gracefully ascended, emanating a formidable aura that distorted the very fabric of space. This presence was far beyond any earthly fiend realm expert Lin Chen had ever encountered. The absence of any attribute orbs around Royan only reinforced this notion. Given Lin Chen's current cultivation level, he would typically be able to detect one or two stray attribute orbs even in the presence of an earthly fiend master. The lack thereof indicated that her strength was overwhelmingly superior. Congratulations, Miss Royan. Just as Lin Chen attempted to rise, the delicate, fair foot of the enchanting lady pressed down upon his chest, pinning him to the bed as she smiled mischievously. Little one, you certainly enjoyed yourself last night, didn't you? The sensation of regaining her cultivation seemed to transform Royan back into the ethereal fairy of yore, and she immediately turned her attention towards Lin Chen. With no means to resist, Lin Chen chose instead to leisurely admire her graceful, slender legs, even whistling nonchalantly. Only a quarter of the toxins have been eliminated. If you were to kill me, who would remove the toxins for you in the future, Miss Royan? It would truly be an unwise trade-off. However, the passage of these decades has certainly afforded me the opportunity to seek others to alleviate my affliction, has it not? I'm not necessarily destined for demise. Others may not approach the task with the same earnestness as I do. What if they were to add a touch of poison or betray you at a crucial moment? That would indeed lead to your substantial loss. The two engaged in a verbal duel, their words sharp as blades. Yet Lin Chen remained unyielding, exuding a calm and composed demeanor that even Royan found noteworthy. I merely sought to frighten you. How could I truly harm you? I am not one to betray trust. Royan, resembling a celestial being from the clouds, floated gracefully. What Lin Chen overlooked was that a faint blush lingered on her smiling cheeks, reminiscent of the gentle glow of twilight. Chapter 39, An Ambush. Sister's acting skills require improvement. Just now, there was absolutely no killing intent in her eyes. Lin Chen sprang up from the bed with the grace of a carp leaping over the dragon's gate, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. I truly appreciate your assistance. As per our agreement, I owe you 2 favors. Were it not for the treachery involved, I would gladly offer my help. Royan's response prompted Lin Chen to feign a casual appraisal of her figure, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Is it true that you can assist me with anything? Indeed, perhaps even those matters that men often contemplate, Royan replied, her expression a blend of amusement and danger. Having regained a portion of her cultivation, she was no longer the easy target for Lin Chen's teasing. Once I enhance my powers further, I should be able to dispel even more toxins. Perhaps you will need to seek my help again in the future. Lin Chen's words filled Royan with delight. You can indeed rid me of my toxins in the future? If your cultivation improves, it should pose no problem. Then take this star jade. Should you encounter any peril in the wilderness, you may shatter it, and I will rush to your side with utmost haste. Of course, aiding you will also count towards the favors owed. Bairuoyan handed Lin Chen a star jade about the size of a thumb, which he accepted with ease. A relaxed smile gracing his features. No problem. Although their time together had been brief, Bairuoyan profoundly sensed the extraordinary nature of this youth. No wonder he stirred up such turmoil in the city of Wanling. Lin Chen, could it be that your journey through Wanling City is in pursuit of an invitation to the Tiangu Academy? The invitation to Tiangu Academy? What is that? Lin Chen's bewildered expression left Bairuoyan quite astonished. How could there be someone in this desolate region who is unaware of Tiangu Academy? You don't even know about Tiangu Academy? It is the oldest and most prestigious institution in Lingzhou, with independent branches established across all 24 domains. Within Tiangu Academy, the most extraordinary talents from the entire wasteland converge. Only those in possession of an invitation can participate in the entrance examination for the academy. Bairuoyan flicked her delicate fingers, and an invitation in the form of a jade envelope appeared in her hand. I assumed you came for this. Yet I never imagined you were completely unaware of Tiangu Academy. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he asked, "Does that mean the academy is filled with exceptional talents? Not just filled with exceptional talents, but among the over 100 billion people in the wasteland, only a select few, 1 million to be precise, are the pinnacle of martial arts genius gathered at Tiangu Academy. If one could stand out there, it would mean being above countless others." Bairuoyan chuckled lightly, as Lin Chen seemed to contemplate his aspirations. "Miss Bairuoyan, may I request that you grant me this invitation?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's request, Bairuoyan's delicate brows arched like a crescent moon, and she replied with a smile. "The invitation can be yours, but it will count as a favor owed to me." "Well, that is acceptable." Lin Chen swiftly accepted the invitation. The more powerful individuals he encountered, the more opportunities he would have to discover attribute orbs. Undoubtedly, Tiangu Academy was the best choice for him at this moment. Upon realizing that she had swiftly returned a favor, Bairuoyan felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen inquired about matters pertaining to the Tiangu Academy. After engaging in conversation with Bairuoyan for some time, Lin Chen remained within the city lord's mansion, where he proceeded to refine the attribute orbs and numerous hidden cards he had previously acquired. 3 days later, in the secret chamber of the city lord's mansion, Lin Chen sat cross-legged, opening the system to display his various attributes. Host, Lin Chen cultivation, second layer of the spirit connection realm, limitless strength, 39. 200 tiger power vitality energy. 1, 372,000 points battle chi essence. 554,000 points mental strength. 16, 228 points cultivation technique essence. 52, 428 points heart method. Chaos 5 spirit technique. 19, acquired techniques. 10,000 thunder 1,000 June sword technique. Heavenly spirit transformation Dan technique. 8 desolations profound fire. True water returning origin technique. 19, soul seizing spear manual. Demon King 4 imprints. Taisher Sacred Scripture. 3. Possessed items. Secret manuals 7-star soul, seizing spear. True Flame Purple Phoenix Wings. 5. Possessed Bloodline Energy. Azure Dragon Bloodline, 145 points. Purple Gold Eye Bloodline, 10,000 points. Characteristic Runes. Slow Rune Level 1. Corrosion Rune Level 1. Rune Energy 8, 520 points. Elemental Energies. Fire 72, 281 points. Earth 67, 312 points. Wood 76, 725 points. Metal 67, 511 points. Water 82, 448 points. Suddenly, Lin Chen opened his eyes, and from his back emerged a pair of wings engulfed in swirling purple flames, each spanning 3 feet in width and over 10 feet in length. The violet flame wings fluttered slightly, unleashing a terrifying tempest that raised the temperature of the entire chamber manifold. With the acquisition of these true flame purple phoenix wings, my ability to escape has multiplied exponentially. Currently, Lin Chen can only harness a mere fraction, less than 6%, of the wing's true power, given his present level of physical cultivation. Attempting to fully activate them would instantly deplete his vitality. As he retracted the true flame purple phoenix wings, Lin Chen left the chamber, having accomplished all he set out to do in Wanling City. His next destination was the Tinga Academy. Upon pushing open the chamber door, he was greeted by a group of individuals who had been waiting for him in the corridor. Young friend Lin Chen, at last you have emerged. The ones waiting outside were none other than Shangwan Yunfan and his companions, who had come out of concern for Lin Chen's well-being, fearing that the city lord's manor might harbor ill intentions towards him. My friends, I merely took a short retreat here. The city lord has treated me exceptionally well, so there is no need for concern, Lin Chen replied, shrugging his shoulders. He then turned to Shangwan Yunfan and said, Senior Yunfan, please convey my farewell to Miss Shangwan Bihan. You are leaving? Shangwan Yunfan was taken aback. Lin Chen had a profound debt of gratitude towards the Shangwan family, and now he was departing without adequately repaying it? Indeed, I have received an invitation from the city lord to the Tinga Academy, and I intend to register for the entrance examination, Lin Chen said with a smile. Shangwan Yunfan pondered for a moment before nodding in understanding. In that case, I shall not detain you any longer. The entrance examination for Tinga Academy is approaching, and any delay would be detrimental. Here lies a token of goodwill from the Shangwan family. I kindly ask that you do not refuse it. Shangwan Yunfan presented Lin Chen with a high-quality spirit-nurturing ring, whose spatial capacity surpassed that of the one currently in Lin Chen's possession by several folds. I am most grateful, Senior Yunfan, Lin Chen said as he accepted the gift with alacrity. After bidding farewell to the members of the Shangwan family, he departed from the city lord's mansion. Due to his esteemed reputation and influence in Wanling City, Lin Chen donned a cloak to conceal his true identity as he ventured out. Upon returning to the inn, Lin Chen took hold of the dragon horse and set forth on the journey away from Wanling City. As night fell outside Wanling City, Lin Chen galloped through the desolate woods 100 miles away on his dragon horse. Suddenly, a flicker of purple gold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he approached the boundaries of the withered forest, prompting him to rein in his horse. Since you have followed me for so long, it is time to reveal yourselves, he remarked with a light chuckle, dismounting with ease. He gave the horse a gentle pat, causing it to whinny in surprise and gallop straight into the withered woods. The night breeze carried a chill as Lin Chen stood alone at the edge of the forest. Moments later, a dark shadow began to writhe in the gloom, gradually revealing a multitude of figures emerging one after another. Chapter 40. The Two Great Runes Strike. Confronting the Earthly Fiends. Young one, would it not be wiser to remain within the confines of the Shangwan family, rather than courting death? You are the first individual I have encountered who dares to traverse the night after offending a diviner. I must commend your audacity. Why waste breath on this child? He has caused my Nangong family substantial losses. If I do not incapacitate him today, my heart's resentment shall remain unquenched. Upon the sudden arrival of these individuals, Lin Chen's expression shifted to one of gravity. Earthly fiends, battle spirit realm. All are exceptional masters. Leading the group is Yin Jiwen from the 24-star divination organization. Following him are the elders of the Nangong family, members of the Huangfu clan, and two earthly fiend experts invited by Yin Jiwen. Merely in terms of numbers, there are over 20 present, with earthly fiends nearly constituting half. Lin Chen swiftly suppressed his solemn demeanor and chuckled mockingly. You truly hold me in high regard, bringing forth 14 earthly fiends and 11 ninth-tier battle spirit realm warriors to ambush a mere spiritual realm practitioner? What is this, a skirmish or a declaration of war? On the eastern city wall of Wanling City, a figure clad in a white dress floated like a cloud, reminiscent of a celestial being. This little fellow has indeed been ambushed by the Huangfu clan and the Nangong family. Let us observe. It seems he has yet to consider utilizing the star jade I left for him. The ethereal voice of the figure, tinged with curiosity, faded into the night breeze. Ensnared within a siege, Lin Chen felt no trepidation. Instead, an exhilarating thrill surged within him. It was only through the fierce crucible of combat that one could truly expedite their growth. You, with your cunning stratagems, wielding the profound arts of both the master of calculations and the appraiser, shall not be underestimated, sneered Yin Juan, nodding to the individuals beside him. In an instant, 7 formidable warriors of the 9th tier of the Battle Soul realm surrounded Lin Chen. The other experts of the earthly fiend realm merely observed with detached amusement. After all, could a mere spirit connection realm fighter truly turn the tide? They boasted a total of 14 in the earthly fiend realm, rendering even 1,000 in the spirit connection realm utterly futile. Be gentle in your approach. We desire him alive. Missing limbs are of little consequence. Yin Jiwen instructed the 7. With a shared understanding, they struck simultaneously. The 7 serpents entwined. Their battle energy surged forth, manifesting as undulating waves of power that coiled through the air, transforming into a colossal serpent of 5 zhong that ensnared Lin Chen, sealing all avenues of escape. What the 9th tier of the Battle Soul realm? Shatter him! Lin Chen roared, his energy surging mightily, fierce as the wind. In a sudden motion, he unleashed his palm, a torrent of battle energy erupting forth, its momentum akin to a meteor plummeting, igniting the wilderness. The Demon Fire King seal. The searing imprint of battle energy dissipated in Lin Chen's palm, unleashing a ferocious force that crashed against the encroaching serpent of battle energy. Nearly 40,000 tiger-like strength reverberated, stirring the winds around them. Bang! Bang! Lin Chen shattered 2 colossal battle energy pythons in rapid succession, yet the remaining 7 ensnared him tightly, rendering him immobile. It appeared that without resorting to my numerous hidden trump cards, relying solely on my battle energy cultivation and raw strength, I could at most contend with 2 individuals at the 9th level of the spirit realm, which was already a formidable limit. Weighing his own capabilities in his mind, Lin Chen began to channel the malevolent energy concealed within his body as ethereal blue dragon phantoms sought to pierce through the void. This fellow is not as mystical as you claim. He merely possesses brute strength. Such raw power is indeed monstrous. For one at the spirit connection realm, to cultivate pure strength and techniques capable of shattering attacks from the 9th level of the spirit realm is nothing short of the manifestation of a human beast. Regardless of how extraordinary he may be, after tonight, he shall be rendered a mere invalid. The elders of the Nangong family and members of the Huangfu clan sneered and mocked, with Huangfu Qingyu stepping forward, a manic grin upon his face. For daring to pursue the woman I have set my sights on. Today, I shall cripple you first. Suddenly, a force that could tear the heavens asunder emanated from the 7 pythons, shattering the surroundings and sweeping away all in its path. Boom! The terrifying power obliterated the 7 battle energy pythons, and a 5-meter-long azure dragon claw emerged with a resounding presence. The sheer force approached an astonishing 100,000 tiger strength. This is bad. Qingyu, retreat quickly. The members of the Huangfu clan at the 9th level of the spirit realm and 2 individuals at the earthly fiend realm exclaimed in unison. The 2 earthly fiend fighters activated their techniques, attempting to rescue Huangfu Qingyu, unleashing the azure dragon bloodline, 50% of its power. Lin Chen exuded an aura of unmatched dominance, fierce and menacing like a dragon. His eyes ablaze with a tempestuous fury as he raised his azure dragon arm and struck down with unrestrained wrath. The sheer force of 100,000 tiger power was sufficient to sever rivers and shatter mountains. As he brought his arm down, the resulting whirlwind from the rending air became a ferocious guillotine, pressing outward on either side, obstructing the advance of the 2 earthly fiend elders. Lin Chen, seizing the initiative, transformed Huangfu Qingyu into a mere pulp. Even the myriad life-saving measures that Huangfu Qingyu had retained were powerless to halt the lethal strike that Lin Chen delivered. As Huangfu Qingyu perished, a multitude of attribute orbs erupted from his remains, but Lin Chen paid them no mind, redirecting his focus to the system. No, Qingyu. The 2 earthly fiend elders let out wails of despair, as the assembled powerful figures were struck with trepidation at the sight of the robust azure dragon arm, resembling a colossal jade pillar. He was an absolute monstrosity, This lad poses a threat. Everyone, tread carefully. Just as the elders of the Nangong clan voiced their alarm, everything transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the opponents reacted, Lin Chen's right hand was poised and unleashed a gray-white talisman instantaneously. Slowing talisman. Seal. The host activates the slowing talisman, consuming 1,500 points of talisman energy. The descending slowing talisman immobilized all present. Their battle aura, physical forms, and reactions became remarkably sluggish in that moment. The Azure Dragon bloodline unleashed 70% of its power. The strength of the Azure Dragon arm surged once more, instantly surpassing 150,000 tiger power. Lin Chen executed his decisions with unwavering resolve, his Azure Dragon arm sweeping across the expanse like a tempest, instantly pulverizing the 7 ninth-level Battle Soul realm warriors surrounding him into mere dust. Having shattered the 7 foes, Lin Chen rotated his Azure Dragon arm and targeted the 2 nearest earthly fiend realm adversaries above him. In a critical moment, nearly all the earthly fiend realm warriors present broke through Lin Chen's delayed rune seal. Unfazed, Lin Chen struck with precision, his Azure Dragon arm piercing the heavens and descending with ferocity. The 2 earthly fiend realm warriors were caught unprepared, unable to deploy their defensive techniques in time, and could only conjure a tangible barrier of battle energy to shield themselves. With a thunderous crash, the ground quaked violently, the tremors echoing for dozens of miles around as Lin Chen's palm shattered the earth's veins, leaving behind fissures stretching hundreds of meters. Yan Jiwen unleashed his life artifact, breaking through the seal, and upon witnessing the staggering rifts, his pupils constricted in shock. What was that technique just now? Spatial confinement? No, it was not spatial confinement. He merely employed a bizarre secret technique that rendered our defenses ineffective, causing our battle energy to become sluggish and rigid. Chapter 41. The Azure Dragon and the Purple Phoenix unleash their divine powers. The experts of the earthly fiend realm, seasoned and knowledgeable, far surpassing the petty sects of Blood Sun City, immediately discerned Lin Chen's hidden cards. The strength of the earthly fiend realm is formidable. I expended 500 points of runic energy and could only seal them for a mere breath. With the wind and thunder fire steps executed, Lin Chen's figure retreated swiftly. Do not let this young man escape. Let us join forces to seal off his retreat. The 12 remaining warriors of the earthly fiend realm swiftly formed a formation, for they were not the likes of the blood sect, easily intimidated by Lin Chen's presence. The 4-star 8 trigrams formation. The 4 members of the Nangong family in the earthly fiend realm performed intricate hand seals, unleashing 4 beams of starlight into the sky, continuously circling the heavens. They locked on a Lin Chen with lightning speed. This move, combining the powers of 4 second-tier earthly fiend realm experts, possessed enough might to subdue a mid-tier 4th-grade ferocious beast. The Azure Dragon bloodline unleashed 90 of its power. Enduring the excruciating tearing pain in his arm, Lin Chen's Azure Dragon arm surged with 200,000 tiger strength. Malevolent energy piercing the night sky, resembling the ancient Azure Dragon descending upon the world, striking forth with a devastating claw that shattered the stars. The Azure Dragon arm clashed with the starlight beams, forcibly exploding 2 of them, scattering a myriad of residual brilliance. Simultaneously, the 4 elders of the Nangong family and Lin Chen spat blood and retreated violently, bearing the ancient Azure Dragon's bloodline power. This young man is indeed a prodigious talent. However, it seems he has reached the limits of his strength. On the walls of Wailing Spirit's city, a figure in a white dress, poised to act, suddenly froze in midair, her graceful silhouette halted abruptly. This is, as Lin Chen's mental acuity reached its zenith. He sensed an impending crisis following a bout of blood spillage. The purple-golden luminescence enveloped his pupils, and a fleeting hint of murderous intent swept through the void. The burning fire, soul-disrupting palm, the wind-devastating 14 swords. The whistling of sword winds resonated as hundreds of sword lights flickered through the air, saturating a space of several dozen feet around Lin Chen. Moreover, a colossal fiery hand, blazing with the intensity of 1,000 fields, descended from the heavens, a combined assault from the Huangfu family and Yin Jiwen. The ethereal purple flames clashed against the vast sky, while the azure dragon arm pierced the heavens, shattering the descending fiery hand. Alone, he transformed into a streak of burning purple flame. The explosive sounds reverberated around him as hundreds of sword lights slashed through the void, not even grazing the hem of Lin Chen's garments. Such speed, how is this even possible? How did he breach our encirclement of sword techniques? The members of the Huangfu family exclaimed in unison. Their combined swordsmanship could not be surmounted simply by swiftness. Their sword techniques were intricate as a web. To uncover the few flaws and loopholes required instantaneous judgment. Without extraordinary insight and reflexes, it was nearly impossible to escape unscathed. At that moment, anguished screams echoed from beyond the desolate forest. My battle aura! What manner of thing is this that corrupts my battle aura? My arm is about to break. The pain is unbearable. What are these ghastly entities? The previously struck earthly fiends, who had been hit by Lin Chen's azure dragon arm, were writhing in anguish, their bodies ensnared by a peculiar, inky mist that incessantly eroded the blood and battle aura leaking from their wounds. Witnessing their torment, the warriors of the battle soul realm, who had only just managed to break free from the sluggish runes, were seized by a chill of dread. If they were to suffer such a fate, even survival would mean a life of perpetual disability. Above them, a pair of majestic violet flame wings unfurled gracefully as Lin Chen traversed the air, his eyes shimmering with a golden-purple luminescence, surveying the battlefield from above. He was enveloped in pure water battle aura, which continually mended his wounds, restoring the color to his face and rejuvenating him to his former state. Wings? What kind of treasure is this? And those eyes, are they not the famed golden-purple eyes of the Shangwan clan? His speed of recovery was astonishing, a testament to a high-grade healing technique. Who exactly is this remarkable individual, and how does he possess such an array of hidden strengths? The expressions of the earthly fiend experts from both clans transformed in unison, as Lin Chen's displayed prowess far exceeded their wildest imaginations. The duration of the corrosive runes would not last long. I must act swiftly. Should they manage to regroup, I would surely lose my chance to vanquish all the earthly fiends. A fierce glint of murderous intent ignited in Lin Chen's eyes as he targeted the two earthly fiends he had grievously injured from the outset. The effectiveness of a combined assault by strong allies is remarkable, were it not for the stark disparity in their combat capabilities. The synergistic effect of 1 + 1 would indeed surpass 2. Moreover, being besieged by 14 formidable opponents from the earthly fiend realm, had I not employed an unexpected stratagem to launch a surprise attack, I would have scarcely had the chance to flee once they regrouped. The tempest of thunder and fire surged forth, fierce as a ravenous tiger. The true flame purple phoenix wings fluttered slightly, unleashing a torrent of violet flames directed at the two earthly fiend experts. The azure dragon arm soared through the heavens, descending with ferocity, its might of 200,000 tiger strength akin to a stampede of wild stallions, creating a hurricane that suppressed the movements of the two adversaries. And in the blink of an eye, one was struck down in a fit of fury. With a flick of the azure dragon arm, the numerous falling attribute orbs swiftly merged into Lin Chen's dragon claws, absorbed into his being. Shifting the direction of his purple phoenix wings, Lin Chen lunged at another earthly fiend expert attempting to flee, tearing his body into 4 or 5 fragments with a savage claw swipe. With 200,000 tiger strength in close combat, he was more than a match for adversaries at the 4th or even 5th levels of the earthly fiend realm. These two were merely at the 2nd and 1st levels. Even while hindered by the corrosive runes, they stood no chance against Lin Chen's azure dragon arm. This brat intends to eliminate us one by one. We must not grant him the opportunity to pursue. The many earthly fiend experts, enduring the agony inflicted by the corrosive runes, began to channel their battle energy, their presence becoming overwhelming as the spiritual energy within dozens of miles started to stir ominously. These fellows are prepared to fight to the death against me. It is impossible for me to withstand the full onslaught of 12 earthly fiend experts simultaneously. I must take down at least one more. With murderous intent palpable, Lin Chen turned his gaze towards the earthly fiend first-level expert, Yin Jiwen, who is shielded by the remaining battle spirit experts. It seems you are the mastermind behind this operation, Master Yin. A hint of coldness curled at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth as the purple phoenix wing surged forth, transforming into a blazing light that cleaved through the heavens. This is bad. His target is Master Yin. Priority must be given to protecting Master Yin. The members of the Huangfu family and the Nangong family hastily chose to safeguard Master Yin, eager to curry favor with this esteemed practitioner of the 24 celestial stars. Get away from me. The azure dragon arm swept across all directions, shattering the air with tremendous force, repelling two members of the Nangong family who were at the earthly fiend realm, while Lin Chen's right hand thrust forward in the void. A grayish-white talisman descended, suppressing the surroundings and unleashing an overwhelming ancient might, causing all movements to abruptly halt. The host activates level 1 slow rune, consuming 1,500 points of rune energy. Once again, a slow rune envelopes the scene. Yet, unlike its previous extraordinary effect, this time under the vigilant eyes of numerous powerful beings, it merely confined them for less than half a breath. But that was sufficient. In that fleeting moment of stillness, Lin Chen's azure dragon arm surged forth like a rampant dragon, piercing through the vast expanse, aimed directly at the heads of the battle spirits and Yin Jiwen. Chapter 42, A Narrow Escape, Arrival at Sunset City. No, you cannot kill me. If you do, the organization will pursue you relentlessly, damn it. Lin Chen struck down with a palm, shattering even the life tool worn by the calculating master. All the combat souls in the face of 200,000 tiger strength could only accompany him to the grave. Although Yin Jiwen was at the first level of the Earth Fiend realm, as a calculating master, he had enjoyed a life of luxury for many years, and his combat experience was nowhere near that of the previous Earth Fiend realm experts. He fell instantaneously. He truly annihilated Master Yin. Damn it, don't let him escape. Otherwise, when the 24 stars of calculation come knocking, we shall bear the consequences together. The sound of rushing winds filled the surroundings, and Lin Chen immediately realized that the remaining Earth Fiend realm experts had encircled him completely. He activated the Azure Dragon Arm, drawing in all the fallen attribute orbs, not even pausing to see what he had obtained. The true flame purple phoenix wings expanded once more, and his speed surged. Lin Chen's entire being ignited with purple flames as he soared into the air. He aimed to flee directly. Don't give him the chance. Bring him down. The ground shimmered with numerous auras of battle energy, illuminating the night sky, while the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became tumultuous. Thousand kill, slaughtering sword. Soul pursuit slash. True martial phantom fist. Flickering star pointing finger. The battle energy attacks, spanning hundreds of feet, filled the air with a deafening roar, surging toward Lin Chen like a primordial beast. The expanse was so vast that even when Lin Chen propelled the true flame purple phoenix wings to their utmost velocity, he could not escape the assault range of the multitude of earthly fiends. Gritting his teeth in determination, he pivoted to confront the onslaught. The Azure Dragon Arm was raised defensively before him, while the true flame purple phoenix wings beat vigorously, as a torrent of battle energy descended upon the Azure Dragon Arm like a storm of falling pear blossoms. The explosive force of the relentless attacks shattered the scales adorning Lin Chen's Azure Dragon Arm. He clenched his teeth resolutely. Should he falter at this juncture, he would meet his demise here and now. Blood gushed forth, flesh torn asunder, as the relentless barrage of battle energy ravaged his Azure Dragon Arm to the brink of severance. At this critical moment, the true flame purple phoenix wings ascended to an altitude exceeding 2,000 meters, diminishing the intensity of the assault significantly, allowing Lin Chen to withstand this overwhelming wave of concentrated attacks. In a flash of azure light, the bloodied and battered azure dragon arm retracted into his body, revealing horrifying fissures across his left arm. Enduring the immense pain, Lin Chen gasped, simultaneously soaring higher into the void with the true flame purple phoenix wings while channeling the true water returning essence technique to mend the injury to his left arm. The damage to his azure dragon arm was grievous. If he could not discover a means to restore it, he would be unable to wield it in the short term. Rather than serving as his trump card, it would instead become a burden. As Lin Chen's injuries gradually stabilized, the azure dragon sigil dimmed, losing its luster. The true water returning to origin technique can completely heal Lin Chen's injuries. However, it can only partially mend the azure dragon arm, as the wounds are far too severe. To achieve complete recovery will require an extensive amount of time. With his battle energy brimming, Lin Chen activated the true flame purple phoenix wings and vanished into the horizon. The numerous earthly fiends, unable to fly, could only lament their fate in place. As the two factions continued to discuss strategies, a faint ripple emerged in the void. A snow-white figure descended upon the world, a woman of exquisite beauty, graceful as a startled swan, her white dress resembling clouds at the edge of the sky, pure and flawless. Her enchanting eyes shimmered with autumnal glimmers as she gazed in the direction Lin Chen had departed. Despite possessing only the strength of the spirit communication realm, she had managed to counterattack against 14 earthly fiends, eliminating 3 of them along with all the Battle Soul Realm warriors, and subsequently withdrew unscathed. Truly, she was a remarkable individual capable of curing such a peculiar toxin. Even upon entering the Tinga Academy, she would undoubtedly ascend to the highest echelons. The woman in white, with a smile as delicate as a crescent moon, watched Lin Chen depart before casting a chilling gaze upon all present. Stepping lightly upon the air, was she a formidable figure of the celestial gang realm? The earthly fiends, startled by the ethereal beauty that had appeared so suddenly, inquired with a tone of trepidation and respect, "May I ask your esteemed name?" "My name is one that the dead need not know." The woman's voice, resonating with a haunting chill, carried an air of ominous intent, causing the very fabric of the surrounding space to tremble. Lin Chen had previously opted for the Jiao horse instead of utilizing the true flame purple phoenix wings for travel, a decision made to safeguard against unforeseen encounters that could deplete his battle energy, hindering his retreat. Now, unleashing his full power, he traversed vast distances daily, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky. Fortunately, the spirit ring bestowed upon me by the Supremacy Clan contained a plethora of restorative and healing elixirs, thus saving me considerable time in concocting my own potions. As Lin Chen chewed on the elixirs while soaring through the air, he activated the true water reversion technique to mend his injuries. He resolved to continue flying directly to his destination. With a powerful flap of the true flame purple phoenix wings, his speed surged even further. The journey to Sunset City, initially estimated to take 10 days, was accomplished in a mere 3. Sunset City, positioned at the intersection of the wilderness and the mysterious domain, was, in terms of scale, comparable to the city of 10,000 spirits. However, due to the incessant flow of merchant caravans, the bustling atmosphere here was even more vibrant than that of the city of 10,000 spirits. Beyond Sunset City lay the renowned Tiangu Academy, established within the wilderness. Upon completing the entry formalities, a wave of exhaustion and fatigue washed over him. He needed to find a suitable place to rest. With a slight activation of his purple gold eyes, he was able to discern the most popular tavern in the vicinity and, after a brief 15-minute walk, arrived there. As Lin Chen stepped into the tavern, eager to find a comfortable room to recuperate, the sound of shattered dishes and clattering utensils echoed from within, accompanied by a cacophony of commotion that reached his ears. An insignificant waste from the Bai family. Do you dare to dine at the Drunken Immortal Tavern? Ha ha! Perhaps he still believes that his grandfather, the family head, is alive. Pathetic cur, get out. In just 10 days, a splendid performance shall unfold in your household. You worthless fool, ha ha ha! I will not allow you to insult my grandfather. A group of young men lifted a boy clad in a hemp garment and hurled him out of the tavern as if he were mere refuse. Lin Chen happened to be standing outside when the boy was tossed, and he instinctively reached out with one hand, catching the lad. Thank you, kind sir. The boy expressed his gratitude politely as Lin Chen set him down, before turning his fierce gaze upon the group of young men within the tavern. Not at all, Lin Chen replied casually with a smile, preparing to enter the tavern, when suddenly he felt a peculiar tremor in his left arm. The azure dragon tattoo on his left forearm responded to a certain energy and aura, flickering with a faint glow. The source of this disturbance was the boy standing before him. What is this? Lin Chen gasped, his eyes filled with gravity as he regarded the boy. Without hesitation, he activated his golden purple eyes. Through this extraordinary sight, the world around him transformed dramatically. Lin Chen perceived the boy's skeletal structure, internal organs, and blood. Everything about his physique appeared normal, save for the faint, deeply hidden bloodline factor coursing through his veins. Lin Chen summoned his strength once more, decisively employing the pinnacle of his golden purple eyes, relying on the purple lightning. This time, the latent bloodline factor within the boy's blood was fully revealed, and all the bloodline factors connected, astonishingly forming a formidable and malevolent azure dragon. The azure dragon lies dormant within the boy's very blood, as if ensnared in a profound slumber. Had Lin Chen not activated his purple gold eyes for a meticulous examination, he would have remained oblivious to the extraordinary fate that this youth harbored. A natural-born scion of the ancient azure dragon bloodline, Lin Chen's heart raced with trepidation, for this lineage far surpassed his own in purity. However, due to the youth's tender age, this formidable power has yet to show any signs of awakening. The boy himself appears to be unaware of his latent potential, remaining, for the moment, merely a novice in the realm of Qi refinement. Chapter 43. Training the heir of the Azure Dragon bloodline. While Lin Chen was observing the young man from the Matoi clan, he suddenly charged forward, engaging in a fierce struggle with a group of more than 10 youths. The onlookers seemed unfazed, casting only fleeting glances at the commotion. The Matoi youth was no match for them, and quickly became the target of their collective assault. With a thunderous crash, the group was simultaneously sent sprawling, drawing the attention of the surrounding crowd. Who dares to lay a hand on my esteemed self? One of the youths bellowed. My leg, it's broken. Which scoundrel has the audacity to shatter my limb? The Matoi youth gazed in shock at Lin Chen, who had just intervened. Lin Chen patted his shoulder, his smile reminiscent of a wolf having discovered Little Red Riding Hood. Yet, in the eyes of the young man, this brother of similar age appeared immensely towering and sacred. What is your name? Lin Chen inquired. I am Bai Juanhao. Thank you, elder brother, for your assistance. The Matoi youth's eyes shimmered with tears of gratitude as he prepared to kneel. However, Lin Chen's foot gently halted his descent. Do not kneel. A man should treasure his knees, which are worth their weight in gold. Except for your parents and those you hold dear, no one should bring you to your knees. Lin Chen's voice resonated like thunder, instilling a sense of awe in the boy, his words leaving an indelible mark on his heart. Bai Juanhao, is it? I am Lin Chen. Now, I ask you, do you wish to possess power? Lin Chen's question pierced the very essence of Bai Juanhao's being. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared resolutely, yes, I yearn for it, even my dreams. Very well, take me to your residence. We shall commence your intensive training at once. Upon hearing the term special training, Bai Juanhao's spirits were instantly lifted. Brother Lin Chen, this way please. Witnessing Lin Chen leave with an air of righteousness after defeating his adversaries left the numerous young scions from various esteemed families in a state of shock. Who was this madman that had so effortlessly entranced the simpleton Bai Juanhao? After their departure, a few gasps echoed within the tavern. Lin Chen? That name seemed familiar. Was he not the young man recently renowned for single-handedly dismantling numerous nefarious sects in Blood Sun City? In the Bai family's rear courtyard, Lin Chen entered through the back door alongside Bai Juanhao. Bai Juanhao's grandfather had once been the patriarch of the Bai clan, but after the untimely demise of his parents, his grandfather also passed away, leaving Bai Juanhao all alone, bereft and ostracized by his family due to his lack of talent and strength. In the room, Lin Chen and Bai Juanhao sat across from each other. Juanhao, henceforth, you must completely overhaul your cultivation methods. Transition from qi refinement to body refinement, and allow your physical training to subsequently enhance your qi cultivation. Lin Chen's words left Bai Juanhao utterly bewildered. Brother Lin Chen, what does this mean? I have only just managed to break through to the qi refinement stage, and now you want me to train my body like one in the body refinement stage? Indeed, I am an appraiser, possessing a keen insight into various matters, including people. You, my friend, possess the rare and ancient bloodline of the Azure Dragon. Lin Chen's earnest demeanor astonished Bai Juanhao. Azure Dragon bloodline? Yes, the Azure Dragon bloodline. However, the bloodline of the Azure Dragon within you remains in a dormant state, and it may very well never awaken. To rouse it, one must employ some extreme methods of body refinement. If you place your trust in me, I urge you to retrieve all the rudimentary body refinement techniques and combat skills of your lineage. Lin Chen's tone shifted. Of course, if you choose not to believe me, that is perfectly acceptable. I shall take my leave this instant. Nevertheless, our encounter is fated. And here are 2 vials of breaking qi pills, sufficient for you to transcend to the 9th level of qi refinement within 2 years. The choice now rests solely with you. With a flicker of the nailing ring, Lin Chen left behind the 2 vials of elixir and rose to his feet. Gazing at the vials, Bai Juanhao gritted his teeth. He had long been adrift in this world. Today, Lin Chen's timely assistance brought him the last glimmer of warmth he had felt in this realm. Brother Lin Chen, I believe in you. I shall seek out the body refinement techniques at once. As he watched Bai Juanhao hastily exit the room, Lin Chen felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him and decided to lie down in the living room for a refreshing slumber. Initially intending to rest, he was suddenly caught in this unexpected turn of events. Yet, upon regaining his composure, he realized that this was merely the beginning. Awakening the Azure Dragon bloodline slumbering within Bai Juanhao would not be a straightforward endeavor, and Lin Chen could not simply resort to eliminating Bai Juanhao to seize the bloodline for himself. At this moment, the bloodline of the Azure Dragon within Bai Juanhao's body resembled a pile of fuel waiting to be ignited. Lin Chen realized that extracting this fuel for his own purposes would not suffice. Only by assisting Bai Juanhao in igniting it could he attain the flames he desired. As night descended, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The hurried footsteps abruptly roused Lin Chen from his reverie. Bai Juanhao burst into the room, clutching a collection of body refining techniques and combat skills, excitedly laying them upon the table. Brother Lin Chen, these body refining techniques and combat skills are what I retrieved from the technique pavilion at home, but they are rather rudimentary, only of the high yellow tier and below. I lack the authority to access anything above the high yellow tier, Bai Juanhao said apologetically. Lin Chen stretched lazily and yawned. That's perfect. You're unable to cultivate advanced body refining techniques anyway. Juanhao, go fetch a large vat and remember to fill it halfway with hot water. Having placed complete trust in Lin Chen, Bai Juanhao adhered to his instructions without hesitation. Moments later, a large vat, steaming with heat, was set in Bai Juanhao's room. Ready to be filled, Lin Chen retrieved several medicinal herbs from his spirit ring, altering his hand seals to channel his spiritual energy and extract the essence of the herbs. The fluidity of his movements captivated Bai Juanhao, who excitedly inquired, Brother Lin Chen, are you a pharmacist? Enough with the pleasantries. Strip and get in, Lin Chen replied. As the essence of the herbs was infused into the vat, the hot water transformed into a pale crimson hue. Lin Chen shot him a glare, prompting Bai Juanhao to hurriedly disrobe and immerse himself in the vat. Brother Lin Chen, this water is scalding, a searing pain, within merely 10 breaths. Bai Juanhao erupted into a wail of agony, while Lin Chen firmly pressed down on his head. Endure this for me. This is merely the beginning. What is to come will be tenfold more painful. If you desire power and wish to retain your dignity, you must persevere. On that night, as Lin Chen trained Bai Juanhao in a distant place within the enchanting Wanling city, the night was adorned with shimmering lights. 2 exquisitely elegant women concealed their true identities as they strolled through the streets of Wanling City. Unbelievable news. Master Lin Chen, the diviner, has annulled his engagement with the Shangwan family less than 7 days after the betrothal. Miss Shangwan Bihan has become a cold flower in her boudoir. According to whispers, this act was merely a ploy to seize the Shangwan family's secret techniques for treasure appraisal and cultivation. Several street vendors shouted their wares, drawing a crowd, which included the two ethereal women. Moments later, one of the ladies spoke first. "Sister, it's that Lin Chen again. Not only a diviner, but also suspected to be a treasure appraiser. And he even made the diviners of the 24 stars perform a belly dance in public. Truly a remarkable individual. It seems if we wish to meet him, we cannot afford to waste any more time here. Perhaps we should inquire with the Lord of Wanling City. That might expedite our efforts." The other lady chuckled softly, her beautiful eyes turning towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. Chapter 44. The Awakening of the Azure Dragon in the Stillness of the Night. Within the secluded courtyard of the Bai family, it was the 3rd day since Lin Chen had arrived. A young boy, clad in antiquated armor, was drenched in sweat, gasping for air as he relentlessly performed push-ups. With each repetition, the sound of his bones creaked ominously, his entire physique teetering on the brink of collapse, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Perched upon his back was another boy, seated cross-legged, counting his efforts. 2158, 2159, 2160. While encouraging by Juanhao, Lin Chen activated the power of his purple-gold eyes to monitor the vitality within the boy's flesh. The azure dragon bloodline dormant within him began to exhibit faint signs of activity, though it had yet to fully awaken. At Bai Juanhao's age, he should not have entered the awakening phase of his bloodline until he reached 18. However, Lin Chen's external force was hastening this process, yet it appeared insufficient. Perhaps only when the host approached the brink of death might the bloodline's power be triggered to safeguard him. Lin Chen vigilantly observed the limits of Bai Juanhao's endurance, simultaneously forging his physique. Throughout these 3 days and nights, Lin Chen had ensured that Bai Juanhao consumed medicinal supplements. The prescribed rest period lasted merely an hour, with the remainder spent either in medicinal baths or training his body, striving to awaken the Azure Dragon bloodline at the swiftest pace possible. On the following morning, just as Lin Chen intended to proceed with Bai Juanhao's next round of training, the two in the Bai family's courtyard were suddenly alerted by the sound of hurried footsteps and commotion. "Bai Juanhao, come forth. How dare you attempt to cripple my family's young master? Today, let us see who can protect you. My family's 3rd young master lies incapacitated, and you, a mere waste of the Bai family, must face me." A throng surged into the courtyard, comprised of those privileged scions whose family influence had been crippled by Lin Chen. Among them were warriors of varying ranks, including those of the battle spirit and spirit communication realms, as well as some of the more prominent young ruffians. How could such a prestigious family as mine allow these intruders to breach our sanctum? Clearly, the steward and housekeeper deemed it unnecessary to offend them on my behalf. Strength, if only I possessed it, I would not endure such humiliation, nor would I fail to uphold my grandfather's reputation. Bai Juanhao gasped for breath, his indignation boiling over as he growled in frustration. "Then rise and fight. Those who have oppressed and insulted you, go forth and strike them down. Leave the other battle spirit and spirit communication warriors to me. Remember, power and opportunity are within your grasp alone. Should any trouble arise, I shall bear the burden for you." With a wave of his hand, Lin Chen advanced with purpose. Bai Juanhao, gazing at Lin Chen's retreating figure, felt an inexplicable surge of strength within his weary body and followed closely behind. "Uncle, it was this young man who harmed us the other day." One of the young ruffians recognized Lin Chen and exclaimed to a middle-aged man beside him, who was of the battle spirit realm. "So it is you, young brat. Just because you possess some talent at such a young age does not grant you the right to look down upon others." The warriors of the battle spirit realm and several of the spirit communication realm stepped forward, and with a single step, Lin Chen transformed into a tempest of fire and thunder, charging forth with unbridled ferocity. The audacious young man, emboldened as if possessed by a tiger's courage, took immediate action. He was beset by 3 warriors of the battle spirit realm and 10 from the spirit communication realm. In a flurry of afterimages, Lin Chen's speed surged, and in mere moments, he sent all the spirit communication warriors flying. How could this young man possess such formidable strength? The three warriors of the battle spirit realm were filled with trepidation as they witnessed their 10 comrades being effortlessly repelled. Lin Chen was not in haste to vanquish his adversaries. Instead, he observed Bai Juanhao. At that moment, Bai Juanhao, adhering to Lin Chen's guidance, engaged in combat with the 3 arrogant disciples. However, after a night of relentless training, he was now at the brink of exhaustion, his fierce spirit overshadowed by a lack of stamina, as the 3 equally skilled disciples from the Qi refining realm took turns assaulting him. With a flick of his finger, Lin Chen infused a pure stream of water energy into Bai Juanhao's crown, revitalizing his weary form. It was Lin Chen, my elder brother, aiding me. He wishes for me to conquer these foes on my own. Encouraged, Bai Juanhao charged forth once more to engage fiercely with the trio. You dare to insult my grandfather? I shall make you pay with your lives. Blood trickled from the corner of Bai Juanhao's mouth as he endured the blows. Yet he unleashed a powerful strike with his right fist. It felt as though the very lifeblood coursing through him ignited, resonating with a faint yet furious dragon's roar. The feral and menacing roar of the dragon reverberated within Bai Juanhao, causing one of the arrogant disciples to retreat in fear. Even if I must perish today, I will take you down with me. Bai Juanhao seemed to have awakened his indomitable spirit, channeling every ounce of his strength into his second punch. His blood seemed to ignite, emitting a low growl reminiscent of a raging dragon's roar that reverberated through the world. The force of this punch was boundless, unleashing a raw power equivalent to thousands of tiger strengths. With that blow, the chest of the arrogant disciple was indented. Crack! Lin Chen clearly observed a light blue attribute orb, roughly the size of an egg, fall from his right arm. Had he succeeded? His Qinglong bloodline had been awakened. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled, and his heart soared with elation. For days, he had been meticulously concocting elixirs and refining physical techniques for Bai Juanhao's body, pushing it to the very limits of physiological endurance. This battle undoubtedly brought forth the full potential of Bai Juanhao's Qinglong bloodline. Bai Juanhao's punch severely injured the arrogant disciple, startling the combatants of the soul realm, who turned to gaze in astonishment. Lin Chen pressed forward relentlessly, unleashing 80% of his pure power to firmly suppress 3 middle-aged men at the 6th level of the soul realm. What potent elixir has this lad consumed to become so formidable all of a sudden? The other 2 arrogant disciples, frightened, retreated repeatedly, while Bai Juanhao pursued them unrelentingly. I will obliterate you scoundrels. His eyes were veiled in a faint blue hue, radiating an imposing aura as his fists struck out in rapid succession, each blow generating miniature whirlwinds. Countless light blue attribute orbs cascaded down like a dazzling array. 5,000 tiger strength, 5,500 tiger strength, 6,000 tiger strength. The momentum of Bai Juanhao escalated rapidly, his skin adorned with faint patterns reminiscent of azure dragon scales, as if a slumbering giant dragon had awakened after millennia. In a remarkably short span, his raw power surged past 10,000 tiger strength. The abundant elixirs and rare treasures that Lin Chen had consumed over the past few days had transformed into the finest energy source to refine Bai Juanhao's corporeal form, allowing for an even greater integration with his awakened azure dragon bloodline. The 2 young scions, merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement, were utterly no match for him. Armed only with the heirlooms bestowed by their family, they barely managed to survive under Bai Juanhao's overwhelming prowess. Having already reached an astonishing 11,500 tiger strength, there were no signs of cessation. It was time to test the waters of the battle spirit realm. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, unleashing a pure force that shattered the defenses of 2 opponents in the battle spirit realm, casually collecting the attribute orbs they had dropped. He deliberately allowed a 3rd-level battle spirit guard to confront Bai Juanhao. These 2 fellows are too enigmatic. Prioritize protecting the young master and retreat. The guard rushed forward to shield the 2 young scions, but Bai Juanhao, like a demonic deity, unleashed a fist that instilled a sense of life and death pressure even upon the third-level battle spirit. 8 trigrams palm. Roar. By Juanhao countered with a palm strike. The two forces colliding head-on, sending shockwaves that cracked the ground, as if numerous fissures had opened. The third-level battle spirit staggered back, taking several steps in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that he had been repelled by this so-called waste of the Bai family, who was merely at the first level of chi refinement. Chapter 45. The Cousin's Abduction. Make haste. These two little brats are utterly bizarre. 2 warriors of the battle spirit realm congregated around him, hastily retreating with their respective masters in disarray. The frenzied Bai Juanhao was intent on pursuing them when Lin Chen placed a hand on his shoulder, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into his mind, restoring his awareness. Brother Lin Chen, Bai Juanhao gazed at Lin Chen in confusion, to which Lin Chen responded with a smile. Congratulations, your Azure Dragon bloodline has begun to awaken. The time for your transformation is at hand. Brother Lin Chen, it seems I have triumphed. Bai Juanhao was on the brink of ecstatic celebration when, before he could cheer, his eyelids grew heavy and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Lin Chen caught him, shaking his head with a bemused smile. He then gathered the azure-hued attribute orbs scattered around them, and a system interface materialized. Host has acquired 10 points of Azure Dragon bloodline. Upon absorbing this orb, the injury to his Azure Dragon arm was instantly healed, and its power subtly increased. Such an exquisite quality of Azure Dragon bloodline. It appears I may have the opportunity to fully awaken his bloodline before we reach the Celestial Song Academy. My Azure Dragon arm can ascend to even greater heights. Ecstatic, Lin Chen feverishly collected in the backyard, discovering that Bai Juanhao had dropped 20 attribute orbs. Host has acquired 12 points of Azure Dragon bloodline, 9 points of Azure Dragon bloodline, 16 points of Azure Dragon bloodline, 15 points of Azure Dragon bloodline, 20 points of Azure Dragon bloodline. All of these are orbs of the Azure Dragon bloodline. Lin Chen's Azure Dragon arm began to undergo a rapid transformation, the malevolent aura of the Azure Dragon within his left arm growing ever more formidable. Lin Chen had a premonition that the next time he truly unleashed the Azure Dragon arm, he would undoubtedly be invincible against any adversary below the 5th level of the earthly fiend realm. In the deep of night, within Bai Juanhao's chamber, he felt a flutter in his eyelids. Upon awakening, he discovered himself immersed in a medicinal bath. Lin Chen was seated upon the bed before him, engrossed in cultivation. What exactly happened to me today? Bai Juanhao mused, seemingly aware of the changes within his body, scrutinizing himself in astonishment. To his surprise, he perceived a new Azure Dragon scale in his mind. By merely connecting his consciousness to this scale, a continuous surge of power would emanate forth. Have you awakened? You should be aware of today's events, Lin Chen remarked, opening his eyes and offering a smile to Bai Juanhao. Brother Lin Chen, am I truly a bearer of the Azure Dragon bloodline? Bai Juanhao exclaimed, tears of joy brimming in his eyes, still grappling with disbelief. Why not give it a try and see for yourself? Lin Chen replied with a light-hearted smile. Bai Juanhao, trembling with excitement, activated the azure scales in his mind. Boom! A powerful wave of energy surged forth, radiating from Bai Juanhao at its epicenter. His pupils transformed into a dazzling azure, with a vertical eye-like azure pattern at the center, dragon scales enveloping him, and his hand resembling that of a dragon's claw. A pale azure attribute light orb fell from the air, which Lin Chen promptly picked up, grinning at Bai Juanhao. How does it feel? Remarkably powerful, truly extraordinary. 10,000 tiger strength? No, far beyond that. Ha ha ha. Bai Juanhao laughed heartily, reveling in his newfound power. Juanhao, you might think that you have become exceedingly formidable, haven't you? Suddenly, Lin Chen casually remarked. Bai Juanhao immediately retracted the confidence and elation that had just surged within him, feeling a bit embarrassed. Brother Lin, I must admit that I was momentarily pleased with myself, but I shall never allow arrogance to take root, for there are always greater talents beyond one's own, and realms beyond this one. Bai Juanhao resolutely clenched his fist. It is most commendable that you hold such thoughts. Your Azure Dragon bloodline is currently awakening. Now is the opportune moment for you to gain full mastery over it. Furthermore, your current attack mode is rather simplistic, suitable only as a trump card. Do not expose it easily in the presence of experts, lest your adversaries discern its weaknesses and exploit them. You must cultivate a wider array of physical combat techniques, thereby enriching your arsenal of offensive capabilities. Merging physical prowess with the refinement of qi. Lin Chen's counsel resonated deeply within Bai Juanhao. The two arose in the dead of night, once again retreating to the backyard for their training. Thankfully, Bai Juanhao had long been cast aside by the Bai family, leaving them undisturbed in their practice. For the next 6 days, Lin Chen focused solely on training Bai Juanhao. Each time, Bai Juanhao grew more adept at wielding his Azure Dragon bloodline. Luminous orbs of its attributes would materialize, serving as a significant boon for Lin Chen's Azure Dragon arm. The once troublesome young scions ceased to intrude upon Bai Juanhao and Lin Chen, as if a calm had settled before the impending storm. It was not until the 12th day of Lin Chen's arrival at the Bai household, at midday, that a young servant in white pushed open the courtyard door. Young Master Juanhao appears to be in fine spirits. Was it not said that the Mo family and the Chao family caused quite a ruckus a few days ago? The young servant murmured, then called out loudly, "Young Master Bai Juanhao, the elders summon you to the main hall." After delivering this message, the servant paid no heed to whether anyone inside had heard and turned to leave. Such an attitude clearly indicates the lowly status Bai Juanhao holds within the family. The two individuals engaged in training within the courtyard paused and exchanged glances. Elder brother Lin Chen, it seems there is a matter within the family that requires my presence. Perhaps those troublemakers from a few days ago have returned to cause more mischief. I shall accompany you. In the Bai family main hall, a red carpet adorned the floor, and the room was festooned with decorations. Today, the Bai family is hosting a grand banquet, with hundreds of tables filled with sumptuous food and drink, creating an atmosphere of exuberant celebration. Today marks the joyous occasion of my engagement to Meng Fei, and I expect everyone to indulge themselves. No one shall leave sober. Inside the main hall, a tall young man clad in splendid attire raised his glass in laughter, as numerous guests clinked their cups in camaraderie. In his embrace was a charming young woman, her laughter enchanting and vibrant. In the foremost area of the hall, several esteemed elderly men with flowing white hair sat, and no one dared to take a seat beside them. Esteemed guests, today marks the engagement of my son, Bai Xiaohui. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for your support. Those present and those who have sent gifts have indeed bestowed honor upon the Bai family," proclaimed a robust, middle-aged man with striking eyebrows, commanding the attention of the room. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence as everyone listened intently. This man is the current head of the Bai family, Bai Xiong. Just as the guests were poised to listen, a youthful voice filled with shock and anger echoed throughout the grand hall. "Second uncle, cousin, what? What is happening here? Dream Fei, my dear sister." Everyone turned to look as Bai Juanhao's figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the hall. It is indeed my nephew Juanhao. I thought you were unwell these past few days and was about to send someone to fetch you," Bai Xiong remarked with a dismissive smile upon seeing Bai Juanhao. "Today marks the engagement celebration between your cousin and Dream Fei. I trust you will extend your blessings to them, won't you?" Many present cast mocking glances at Bai Juanhao. Had he not shown up today, it would have been better for him. Now his presence only served to strip him of any dignity in this sunset city. "Isn't Dream Fei my fiancé? How can today be the engagement of my cousin?" Bai Juanhao gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed with a fierce intensity on Lu Dream Fei, who nestled affectionately in Bai Xiaohui's embrace. "Bai Juanhao, have you no shame? With your current appearance, do you still dare to aspire to someone as exquisite as me? Have you looked in a mirror? What part of you could possibly deserve my attention? Only a genius like your cousin Xiaohui is worthy of being my true match. It is crucial to possess self-awareness in life." Lu Dream Fei cast a disdainful glance at Bai Juanhao, curling her lips in contempt. The assembly erupted in laughter. Today, not only had Bai Juanhao been jilted, but he had also been usurped by his own cousin. It seemed he would struggle to maintain his place in this sunset city henceforth. Chapter 46. 10 Strategies. Cousin, if you have any sense, you should leave at once. It has been many years since grandfather passed away, and the family has shown remarkable patience in tolerating your uselessness for over a decade. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Bai Xiaohui wore a smile that did not reach his eyes. Under normal circumstances, had Bai Juanhao dared to retort, he would have been struck down with a single blow. However, today, out of respect for the esteemed guests and elders present, he held back his anger. Could it be that the elders also concur with this decision? Even if I, Bai Juanhao, have lost my standing within the Bai family, you should at least honor my deceased grandfather. With a voice filled with desperation, Bai Juanhao vociferously questioned the elders in the living room. Juanhao, we intended to inform you of this today. Enough, Juanhao. In light of your grandfather's memory, we will provide you with some compensation. You should withdraw now. This matter no longer concerns you. The two elders sighed, shaking their heads. Upon hearing such a response, Bai Juanhao's eyes turned bloodshot, his fists clenched tightly, resembling a furious beast ready to unleash its wrath. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter, looking up to the heavens. What a fine word, compensation. For so many years, you have systematically proposed your so-called compensation to coerce me into submission. Compensation indeed, Bai Juanhao shouted in fury, his emotions spiraling out of control, on the brink of a breakdown. The 1,000 guests were taken aback, wondering what had emboldened this young man to confront the elders and disrupt his cousin's gathering. It seems I have been far too accommodating to this little wretch. Bai Xiong smirked coldly, just as he was about to intervene personally to subdue Bai Juanhao. The scolding voice of a youth resounded, drawing everyone's attention once more. Juanhao, what are you saying? Can you even speak? The sudden rebuke jolted Bai Juanhao back to his senses just as he was on the verge of losing control. Lin Chen strode in with an air of confidence, earnestly patting Bai Juanhao on the shoulder. Bai Juanhao immediately became apologetic, nodding in contrition. I apologize, Brother Lin. I lost my composure just now. It won't happen again. Exactly. How could you speak to the elders like that on your cousin's grand day? It is utterly disrespectful. Little did they know, Lin Chen's response left everyone astounded. That mouth of yours, can it even articulate properly? If you can speak, then speak more. Just a moment ago, your words were as sweet as honey. I strongly demand you maintain that demeanor next time. If anyone bullies you, retaliate. If they are more ruthless, be 10 times more ruthless than them. Bai Xiong's expression fluctuated as he scrutinized Lin Chen. Who are you, kid? Who I am is of no concern to you. What you need to know is that today, Bai Juanhao is under my protection. Matters that rightfully belong to him must be resolved by him alone. It is not your place to interfere. Lin Chen's words exuded authority, instilling immense confidence in Bai Juanhao. Turning to Lu Mingfei, Lin Chen smiled calmly and said, You just claimed that Juanhao is unworthy of you, but in my eyes, you are not even qualified to be his servant. If you disagree, prove it with your strength. Go, tell everyone that such a person is not needed. Demand an apology. Let's see who is truly unworthy. With a firm pat on Bai Juanhao's back, strengthened by Lin Chen's encouragement, Bai Juanhao stood tall and proclaimed, Miss Lu Mingfei, today I, Bai Juanhao, hereby officially dissolve our engagement. We shall have no further entanglements. I demand an apology for the disrespect you have shown me. Bai Juanhao had shed his previous demeanor, exuding newfound assertiveness. Lu Mingfei bit her silver teeth, ready to respond. But Bai Xiaohui interposed himself before her, wearing a smile that barely concealed his disdain. Cousin, quite the talent you are. I wonder where you found this wild man to back you up. Since you believe yourself to be no longer a waste, I shall grant you the opportunity to prove it. If you can endure 10 moves from me, I will apologize to you on Meng Fei's behalf. What say you? Bai Xiaohui's words elicited laughter and murmurs of disbelief from the audience. As the son of the current family head, Bai Xiong, and at barely 24 years of age, Bai Xiaohui had already attained the 8th level of the spirit connection realm. He was imbued with the extensive legacy and secret arts of the Bai family, making him an incredibly formidable opponent, capable of easily besting even those at the 9th level of the spirit connection realm in mere moments. Such talent and power would place him among the most esteemed core disciples of any ancient sect. Even if Bai Juanhao were to experience a fortuitous event and suddenly gain confidence, it was inconceivable that he could match Bai Xiaohui in combat with his mere cultivation at the Qi refinement stage. 10 moves? In truth, as long as Bai Xiaohui wished it, with a mere thought and a single strike, Bai Juanhao would undoubtedly meet his demise. Well then, 10 moves, do you dare to accept? Lin Chen retreated to Bai Juanhao's side, a teasing smile playing on his lips, recalling the infernal training endured during this period. A resolute smile emerged on the face of Bai Juanhao, akin to a rock. 10 moves are merely 10 moves. Upon his declaration, the crowd erupted in laughter and derision. It appeared that Bai Juanhao had lost his senses. How utterly naive! Had it not been for the elder's past kindness, he would have perished without a soul to retrieve his remains. To dare challenge the esteemed Xiao Wei, who could easily end his life with a single strike. Just the other day, I witnessed him acquiring a plethora of low-tier yellow-grade body refinement techniques at the Combat Arts Pavilion. Perhaps he has indeed stumbled upon some unparalleled martial arts, making him insufferably arrogant. Ha ha ha. The numerous disciples of the Bai family continued to mock him incessantly. Yet Bai Juanhao remained unperturbed. He had faced such ridicule and skepticism countless times over the years. Elders, you have all witnessed it. It is this young man who has brought this upon himself. Should he meet his demise at the hands of our Xiao Wei, let it not be said that we are to blame. He sought his own end. Bai Xiong shrugged at the elders seated in the main hall, a chilling smile gracing his lips. He had initially contemplated how to punish these two, but unexpectedly, Bai Juanhao had chosen his own path to destruction. Well then, since this young man has chosen his own fate, let life and death be determined by destiny. The bald elder among the 3 elders shook his head, letting out a sigh, seemingly resigning to Bai Juanhao's fate. Ladies and gentlemen, please bear with us for a moment. Once this little interlude concludes, we shall resume our festivities. With a grand gesture, Bai Xiaohui commanded the servants to clear away portions of the banquet, creating an expanse of several dozen paces. I must say, cousin, you are exceedingly fortunate. Today marks a momentous occasion for me, your elder brother, and it is not a day for bloodshed. Thus, you have miraculously escaped with your life. Bai Xiaohui strode to the center of the open ground, his brows arching as he shook his head with a derisive smile. Who has truly escaped with their life remains to be seen. Transformed by newfound power, Bai Juanhao exhibited a fierce and domineering presence, reminiscent of Lin Chen's formidable aura. It brings me great satisfaction to witness my younger brother finally displaying a semblance of dignity. A once ineffectual scion of the family now possesses a bold tongue. Let us hope that after this battle, you can still afford a jest. Bai Xiaohui's expression darkened in an instant. Today, Bai Juanhao had thwarted his plans repeatedly, and his temper was far from forgiving. Even if he couldn't eliminate him on the spot, Bai Xiaohui had a multitude of methods to make him wish for death. The onlookers were merely spectators, some even indulging in their own libations, eagerly anticipating how Bai Xiaohui would exact his retribution on this young man. Just as Bai Xiaohui revealed a cruel grin and approached Bai Juanhao, Lin Chen suddenly interjected. This battle is unjust, exceedingly unjust, Lin Chen declared earnestly, his demeanor unusually grave. Chapter 47. What is fairness? The audience erupted in laughter at Lin Chen's antics, with some even brought to tears by their mirth. These 2 rascals had just been the epitome of arrogance, and now they were crying foul? What a peculiar spectacle. Wasn't this a classic case of self-contradiction? Unfair? Huh. Indeed, it does seem a tad inequitable. How about we amend the rules? If he can withstand just 2 of my strikes, I shall apologize on behalf of Meng Fei. Bai Xiaohui scoffed derisively, casting a dismissive glance at Lin Chen. Absolutely not, Lin Chen replied, shaking his head earnestly. Ha ha ha, cousin Xiaohui. It appears that Juanhao and the others have caved. Why not give him a break and make it just 1 strike? The young men of the Bai family jeered, while Bai Juanhao looked at Lin Chen in confusion. Very well, I shall concede once more. If he can endure just 1 strike from me, I shall admit defeat, Bai Xiaohui declared, flicking his nails with a hint of impatience. In his view, there was no distinction between 1 strike and 10. No, no, no. You have misunderstood my intent. I am asserting that this battle is exceedingly unfair for Mr. Bai Xiaohui, utterly unjust, to the astonishment of all present. Lin Chen's response left the crowd perplexed. How is it unfair for an 8th layer of spirit connection to contend with a 1st layer of qi refinement? Let us modify the rules. If you can endure 10 strikes from Juanhao, we shall concede defeat, Lin Chen proposed, crossing his legs with a smile that left the guests utterly dumbfounded. Did I hear incorrectly? He claimed that Bai Xiaohui's cousin must endure 10 strikes under the hands of the waist, that is by Juanhao, to be deemed victorious? I too thought my ears had deceived me. Surely, this is a complete reversal of logic. Could it be that he believes Bai Juanhao to be the one at the spirit connection stage, while Bai Xiaohui languishes at the qi refining stage? The elder generation, who initially intended to watch this as a mere spectacle, now regarded Lin Chen with astonishment and disbelief. What audacity must one possess to make such a ludicrous demand? Is he concocting some sort of insidious plot? I dare say he has lost his senses. Bai Xiaohui seethed with indignation, feeling utterly humiliated by Lin Chen's insolence. Do not be vexed, Mr. Xiaohui. I assure you, I have your best interests at heart. My younger brother Juanhao is a prodigious talent, and I worry for your safety, Lin Chen declared earnestly, reducing the onlookers to fits of laughter. Brother Lin Chen? Bai Juanhao regarded him with confusion, unable to fathom the intent behind Lin Chen's actions. What? Do you lack confidence? Were you not intending to reclaim everything you once lost? Lin Chen chided with a mocking smile, continuing, in the Bai family, there can only be one, either by Xiaohui or by Juanhao, is that not so? Confidence. Bai Juanhao's spirits surged, nodding vigorously. Juanhao, I must say, you have been led to ruin by a madman. Bai Xiaohui twisted his neck, revealing a cruel smirk. Just as Bai Xiaohui prepared to strike again, Lin Chen interjected. Wait a moment. For heaven's sake, are you ever going to cease? Lin Chen displayed a pensive expression, then slowly shook his head, speaking earnestly once more. I am a person who emphasizes fairness, and once again, fairness. Even now, I still believe that 10 moves are unfair to Mr. Bai Xiaohui. Lin Chen's words sent many into a frenzy. What on earth constitutes fairness? Therefore, I have decided to include Miss Lu Mengfei in this as well. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must catch them red-handed. To combat treachery, one must confront it in pairs. If we were to fight, let us do so as a duo. Juanhao, do you have confidence? Yes. Bai Juanhao thundered with fervor. The exchange between Lin Chen and Bai Juanhao plunged the entire gathering into a profound silence. A silence as still as death. All the guests stared blankly at Lin Chen and Bai Juanhao. Today, everyone present found themselves redefining and questioning the very notion of fairness. Suddenly, a young man turned to an elderly gentleman beside him and asked, Senior, is this what fairness looks like? How should I know what fairness is? Today I have truly opened my eyes. The old man exclaimed. Then what exactly is fairness? Why don't you ask him? Why are you asking me? What on earth is fairness? The entire assembly, young and old alike, clamored in unison, demanding answers from Lin Chen. Fairness is allowing this pair of scoundrels to face each other together. Fairness is that these two can endure 10 moves under Bai Juanhao's hand. Even if Bai Juanhao loses, Lin Chen's voice resonated like thunder in the ears of all present. Damn it, I'll take you down first. Bai Xiaohui, unable to endure any longer, was consumed by rage, his fury igniting as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Chen, ready to unleash his wrath. Enough, Bai Xiong thundered, his voice a forceful command that quelled Bai Xiaohui's tumult. Meng Feini, you too shall join him. Heed his words, for the specifics of their duel are of no consequence. Today, I permit you, Xiaohui, to shed blood. The dignity of the Bai family shall not be tarnished by the whims of certain individuals. If this matter does not conclude satisfactorily, neither of them shall leave this hall alive. Bai Xiong was thoroughly incensed by Lin Chen's provocations, viewing his remarks as a direct affront to the entire Bai clan. With palpable menace, Bai Xiong addressed Lin Chen. Should you fall by Xiaohui's hand, do not expect to escape unscathed. If Bai Juanhao cannot prevail, I shall accompany him in death. Lin Chen exuded an aura of dominance, standing defiantly against Bai Xiong. Lu Mengfei, with an icy demeanor, gracefully approached Bai Xiaohui's side. Her innate talent, second only to his, had already reached the 6th level of the spirit connection realm by the age of 22, and together with Bai Xiaohui, even mid-stage battle soul realm warriors found themselves at a disadvantage. Meng, you need not intervene. Leave this to me. As Lu Mengfei positioned herself beside Bai Xiaohui, he swiftly declared, eager to charge towards Bai Juanhao. Painful soul, rending hand. The air crackled with battle energy, and fierce winds surged forth as his 5 fingers coiled around ethereal blades, aiming directly for Bai Juanhao's heart. Bai Xiaohui revealed his murderous intent, unleashing a brutal technique that promised suffering beyond measure. All present held their breath in anticipation, pondering whether this was sheer reckless bravado or a meticulously orchestrated scheme. The truth would soon unfold with the next breath. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the scene as a tempest arose, compelling everyone to focus intently on the moment. What? All the elders of the Bai family, along with those powerful enough to possess the strength of the battle soul realm and beyond, rose in unison, their expressions fraught with disbelief. Amidst the swirling dust, Bai Xiaohui stood before Bai Juanhao, his palm poised against Bai Juanhao's chest, where faint azure scales shimmered ominously. Bai Juanhao stood proudly in the center, and not only did Bai Xiaohui fail to deliver a fatal blow, but he could not even force him to take a single step back. Bai Juanhao brushed the dust from his shoulders, a derisive and overpowering smile curling at the corners of his lips. Cousin, you didn't exert yourself at all. Lin Chen sat leisurely in his seat, pouring himself a drink. After savoring a sip of exquisite wine, he nonchalantly donned his self-crafted sunglasses, remarking with a hint of incredulity, "Who's trying to show off? It's rather blinding." Chapter 48. The Emergence of the Azure Dragon. At this moment, astonishment enveloped all present. The lethal strike unleashed by Bai Xiaohui was potent enough to shake and even severely injure a formidable warrior of the battle soul realm. Yet it failed to budge Bai Juanhao even a fraction. Beast Fist. Bai Juanhao raised his fist, executing the most fundamental technique of body refinement. Waves of azure dragon energy surged forth like a howling tempest. As Bai Juanhao's fist descended upon Bai Xiaohui's head, the latter felt a chill course through him, akin to plunging into a frozen abyss. The might of this punch had already brought him face to face with the specter of death. In instinctive response, Bai Xiaohui summoned the utmost speed of his movement technique, narrowly evading the onslaught of Bai Juanhao's fist. Every spectator could distinctly hear the piercing sonic boom that erupted as Bai Juanhao swung his fist, akin to a blade slicing through the air. A meteor hurtling toward the earth. Boom! Thunderous. The furious punch unleashed a terrifying gale of energy that stirred up clouds of dust and shattered stones. Merely the force of the punch fractured the ground beneath, creating a web of alarming fissures that radiated in all directions. The relentless fury of the punch swept outward, toppling banquet tables that had been positioned hundreds of meters away. Countless exquisite dishes scattered across the ground, splattering guests with remnants of grease and sauce. What left many attendees in disbelief was the sight of Lin Chen, seated in the front row, seemingly foreseeing this chaos. Clutching an oiled paper umbrella, adorned with dark sunglasses, and holding a wine glass, he wore his trademark, mischievous grin. While everyone else was drenched in remnants of food, he alone remained sheltered beneath his umbrella. Yet, all present understood that the true focus was on Bai Juanhao. The mere gust of his fist has already swept through the surroundings. Had that last strike landed, Bai Xiaohui would undoubtedly have faced a fatal outcome. Crumpled on the ground, Bai Xiaohui lay in a pool of cold sweat, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. A body-refining warrior? Juanhao is the most formidable body-refining warrior. Among the 3 elders, one elder roared with uncontainable joy. 15,000 tiger strength? No, it's nearly 20,000. How could this be? From where does this boy derive such power? Bai Xiong's gaze remained fixated on Bai Juanhao, intent on uncovering all of his secrets. Yet, no matter how he probed, he could perceive only the overwhelming aura of the sovereign azure dragon. Beyond that, he could not discern the limits of Bai Juanhao's strength. Stand up, Bai Xiaowei. Are you not a genius? Bai Juanhao's momentum surged, a malevolent energy rolling forth, his roar akin to a dragon's howl, causing Lu Mengfei and Bai Xiaowei to retreat in shock. This sudden and drastic shift left Bai Xiaowei utterly unprepared. The roles of predator and prey had instantaneously reversed. How could he be so powerful? Wasn't he, Bai Juanhao, supposed to be a worthless individual? Xiaowei, I'm so afraid. Lu Mengfei, pale as a ghost, trembled as she cowered behind Bai Xiaowei. It was terrifying. The current Bai Juanhao seemed as if he were truly possessed by the azure dragon, a celestial being descended from the heavens. Merely the murderous intent etched upon his brow, coupled with a faint aura of draconic majesty, was enough to daunt the two. Since you dare not strike, allow me to take the initiative. Crack! Bai Juanhao's fingers plunged into the earth. An overwhelming and ruthless pure strength surged forth, with palms raised. He suddenly heaved upward. A colossal shadow suddenly loomed before Lu Mengfei and Bai Xiaowei, eliciting gasps of astonishment from all onlookers, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Bai Juanhao had audaciously uprooted a floor several yards wide. With a furious punch, he unleashed a torrent of raw power, propelling the stone debris with devastating force towards the two. Damn it, you wretched scoundrel. Activate your defensive technique at once. Bai Xiaowei cursed vehemently upon witnessing such overwhelming might. Qing Wu Shuangguang Shield, Tianshui Lanmu, 2 layers of battle chi barriers, one soft and one hard, enveloped the two protectively. The massive stones, akin to a tempest, collided fiercely, shattering their battle chi defenses, and a ferocious impact sent them both reeling backward, bloodied. The colossal rocks fragmented into a storm of debris, raining down like hail. The crowd hurriedly activated their own defensive barriers, while Lin Chen remained composed, leisurely seated, and remarked, "The quality of oiled paper umbrellas these days is truly remarkable. I must purchase a few more next time." With a swift whoosh, Bai Juanhao, propelled by sheer strength, moved with a speed rivaling the finest martial techniques, swiftly closing the distance to Bai Xiaowei. The latter was taken aback, his battle chi surging as he summoned a crimson palm strike, desperately attempting to counter. Xianing technique. Bai Juanhao's palm, reminiscent of a hunting falcon, revealed azure scale patterns, his fingers curving menacingly as he melded offense and defense into one. In an instant, he tore through Bai Xiaohui's battle chi imprint, swiftly seizing his wrist. With a grip on Bai Xiaohui's wrist, he exerted force in a spiraling motion, shattering the bones of his arm with brutal efficiency. Simultaneously, Bai Juanhao, like a whip in a furious strike, sent Bai Xiaohui crashing to the ground with a violent hook. The floor shattered as Bai Xiaohui fell heavily, his bones fracturing, eyes bulging, and blood spurting forth. "No, Xiaowei!" Lu Mengfei screamed in despair. "You treacherous wretch, get lost!" Bai Juanhao, exuding an aura of death, coldly turned and swung his palm towards Lu Mengfei. His fingers cut through the air, tearing apart layers of atmosphere. With a resounding slap, the force struck Lu Mengfei's delicate face, devoid of any compassion. Bloodied lips expelled several crimson teeth, and Lu Mengfei fainted instantly. "Mengfei!" The Lu family members roared in anguish, rising abruptly. Unperturbed, Bai Juanhao's fighting spirit surged as he lifted his leg to stomp down on Bai Xiaohui's back. The force of this blow, executed at such close range, was sufficient to reduce Bai Xiaohui to a pulp. At that moment, the atmosphere was thick with murderous intent. A shadow flashed with unparalleled speed, approaching Bai Juanhao before a sound could be heard. "You little bastard, do you still intend to take my son's life?" It was Bai Xiong, the head of the Bai family, who had intervened. Realizing his son was in grave danger, he cast aside any semblance of dignity. Bai Xiong lunged at Bai Juanhao, unleashing the ominous aura of the earthly Sha, causing the air to collapse around them. The guests were utterly taken aback. Unprepared for the sudden outburst of violence from a formidable figure of the fifth realm of the earthly Sha, disregarding generational hierarchy to threaten a younger adversary. One could only watch in horror as Bai Xiong lunged towards Bai Juanhao. The extraordinary talent had just emerged, yet was it destined to fall like a shooting star? As this thought crossed everyone's minds, a tempest arose, silver robes billowed, purple flames ignited, and wings soared high. The silver-robed youth, adorned with wings ablaze in purple flames, stood defiantly before Bai Xiong, his sleeves torn, his arms swirling with the menacing scales of the azure dragon. It was Lin Chen. What? Bai Xiong was taken aback. Lin Chen could actually match his speed? I had long anticipated that you would not sit idly by. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, lifting his azure dragon left arm and striking with a sudden force. Each dragon scale, rotating with the unparalleled power to upheave mountains and rivers, collided head-on with Bai Xiong. Chapter 49. Brother Lin Chen's disappointment boom. The air collapsed, and the winds shifted dramatically. A colossal mushroom cloud, soaring dozens of feet high, erupted above the Bai family estate. The shockwave from the collision obliterating all the banquet tables in its vicinity. The two individuals at the very center of the mushroom cloud landed firmly, with Bai Xiong revealing a hint of gravity in his expression. Previously, he had sensed an aura emanating from Lin Chen that was akin to Bai Juanhao's, yet magnitude stronger. Could it be that this young man imparted such power to that little beast? This is dire. Xiaohui's condition, before Bai Xiong could further assess Lin Chen. His expression shifted dramatically in horror. My leg, my leg. Bai Xiaohui's anguished cries reverberated throughout the venue. The residual force from the confrontation between Lin Chen and Bai Xiong had displaced him, causing Bai Juanhao's landing to crush down upon his knee, shattering both bone and flesh. The once arrogant and defiant Bai Xiaohui was now reduced to a pitiful wretch, howling in agony. Bai Xiong hurried over to examine the injuries, his demeanor changing abruptly. Bai Xiaohui's arm was shattered, and his right leg was utterly ruined. Even if healed, he would be left a mere shadow of his former self. Furthermore, this battle would inflict a lasting psychological scar, effectively crippling his martial path for the future. Witnessing Bai Xiaohui's tragic fate, all present were filled with astonishment. Mere moments ago, few could have anticipated such an outcome. Bai Juanhao was indeed the true prodigy. He had triumphed over Lu Mengfei and Bai Xiaohui solely through his mastery of the qi refinement stage. The talents of the two were but flickering fireflies in the presence of the brilliant moon. There is absolutely no comparison. Bai Juanhao is merely 16 years of age, with a future brimming with boundless possibilities. Yet, as everyone regained their composure, the gazes directed at Lin Chen became fraught with trepidation. Did I not see correctly? Could it be that Bai Juanhao's elder brother is capable of clashing with the head of the Bai family in a single exchange? He has concealed his prowess so deeply. Even I, an old man, failed to discern when he made his move. When he struck, it appeared as though he possessed a pair of wings. Yes, I saw it too. They seem to be purple. He is of similar age to Bai Juanhao, his origins shrouded in mystery, yet he is drawn forth by Juanhao's potential, crafting such an unparalleled prodigy. Even the esteemed elders of the Bai family, powerful beings of the earthly fiend realm, have personally assessed Bai Juanhao's cultivation aptitude as belonging to the realm of mortals, rendering him a complete failure within the grand lineage of the Bai family. Yet, he has not escaped the discerning gaze of Lin Chen. Previously, he even confronted Bai Xiong, a formidable foe of the fifth level of the earthly fiend realm, and emerged unscathed. What does this signify? If Bai Juanhao is the pride of heaven, then Lin Chen is truly an extraordinary being of monstrous talent. You two wretches dare to incapacitate Xiaohui. Today, I shall ensure your demise within the Bai family. Bai Xiong's fury ignited, his eyes aflame with rage as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Chen and Bai Juanhao, poised to erupt. No, Bai Xiong, you must not harm Juanhao now. Two elders of the Bai family immediately positioned themselves before Bai Juanhao, speaking with an air of calm determination. Juanhao has already demonstrated his prowess, proving himself superior to Bai Xiaohui. In the heat of battle, where fists and feet know no mercy. It is simply a matter of Xiaohui's defeat, nothing more. You may withdraw now. These two elders are esteemed members of the Bai family, their rank and strength surpassing that of Bai Xiong. In their eyes, the current Bai Juanhao shines even brighter than Bai Xiaohui, possessing the potential to lead the Bai family to unprecedented heights. They're still safeguarding their treasure. Nonsense. This young man merely possesses some brute strength. The true path of martial arts lies in the cultivation of battle qi. Body refinement is merely a sidetrack, and perhaps this lad has even imparted some life-draining power to this little beast. How could he be deemed a genius? Bai Xiong gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept this view. This assertion evidently caused the two elders to waver, as they had previously sensed a similar aura in Lin Chen. Ha ha! The head of the Bai family may not have long hair, but his vision is rather limited. I ask you, does Juanhao's vitality exhibit any signs of life depletion? Lin Chen's indifferent remark swiftly dispelled the doubts. Observers noted that Bai Juanhao radiated abundant vitality, far from resembling one who employs life-draining secret techniques. In your Bai family, Juanhao is like a pearl covered in dust, for he is truly a descendant of the Azure Dragon bloodline. Lin Chen's words stirred a tempest, leaving all seasoned martial artists present in astonishment as they gazed at Bai Juanhao. Could it be that he is a bearer of a special bloodline? Throughout history, the union between certain formidable individuals of the human race and beast kind has borne offspring of extraordinary lineage. Alternatively, through unique and fortuitous encounters, some may inherit the legacy of ancient mythical beasts, thus acquiring exceptional bloodlines. These individuals subsequently ascend to unparalleled heights in their cultivation, becoming unrivaled amongst the masses. The Bai family, a prominent human clan, exhibits no signs of interaction with high-ranking beast tribes. It is evident that Bai Juanhao belongs to the latter category. Moreover, this exceptional bloodline is none other than the most coveted lineage of the dragon tribe, the Azure Dragon bloodline. Bai Juanhao possesses the bloodline of the Azure Dragon. An elder, trembling with astonishment, clutched Bai Juanhao's arm. They were not fools. The aura exuded by Juanhao during his display of prowess was unmistakably akin to that of the esteemed dragon race. With a thud, the elder knelt before Bai Juanhao. Juanhao, on behalf of all those who have wronged you within the Bai family, humbly offer my sincerest apologies. Any request you may have, the Bai family shall endeavor to fulfill from this day forth, in hopes that you may overlook past grievances. The elder's public display of contrition was marked by genuine sincerity. All members of the Bai family understood that a brilliant new star was rising, destined to reach unprecedented heights in the family's history. The atmosphere was charged with emotion. From this day forth, the annals of Sunset City would be irrevocably altered. Please, elder, you rise. These matters hold little significance for me now, Bai Juanhao replied nonchalantly, assisting the elder to his feet. The elder, inwardly wryly smiling, realized that alleviating the resentment in Juanhao's heart would not be an easy task. To think that he is a bearer of the Azure Dragon bloodline. This young rascal has truly encountered extraordinary fortune. Alas, my Xiaohui! A tempest surged within Bai Xiong's heart. Despite his myriad of grievances, he was acutely aware that extinguishing Bai Juanhao today was an impossibility. A being of extraordinary bloodline, especially one of dragon lineage, revealing such formidable potential at a tender age, inevitably indicated that his future growth would reach no less than the celestial realm. The implications of a celestial realm existence in the wilderness were well known to all. After taking away Bai Xiaohui, Bai Xiong gritted his teeth and departed, while the members of the Lu family were engulfed in a tumult of conflicting emotions. Alas, a bearer of the Azure Dragon bloodline, they, the Lu family, had let slip an opportunity to ally with such a rare individual, and even incurred his ire. The prospects of their future were unimaginable. Within the Bai family, sentiments intertwined. Yet, Lin Chen, after stooping to retrieve the attribute orb from the ground, abruptly turned around, his expression gravely serious. Juanhao, my brother is exceedingly angry. Lin Chen's simple utterance rendered everyone breathless. Good heavens, what could possibly provoke this esteemed individual? Chapter 50. a gathering of heroes amidst turbulent times. Even the three elders of the Bai family were trembling with fear, perspiration pouring down their faces. The emergence of a bearer of the Azure Dragon bloodline, confronting an unparalleled prodigy of the earthly fiend realm, left them utterly unable to fathom the capabilities and origins of Lin Chen. If he were to unleash his wrath, "Brother, are there any areas where I have fallen short?" Bai Juanhao inquired with a tone imbued with humility, as he lowered his head in acknowledgement of Lin Chen's authority. "I explicitly instructed you to dispatch that pair of fools in 2 moves, yet you squandered 7? You disappointing wretch, you have utterly tarnished my reputation. How did I end up mentoring such a dullard? Are you trying to drive me to madness?" Lin Chen erupted in fury, nearly causing the entire assembly to choke on their astonishment. Bai Juanhao's performance in battle had been decisively ruthless, far exceeding the combat acumen expected of one his age. To the older generation of formidable warriors, his conduct was deemed nearly flawless. Yet, to hear this celestial talent labeled a dullard by Lin Chen was utterly bewildering. Yes, I have disappointed Brother Lin Chen's expectations. I shall endeavor to double my efforts and improve. Bai Juanhao's response elicited involuntary twitches at the corners of many mouths. That night, in the Bai family's rear mountains, a decree had been issued to seal the mountain, permitting only Lin Chen and Bai Juanhao to remain in the secluded area. To unleash a full assault against my brother? What does this entail? Bai Juanhao stood opposed to Lin Chen, his expression a mixture of confusion and apprehension upon hearing the request. "Fear not. With your prowess, you cannot harm me. Moreover, I have already prepared to leave this place." Lin Chen waved his hand casually. In truth, the enhancement from the dragon bloodline attribute, orbs that fell from Bai Juanhao, had become negligible for his own advancement. During this period, Lin Chen had acquired over 500 points in the dragon bloodline attribute, while beside Bai Juanhao. Beyond this point, he encountered a significant bottleneck, and the effects of further enhancement were minimal. As his own improvement waned, the orbs of bloodline attributes dropped by Bai Juanhao had also dwindled. Should Bai Juanhao's bloodline energy elevate by 2 more tiers, perhaps it could still aid Lin Chen's progression. But such an achievement could not be realized in a short span. It might take years, even a decade. And Lin Chen did not possess the luxury of time to linger beside Bai Juanhao. Thus, it was time for Lin Chen to depart from the Bai family. "Brother, are you leaving?" Bai Juanhao exclaimed, his eyes filled with reluctance. "Indeed, I had matters to attend to. Encountering you was merely a fortuitous happenstance, and my time is running short," Lin Chen replied with a casual smile, then turned serious. "Juanhao, there remains an innocence in your gaze. You lack the necessary ruthlessness. Have you never pondered what intentions I harbored in approaching you? If I were to strike against you, how would you respond?" Bai Juanhao paused, his expression resolute. "Elder brother has bestowed upon me profound grace and rebirth. Were it not for your intervention, I might have perished with no one to claim my remains. I could never have attained strength and dignity. If elder brother desires my life, I would willingly return it." Bai Juanhao's response caused Lin Chen to shake his head with a sigh. "Such is your naivety. The bloodline of the Azure Dragon resides within you, and its awakening is merely a matter of time, not a gift bestowed by me. I would rather hear your defiance against my assertions. The path ahead is yours to traverse. Your transformation relies solely on your own efforts. Remember my words. Be relentless, and trust no one but yourself. Come at me with all your might. Let me witness the limits of your power." Under Lin Chen's irrefutable tone, Bai Juanhao took a deep breath. "Then, I humbly request your guidance." Boom! The overwhelming might reverberated through the mountains and forests, as Bai Juanhao's Azure Dragon aura caused birds to scatter and beasts to roar, all cowering beneath the dragon's might. Gathering energy, Bai Juanhao unleashed a punch akin to a dragon, pure strength slicing through the air, generating countless tornadoes wherever he passed. Towering trees were uprooted from their very foundations. A hint of seriousness emerged on Lin Chen's face as he executed a powerful stance, palms meeting to counter Bai Juanhao's full-force punch. He retreated 3 steps, leaving deep imprints with each stride. Your peak strength hovers around 31,000 Tiger Force. When the Azure Dragon bloodline is activated, your defenses will also enhance. As long as you do not encounter a 9th level warrior, you should remain undefeated. However, you must still hone your body refinement techniques to accelerate the growth of your bloodline. Lin Chen's assessment lingered in by Juanhao's mind, and by the time he regained his composure, Lin Chen had already begun his descent down the opposite mountain. Brother, do not pursue me. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Lin Chen reprimanded sharply, leaving Bai Juanhao stunned in place. Suddenly, he knelt in the direction Lin Chen had departed, tears glistening in his eyes, and bowed deeply in gratitude for the life-saving grace bestowed by his elder brother Lin Chen, a favor he vowed never to forget. After leaving the back mountains of the Bai family, Lin Chen donned a cloak and acquired a fine steed, departing from Sunset City under the cover of night. 5 days later, at noon, with the sun shining brightly, Lin Chen rode upon the prize flame Jiao horse along a vast road that rivaled the expanse of a plain. A thunderous rumble shook the earth as an array of bizarre and formidable beast mounts appeared upon the expansive thoroughfare. Towering earth demons, resplendent 5-colored deer, serpentine 2-headed Qingling pythons, chilling ice lizards, soaring 100-feathered spirit cranes, and imposing celestial elephants paraded forth. Each mount's owner hailed from an influential force, leaving Lin Chen in a daze. Among these factions, there were at least one or more young prodigies. Some stood aloof, sword in hand, exuding an air of haughty superiority. Others wielded blades with undeniable might. Some engaged in the arts, playing musical instruments and painting, radiating elegance and leisure. Others possessed a beauty so captivating it could overshadow the stars, standing apart from the mundane. There were those who exchanged witty banter, their confidence radiating as if they held the world in their grasp, their brows adorned with the promise of greatness. These individuals represented the pinnacle of talent, genius, and extraordinary ability, meticulously selected from a population exceeding 10 billion in the wasteland. They were all young, with the least among them having attained the 9th level of the spirit realm, while many had already reached the battle soul realm. Each one was a dragon among men, standing proudly above millions, even tens of millions. They were all heading to the Celestial Song Academy to register, and the grandeur of the scene left Lin Chen utterly astonished. Goodness, this is what one calls a spectacle. Lin Chen cast a glance at his own flame flood dragon and couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Numerous formidable factions rode forth with their exceptional talents towards the ancient city at the end of the Plain Avenue, which lay under the jurisdiction of the Celestial Song Academy, Xintian City. These individuals were the pinnacle of genius, with many, though slightly less distinguished, still at the 7th or 8th level of the spirit connection realm, at least on par with by Xiaohui of the Bai family. Truly, it was a gathering of extraordinary talents. Lin Chen sighed in admiration, eager to spur his horse and hasten his entrance into the ancient city, only to discover a multitude of attribute orbs scattered on the ground not far ahead, shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors. By the heavens! As Lin Chen surveyed the Plain Avenue, he noticed that where the formidable beasts of those powerful factions had passed, a dazzling array of attribute orbs had been left behind. I've struck it rich, haha! Lin Chen galloped forth, reveling in the collection of various attribute orbs along the Plain Avenue. Chapter 51. How flamboyant he is! At this moment, there remain less than 2 days until the entrance examination of Tiangu Academy. Lin Chen has been vigilantly stationed at the Plain Avenue, awaiting the arrival of numerous factions. Each group that passes by typically leaves behind a multitude of attribute orbs. With the bounty of these orbs, Lin Chen's physical cultivation and battle chi mastery have ascended to a new level. In the early morning, Lin Chen sits cross-legged in a secluded corner of the Plain Avenue. Accessing his system. Host. Lin Chen cultivation level. 3rd layer of spirit awakening limit strength. 49, 800 tiger power vital energy. 2, 341,000 points battle chi essence. 614,000 points mental strength. 18,011 points technique essence. 62, 428 points mental method. Chaotic 5 spirits technique. 20 mastery. Learn techniques. Heavenly Spirit Transformation Technique. 8 Desolation Mysterious Fire. True Water Returning to Origin Technique. 24 Mastery. For Demon King Seal. Primordial Holy Scripture. 4 Mastery. Items owned. 7 stars Soul Snatching Spear. True Flame Purple Phoenix Wings. 7 Mastery. Bloodline Energy. Azure Dragon Bloodline. 761 points. Purple Gold Eye Bloodline. 10,000 points. Characteristic Runes. Slow Rune Level 1. Corrosion Rune Level 1. Rune Energy 6, 500 points. Elemental Energy. Fire 142, 281 points. Earth 128, 871 points. Wood 131, 125 points. Metal 135, 331 points. Water 124, 148 points. The attribute orbs Lin Chen collected over the past 2 days have dramatically boosted his vital energy and increased his raw strength by an additional 10,000 Tiger Power. My pure strength has become increasingly challenging to augment. Lin Chen discovered a perplexing issue. Previously, acquiring approximately 50 points of vitality energy would enable him to enhance his strength by 1 Tiger Power, but now it necessitates a minimum of 90 or even 100 points. The process of cultivating one's physical realm, much like that of the Battle Chi realm, becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses. Most factions in the wilderness have already entered the Xintian city, and it is time for me to do the same. Lin Chen mounted his steed and galloped into the city. Xintian City, a colossal metropolis under the jurisdiction of the Tinga Academy, boasts expansive grounds akin to a small mountain range. The plaza at the entrance of Xintian City serves as the registration site for the entrance examination of Tinga Academy. After presenting his invitation letter and confirming his identity, Lin Chen stepped into the Xintian Plaza. Within the plaza, numerous arenas and large cages were set up, the latter containing ferocious beasts held in captivity. A multitude of candidates gathered here to draw their examination topics. Due to the randomness and diversity of the questions, success in the examination also relied to some extent on luck. Lin Chen squeezed into one of the 5 selection channels and began to queue. In a designated channel, the instructors announced the examination topics for each candidate. Xiaofeiyu drew the examination topic, Defeat the 3rd-tier beast, Xinyu Leopard. Examination venue, Room 176. Li Ji drew the examination topic, Participate in a 10-person free-for-all examination, with 5 slots available for advancement. Examination venue, Room 100. Yu Guanxing drew the examination topic, Acquire feathers from 2 3rd-tier silver feather wolves under their assault. Examination venue, Room 51. The drawn examination topics were all of exceptionally high quality. As Lin Chen stood in line, he instantly drew the attention of the crowd. The majority of those eligible for the examination were nearly all at the 6th level of the spirit realm or higher. How could he be merely at the 3rd level? Amused, could this fellow have procured an invitation from somewhere? A mere 3rd-level spirit realm cultivator likely pales in comparison to even one of my personal guards. It seems that wherever one goes, there will always be a few opportunists try to take advantage of the situation. It is truly an insult that I find myself in the same examination zone as such mediocre individuals. Were it not for the presence of the Academy's mentors, I could easily send him packing with a single move. The multitude of young talents regarded Lin Chen with disdain. Lin Chen's eyelids twitched. Why is it that there are always such self-satisfied fools around? Just as he was about to show them a thing or two, the mentor called out Lin Chen's name. Candidate Lin Chen, please step forward to draw your examination content. When it was Lin Chen's turn, he nonchalantly reached into the draw box and extracted a jade scroll. The bald mentor beside him immediately took it, opened it, and his expression shifted slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Chen. A hint of contempt flickered in his eyes as he announced, Candidate Lin Chen, you have drawn the examination content. Withstand 10 rounds against Mentor Li Ruoyan without being defeated. The examining mentor may not use any combat techniques. Examination venue, Room 233. Upon hearing the bald mentor's words, many in the crowd gasped, their expressions changing dramatically. To face a mentor? This was arguably the most challenging examination task. Every mentor at Tinga Academy exists at or above the level of earthly fiend. And even without employing combat techniques, it is exceedingly difficult for anyone at the 9th level of Battle Soul Realm to endure for 10 rounds against such an opponent. Among the hundreds of thousands of examinees present, those who have attained the 9th level of Battle Soul Realm can be counted on one hand. To merely endure for 10 rounds? How overly simplistic. Lin Chen chuckled softly, casually taking the jade scroll, and departed amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. There are indeed many boastful individuals in this era. Let us follow and see what this esteemed individual is about. Ha ha ha. To claim that the spirit communication realm is simple against the earthly fiend realm, I am most curious to discern the true nature of this young man. The examination site 233, I shall remember that. Amidst the ebb and flow of people, Lin Chen located the arena designated as 233 according to the markings on the jade scroll. There, upon the arena, stood a captivating lady, her long, fair legs accentuated by a slender waist adorned with a whip. At around 30 years of age, she wore a flowing azure gown that showcased her exquisite figure to perfection. Her serene and elegant smile, gracing a face that could make fish sink and birds fall. The charm and grace of this female mentor captivated many examinees, drawing them to pause in admiration. This is indeed examination site 233. As Lin Chen approached, he ascended the arena. The surrounding examinees were momentarily stunned. Who is this peculiar individual at the 3rd level of spirit communication? Oh, are you the examinee chosen for my test? The beautiful lady standing on the stage regarded Lin Chen with keen interest. You are indeed the esteemed mentor Li Ruolian, correct? I am the examinee Lin. Just as Lin Chen was about to finish his sentence, his eyes lit up. Scattered on the ground beside the enchanting beauty were several azure attribute orbs, shimmering with the essence of water energy, of a quality Lin Chen had never encountered before. The water energy attribute orbs were crucial for Lin Chen's cultivation of the Zhenshu Yuanju, representing the most coveted resource for him. Upon spotting the attribute orbs, Lin Chen instinctively approached, bending down before Li Ruolian to collect them. You, Li Ruolian, both embarrassed and furious, retreated several steps, her gaze fixed on Lin Chen with indignation. A commotion erupted among the many examinees outside, exclaiming in disbelief, "Scoundrel! Despicable! To think he would attempt to glimpse his mentor's skirts upon their first meeting. How perverse! How could such a person be allowed to participate in the Tiangu Academy's examination? Good heavens! In broad daylight, in such clarity, how could this individual exist? I have even turned off the lights." The scene of Lin Chen retrieving the attribute orbs was, by coincidence, misinterpreted by the crowd as an attempt to peek beneath the mentor's skirts. Host has acquired 18,000 points of water energy. Upon witnessing the notification from the system that he had amassed nearly 20,000 points of water energy attributes, Lin Chen's smile bloomed like a rose in full bloom. He was actually smiling, and so joyously. This was utterly outrageous. Such a person ought to be disqualified from the examination altogether. How could he wear such fine attire as that of Pinru? What an outrageous display. Chapter 52, The 10 Trials. As Lin Chen flashed a smile, the surrounding candidates erupted in fury, collectively denouncing him. Those who had previously mocked Lin Chen for his lack of prowess, as well as onlookers drawn to the spectacle, joined the chorus of condemnation upon witnessing this scene. When Lin Chen regained his composure and heard the accusations directed at him, he was utterly bewildered. How did I, Lin Chen, become the target of such unfounded hostility? One candidate seemed to have acted with the intent to disrupt Lin Chen's upcoming assessment. However, he had inadvertently succeeded in provoking Lin Chen's ire. Li Ruolian's cheeks retained a faint blush, yet her gaze was predominantly filled with anger and iciness. "Misunderstanding," Lin Chen shouted, but Li Ruolian's fair face flushed even deeper, her pearly teeth biting down lightly. "Your laughter just now hardly suggests a misunderstanding. Candidates, present your invitation letters. If all is in order, we shall commence the assessment without delay. I have no desire to linger upon your presence," Li Ruolian stated coldly. Lin Chen felt a profound sense of despair within. Having grown accustomed to collecting attribute orbs over the past few days, his reflexive reaction had led to this considerable blunder. As Lin Chen submitted his invitation letter to Li Ruolian for identity verification, The escalating noise began to attract an increasing number of onlookers. For young men clad in white, brandishing swords, were among those who had previously ridiculed Lin Chen. While denouncing him, they suddenly recognized several familiar and admired figures weaving through the throng. Indeed, it was the esteemed Shangwan family, the foremost treasure appraisal clan. Even the legendary Miss Shangwan Bihan has arrived. This is an extraordinary opportunity, cousin. Have you not always held an interest in Miss Shangwan Bihan? Who would have thought she would also participate in the entrance examination for Tienga Academy? The handsome young man at the forefront seemed invigorated, stepping out from the crowd to greet the approaching members of the Shangwan family with a courteous smile. Greetings to the esteemed members of the Shangwan family. I am Ling Feng from Lingjia in Nanyue City of the Wild Domain. Ah, yes, young Master Ling. You're most courteous. However, Miss Shangwan Bihan merely nodded politely in acknowledgement, while Shangwan Yunfan and several senior family members did not even cast him a glance. What does this mean? Being entirely ignored, young Master Ling appeared to be profoundly affected, a flush rising to his cheeks as he stood there in a daze. Is this not the Shangwan family, the foremost treasure appraisal family in the Wild Domain? Good heavens, what brings them to this examination venue? It is the esteemed Miss Shangwan Bihan. Who would have thought I would have the chance to behold a goddess? Numerous candidates gazed at the Shangwan family with admiration. Even the female candidates could not harbor disdain for Shangwan Bihan, only reverence. The stature of the Shangwan family in the Wild Domain is indeed unparalleled, overshadowing most other forces. As Shangwan Bihan approached the arena, her typically serene and graceful demeanor seemed to embolden her. Her delicate face flushed as she gently waved her slender hand, cheering for the young man on the stage. Lin Chen, give it your all. The male candidates outside the arena were struck dumb by this scene, as if struck by lightning. Oh, the goddess they have long admired. How could she possibly support this perverse individual on stage, who, upon first meeting, seeks to violate the mentor? Who is this bizarre entity of the spirit communication realm? Many impetuous youths are beginning to lose their composure. Just as the crowd stood in disbelief, their expressions frozen in shock, a dozen more individuals pushed through the throng. At the forefront, a young man, upon spotting Lin Chen on the examination arena, was filled with ecstatic joy. Indeed, it is Brother Lin Chen. Let's cheer for Brother Lin Chen. The onlookers turned their heads. Upon seeing the newcomers, several progressive young talents could not help but gasp in astonishment. It is by Jiwenhao from Sunsetting City, a recently emerged bearer of the Azure Dragon bloodline. The legendary Azure Dragon bloodline holder shares such a close affiliation with him. Who exactly is this eccentric individual? Look, even the leader of the Black Horse Club, the formidable Single Machine King, has arrived. My heavens, what kind of stature must one possess to summon the Single Machine King? The crowd was on the verge of hysteria. What is the true identity of this fellow? Hearing the cheers from outside the arena, Lin Chen smiled and waved at Bai Jiwenhao and Shangwan Bihan. Young lad, if you can withstand 10 of my strikes, consider yourself successful. The first round of the assessment officially begins now. Li Ruoyan cast a frosty glance at Lin Chen, brandishing her long whip, which gleamed with a translucent, azure brilliance. This young man is doomed. Mentor Ruoyan is about to get serious. The rules of the assessment prohibit the use of combat techniques, but they do not forbid the use of weaponry. Lin Chen touched his nose and chuckled, shaking his head. Since he had been labeled a deviant, he could only play along and embrace the role to the fullest. In front of the thousands of onlooking candidates, he boldly exclaimed, "Tutor Ruoyan, your legs are truly exquisite." Li Ruoyan was momentarily taken aback, still processing his words when a sudden gust of wind rushed by. Lin Chen's figure surged forward like a star breaking through the clouds. His steps ignited with fervor, swift as thunder, charging directly toward Li Ruoyan. With a powerful strike, he unleashed pure force, aiming directly at her ample bosom. Witnessing Lin Chen's audacious maneuver, the candidates outside the arena looked on with disdain. How could he resort to such lewd tactics against Tutor Ruoyan? It was utterly ruthless. They felt it should have been them in this position. Many candidates denounced Lin Chen, prompting several female candidates to roll their eyes in disbelief. What shamelessness! Observing Lin Chen's actions, Li Ruoyin's fury ignited as she coldly reprimanded him, further affirming her perception of his despicable character. With a graceful flick of her delicate wrist, she countered his advance. Her slender fingers enveloped in a deep blue battle aura, colliding directly with Lin Chen. Bang! The shockwave exploded, and the battle aura of the second level of the earthly fiend realm forced Lin Chen back by more than 10 steps. His raw strength approached 50,000 tiger units, enough to contend with a first-level earthly fiend opponent in a direct confrontation. However, Li Ruoyin, possessing extraordinary talent and serving as a tutor at the Tiangu Academy, far surpassed the foes Lin Chen had previously faced in both depth and aptitude, her formidable battle aura alone repelling him. As she unleashed her palm strike, she also executed a swift, whip-like motion, sweeping through the air with sudden ferocity, the graceful arc carved through the air by the azure battle energy. The long whip tore through Lin Chen's figure, revealing only a mere afterimage. The expressions of the candidates outside the examination hall shifted dramatically. How could this aberrant speed of movement be so astonishingly swift? The air currents transformed rapidly, and Li Ruoyin sensed something amiss as the enigmatic silhouette of a young man materialized behind her. As the long whip sought to sweep back, Lin Chen blocked her delicate white wrist with one hand, preventing the strike. With the blue whip thwarted, Lin Chen advanced towards her ample curves. Li Ruoyin was both startled and enraged. This young man was not only diminutive in stature, but also cunningly intent on taking advantage of her at every turn. In the gaze of numerous onlookers, how could she allow him to succeed? Water blew thousand veils. The crystalline blue whip spun through the air, and 4 streams of battle energy formed a water curtain encircling Li Ruoyin, erupting with forceful waves that crashed against Lin Chen's chest, propelling him several meters away. At the moment Lin Chen was sent flying, Li Ruoyin's heart sank with foreboding. Chapter 53. The second round of assessment. The examiner, Li Ruoyin, illicitly employed combat techniques. Candidate Lin Chen emerged victorious. The presiding elder outside the arena proclaimed loudly, causing an uproar among the spectators. A candidate at the third level of the spirit communication realm had actually compelled Li Ruoyin at the second level of the earthly fiend realm to resort to martial skills. Thank you, Mentor Ruoyin, for your gracious concession, Lin Chen said with a smile, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Why did you resort to such despicable tactics? Li Ruoyin's delicate brows furrowed as she coldly retorted. Despicable? If I hadn't employed a few tricks, how could I, a mere third-level spirit communication practitioner, endure 10 rounds against a mentor? Lin Chen grinned. As the saying goes, all is fair in war. Besides, what I said earlier was sincere. Your legs are indeed quite lovely, mentor. His playful banter drew admiration from the young spectators, who secretly envied his audacity to tease a mentor so boldly. Li Ruoyin, flustered and furious, was about to argue when a white-haired elder appeared like a specter outside the arena, stroking his beard with a gentle laugh. Young Ruoyin, this lad possesses remarkable insight. He has skillfully employed psychological tactics to unsettle you, followed by a swift assault leveraging his physical prowess in close combat, rendering your whip techniques ineffective at first. You have lost, but not unjustly. The elder strolled leisurely to the edge of the platform, and Li Ruoyin gracefully bowed, responding respectfully. Vice Dean, since you have spoken, I shall refrain from further comment. Vice Dean? At the mention of this title, the young onlookers regarded the white-haired elder with reverence. This is a peak expert located at the pinnacle of the desolate realm, a figure whom countless individuals spend their entire lives hoping merely to encounter. Young man, you appear to be quite at ease. I eagerly anticipate your performance in the second round of the assessment. The vice president remarked with a meaningful smile directed at Lin Chen. Senior, I am afraid I am but a facade. Aside from my good looks and a modicum of brute strength, I possess little else, Lin Chen replied with a shrug. The vice president chuckled softly, shaking his head, before turning his gaze towards the 2 factions outside the arena. Today, many familiar faces have graced us with their presence. The vice president smiled as he acknowledged the Shangwan clan and the Bai family, who all showed him the respect due to their elder. And to the numerous young talents present, strive diligently. The doors of our Tinga Academy will forever remain open to those endowed with talent and determination. I look forward to witnessing your endeavors in the second round of assessments, he continued. With that, the vice president departed as quietly as he had arrived, leaving behind only the gentle echo of his laughter. Candidate Lin Chen, you have advanced to the second round of the assessment. Please take your invitation, the chief elder announced. Handing Lin Chen the invitation, Li Ruoyan shot him a fierce glare before turning on her heel and departing. Young friend Lin Chen, congratulations, exclaimed Shangwan Yinfan, accompanied by two elders from his family and Shangwan Bihan, who approached to extend their well wishes. Bihan is also participating in this year's entrance examination. I hope you can look after her, he added. A kindly elder in a yellow robe nodded with a smile. Beside him, Shangwan Bihan gently chided, second elder. Bihan wishes to rely on her own abilities to succeed. How could I trouble young Master Lin Chen? The elders brought by Shangwan Yinfan were relatively open-minded, able to comprehend Lin Chen's original stance. Thus, they not only bore no resentment, but remained grateful. Miss Bihan had already reached the 8th level of the spirit connection realm. It was uncertain who might assist him. Lin Chen remarked half-jokingly, it seems the Shangwan family is also acquainted with my elder brother Lin Chen. Bai Juanhao, accompanied by a group of elders, hurried over to extend his heartfelt congratulations to Lin Chen. Oh, is this young brother the newly emerged descendant of the Qinglong bloodline from the Bai family? Shangwan Yinfan, with his exceptional purple-gold eye, scrutinized by Juanhao, his expression a mixture of seriousness and friendly inquiry. I am unworthy of such praise. I am Juanhao, and I greet all esteemed elders and sister Shangwan Bihan. Bai Juanhao replied, embodying Lin Chen's teachings with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant, clasping his fists respectfully. Who would have thought that Your Excellency Lin Chen is also participating in the Tiangu Academy's examination? What a delightful coincidence, remarked the elders of the Bai family, congratulating Lin Chen while seeking to foster goodwill with the Shangwan family. Both families recognized each other's potential and importance, creating an atmosphere of warmth. Observing the ancient families of Luoshu City and the foremost treasure appraisal family of the wilderness treat Lin Chen with such courtesy, even reverence. Those candidates who had previously mocked Lin Chen now scurried away with their tails between their legs. The examination content for Shangwan Bihan and Bai Juanhao was comparatively less challenging than Lin Chen's. He had successfully passed the examination and was now awaiting the second round of assessments. Alas, Lin could not endure the solitude. Meandering around the examination venue and gathering all the scattered elemental orbs, amassing a considerable collection of 5 elemental attribute orbs, his pure strength soared to an impressive 53,000 tiger power. By afternoon, all candidates had completed their examinations. Of the 155,000 young talents hailing from various regions of the wilderness, less than 80,000 remained after just one day's selection, effectively having the participants. Next, the Academy's second round of assessments awaited, which would also serve as the final evaluation. The Vice President personally appeared in the sky above the Xiantian Square, stroking his beard with a smile. Indeed, this year boasts many remarkable young individuals, slightly surpassing previous years. Listen carefully, the content of the second round of assessment is as follows. Half an hour from now, you will enter the Tianlong Mountains from Xiantian Square. Within mountains, you are required to collect the unique Longjing grass of Tinga Academy within 7 days. Candidates who possess more than 5 Longjing grass and ultimately reach the Valley of Conclusion will be deemed successful. Any surplus Longjing grass will be exchanged for academic credits, signifying your passage of the second round of assessment and your official status as disciples of the Outer Academy. During your journey, candidates are permitted to engage in mutual attacks and vie for each other's Longjing grass, though maliciously harming one another's lives is strictly forbidden. The assessment will be monitored by 100 mentors and elders throughout the process. If any deliberate attempts to harm life are discovered, the offender will be disqualified from the assessment. Additionally, formidable beasts may inhabit the mountains, Should you encounter insurmountable dangers, you may voluntarily forfeit your assessment qualifications, and you will receive protection from the elders or mentors who will escort you away to prevent an overwhelming number of candidates before the assessment. Xiantian Square is equipped with 8 passageways, divided into the eastern and western, southern, and northern examination zones leading to the Tianlong mountain range. The candidates in each zone are evenly distributed, and all individuals are requested to verify their designated examination area as indicated on their invitation letters. Upon the conclusion of the Vice Dean's announcement, he departed gracefully, embodying a spirit of leisure akin to that of a wandering celestial being. Hearing that the format of this assessment diverged significantly from the past, the crowd within the square erupted into a flurry of discussions. Some of the youthful talents began to form alliances, pledging mutual assistance throughout the evaluation. Lin Chen and Bai Han found themselves in the western zone, though it remained unclear if they would be traveling together. As Shangguan Bai Han initiated a conversation with Lin Chen, he perused his invitation letter and waved his hand nonchalantly. "I am in the eastern zone. It seems our fates are not yet intertwined." His remark caused Shangguan Bai Han to blush, prompting her to hurriedly explain. "I am in the southern zone, so it appears I cannot accompany you, Brother Lin." Nearby, Bai Juanhao shook his head in resignation. The Bai family expressed a tinge of regret, having witnessed Lin Chen's unfathomable and terrifying prowess firsthand. With a resounding roar, the colossal gates at the far end of Xiantian Square began to rise, unleashing an ancient and primal aura. All candidates must embark within half an hour. Failure to do so will result in forfeiture, echoed the Vice Dean's voice once more across the square. Hardly had the words faded when a flash of sword light darted through the great gates, signifying that the foremost prodigies had already taken their leave. Chapter 54. Examination Content. Dragon Muscle Grass. A myriad of young talents, unwilling to be outdone, immediately followed suit as 8 colossal gates surged with a multitude of candidates. Let us bid farewell to the Valley of Termination. Lin Chen waved to Shangguan Bai Han and Bai Juanhao, leaping forth to be the first to enter the eastern entrance of the Tianlong mountain range. As thousands surged forth, the young aspirants unleashed their respective techniques, creating a magnificent spectacle. Lin Chen activated his purple-gold eyes, sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the vast mountainous terrain, allowing him to pinpoint potential locations of rare treasures. Departing from the mainstream crowd, Lin Chen swiftly employed his skills, darting forward with remarkable agility. After the candidates who passed the first round of assessments departed, numerous attendants and family members left the square, their emotions a blend of nostalgia and anticipation. The vice president reclined in a pavilion to the south, when suddenly a rare solemnity crossed his typically serene expression. 2 graceful figures, akin to rippling azure waves, floated gracefully into the vice president's pavilion. To my surprise, our branch of Tiangu Academy in this desolate region has the honor of receiving such distinguished guests. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. May I inquire what brings you to Tiangu Academy? The vice president rose and solemnly clasped his fists. "We have come for a single individual," one of the graceful figures in green attire replied calmly. Upon hearing this, a gleam of sharp insight flickered in the vice president's eyes. In the deep of night, within the eastern district of the Tianlong mountain range, a diminutive herb, emanating a silvery glow and resembling a mushroom, thrived beneath a towering tree, only to be uprooted moments later. Lin Chen plucked the dragon tenengrass, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. This pace was far too inefficient. He had only discovered 2 specimens thus far, and needed to locate a vantage point that would allow his purple-golden eye to fully manifest its potential. Suddenly, Lin Chen brought the dragon tendon grass to his nose, inhaling deeply, a look of rapture washing over his face. How delightful! If this dragon tendon grass were to be prepared by the little prince of barbecues, it would undoubtedly be a top-tier ingredient. The Tianlong mountain range is said to be the transformed remains of an ancient dragon. Here, nourished by dragon's blood, numerous unique medicinal herbs flourish. Dragon tendon grass is one such herb, known for its calming and soothing properties. When used in ample quantities for alchemical concoctions, It can also bolster spiritual strength, making it an exceptional medicinal material. Although it was fragrant, Lin Chen could not afford to indulge himself at this moment, as it directly impacted his examination results. Stowing away the dragon tendon grass, Lin Chen pressed on, primarily seeking elevated hills and cliffs to facilitate the use of his purple golden eye. A quarter of an hour later, he arrived at a peak soaring several hundred meters high. He surveyed the landscape, fully activating his purple golden eye. The entire world transformed before his eyes. Flashes of purple lightning erupted, and spiritual energy coalesced into mist. As the essence of the great Tao subtly revealed itself to Lin Chen. In the void, wisps of silver mist began to rise. The locations of the dragon tendon grass were indicated by these silvery vapors. He noticed, to the northwest, a swirling vortex of silver energy hovering in the air. Its size was an impressive 10 zhong, and Lin Chen quickly fixed his gaze on the exact location of the silver vortex. So many? Could they all be dragon tendon grass? With the manifestation of the wind, thunder, fire, and step techniques, Lin Chen hastened towards the location of the silver vortex. After a brief interval, he arrived at a dilapidated valley, where he crouched atop a crumbling ancient tree. The valley was shrouded in a miasma of malevolence, with withered grass overgrown, clearly concealing a fearsome beast. Merely by employing his mental faculties, Lin Chen discerned that amidst the dense underbrush lay a colossal python, its rank having ascended to the 4th tier. Within the nest woven from the abundant dry grass, he beheld 100 stalks of dragon tendon grass piled together. Most notably, hovering above the amassed dragon tendon grass was a silver treasure chest. Indeed, it was dragon tendon grass. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he concealed his presence with a generous application of dispelling powder, cautiously approaching the nest. 1 step, 10 steps, 100 steps. Lin Chen's amethyst golden eyes vigilantly monitored the slumbering giant python. It appeared to be in a deep state of meditation, its internal energies swirling and undisturbed. Upon reaching the nest, Lin Chen opened his spirit ring, collecting all the dragon tendon grass within. Simultaneously, with a swift grasp, he seized the silver treasure chest suspended in midair. The host opens the ancient bronze treasure chest. Acquired. Roar. Just as the system's light screen materialized, Lin Chen had yet to absorb its contents, when a roar shattered the night sky. Disastrous news. The massive creature had awakened. Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine, disregarding all else. He unfurled the true flame purple phoenix wings, transforming into a streak of violet flame across the night sky, soaring towards the horizon. Boom! The earth trembled as a colossal creature, spanning dozens of feet, emerged with an imposing presence. It stood on 3 legs adorned with horns, its massive tail sweeping through the air, obliterating its surroundings. If Lin Chen had hesitated for even a moment longer, he would have been reduced to mere pulp beneath this behemoth's assault. It was a Chio Mo python, on the verge of evolving into a true dragon. Lin Chen inhaled sharply. This formidable beast appeared to be in the initial stages of the 4th tier, yet possessed combat capabilities rivaling those of a 5th-tier earthly fiend. The python's bloodthirsty, frenzied gaze locked onto Lin Chen in the sky, its gargantuan body launching into the air, shattering the ground beneath it, as it lunged towards him with reckless abandon. What on earth? In the Tianlong mountain range, along the Tongshan River, several teams of examinees had established their encampment, numbering over 200 in total. Nightfall marked the peak activity period for ferocious beasts, and they planned to undertake their endeavors during daylight. Suddenly, a meteor-like streak shot down from the heavens, crashing into the Tongshan River and erupting into a shower of water, startling the examinees who had been resting with their eyes closed. What is happening? What has occurred? Are we under attack by ferocious beasts? Or has the opposing team launched a surprise assault on us? The examinees immediately fell into a state of vigilance, witnessing a drenched figure rise from the riverbank, panting heavily. Over 100 examinees stared in astonishment at him. Goodness, this beast has gone mad. Lin Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, never anticipating that the Chio Mo python would deny him even a moment's respite to ascend, instead pouncing directly upon him. Roar! The rampaging Mo python wreaked havoc, shattering mountains and smashing through the riverbanks, severing the flow of the Tongxian River, manifesting its terrifying form before all the examinees. The emergence of this formidable beast rendered the faces of all candidates as pale as parchment. A fourth-tier ferocious beast? The three-legged Chiomang, on the brink of transforming into a true dragon. It is comparable to a warrior of the fifth level of the earthly fiend realm. Some well-informed candidates gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Lin Chen. Who exactly is this individual that he has provoked such a sovereign-level creature? Far off, in a dense forest several dozen miles away, the silhouettes of a few instructors appeared, their expressions filled with shock as they stared in the direction of the Tongxian River. What is the situation with this suddenly appearing young man? How did he attract the attention of such a colossal creature? What should we do? Should we intervene? Given the strength of these youngsters, they might be completely annihilated by the Chiomang. Let us take action. Wait. Let us observe a little longer. In the Tongxian River, the Chiomang let out a long roar, its claws swinging menacingly towards Lin Chen. Since escape is not an option at this moment, confrontation is the only choice left. Lin Chen took a deep breath, activating the Azure Dragon tattoo on his left arm. Chapter 55, Grilled Gluten? The bloodline of the Azure Dragon, Liberation. A swirling aura of ominous azure light enveloped Lin Chen's left arm, and in an instant, a 10-meter-long azure dragon arm materialized, its overwhelming presence stirring the winds into chaos. Lin Chen surged forward, confronting the foe directly, as the azure dragon arm unleashed a devastating strike, collapsing the air with an unstoppable force. Caught off guard by Lin Chen's fierce retaliation, the Mo python raised its claw to clash head-on with him. Boom! A tempest roared, waves of fury crashing around them. The collision between man and python erupted like a meteor plummeting to the earth, generating a ferocious whirlwind that obliterated everything in its path, sending over 200 candidates sprawling, flung hundreds of meters away. Screech! The Mo python emitted a piercing wail, toppled by the Azure Dragon arm, and plunged into the depths of the Tongxian River. With a single strike, Lin Chen had vanquished the Mo python, causing several attribute orbs to drop. He swiftly collected them and executed his evasive maneuvers, disappearing into the distance. Witnessing the spectacle, numerous candidates swallowed hard, staring in disbelief at the direction Lin Chen had departed. Who is this remarkable being, capable of defeating a fourth-tier Mo python with a single blow? Meanwhile, several instructors, situated dozens of miles away, were equally astounded. 200,000? No, over 230,000 tiger strength. This young man had unleashed such raw power in an astonishingly brief moment. I can sense the domineering essence of the dragon lineage within him. This child is truly a prodigy. A few instructors and elders sighed in admiration, their expressions shifting abruptly. This is bad. The Mo python has become even more frenzied after being toppled. We must take action, or those young ones will be in grave danger. It is indeed surprising that on the very first day of the assessment, a dark horse has emerged. Shortly after departing from the Shuangguan River, Lin Chen heard a series of violent tremors behind him, accompanied by formidable waves of battle energy that suppressed the monstrous serpent. It must be the intervention of the instructors and elders, Lin Chen mused. He sprinted relentlessly for over 100 miles until he discovered an open grassy area, where he sat down upon the ground. Lin Chen activated the system, realizing he had yet to open the silver treasure chest he acquired from the lair of the serpent. The host opens the light silver treasure chest and obtains 2,000 portions of premium dragon tendon grass. Good heavens! Lin Chen was so startled that he leapt up. He had painstakingly managed to acquire merely 100 portions of dragon tendon grass. Yet this chest yielded a staggering 2,000? Ha ha! This assessment is thoroughly accomplished. It appears I can now indulge in seeking opportunities for growth within the Heavenly Dragon mountain range. Lin Chen laughed joyously, but suddenly, a series of menacing growls emanated from his stomach. He froze momentarily, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. After all, he had been collecting attribute orbs since before entering Xintian City and had not enjoyed a decent meal. Battle energy may stave off hunger, but it cannot satisfy my appetite. Lin Chen licked his lips, intending to search for prey, hoping to slay some fierce beast to satiate his hunger. Suddenly, he cast a glance at the dragon tendon grass in his hand, revealing a mischievous grin. In the dead of night, intermittent growls echoed throughout the mountains. 3 instructors stood atop a griffin, monitoring the situation across several hundred miles. At that moment, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, igniting a fervent desire to indulge, accompanied by a refreshing, invigorating fragrance. How delightful! What could this enchanting scent be? I, the old man, have savored the exquisite delicacies from countless cities in this desolate realm, yet I have never encountered such a fragrant treasure. In that direction, let's investigate. The 3 mentors, unable to contain their curiosity, soared towards the source of the delightful scent. As they approached, a youthful voice, deep and resonant, reached their ears. Have you tasted the delightful flavors? Have you experienced the fiery sensation? Have you heard the melodious voice of the dashing Lin Chen? The true grilled gluten is simply exhilarating. Before them, on the vast expanse of grassland, stood a youth clad in silver robes, skillfully managing a grill with a wire mesh, deftly holding dozens of skewered grilled gluten. With remarkable finesse, he sprinkled various seasonings, brushed on oil, and expertly turned the skewers, all in one fluid motion. My goodness, what culinary marvel is this? It appears that today, youth possess such remarkable skills. Shall we descend and inquire if he might share a taste to satiate our cravings? Wait a moment. Something about the items on those skewers evokes a sense of familiarity within me. As the 3 mentors gazed with astonishment, their expressions turned to bewilderment as they scrutinized the skewers in Lin Chen's hands. Upon closer inspection, they were nearly struck dumb with shock. The skewers held by this young man were none other than the rare and precious local specialty of the Tianlong mountain range, dragon tendon grass. This youth is grilling dragon tendon grass? No wonder it smells so divine. It is indeed dragon tendon grass. The assessment has only just commenced, yet he has managed to procure an astonishing quantity of dragon tendon grass. Surely, that is not the crux of the issue. With such an abundance of dragon tendon grass, how many spirit elixirs could one concoct? The 3 mentors were left in a state of shock, their lips twitching uncontrollably. Where on earth did this peculiar individual come from? He brazenly roasted the very medicinal herbs required for the examination. As the mentors felt a pang of regret, Lin Chen had already completed the roasting process. He seized a skewer of roasted dragon tendon and stuffed it into his mouth. As he chewed, an aroma burst forth, a tantalizing mix of spice and fragrance. Coupled with the unique purifying and energizing properties of the dragon tendon grass, the soft, mildly spicy scent wafted for miles, rivaling the finest delicacies. The 3 mentors watched in awe, their mouths watering. This was simply too alluring. The crunchy and flavorful sauce enveloped the crispy yet tender dragon tendon, and as it entered his mouth, the escalating surge of spiritual energy tantalized both taste and smell, allowing the body to experience a euphoric ascent of flavor to the heavens. Delicious, Lin Chen exclaimed, devouring a skewer in mere moments, leaving the mentors feeling a mix of anguish and envy. This was an utter waste. Should we intervene and stop him? Yet, the rules of the assessment prohibit us from interfering with the candidate's dragon tendon grass. As the mentors hesitated, Lin Chen had already consumed over a dozen skewers of roasted dragon tendon. Just when the mentors resigned themselves to the thought that Lin Chen's antics were at an end, he suddenly reached into his spatial ring and retrieved nearly 100 more dragon tendon grass, leaving the 3 mentors utterly stunned atop the griffin's back. If the previous dozen or so samples of dragon tendon grass were merely a farce, then these nearly 100 samples are no laughing matter. He is once again gathering dragon tendon grass and intends to roast and consume it. What kind of candidate is he, for heaven's sake? We must promptly report to the bald elder. This plethora of dragon tendon grass is no trivial matter. Just as the three mentors departed. A group of figures emerged from the forest 10 miles away from Lin Chen. The air was thick with the aroma of dragon tendon grass in astonishing abundance. Among the candidate team that appeared in the woods, a young man clad in purple nodded in affirmation. Chapter 56, Grilled Gluten. Ah, Brother Tang Feng. Is that fellow holding dragon tendon grass? Among the dozens of candidates, some quickly discerned Lin Chen's position and circumstances. Hiss! So many portions of dragon tendon grass. This must be nearly 100 at least. No, Brother Tang Feng. That lad is the one who just repelled the Chio Mo python with a single strike at Tongxian River. Some keen-eyed candidates immediately recognized Lin Chen's identity, exclaiming in astonishment. So it's him. No wonder he could find such an abundance of dragon tendon grass. Everyone, hold your positions for now. Li Zheng, please inform the other two candidate teams, and also summon Yin Xiaoqiu and the young master of sunflower nearby. We shall join forces to seize all of his dragon tendon grass. In the eastern region of Tianlong Mountain, within a grove of withered trees, a detached young man stood with his gun. Two young talents flickered into view before him, respectfully clasping their fists. Young Master Yin Xiaoqiu, our brother Tang Feng has an urgent collaboration to discuss with you. Collaboration? In the eastern region of the mountain by the lakeside, a flamboyant young master in a sunflower robe, adorned with delicate makeup, languidly examined his reflection in the water, entranced by his own beauty. Beside him stood two candidates, restless and fidgeting. After a moment, the flamboyant young master revealed a hint of a smile, letting out a soft, tinkling laugh. Over 100 portions of dragon tendon grass? Repelling a fourth-tier beast? How intriguing! With a flick of his delicate finger, the charming young master vanished from his spot like a ghost. As for Lin Chen, he was already acutely aware that 3 teams of candidates had stealthily surrounded him, amounting to nearly 100 individuals, each possessing a cultivation level no less than the 7th tier of the spirit connection realm. Since you wish to wait, I shall indulge you in this wait. Prolonging the game, Lin Chen picked up 10 skewers of spicy grilled dragon tendons and feasted heartily. The moment the surveillance on Lin Chen commenced, every candidate team was left astounded. This fellow was brazenly grilling such a crucial medicinal herb, the key ingredient for passing the assessment, dragon tendon grass. Had it not been for their apprehension regarding Lin Chen's strength, they would have rushed in to seize it without hesitation. He is actually grilling dragon tendon grass. Heavens above, what sort of lunatic is this? This is a rare medicinal herb that can be exchanged for academic credits. Goodness, he has already consumed over 20 skewers. He has devoured the equivalent of 4 assessments. Why not just charge in? That move he used to repel the serpent demon might very well be his trump card for survival, and he might not even be able to execute it again. With each skewer Lin Chen devoured, the teams lying in ambush felt a pang of heartache, and when he consumed over 60 skewers, someone could no longer contain themselves. The luminescent spirit ring shimmered, and Lin Chen produced over 100 portions of dragon tendon grass, leaving all candidate teams utterly bewildered. Where on earth did he procure so much dragon tendon grass? Are we participating in the same assessment? Does he simply find these herbs strewn about? They certainly weren't deceiving this young master. You indeed possess an abundance of dragon tendon grass. Leaves fell in disarray as the night breeze whispered mournfully. At a distance of 100 paces from Lin Chen, a dashing young man stood with his sword in hand, his eyes glimmering with interest as he surveyed Lin Chen. A flicker of greed crossed his gaze when he glanced at the dragon tendons laid beside the roasting rack. He was none other than the renowned Kuaihua Gongzi, one of the top 10 swordsmen from the wilderness region. The morale of the other candidates surged as they began to reveal themselves. I desire 30 portions of this dragon tendon. A whirlwind swept through as the young man, tall and imposing, strode forward with his sword at his side. His prowess comparable to that of Kuaihua Gongzi, a formidable warrior of the 5th realm of battle spirit. Yin Xiaoqiu, I did not expect to see you here as well. Kuaihua Gongzi chuckled lightly, a flicker of caution evident in his eyes. Thank you both for your presence. I hope you will permit me to share this young man's dragon tendon with my friends. Tang Feng, leading the last group of candidates, stepped forward and smiled as he clasped his fist in greeting. Ah, it is Tang Feng of the Blood Drip Trio. Very well, I shall grant you this favor. But first, let us capture this young man. The two exchanged glances. Among the youthful talents present, only Tang Feng held the standing to be their equal. These three outstanding individuals were among the elite of the wilderness region. Those of the likes of Bai Xiaohui were not even worthy to carry their shoes. I must inquire, have you all made your arrangements? I have just finished my meal and wish to warm up. I thought you would be waiting until dawn. Lin Chen said slowly as he gathered all the dragon tendons, playfully beckoning to the three leaders with a finger, a teasing smile gracing his lips. You know we have laid a trap for you, and yet you remain so composed. Seeking death, Tang Feng let out a sinister laugh. Seizing the initiative as he materialized a crimson battle aura, his hand extending like a claw, a surprise attack on Lin Chen in the realm of battle spirit. The energy within him transformed into crystallized battle spirit, its power surging exponentially. He was forced to reveal his hidden cards. With a cold shout, Tang Feng commanded 100 young talents to unleash their battle techniques, their momentum darkening the skies and reshaping the atmosphere within a radius of several dozen miles. Cold condensation, sword art, soul annihilation spear. Yin Xiaoqiu and the Sunflower Young Master unleashed their two ultimate techniques. Sword light and spear shadows converging like a coiling dragon aimed directly at Lin Chen, the ground fracturing, mountains crumbling, and forests vanishing in the blink of an eye. Such a tumultuous onslaught rivaled the might of a fourth-tier ferocious beast, if not surpassing it. They were waiting for you to strike. Today, you have encountered trouble. Lin Chen's left arm, adorned with a shimmering azure dragon tattoo, erupted forth like a dragon emerging from the depths, sweeping away all battle aura attacks within a 100-foot radius. The power of the azure dragon arm reached 200,000 tiger strengths, obliterating every assault. With a swift motion, the azure dragon arm descended with fury, sending Tang Feng, the Sunflower Young Master, and Yin Xiaoqiu, who stood at the forefront, flying through the air. Was this not his ultimate trump card? How could he wield it with such ease? Tang Feng, bloodied and retreating in shock, watched as Lin Chen retracted the azure dragon arm. Grasping the 7-star, soul-snatching spear in hand, he transformed into a tempest of wind, thunder, and fire, plunging into the ranks of the young talents. The rain of soul-snatching spears. The sharp brilliance of his attack resembled a torrential downpour, sending dozens of adversaries flying with a single stroke. Several were grievously wounded by the piercing light of Lin Chen's weapon, falling unconscious after a mere exchange. The long silver broken sky sword. A dozen young prodigies joined forces, their blades forming a deadly encirclement, with shimmering silver light converging to seal all of Lin Chen's escape routes. The Demon Fire King seal. A surge of battle energy erupted from his palm, unleashing a handprint imbued with the force of 50,000 tigers, shattering the sword array and forcing the young talents to retreat, blood spewing forth as they staggered back. In terms of pure strength, Lin Chen was capable of matching a first-level Earth Fiend, and with the aid of top-tier, green-level combat techniques, he was virtually unstoppable among the crowd. No one able to withstand his might. Although these candidates possessed remarkable talent, most were merely at the second level of the battle spirit realm, with many unable to unleash even a single attack against Lin Chen. Hundreds of candidates were sent flying by Lin Chen alone. A multitude of attribute orbs cascaded down in a frenzy, filling the ground with a dazzling array of colors. Chapter 57. The True Dragon Mountain. The Mad Demon Spear. A faint crimson line tore through the air with blinding speed, akin to a thunderclap. It effortlessly cleaved through a millennia-old, towering ancient tree along its path. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. With a deft flick of his fingers, the soul-snatching spear spun in midair, piercing forth with a thrust. Clang! The two spears clashed as Yin Xiaoqiu's spear tip met the soul-snatching spear in a fierce confrontation. Despite Lin Chen's martial prowess being inferior to that of Yin Xiaoqiu, he managed to force her back with an overwhelming surge of raw power. The Sunflower's 3 absolute swords. Just as he repelled Yin Xiaoqiu, Tang Feng and the Sunflower Prince flanked Lin Chen from either side, launching a coordinated assault. A multitude of sunflower phantoms blossomed in the sky, each concealing myriad lethal intents. Their sword energies twisting and coiling to obliterate. The deadly soul snatch. Lin Chen hurled the 7-star soul-snatching spear with a singular hand, transforming it into a shooting star that pierced through the myriad sunflower sword energies, exploding into a cascade of starlight. 10 conquering blood hands. Tang Feng launched a surprise attack from the left, his fingers morphing into razor-sharp blades, a torrent of demonic intent surging forth, aimed directly at Lin Chen's heart. "I'll smash you to pieces." With a left fist as formidable as a mountain-crushing hammer, Lin Chen unleashed a strike, momentarily channeling the power of the Azure Dragon bloodline, causing his left arm's strength to surge to an astonishing 90,000 tiger units. The blow landed violently against Tang Feng's blade hand. Bang! Crack! The bone-crunching sound sent chills down spines, as Tang Feng plummeted to the ground like a severed kite. My hand! Tang Feng clutched his contorted and deformed arm. Writhing in agony, Lin Chen descended, and the scene was one of desolation. Countless youthful talents lay sprawled on the ground, rendered incapable of further movement. After being repelled by Lin Chen, Yin Xiaoqiu and the Sunflower Prince swiftly vanished without a trace. The three foremost prodigies of the wasteland, Sunflower Prince, Yin Xiaoqiu, and Tang Feng, each experienced a wound, an escape, and a lingering injury, respectively. Furthermore, Lin Chen single-handedly battled over 100 candidates. Such a feat instilled terror and trepidation in the hearts of many onlookers. Lin Chen was indeed a formidable force, comparable to a monster. As he surveyed the crowd with a disdainful gaze, none dared to meet his eyes, and many candidates were left trembling in fear, wondering if this fiend would eliminate them. Although the assessment rules prohibited killing, who would dare to predict this individual's actions based on logic? He was a creature that even consumed dragon tendon grass, as if it were a barbecue delicacy. Lin Chen began to bend down and collect the myriad attribute orbs scattered about, showing little regard for the candidates lying on the ground. Host gains 185 points of mental power. Host acquires 7,985 points of martial arts essence. Host receives 12,576 points of battle chi essence. Host obtains a top-tier green rank combat technique, Heavenly Seal sword technique. A multitude of attribute orbs were absorbed into Lin Chen's body, accompanied by a series of treasure chests that had fallen. These orbs, primarily composed of battle chi essence and martial arts essence, had dropped from the candidates, which was one of the key reasons Lin Chen engaged them in battle. In contrast, attribute orbs dropped from fierce beasts mostly contained elemental energies or vitality, with martial arts essence and battle chi essence being relatively scarce. Lin Chen's cultivation of the enigmatic mental power technique, the Great Primordial Scripture, demanded a substantial amount of martial arts essence for further advancement. Moreover, his cultivation realm required an abundant supply of battle essence, and the emergence of these candidates perfectly filled the void in his training. All of these candidates possessed cultivation levels superior to Lin Chen's, and their practice techniques were equally formidable. The fallen orbs of battle essence they left behind were exceptional, boasting remarkably high attributes. The host has acquired a total of 116,000 essence of cultivation techniques, 240,000 points of battle essence, 25 for 100 points of metal energy, 29, 800 points of wood energy, 34, 100 points of water energy, 27, 700 points of fire energy, and 23, 100 points of earth energy. The host absorbs all battle essence, advancing to the 4th and 5th levels of the spirit communication realm. The numerous candidates sprawled on the ground stared at Lin Chen in astonishment as he bent over, seemingly grasping at the air. Had he truly just broken through to the 5th level of the spirit communication realm in one breath? Absorbing all those attribute orbs had elevated the true water return technique to a higher echelon, allowing Lin Chen to ascend 2 levels in his cultivation. Satisfied, he dusted himself off and prepared to leave when he caught sight of Tang Feng's venomous, resentful glare. It seemed you were quite displeased. Although my breakthrough was indeed aided by your presence, Your earlier claw strike was aimed squarely at my life. Lin Chen approached him, smiling amiably. Tang Feng laughed maniacally. Kid, do not be too pleased with yourself. This assessment forbids killing. My cousin and cousin are both prominent figures within the inner court of Tiangu Academy. If you return the dragon tendon grass to me now, perhaps I might let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, once you enter the academy, I have 100 ways to ensure your demise. Oh, there are 100 ways to kill me? Lin Chen feigned shock, soon revealing a chilling smile. You are unaware that I possess 100 methods to incapacitate you right now. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed once more, reverberating with Tang Feng's agonized screams across a radius of several miles. By the time Lin Chen departed, every examinee was left trembling in fear, their teeth chattering. On that early morning, a dozen mentors and elders arrived riding griffins from the sky. Upon witnessing the multitude of candidates sprawled on the ground, along with the harrowing traces of battle, they exchanged astonished glances. The leading bald elder descended gracefully, his aged eyes narrowing slightly as if to glimpse the ferocity of the prior conflict. After a moment, the bald elder gasped in awe. To single-handedly retaliate against over 100 candidates, and to best 3 exceptionally gifted young individuals, yet emerge with overwhelming victory, truly remarkable, indeed. On the second day of the assessment, Lin Chen set forth towards the heart of the Tianlong mountain range. He had already gathered the necessary dragon muscle grass for the evaluation. The myriad rare treasures of this mountainous region were his true objective. He intended to scour thoroughly for them to aid in his future alchemical endeavors. With the mystical prowess of the purple gold eyes at his disposal, Lin Chen found the search for these precious materials to be effortlessly simple. In just 2 days, he had collected a plethora of high-grade herbs from the eastern and southern regions, while others remained obliviously focused on locating dragon muscle grass. He had already amassed a veritable fortune. On the 4th morning, just as Lin Chen intended to venture once more into the western region of the mountain range to gather medicinal herbs, he observed a magnificent aura of dragon energy rising majestically from the heart of the Tianlong mountain range, coiling into the heavens, dense and unyielding. What could this be? Startled, Lin Chen activated his purple gold eye, only to discover that he was unable to penetrate the concealed mysteries cloaked within the dragon energy. Could it be that some extraordinary celestial phenomenon was emerging? He resolved to investigate further and made his way towards the central area of the Tianlong mountain range. By noon, in the heart of the Tianlong mountain range, a towering peak surged towards the clouds, standing like a colossal guardian between heaven and earth. Its steepness was unparalleled, with sheer cliffs offering only a scant few footholds, while its summit pierced the sky, lost from sight. Adjacent to this majestic mountain was a formidable small volcano, exuding a torrent of searing fire energy. Beneath the steep peak, a multitude of figures had gathered. Most remained at the base of the mountain, gazing in awe. Among the throng at the foot of the mountain stood dozens of individuals, both men and women, who were all participants in this assessment. They exuded an extraordinary presence. Their demeanor was accompanied by an air of dragon and phoenix, exuding confidence and pride, their brows revealing an unmistakable arrogance and disdain. This group was essentially comprised of the most elite martial talents from the 4 examination zones of the Tianlong mountain range. Chapter 58. The Heroes Ascend, the True Dragon. Among the group gathered at the foot of the mountain, with the exception of the somewhat unconventional Bai Jiu and Hao. The lowest cultivation level was the 5th stage of the Battle Soul realm. The eldest among them was no more than 25 years of age, a prodigious talent born among millions. At this moment, these paragons of heaven regarded the imposing mountain before them with solemn eyes. This was the true Dragon Mountain, a legendary peak towering at an astounding height of 88,000 meters, with over 9,600 steps. The higher one ascended, the deeper the acknowledgement of the true dragon they would receive. A young man clad in white, wielding a fan, smiled as fierce combat intent sparkled in his eyes. Lin Zaheo, what? Can you not contain yourself? Chuckled a girl in azure gauze behind him, her laughter muffled by her hand, her demeanor radiating a haughty pride. Of course, we must make an attempt. It is said that no one has ever reached the summit. The highest record stands at 3,781 steps. There remains nearly two-thirds of the distance to the over 9,600 steps. The higher one climbs, the stronger the dragon's might transmitted by the mountain becomes. Those who can withstand this dragon's might shall receive the true dragon's baptism. Only then can they be deemed true geniuses. The numerous young talents exchanged glances, their spirits stirring restlessly. Each individual present was among the pinnacle of martial talent in the wild domain. While they held their own pride, it was impractical to engage in individual duels for superiority. Thus, the contest upon True Dragon Mountain would serve as the defining measure of rank among this generation's elite. Whoever ascends the most steps shall emerge as the number one freshman of the Heavenly Song Academy. The brilliance of the sword illuminated the surroundings as a young man clad in red, bearing a sword, leaped gracefully into the air, landing firmly atop the 10th tier of the stone platform. He was none other than the foremost swordsmanship prodigy of the southern moon city in the wild domain. The celestial swordmaster, Xiaoyu. The onlookers, a multitude of aspirants, gasped in admiration. With a swift and agile stride, Xiaoyu bounded from the 10th tier, executing a series of leaps that carried him effortlessly beyond 100 tiers. Let us ascend as well, several other talented individuals declared, eager to take their turn. They sprang onto the stone platform of the True Dragon Mountain, closely following in Xiaoyu's wake. All the distinguished talents of the wild domain propelled themselves onto the platform, a fierce competition unfolding as they surged towards the True Dragon Mountain. This spectacle drew an increasing number of aspirants to the vicinity, eager to witness this contest exclusive to the celestial prodigies of the wild domain. 30 miles from the True Dragon Mountain, upon a precipice, two enchanting maidens adorned in veils obscured their true visages. Observing the talented individuals beginning their ascent, the maiden in green, with a mischievous glint in her eye, playfully remarked, "Sister, do you think that if we join in, we might reach the summit directly?" The maiden in purple replied with an elegant smile, "Qing'e, do not be impudent. All things possess their own spirit. We must regard every enduring matter with an equal perspective, for each holds its own legacy that should not be underestimated. Those misfits cannot possibly compare to you and me. Oh, let Qing'e have a little fun, won't you?" The maiden in green pouted, clinging to the fair arm of her sister. The latter, with her delicate fingers, gently tapped Qing'e's snow-white forehead, adopting a slightly stern tone as she offered her advice. "Qing'e, do not make a fuss. This time, we must ensure that our identities remain concealed. The fact that the Vice Dean has granted us permission to visit here is already a significant achievement." The admonition from the lady in purple prompted the girl in green to stick out her delicate tongue, refraining from mentioning the matter further. She wondered if the one named Lin Chen would make an appearance. "My sister and I have come specifically for this purpose. If he does not show, I shall personally compel him to meet my sister." The playful energy of the girl in green elicited nothing but a resigned shake of the head from the lady in purple. At True Dragon Mountain, 2 hours have elapsed, and the talented climbers have begun to encounter a bottleneck. Some have halted at the 1000th stone step, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Others have ascended to the 2000th step. Although they have yet to reach their limits, exhaustion is becoming apparent, and they struggle to continue. The dragons might surge down like a tidal wave, and with each elevation of the stone steps, an awe-inspiring dragon pressure manifested, infiltrating flesh, spirit, and even battle energy. Under the oppressive force of this dragon might, it became exceedingly difficult not only to move but also to retain clarity of thought. Many of the prodigies who had reached their limits were forced to sit cross-legged on the ground, utilizing the surging dragon energy to refine their battle aura, making it denser and facilitating the breakthrough of their existing limitations. This opportunity arises but once, should they attempt to ascend True Dragon Mountain again. The efficacy of the dragon energy in refining battle aura would be negligible. In Nanyue City, Xiaoyu has already reached the 500th step. The Crown Prince of Longyang Empire is merely 10 steps behind him. Within the Ice Palace, Miss Ling also stands among the ranks of the 3400th step. The candidates gathered outside the true Dragon Mountain are abuzz with excitement. The highest recorded achievement in history is the 3,781st step, and this time, astonishingly, 3 top prodigies have ascended beyond the 3,000th step, potentially setting a new historical record. As the crowd fixates on the 3 figures perched at the pinnacle, a fleeting glimmer of sword light, akin to a bolt of lightning, twists and turns, surpassing the highly anticipated trio in a single breath. Who could it be? The candidates gasp in astonishment, and even the observing mentors express their surprise. The dragon's might beyond the 3,500 step is indeed formidable. How could anyone maneuver with such swiftness? Before them stands an individual clad in a green robe, a 3-foot azure blade suspended at their waist, eyes sparkling like stars, casting a lofty gaze upon all. From head to toe, they exude an unparalleled aura of deadly brilliance, rendering onlookers awestruck and terrified. This person, without even unsheathing their sword, radiates an extraordinary sharpness. Should the blade be drawn, would it not alter the very fabric of the heavens? Suddenly, it dawns on me. It is Lu Jianxing from the drunken, immortal sword manor, a celestial genius who emerged just 6 months ago, renowned for possessing the bloodline of the Sword King. 2 young candidates, recalling something, exclaimed simultaneously, "The Sword King bloodline?" Upon hearing this title, the candidates can only look up in reverence to Lu Jianxing, their hearts devoid of any hint of disbelief. Lu Jianxing emanated an aura akin to a multitude of swords unleashed simultaneously, each strand of his hair glinting with a razor-like sharpness. In comparison to others at the same level of combat prowess, he might not even need to draw his sword. With a mere gesture, he could unleash a breathtaking sword technique that could extinguish life without a trace. A swarm of ants. I am destined to reign supreme over this desolate realm. Lu Jianxing held a profound contempt for both Xiao Yu and the crown prince of the Songlong, then leaped into the air once more, ascending to a higher stone platform. To speak so insolently to this prince. Once we descend from the true Dragon Mountain, you shall face my wrath. The crown prince of Songlong roared in indignation, while Xiao Yu wore a grave expression. Having reached the 3,570th step, they found the challenge increasingly daunting, only to be astonished by Lu Jianxing's effortless strides. Ultimately, Xiao Yu halted at the 3,605th step, failing to break the record, while the crown prince languished 15 steps behind, resorting to meditation atop the stone platform to recuperate. Lu Jianxing surged forward with unstoppable momentum, ascending to the 3,951st step amidst the astonished gazes of fellow candidates and mentors, surpassing the previous record by over 100 steps. Captivating all present, it appeared that a formidable warrior was about to emerge from this desolate realm once more. I believe this young man no longer needs to remain in the outer academy. He should be directly admitted to the inner academy. Only the senior students there can keep him in check. Many mentors and elders nodded in approval, expressing their high hopes for Lu Jianxing. This individual's talents can only secure a modest position in the desolate realms. The so-called supreme beings you speak of are, in the eyes of some, merely slightly more robust ants. At that moment, the vice dean, perched high in the clouds, spoke up, eliciting astonished glances from several instructors. The vice dean gazed deeply into the distance, fixated on a nearby cliff, and murmured, "The true figures capable of standing at the pinnacle of the world and becoming supreme beings have already graced our academy with their presence." Upon hearing these words, all the instructors fell silent, their expressions a mix of fear and uncertainty. Chapter 59, Get Lost. Lu Jianxing emerged like a comet, effortlessly dominating all contenders, leaving no room for doubt. Just when the gathered candidates believed the clash of this year's exceptional newcomers had reached its conclusion, a ghostly figure of a young man materialized at the foot of the mountain. It turned out to be merely a mountain. I had thought some treasure had emerged. The youth in silver robes shook his head in disappointment with a sigh, while the other candidates looked on in confusion, pondering the identity of this newcomer and how he had approached so stealthily. Isn't that the pervert who attempted to take liberties with mentor Li Ruoyan? Indeed, it is. Pervert. Get out. Do not desecrate the sacred grounds of Jinlong Mountain. Leave, leave. Lin Chen, still bewildered by the situation, found himself the target of scornful shouts from the candidates outside Jinlong Mountain, leaving him utterly perplexed. Is it truly so that being handsome invites such jealousy in this day and age? Perched on the precipice outside Jinlong Mountain, a girl in green gasped in astonishment. Sister, it's him. He has truly come. The elegantly dressed woman in purple smiled gracefully and nodded. With a hidden lineage of the Azure Dragon in her left arm, formidable physical training, and the cultivation level of the spirit connection realm, she matched the intelligence provided by the Lord of Wanjing City perfectly. It seems I was not mistaken. The teams of candidates previously defeated by Lin Chen watched him in terror, questioning how this demon had found his way here. The bald elder overseeing the assessment gleamed with excitement. It was indeed this young man, the prodigy who had single-handedly vanquished 3 remarkable talents. Oh, so they did not wish for me to approach, wanting me to leave instead. You may try to prevent me from ascending, yet I shall ascend nonetheless. Lin Chen chuckled mischievously, his toes barely grazing the ground as he executed several graceful rotations in midair, landing deftly upon the 30th step of the stone platform. The moment he set foot upon the stone of the true Dragon Mountain, an overwhelming aura akin to an omnipresent tempest assailed him, an intangible pressure weighing heavily upon his head. Roar! As this oppressive force manifested, the Azure Dragon tattoo on Lin Chen's left arm emitted a deep, resonant growl, swirling into a vortex that absorbed the entire dragon's might into his Azure Dragon arm. Instantly, Lin Chen felt the pressure lighten with the absorption of this draconic essence. He discerned that his Azure Dragon arm began to awaken a nebulous memory. Ah, this dragon's might imparts a sense of transcendence to my Azure Dragon arm. He licked his lips, exhilarated by the unexpected fortune bestowed by this magnificent peak. Boom! This time, Lin Chen exerted himself with utmost seriousness, his foot suddenly unleashing a terrifying power. Coordinating with the agility of his movements, he surged up to the 500th step of the stone platform, executing rapid, lightning-like turns and shifts in direction, astonishing many mentors with his remarkable speed. The Azure Dragon arm released a vortex-like suction, devouring all the draconic might in its path. As Lin Chen pressed forward with unstoppable momentum, reaching the 1000th step in mere 10 breaths, standing among the first batch of extraordinary talents from the wasteland. 5th layer of the spirit connection realm? What on earth is this young man? The 5 prodigies positioned at the 1000-stone platform gaped in disbelief as Lin Chen zipped past them at an electrifying pace, ascending to even greater heights. Who is this remarkable individual? Some mentors perched upon the griffin were left speechless, while the bald elder hovering in midair chuckled ominously. There was nothing extraordinary about this. The lad was capable of single-handedly confronting over 100 candidates and had vanquished 3 of the most formidable prodigies from the wilderness. If he lacked such speed, it would indeed be an underestimation of his abilities. Upon hearing the elder's remarks, some of the mentors who were witnessing Lin Chen for the first time displayed expressions of disbelief. Could it be possible for someone at the 5th level of the spirit connection realm to challenge so many candidates? With unstoppable momentum, Lin Chen surged up to the 2,000-stone platform, while Bai Juanhao occupied the 2,405th step, being the youngest among the prodigies ascending the true Dragon Mountain. At this moment, Bai Juanhao sat cross-legged in deep concentration, evidently experiencing a remarkable encounter as a bearer of the Azure Dragon bloodline. Lin Chen smiled at this and promptly quickened his pace, maintaining his speed even as he reached the 3,000th stone platform. Upon reaching the 3,200th step, his potential proved to be utterly terrifying. Mantoli Rulian, who was overseeing the examination, trembled slightly, her delicate hand covering her cherry lips. A prodigy capable of ascending to the 3,000th step possessed unimaginable potential and combat prowess. Even Liroyan herself felt uncertain about her chances of overcoming them. Did this imply that Lin Chen could have easily passed his assessment without resorting to any underhanded tactics? What a remarkable individual, concealing his true depths so profoundly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen had surpassed the Azure Dragon Prince of the Longyang Empire and the second-place contestant, Xiao Yu, and it was only upon reaching the 3,700 stone platform that his speed began to gradually decrease. At this moment, the overwhelming dragon might had subtly reached the limits that the Azure Dragon arm could dissipate. Lin Chen was determined to withstand the excess dragon might that the Azure Dragon arm could not neutralize, relying solely on his corporeal form, martial prowess, and mental fortitude. He had surpassed Xiao Yu. Could he possibly break Lu Jianqing's record? The candidates held their breath, their eyes fixed on the number of stone steps Lin Chen leaped, silently counting in their minds. What a jest! I had intended to survey all the prodigies of the Wang Yi from the true Dragon Mountain. How could I allow a mere novice to thwart my ambitions? Positioned at the 3,951st step, Lu Jianqing opened his eyes, sharp and domineering, exuding a fierce sword aura. As Lin Chen approached the 3,942nd step, Lu Jianqing transformed his fingers into a sword, channeling the scant martial energy he could muster. With a swift motion, a faint azure sword light streaked through the air, aimed directly at Lin Chen. A sneak attack? Lu Jianqing's actions were exceedingly despicable, revealing his narrow-mindedness. As Lu Jianqing struck, a shared thought flickered through the minds of the candidates and instructors. Although there was no explicit rule forbidding combat on True Dragon Mountain, the act of ambush was undeniably base and contemptible. Dare to ambush my brother Chen? I want to provoke you. You bring doom upon yourself. Lin Chen activated his golden-purple eyes, his toes barely grazing the rocky surface as he danced like a dragonfly skimming water, deftly leaping 3 or 4 times, turning midair to effortlessly evade the azure sword mark. Huh, can't touch me. Are you annoyed? As Lin Chen brushed past Lu Jianqing, he even offered him a cheeky gesture of defiance. He ultimately stood upon a stone platform elevated above Lu Jianqing, effortlessly showcasing a graceful moonwalk that surpassed Lu Jianqing's 6th-tier stone platform. Lin Chen positioned himself directly above Lu Jianqing, with a mere 3 meters separating them. Damn it, this rascal possesses numerous hidden cards. How could he perform such maneuvers under the formidable pressure of the dragon's might? Frustrated and seething, Lu Jianqing could only sit back in meditation, gritting his teeth. However, Lin Chen has never adhered to conventional tactics. Standing atop Lu Jianqing, he wore a childlike, innocent smile. After launching a surprise attack on me, this audacious fellow remains calm enough to return to his cultivation. Such brazen shamelessness is truly admirable. With a beaming smile, Lin Chen retrieved a pair of masks and specially crafted gloves from his spatial ring. After donning the gloves and mask, he produced from his low-tier spatial ring a bottle containing a brownish-green substance, all while under the curious gazes of onlookers. The low-tier spatial ring obtained from the Divine Martial Sect serves as Lin Chen's treasure vault, specifically designated for storing some astonishing exquisites that defy worldly comprehension. Upon seeing the item in his hand, a disquieting premonition surged within Lu Jianqing's heart. As he uncapped the bottle of the brownish-green substance, a horrific stench erupted like a tempest, causing the lion-eagle beasts, typically reserved for the mentors and elders, to recoil in terror. Even the spirit cranes, soaring thousands of meters above, were startled into retreat. One abhorrent smell. This rascal carries a bottle of high-tier Qingquang bear excrement with him? Lin Chen surveyed the bottled item in his hand with great satisfaction, meticulously providing its introduction. Behold, the 1982 Qingquang Xiongxiang, an essence extracted from the omnivorous ferocious beast. Observe the color, the moisture, the softness, truly a magnificent treasure. A chill of dread washed over Lu Jianqing's heart, and he thought to himself, surely, this fellow wouldn't dare to. After completing his introduction, Lin Chen hurled the bottle, labeled as a treasure, directly at Lu Jianqing. Eat this. Chapter 60. Calm yourself, Gobi. What the hell? A whole bottle of Qingquang bear dung came crashing down, and Lu Jianqing instantly erupted into a torrent of curses. Positioned at the 3,951st level, he had reached his utmost limit. Managing his battle energy and movement had become exceedingly arduous. When Lin Chen hurled the dung, he had no opportunity to evade. Bang! The entire bottle of Qingquang bear dung exploded above Lu Jianqing's head, drenching him from head to toe. A horrific stench enveloped the entire sky. And as the examinees and instructors activated their battle energy to discern the situation above, they erupted into fits of laughter. Ha ha ha! Lu Jianqing has been completely covered in dung. What a character! A devil! Anyone can be provoked, but one should never cross Lin Chen. The experience was simply unbearable. Lu Jianqing found himself in a predicament. If he retreated from above, he would forever miss the chance to experience the dragon might baptism of True Dragon Mountain. He deserved it. Who told him to ambush others? That despicable scoundrel. On the cliff outside True Dragon Mountain, a girl in a green dress laughed uncontrollably. Sister, this Lin Chen is truly wicked. Ha ha! From the powers and individuals he had assisted along the way, he did not seem to be a malevolent person, but rather a youth who repaid grievances. One could only blame those who provoked him first. The girl in purple pursed her lips and chuckled. Though this person's cultivation was not high, his style of conduct was entirely unique. As the crowd reveled in their delight, Lu Jianqing glared with eyes wide enough to burst, resembling someone staring at a sworn enemy. However, before his hatred and fury could fully manifest, Lin Chen grasped the torch in his hand once again. It is said that the feces of long-forgotten beasts are prone to ignite and even explode. Therefore, dear children, exercise utmost caution when playing with fire. Furthermore, an explosion is akin to art. At the moment Lin Chen cast aside the torch, he swiftly turned to soar toward the higher stone platform. Damn that scoundrel! Lu Jianqing immediately pivoted and leaped down the mountain. Yet he was still a moment too late. As the torch grazed his hair, it ignited with a fierce blaze. Boom! The feces of the azure frenzy bear that drenched Lu Jianqing erupted violently, exploding in an instant. Quick run! The feces have exploded. Lu Jianqing has been caught in the blast. At the moment of his explosion, the candidates at the foot of True Dragon Mountain scattered in terror, activating their defensive auras as the shooting stars cascaded down towards the base of the mountain. This explosion nearly affected innocent bystanders, threatening some of the elite on True Dragon Mountain. Fortunately, they activated their defenses just in time. Otherwise, they would have met the same fate as Lu Jianqing. Even the instructors retreated hastily, narrowly avoiding being struck by the fireworks that erupted in the sky. This lad truly dares to act. Does he not fear incurring Lu Jianqing's wrath? A prodigy indeed, what a talent! Lin Chen pressed on with fervor, advancing to the 4,100 stone platform, where the dragon's might began to further impede his progress. Witnessing this scene, the bald elder and the vice dean, far away, exchanged glances filled with bewilderment. It is indeed perplexing. Logically speaking, the formidable power emanating from stone platforms exceeding 4,000 steps should instill an overwhelming dragoness might, rendering it nearly impossible for these diminutive beings, even those at the 9th level of the Battle Soul realm, to progress even a fraction. Yet, the influence of this dragon's might appears rather trivial to this young man, which is somewhat uncanny. As Lin Chen ascended past the 4,200-step stone platform, even the vice president and the bald elder were left bewildered. Upon reaching the 4,270-step platform, Lin Chen found himself nearing his limits. The intensity of the dragon's might at this altitude was sufficient to suppress both his corporeal strength and mental fortitude, rendering even the azure dragon arm ineffective. Perhaps, by employing the true flame purple phoenix wings, he could ascend a bit further. At this juncture, the overwhelming dragon might that surged forth was absorbed by the azure dragon arm, and the consciousness hidden within the azure dragon's bloodline began to awaken a newfound power. Boom! In less than a quarter of an hour, Lin Chen's left arm, adorned with the azure dragon tattoo, experienced a tremor, as the dormant azure dragon blood within him awakened a new memory, which was transmitted directly into his consciousness. The divine ability, Azure Dragon Soul-Rending Claw, harnesses the essence of the dragon to unleash a potent, large-scale dragon breath attack, albeit at the cost of inducing a state of weakness post-usage. During this weakened state, his power would diminish by 45. As Lin Chen embraced and integrated this memory, a wave of ecstatic joy washed over his face. The system congratulates the host. The host's Azure Dragon bloodline has awakened a new Dragon Clan divine ability through the tempering of ancient dragon might. A luminous screen appeared, and Lin Chen, stifling his excitement, realized that this divine ability was not merely a combat technique. He would need to cultivate it further in order to wield it effectively. Lin Chen activated the purple gold eyes and discerned a faint yet formidable psychic fluctuation emanating from the summit of True Dragon Mountain. This aura of dragon might bears a striking resemblance to a presence I have sensed before. What could it be? Suddenly, as Lin Chen calmed his mind, he realized that the dragon might that tempered the Azure Dragon arm resembled certain psychic energies. This psychic wave seemed familiar, as if he had encountered a similar essence previously. Then it struck him, it was dragon tendon grass. Lin Chen slapped his thigh, a glimmer of enlightenment illuminating his eyes. The Tianlong mountain range is, after all, transformed from ancient dragons, and dragon tendon grass and True Dragon Mountain are intrinsically linked. The connection between the two is indeed profound. However, due to the rarity of dragon tendon grass, no one would dare to use it recklessly. It is regarded as a precious medicinal herb, and thus, this secret remains undiscovered by all but Lin Chen, an anomaly. At the 4,270th level, this youth surpasses Lu Jianqing by an extraordinary margin, a prodigious talent. He has shattered records that have stood for millennia within the academy. Upon entering the academy, he would likely be directly admitted to the inner court, would he not? The mentors and elders expressed their astonishment, while the other candidates felt a mix of envy and resentment, gritting their teeth in frustration. If even a 5th-level spirit communication realm individual could gain exceptional entry into the inner court, what did that imply about the rest of them? Who couldn't even match such a level? The blow to these prodigies, who had been recognized since childhood, was indeed monumental. Let us depart, for there is little fortune in linger. We are still in need of a single dragon tendon herb. Let us hasten to pass this evaluation first. A few disheartened sighs echoed as some began to disperse, but just as they were about to leave, a candidate cried out in astonishment. Look, what is Lin Chen doing? All eyes turned toward Lin Chen, who was seated upon a stone platform amidst the clouds, arranging charcoal and wire mesh. He had ignited a fire. Nearby, on 2 other stone platforms, an array of seasonings and an abundance of dragon tendon herbs lay. With remarkable skill, he deftly threaded the herbs onto bamboo skewers, kindled the flames, drizzled oil, and sprinkled seasoning. The battle aura intensified the flames, and in the blink of an eye, the dragon tendon herbs were roasted to perfection. Grilled gluten, how I delight in this feast. Lin Chen hummed a merry tune as he stuffed 2 skewers of grilled dragon tendon into his mouth. What is he doing? Grilling dragon tendon herbs atop True Dragon Mountain? By the heavens, is he deliberately showing off? So many dragon tendon herbs. My goodness. He is brazenly roasting them over the fire. What a waste, what a waste. I need just 1 more dragon tendon herb to pass the evaluation. He is eating the dragon tendon herbs? This is utterly insane. The candidates who had yet to gather enough dragon tendon herbs were seething with rage, nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed by Lin Chen's audacity. Several elders and instructors from the alchemy department were on the verge of madness. Quick, someone stop this fool. This lad is insane, undoubtedly a madman. That is indeed the dragon tendon herb. The annual yield from the Tianlong mountain range scarcely amounts to a few thousand stems. This young fellow has consumed more than a dozen, resulting in the disappearance of just as many. We must refrain from interfering with the candidate's methods of utilizing the dragon tendon herb. Remain calm, Elder Xing. Am I the one who needs to remain calm? Gobi? Chapter 61. Lava flow grilled dragon tendons as the elders and mentors of the alchemy department were on the verge of erupting in frustration. The vice dean spoke in a measured tone. According to the assessment regulations, no one is permitted to interfere with the candidate's methods of utilizing or acquiring dragon tendons. Are you suggesting that you no longer wish to remain in the academy? Upon hearing this, The elders and mentors of the alchemy department gritted their teeth, letting out deep sighs of despair. Lin Chen lay on the stone platform, indulging in the grilled dragon tendons in various postures, reclining, sitting, and even lying sideways, exuding an air of utter enjoyment and comfort. This sight ignited fury among the candidates and caused the elders' hearts to bleed profusely. How outrageous! Over 100 dragon tendons consumed by this boy as mere snacks. Such extravagance, such waste. A single dragon tendon could serve as the primary ingredient for a third-tier mental elixir, and 5 would be essential for a fourth-tier mental elixir. The loss of over 100 of these would equate to the equivalent of devouring more than 100 primary ingredients for third-tier mental power elixirs. To any top power in the desolate regions, this represents a significant depletion of resources. The 3 mentors who had previously witnessed Lin Chen roast over 100 dragon tendons just a few days ago exchanged clandestine smiles as they observed the pain of the alchemy department elders. How delightful it must be for you, old fellows, to maintain your lofty airs, unaware that this boy had roasted over 100 skewers just days prior. Would you not be driven to madness if you were to discover that? Sister, what is he doing? The curious young girl in green attire, perched on the edge of a cliff outside True Dragon Mountain, inquired. It seems that he is consuming a rather rare treasure of nature, likely the medicinal herb required for this assessment, which explains the palpable tension among them. The woman in purple giggled with intrigue, noting that this individual indeed possesses a unique and enigmatic demeanor. At the summit of True Dragon Mountain, Lin Chen, having devoured over 100 skewers of dragon muscle grass, felt a noticeable reduction in the oppressive aura of the dragon's might. Indeed, it proved effective. This dragon muscle grass shares a lineage with True Dragon Mountain. My surmise was correct. While the onlookers were still grappling with their frustration and concern, Lin Chen soared into the air, audaciously ascending to an even higher elevation on True Dragon Mountain. 4,270 steps, 4,350 steps, 4,495 steps, 4,761 steps. His swift progress left everyone utterly astonished. He had actually scaled the 4,800-step platform. The elderly figure, momentarily at a loss for words, stammered, the 4,800-step platform. Does this young man's potential not eclipse that of the wasteland? The candidates, who had only moments ago been fuming with indignation, now stood in awe, gazing at Lin Chen, who was energetically leaping over 500 steps as if invigorated. I comprehend now. Is the dragon muscle grass. This herb can counteract the dragon's might of True Dragon Mountain, enabling this young man to traverse the stone platforms with remarkable speed. The erudite vice president clapped in admiration, experiencing a moment of epiphany. Reflecting on Lin Chen's actions from days prior, the elder smacked his forehead in realization. No wonder this lad could ascend to the 4,800-step platform. It was due to his consumption of an abundant quantity of dragon muscle grass. Having stabilized himself on the 4,801-step platform, Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his brow. Once again, the limits are being tested, and it is time to roast another batch of dragon tendons. How troublesome. Perhaps it would be simpler to consume everything at once and then ascend. Just as Lin Chen was about to set up the grill anew, the ground suddenly trembled violently. A thunderous roar erupted as a force capable of altering the very landscape surged forth from the adjacent peak of Jinlong Mountain. This is not good. The volcano is about to erupt. The old man squinted his eyes, swiftly appearing beside the mentors of the void displacement. Old man, should we suppress the volcanic eruption? There are still many candidates in the vicinity, one of the mentors suggested. The old man shook his head. To suppress the eruption while simultaneously preventing a volcanic rebound that could endanger the candidates would require an excessive allocation of personnel. It is inadvisable to act in such haste. You should unite to establish a defensive aura and evacuate the candidates to a safe distance. What about the candidates on Jinlong Mountain? Jinlong Mountain is protected by the might of dragons, and these young individuals are no ordinary beings. The eruption's force will not significantly affect them. There is no need for concern. With a wave of his hand, the old man began to instruct his subordinates. Standing atop the stone platform of Jinlong Mountain, Lin Chen gazed down at the volcano several miles away, where intense and tumultuous fire energy was brewing, ready to erupt. So, it is a volcanic eruption. Wait a moment, this gives me a bold idea. Lin Chen suddenly conceived a plan and clapped his hands in excitement. On another note, the mentors and elders orderly descended to the ground, positioning themselves before the numerous candidates as they formed a bowl-shaped barrier of battle aura, enveloping everyone in safety. Upon hearing the instructor's announcement regarding the imminent eruption of the volcano adjacent to Jinlong Mountain, the examinees began to gradually evacuate to a safer distance. Young Master Lin Chen. Shangwan Bihan gazed anxiously at Lin Chen atop Jinlong Mountain, concerned that the eruption's force, concentrated at such heights, would inevitably affect him. As the atmosphere shifted dramatically, the temperature soared, and the air became stifling. Billowing smoke and searing waves swept across a radius of 100 miles. Suddenly, a student exclaimed in horror, "Look, what is Lin Chen doing?" All present were momentarily stunned, but as they turned their gaze back to Lin Chen, they collectively gasped in disbelief. There stood Lin Chen, wielding a silver steel spear over 30 meters long, stringing together countless dragon tendon grasses and positioning them directly above the volcano's crater. Not only the examinees, but even the elders and the bald-headed old men could not help but twitch their lips upon witnessing the sheer volume of dragon tendon grasses, which numbered in the thousands. The sight of Lin Chen suspending those grasses in midair sent a jolt of shock through the hearts of all the instructors and elders, who simultaneously entertained a terrifying and frenzied speculation. Over 1,000 dragon tendon grasses. That equated to the quota for 200 examinees passing the assessment. Lin Chen, undeterred, held the 100-meter silver steel spear, meticulously stringing together the more than 1,000 dragon tendon grasses. He then enveloped the spear and the grasses in wood-based and water-based battle aura, respectively, to prevent them from being scorched by the impending heat. Witnessing this scene, the examinees were flooded with a chilling realization. He has placed over 1,000 dragon tendon grasses above the volcano's crater. No. Many candidates were driven to tears at the scene, their hearts seemingly severed by countless blades. If only they could acquire the coveted dragon tendons, even at a price. For that represents the golden key to passing the Tiangu Academy examination and ascending to the pinnacle of martial arts. How many prodigies have been deprived of this crucial first step, denied even the chance to spread their wings and soar? Damn it, over 1,000 dragon tendons. I can no longer tolerate this. If this young man continues to squander them, I shall surely lose my sanity. Several elders from the alchemy department could no longer restrain themselves, yearning to take flight on the lion eagle beasts to seize Lin Chen's dragon tendons. Bang! Boom! The earth-shattering explosion reverberated, shaking the very ground and sending numerous lion eagle beasts retreating in fright. A tempest of flames erupted from the volcanic crater, resembling a blazing sun, as countless streams of molten lava cascaded down. At the moment of the volcanic eruption, all the dragon tendons were instantly engulfed in flames. This moment would forever be etched in the memories of all present. As the volcano erupted, Lin Chen grasped 4 or 5 spice jars in one hand and hurled them into the air. After being struck by the initial wave of intense heat, the jade bottles erupted with a violent explosion. The spices cascaded over the colossal roasted dragon tendons, sizzling in delight. With the gusts from the volcanic eruption, the spicy aroma of the roasted dragon tendons swept across the entirety of Jinlong Mountain. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. The youth clutched the stone platform with one hand, standing amidst the heights of thousands of zhong, wielding a silver steel skewer, expertly rotating it over the volcanic crater as he grilled the dragon tendons. The volcanic lava flowed, roasting the dough with finesse. Chapter 62. That Man Among the Candidates. One individual could not help but burst into applause. With Lin's electric wires crackling in the east and Lin's volcanic grilled gluten in the background, the atmosphere was undeniably vibrant. Ah, how delightful! On the precipice of true Dragon Mountain, A young maiden clad in blue gently inhaled the spicy aroma wafting through the air, her lovely eyes sparkling with brilliance. This fragrance, infused with pure spiritual energy, awakened a ravenous appetite within her. The elegantly dressed woman in purple chuckled softly, her delicate hand effortlessly dispelling a faint purple aura to protect both herself and the girl beside her. After a series of rotations, Lin Chen retracted the steel skewer. Upon catching the whiff of that extraordinary scent, he could no longer restrain himself and indulged heartily. Observing Lin Chen devouring his meal, the onlookers stood frozen in astonishment. Gulp! The mentors at the base of True Dragon Mountain shivered, struggling to swallow their saliva. Who else in history could barbecue dragon tendon grass and use a volcanic crater as a grill? In this mundane world, aside from Lin Chen, it seems no one else could possibly achieve such a groundbreaking feat. The mentors and elders from the alchemy department appeared dazed and pale. The worth of those thousands of dragon tendon grasses was comparable to a scroll of green-tier alchemical techniques. Such an extraordinary man exists in this world. Shangwan Bihan delicately covered her red lips with her hands, her beautiful eyes shimmering with radiant excitement. He's still advancing. Some candidates, witnessing Lin Chen continue his ascent, could not help but gasp in astonishment. 5,200, 5,500. Lin Chen ascended the mountainside, bearing his extraordinarily long grilled gluten, consuming it as he climbed, until he ultimately vanished from the sight of the crowd. The aura of battle enveloped him, rendering him nearly invisible. He had scaled the 6,000th step. Even the vice dean wore a grave expression, drawing in sharp breaths with each word. At an altitude of 20,000 feet on True Dragon Mountain, a youthful figure darted through the air, landing steadily upon a stone platform. Lin Chen, with 1,000 portions of grilled dragon tendon, sang triumphantly, unstoppable, charging forth to the 8,000th step. Surely, treasures awaited at the summit. Could it be yet another special rune? Ecstatically, Lin Chen bit into several skewers of grilled dragon tendon, feeling the dragons might dissipate slightly as he propelled himself towards the peak. Upon reaching the 9,500th step, Lin Chen had consumed all of his grilled dragon tendon, contentedly releasing a satisfied belch, only to suddenly sharpen his gaze. True flame purple phoenix wings arise. With a whoosh, a pair of wings ablaze with rolling purple flames unfurl before him. Lin Chen soared into the air like a meteor streaking across the sky, surging upwards to the 9,600th step, reaching the pinnacle with vigor. The summit of True Dragon Mountain presented a steep incline. Here, the dragon's might was vast, permeating the atmosphere with intense spiritual fluctuations that conveyed the grand will of the dragon, supreme and everlasting. The overwhelming dragon's presence deterred even the vice dean and the bald elder from approaching lightly. Yet Lin Chen stepped forth here with absolute ease. Lin Chen stood poised, and upon activating his golden purple eye, he discovered an energy at the mountaintop that resembled a life force. However, this energy was exceedingly faint and negligible. As he approached the other side of the mountain slope, a white luminous orb suspended in the void caught Lin Chen's attention, accompanied by a banner unfurled beside it. The subtle life force emanated from within this white orb. What could this phenomenon possibly be? Lin Chen furrowed his brow, and after confirming that the orb did not appear to be a living entity and posed no threat to him, he cautiously approached, placing his hand above the white orb. A sound akin to flowing energy resonated in his ears, and astonishingly, the white orb integrated into his body through his left arm. Boom! Crack! A surge of pure mental energy surged into Lin Chen, akin to a dragon returning to the sea, enveloping his entire being. His mental strength erupted with the sound of cracking eggshells. After a single fracture, a mental wave far more potent than before surged forth. Host has acquired 20,000 points of mental energy. Mental realm has transcended into the spirit realm. My mental prowess has ascended to the spirit realm. Lin Chen rejoiced. This white orb was indeed a source of pure mental energy. Having collected numerous mental attribute orbs during the treasure appraisal conference in Wanling City. Lin Chen had been on the brink of the spirit realm. Thanks to the mental energy contained within this white orb, he had successfully stepped into the spirit realm of mental strength. Suddenly, a searing pain tore through Lin Chen's entire being, emanating from his dantian, causing him to collapse to the ground. Ouch! How painful! What is this? In a state of urgency, Lin Chen activated his battle energy to look within. Inside his dantian, apart from the ceaseless sea of energy, a pale white ring began to gradually take shape. Once this ring formed, the intense pain began to dissipate, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Upon closer inspection of the white ring, Lin Chen discovered that when he activated his Azure Dragon bloodline, the bloodline seemed to converge into the pale ring. The Azure Dragon bloodline had only filled 1/10 of the white ring, with no further reaction. This ring has forged a connection with my Azure Dragon bloodline. Beyond this, Lin Chen could discern no other anomalies. He consulted the system, yet even it was oblivious to the white ring within his dantian, which left him perplexed. The white ring, neither to be dispelled nor destroyed, posed an enigma. He could not ascertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. Perhaps when his Azure Dragon bloodline grew potent enough to completely fill the ring, he might uncover its true nature. Damn it, having such an inexplicable entity residing within me is truly unsettling. Lin Chen rose to his feet, releasing a modicum of mental energy, which expanded his perceptual range manifold compared to before. Achieving a breakthrough to the spirit realm was indeed a significant gain. As he withdrew his mental perception and approached to unveil the banner, a look of astonishment flickered in his eyes. It turns out to be that man. At the base of Jinlong Mountain, after confirming the candidates' positions and safety, the bald elder exchanged a glance with the vice dean. This young man has been up there for quite some time. Could something have gone awry? Patience. This lad possesses quite a few hidden cards. Should any incident arise above, it would certainly create a considerable commotion. Let us observe the situation unfold. The history of the Tianlong mountain range is exceedingly ancient. It is not certain that this young man would. While the two were still deliberating, a fleeting shadow raced down from the summit of Jinlong Mountain. As everyone focused their gaze, it was none other than Lin Chen. What a remarkable young man. You actually made it to the peak of Jinlong Mountain. Are you unharmed? The vice dean scrutinized Lin Chen at once, noting that the youth appeared invigorated and radiant, far from resembling someone who had encountered trouble. Candidate Lin Chen. Greetings to the vice dean and esteemed elder. Lin Chen maintained a respectful yet confident demeanor, clasping his hands in salute. Numerous mentors and elders gathered around, while the candidates looked on with eager anticipation, their eyes fixed on Lin Chen. Young man, since you are unscathed, might you enlighten me on what lies atop Jinlong Mountain? The bald elder fixed his gaze on Lin Chen, stroking his chin as he inquired. Rest assured, young Lin, anything you have obtained up there is your fortune, and we shall not covet it. If you believe that sharing this information may lead to unnecessary troubles, you are free to decline. The vice dean offered a warm smile, providing Lin Chen an avenue of escape. Lin Chen shook his head, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips before presenting the banner and shrugging, stating, "There is only this banner. Aside from it, there is nothing else." The vice dean took the banner, and upon opening it, everyone turned their gaze in unison. The banner was inscribed with 4 striking lines and a brief note. The vice dean, along with the mentors, elders, and the candidates who first laid eyes on the banner, recited it in harmony. With unmatched elegance, I stand at the edge of the sky. Upon the peak of the mountain, I proclaim my supremacy. A million charms echo through the ages. In solitary brilliance, I seek a singular defeat. Signed, the King of Single Elegance, for those who wish to inherit my grace. Please contact 4795-11424. Expressions transformed from skepticism to astonishment among the onlookers. With unmatched elegance, I stand at the edge of the sky, upon the peak of the mountain. I proclaim my supremacy. I am both the sky and the summit. I embody the pinnacle. What a domineering predecessor. But what could the latter lines mean? Proclaiming a million charms echoing through time, and seeking a singular defeat? Could it be that the banner's owner has reached a level of unmatched allure? Nonsense. What do you understand? An entity capable of ascending the true Dragon Mountain would hardly emphasize mere charm. This banner undoubtedly conceals profound mysteries. Both candidates and mentors were engulfed in shock and awe. The secrets of true Dragon Mountain had not been entirely unraveled by the Celestial Song Academy. Yet today, they encountered such an extraordinary banner. At that moment, a candidate voiced a question. This predecessor claims to have a legacy? What does the number 479511424 signify? Do not overthink it. Such beings are unfathomable, beyond our mortal comprehension. Suddenly, Lin Chen cleared his throat seriously, drawing everyone's attention. At that moment, he gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his demeanor melancholic yet profound as he spoke earnestly. It is said that amidst this vast world, there exists a select few whose beauty is breathtaking, unparalleled in the realm. Only this extraordinary group possesses the ability to uncover an ancient mythical creature, the penguin, and unravel its mysteries. The candidates, filled with anticipation and anxiety, collectively inquired, "What must one do to discover this ancient creature?" To this, I found myself at a loss. Lin Chen suddenly shook his head in profound despondence, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. All that could be heard was Lin's deep sigh as he lamented, "For I am not yet handsome enough." Chapter 63. Miss, may I touch you? Lin Chen had just sighed when he suddenly sensed a familiar, yet foreign energy fluctuation. He was taken aback, quickly turning to gaze into the distance with his purple gold eyes, scanning the horizon for miles. Amidst the mountains ravaged by volcanic lava, on a cliff several dozen miles from the true Dragon Mountain, two ethereal and exquisite silhouettes captured Lin Chen's attention. Among them, the lady in purple concealed within her delicate form a tremendous surge of energy, one that Lin Chen recognized intimately as the characteristic runes. At that moment, the two women began to turn away, their movements transcending the ordinary, almost supernatural. In the blink of an eye, they had already covered a distance of 1,000 meters. Had it not been for his elevated mastery of the purple gold eyes, even their shadows would have eluded him. Beauty, wait. The matter concerning the characteristic runes was of utmost importance. Lin Chen, disregarding the multitude of eyes upon him, leaped forward, with his true flame purple phoenix wings unfurled. He soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of rapid purple light, racing towards the two women. My heavens, that Lin Chen can fly? What level of cultivation does he possess? Phoenix wings? How does this lad possess such a thing? The candidates and mentors gasped in astonishment, but the vice president's expression shifted to one of profound alarm. Everyone heed my command. Do not approach Lin Chen's direction or area. Disperse immediately. The vice president's sudden shout sent waves of fear through the candidates. Old Joe, what is happening? The bald elder gazed at the vice dean's actions, utterly perplexed, and questioned him. This young man seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of the two ladies' presence. The vice dean, with a grave expression, replied. The bald elder's demeanor abruptly shifted as he recalled the earlier mention of certain forces. Are you suggesting that the two young ladies are from that place? He whispered, wary of being overheard. The vice dean solemnly nodded, equally startled by Lin Chen's behavior. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the bald elder swiftly decided to evacuate all candidates, mentors, and elders from the vicinity. Meanwhile, the vice dean remained motionless, attentively observing Lin Chen's actions. Lin Chen caught up with the two enigmatic women who had been watching from the cliff. Despite their impressive speed, they appeared constrained by their cultivation levels. Remaining within the range of Lin Chen's perceivable vision, granted by his purple golden eyes, with the true flame purple phoenix wings unfurled to their fullest extent, Lin Chen closed the distance in mere moments. Hey, sister, that Lin Chen actually spotted us and is chasing after us, exclaimed the girl in green, turning back in surprise. The woman in purple paused, her graceful form momentarily halted, as both ladies came to a standstill by a small creek. With a powerful flap of the true flame purple phoenix wings, Lin Chen landed before them, excitement radiating from him as he fixated on the woman in purple. The first words to escape his lips were astonishingly forward. "Miss, may I touch you?" The two women, initially believing his pursuit bore significant intent, were taken aback by his brazen and audacious remark. "A scoundrel! Do you truly believe you can toy with my sister? I initially thought you were a remarkable individual. Yet it seems you are nothing more than a scoundrel." The veiled maiden glared at Lin Chen with disdain, her expression as frigid as frost, her voice laced with sharp reprimand. "Ah, dear girl, it is a misunderstanding. I am a man of rigorous professional training and seldom engage in inappropriate conduct towards women." Lin Chen hastily waved his hands, casting a furtive glance at the woman in purple garb. Her exquisite figure and ethereal aura resembled a celestial fairy gracing the mortal realm, utterly captivating Lin Chen and prompting him to add, "Unless one cannot resist." The maiden in green pressed her forehead in exasperation as her battle spirit surged. She was poised to teach Lin Chen a lesson when the woman in purple raised her hand to halt her, taking a deliberate step forward. "In a mere 2 months, you have ascended from the chi refinement stage to the spirit communication stage, injuring the sect leader of the battle soul realm, single-handedly obliterating the blood sect, rescuing the antiquarian family in a wasteland, and turning the tide at the antiquarian conference, even personally forging a bloodline of the Azure Dragon. Your actions are both extraordinary and singular. Along your journey, many women must have intersected with or been drawn to you. Why then, Mr. Lin Chen, do you speak so frivolously? I implore you to provide me with a reasonable explanation, and I might consider disregarding your earlier remarks." The woman in purple listed Lin Chen's remarkable feats with an air of nonchalance, causing him to retreat several steps in sheer terror. "Oh, this fairy, while it is widely acknowledged that I am quite handsome, there is no need for you to express your affection in such a manner. The obsession of a stalker is far from commendable. Your antics have me glancing over my shoulder even during my nighttime excursions to the restroom. How shameless can one be? Does my sister truly find appeal in someone as ordinary as you? Your audacity knows no bounds." The maiden in the green attire was so infuriated by Lin Chen that she stomped her foot in frustration. In contrast, the woman clad in purple remained composed, seemingly unruffled, her demeanor exuding elegance as she smiled. "You are indeed quite amusing, yet you have yet to address my previous inquiry." Lin Chen, taken aback for a moment, shrugged his shoulders and grinned unabashedly. "It is simply my nature. Upon encountering a beautiful woman, I am compelled to inquire if I might touch the enchanting fairy before me. Perhaps you could consider it? Any part will suffice, even a strand of hair. I assure you, I only wish to make contact. You may name your price, for I, Lin, am a practitioner of alchemy." Upon revealing his identity, the purple-clad lady narrowed her enchanting eyes slightly. "Ah, so you're an alchemist? Very well. I require a 7th-tier elixir. Should you be able to procure it, I might entertain your proposal." Lin Chen's eyelids twitched uncontrollably at the mention of a 7th-tier elixir. The worth of such a treasure would scarcely cover a fraction of his worth. Just who are these two extraordinary women? Acquiring a 7th-tier elixir is rather challenging. However, if you'd accept an IOU, that could be arranged. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together, and the woman in purple smiled with a rare hint of amusement. "So, is that a no-go? Surely, the demands of a fairy are a bit excessive. Regardless of the negotiations, I am determined to make my move today." Lin Chen's demeanor took on a serious expression. Since the other party was not inclined to negotiate, if softness did not suffice, then he would resort to force. A true gentleman must possess both the ability to be gentle and the strength to be formidable. The young woman bore the pulsations of a characteristic rune, and this aura was even more potent than in the previous 2 encounters, undoubtedly indicating a supremely powerful characteristic rune. Lin Chen merely needed to activate the rune energy the instant he made contact with her body to seize the opportunity to acquire it. "I see you are in dire need of a lesson." The girl in the green attire spoke with a chilling tone, cracking her knuckles. "Incorrect. This handsome figure is in desperate need of some delightful company, particularly with beautiful women," Lin Chen declared emphatically, thumping his chest. "You." The sight of the green-clad girl encountering an unusual setback brought a light laugh from the woman in purple, who then continued, "Very well. I shall grant you 100 rounds. With your prowess, if you manage to touch me, then I shall allow it. Amidst her elegant and ethereal laughter, there was an added air of calm confidence, a sense of mastery over the unfolding events. Lin Chen fixated on the purple-clad woman's eyes, which suddenly narrowed in surprise. Chapter 64. Lin Chen versus Mysterious Woman. Oh, since the beautiful lady has extended an opportunity, I shall certainly ensure that I do not touch any sensitive areas. Lin Chen gently touched the tip of his nose, his demeanor gradually shifting to seriousness. This ethereal woman possesses formidable strength. This truth was conveyed to Lin Chen through instinct and intuition. What is most alarming is that she is merely at the battle soul realm. Yet she has not dropped any attribute orbs, indicating a terrifying disparity between them. Chinga, you may step back, the woman in purple said, her ethereal presence commanding attention with a mere wave of her hand. The girl in green obediently nodded, casting a teasing glance at Lin Chen. No one understands the might of her sister better than she does. In the direction of the Dragon Mountain-esque depths, this lad dares to engage with those two? The Vice Dean traversed through the air, his pupils quivering in shock at the scene unfolding before him. Should any harm befall the opponent, it would far exceed the reputation of his branch of Tiangu Academy established in the wilderness. After the bald elder arranged for all the candidates and mentors to depart, he also approached the Vice Dean. Before he could speak, a thunderous explosion echoed from a distance. Lin Chen took the initiative. Boom! Bang! The ground shattered, shock waves erupted, and purple flames surged skyward, sweeping through the air. This time, Lin Chen had no intention of holding back, maintaining the state of the true flame purple phoenix wings. His speed had multiplied beyond measure. Amidst the swirling purple flames and the intensely burning atmosphere, Lin Chen's fair hand lunged towards the chest of the woman in purple. How shameless! The girl in green watched with clenched teeth, while the woman in purple remained unfazed. Lin Chen intended to replicate the strategy he had previously employed against Li Ruoyan, first by unsettling her mental state and then executing a cunning maneuver. The woman in the purple attire lightly flicked her delicate jade-like fingers, unleashing a wave of transparent battle energy that surged forth. With a resounding crack and a thunderous boom, the surrounding space was instantly shattered by the force of the energy, violently propelling Lin Chen into the air. What formidable battle energy! Yet, this remains within my expectations. As Lin Chen twisted midair, the true flame purple phoenix wings unfurled, transforming him into a fleeting blur, almost instantaneously appearing behind the woman. In a flash, Lin Chen struck out with his fingers, creating several afterimages aimed at the woman's flowing waist-length hair. Left, right. The woman in purple gracefully pivoted, her movements as fluid as a startled swan, evading all of Lin Chen's assaults with remarkable finesse. What? Lin Chen, undeterred, activated his Ling Shang Zidian realm through his purple-golden eyes. His mental strength surged to its zenith. With both powers combined, he could even discern the intricate path of the woman's hair as it danced in the air. Lin Chen aimed a palm strike at her waist, but it seemed as though the woman had foreseen his every move. Like a fish leaping through the dragon gate, she elegantly soared above him, twisting in midair. As Lin Chen's palm struck nothing but empty space, the woman, with her delicate hand, seized the collar at the back of Lin Chen's neck, spinning effortlessly in the air. With a graceful flick, she sent Lin Chen crashing to the ground. The earth fractured beneath him. A tempest stirred in all directions, and Lin Chen, overwhelmed, felt his blood surge violently within him, his expression one of disbelief. It is not a matter of predicting my own actions, but rather that my every move has been meticulously anticipated and dismantled by the opponent. Is her mental acuity superior to mine? Or does she possess a treasure-identifying technique more potent than the purple gold eyes? Must I resort to invoking the slowing rune at this very moment? Countless thoughts raced through Lin Chen's mind, yet he remained unyielding, gritting his teeth in determination. As long as I possess sufficient strength and speed, even if you foretell my actions, it shall be of no consequence. Release the Azure Dragon Bloodline. The slowing rune is Lin Chen's sole trump card, Given the formidable nature of his adversary, failure on the first attempt would preclude any possibility of second. Lin Chen resolved to hold back a portion of his power. With a thunderous roar that resonated through the ages, the ferocious azure dragon arm materialized. And this time he unleashed 80% of his strength, 400,000 tiger power. Truly, this rogue's might is quite formidable, surpassing even those mortals my sister and I have encountered. The girl in the green attire silently remarked. The combination of the phoenix wing and the dragon arm is indeed peculiar. How can a mortal vessel accommodate such vastly different powers? The woman in purple mused internally as Lin Chen's azure dragon arm surged forth with sudden ferocity. The force generated by the 400,000 tiger power roared within the azure dragon arm, obliterating all obstacles in its path and creating tumultuous waves. The fierce winds, akin to a devastating tempest, swept up the waters of the stream, showering everything in its wake. Yet, the woman in purple remained unfazed, her beautiful eyes concealed beneath a veil, radiating an aura of unparalleled nobility. Flowers danced chaotically in the air. With a graceful hand outstretched, countless floral shadows danced and soared into the air. Like fleeting glimmers of light, they twirled around Lin Chen's immense azure dragon arm, while the terrifying force of rotation threatened to hurl both him and his arm into the heavens. What a jest! I have already liberated the majority of my bloodline. Can it truly strip me of all my power? As Lin Chen spun in the air at an alarming speed, a wave of dizziness washed over him, accompanied by a surge of dread. The force of his previous strike had reached the late stage of the earthly fiend realm. Even a formidable warrior at the 7th or 8th level of the earthly fiend realm could not so casually withstand such an onslaught. Lin Chen felt an intense unwillingness. With the true flame purple phoenix wings fluttering, he transformed into an afterimage in the air, raising his azure dragon arm to unleash a flurry of chaotic strikes upon the violet-clad maiden below. Boom, boom, boom. The azure dragon arm shattered the ground, sending debris flying in all directions, astonishing both the vice president and the bald elder. They were astounded by Lin Chen's prowess. This young man, at the spirit connection realm, could unleash destruction that even seasoned earthly fiend warriors could not match. Simultaneously, they were filled with trepidation at the thought of Lin Chen injuring the violet-clad maiden. If she were to be harmed, it would spell disaster for the entire academy. Yet, beneath the relentless barrage of the azure dragon arm, the violet-clad girl remained untouched. She gracefully evaded all attacks, a transparent aura of battle energy swirling around her, deflecting every flying stone. As Lin Chen unleashed a torrent of strikes, he exerted his mental energy to gauge her movements. After dozens of blows, he began to feel signs of mental fatigue and physical exhaustion. With his current physical cultivation, he lacked the stamina to sustain the full force of the azure dragon arm for long. Wait a moment. Halftime. Lin Chen, panting heavily, retracted his azure dragon arm and true flame purple phoenix wing, landing on the ground and resolutely sitting down, calling for a pause. Hey, how can you be like this? The girl in blue stood protectively in front of the woman in purple, her delicate eyes narrowing at Lin Chen. Enough, Chinger, let him be. It has already been 75 rounds. A brief respite is permissible. After all, it is a fact that my cultivation surpasses his. If I were too harsh on him, it would be quite unfair. The woman in purple gently pulled her sister back, who hesitated, but seeing her elder sister's determination, could only comply. At this rate, I may truly never even touch her once. What must I do to reach her? Should I wager everything and unleash the full power of the deceleration rune and the azure dragon bloodline? Lin Chen shook his head in dismay. The opponent's strength was unfathomable, their battle aura emanating from a dimension altogether different. Though both were in the battle soul realm, the adversaries Lin Chen had previously encountered paled in comparison to this woman. The disparity was akin to that between a firefly and the bright moon. Even if he employed the deceleration rune, he could not be certain of his ability to approach her. Chapter 65. Ning Qingxian from her previous fluid movements. It seemed improbable that even if I were to exhaust all my strength in unleashing the azure dragon arm, I could breach her defenses. How should I proceed? In terms of both mental fortitude and combat energy, I fall short of her prowess. Unless I manage to master the true dragon muscle grass, which could replenish my depleting mental power more swiftly than any medicinal pill. That is it. When a young woman in azure saw Lin Chen produce the roasted dragon tendons, her eyes sparkled with interest, and even the woman in purple cast a curious glance. The attention of the two women ignited a thought in Lin Chen's mind. The plan was set. He swiftly consumed the roasted dragon tendons, clapped his hands, rose, and smiled. Come on, I've rested well this time. There are still more than 20 rounds to go, and I will find a way to touch you. You cannot achieve that. You are indeed remarkable. But only within this desolate realm, the woman in purple replied, her ethereal presence captivating. Her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of autumn's allure as she gazed at Lin Chen with an air of detachment. Let us put that to the test. With the flapping of the true flame purple phoenix wings, Lin Chen unleashed his speed to its fullest. The azure dragon tattoo on his left arm flickered, and the azure dragon arm charged forth, a bolt of lightning propelling towards her. Is it merely brute force? It seems I have overestimated you. The woman in purple remarked with a slight shake of her head. Her delicate fingers gestured, releasing a wave of transparent combat energy that imposed an ancient, oppressive force, instantly suppressing Lin Chen's azure dragon arm. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind erupted, and a fleeting shadow darted towards the woman in purple. She briefly scanned with her mental power and was taken aback to see that the incoming projectile was, surprisingly, a string of roasted dragon tendons that piqued her interest. As her consciousness momentarily faltered, a gray-white talisman materialized from thin air, its oscillations instilling a sense of dread, exuding the formidable power to seal demons and subdue monsters. The host activated a level 1 slowing rune, consuming 3,000 points of rune energy. Lin Chen, in a single breath, utilized the maximum rune energy permissible for a level 1 characteristic rune, forcibly stalling the violet-clad woman. At that very instant, Lin Chen's speed intensified further, and in a flash, he retracted his azure dragon arm, lunging towards the violet-clad woman. In a critical moment, the violet-clad woman trembled delicately, her body rendering the effects of the late-stage earthly fiend realms slowing rune momentarily ineffective. Just as Lin Chen's fingertips were about to graze her, she instantaneously transformed into an ethereal afterimage, vanishing from her original position. In the next heartbeat, the violet-clad woman's enchanting silhouette reappeared 1,000 meters away, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, accompanied by an elegant smile. I truly underestimated you. You must have employed this very secret technique when you annihilated the blood sect that day. Wait, sister, you were still touched by him. The azure-clad girl exclaimed in shock from his side. Lin Chen, having fallen to the ground from his miss, revealed a hint of a smile. He raised his hand, and as he opened his palm, a strand of delicate, lavender hair rested there, soft and silky. The host acquired a level 1 characteristic rune, Charging Rune. The Charging Rune consumes a substantial amount of rune energy to empower the host, enhancing the potency of the host's attack techniques by 110 to 200. As the system projected the luminous screen, Lin Chen's body trembled. This characteristic rune was far more direct in its effects compared to the slowing and corruption runes, providing a remarkable doubling of his martial prowess. However, the surprise did not end there. A strand of hair from the purple-clad woman coalesced in Lin Chen's grasp, forming a radiant orb of purple light that seamlessly integrated into his being. Crack! The sound of shattering barriers resonated within Lin Chen, signaling a significant enhancement in his combat energy realm. The host acquired 186,000 points of combat essence, automatically advancing to the 6th layer of the spirit connection realm. What an astonishing figure! Merely a single attribute orb derived from a few strands of hair granted me over 180,000 points of combat essence, far surpassing those so-called genius candidates from before. Lin Chen gazed at the purple-clad woman in awe. This was the first time he encountered a peer he could not confidently surpass. An undeniable chasm of strength lay between them. To his astonishment, "You managed to divert my attention through food. Such a tactic is hardly a display of exceptional skill." With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, the roasted dragon tendons Lin Chen had previously discarded remained in her possession. The method's merit lies not in its sophistication, but rather in its efficacy. Since the lady expressed interest, why not indulge in a taste? Lin Chen grinned, rising to brush off the dust from his attire. The purple-clad woman hesitated for a moment, then turned slightly, revealing a glimpse beneath her veil. The sight that greeted Lin Chen was mesmerizing. Her lips, reminiscent of cherry blossoms, parted slightly as she savored the roasted dragon tendons with delicate bites. Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "A fairy is indeed a fairy." Even while indulging in grilled gluten, she manages to look exquisite. The unique texture, crisp on the outside yet tender on the inside, creates an unparalleled culinary delight. This was my first encounter with a delicacy so strikingly distinctive. After savoring it thoroughly, the woman in purple praised it profusely, while the girl in green instinctively swallowed hard. "Thank you for the compliment," Lin Chen remarked, noticing the girl's reaction, raising an eyebrow in playful jest. "What's this? Do you wish to partake as well? Come, come. Let me have a touch before you taste." "Bah, scoundrel, do you dare to impose on me?" she retorted, ready to retaliate. "Wow, how can you resort to violence, dear lady? And kicking too? That's rather excessive." The girl in green was not as easy to handle as the woman in purple. Her strength was equally formidable. She launched a furious onslaught on Lin Chen, who, unable to withstand her relentless barrage, surrendered the grilled gluten to save his skin. "Oomph, at least you know your place. I shall overlook your attempt to tease me this time," she declared, her satisfaction evident as she skipped back to the side of the woman in purple. "Chinger, it's getting late. We should take our leave," the woman in purple said with a resigned smile. The girl in green, however, was reluctant. "Please, sister, why not bring Lin Chen with us? He could prepare such delightful dishes for us every day." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was drenched in cold sweat. What sort of person was this girl in green, suggesting his abduction without a care for his own wishes? Did she intend to treat him as a pet? "King, if you continue this ruckus, I shall send you home early," the woman in purple warned. The woman in purple spoke with a tone imbued with seriousness, causing the girl in blue to immediately retreat and act coyly by her side. "May I inquire, fair maiden, who exactly are you? What is your name?" Lin Chen asked with curiosity. "You need not know. If you can transcend the celestial realm, you shall naturally uncover our identities. However, it seems we may never meet again in this lifetime," she replied. "Ah, that remains to be seen. If you share your name with me, who knows? I might just find you again," Lin Chen countered playfully. "That is classified information," came a firm response. "I'll trade you the method for making grilled gluten," Lin Chen exclaimed. "I'll tell you, my elder sister is Ning Qing Xian, and I am Ning Qing Xue." The girl in blue eagerly divulged, her excitement palpable at the mention of the grilling technique. The woman in purple sighed in resignation. If this continued, who knew how much more information this Lin Chen might coax from the girl? Resolving to put an end to it, she gracefully ascended, taking the girl in blue with her as they soared away on the winds. Lin Chen gazed at their retreating figures, murmuring to himself, "Ning Qing Xian, I shall remember that name." Chapter 66. The assessment comes to a close. After the two women departed, Lin Chen retracted the true flame purple phoenix wings. Upon his breakthrough into the spiritual realm, he had sensed, albeit faintly, that two pairs of eyes had been fixated on him during the previous battle. Surely, they must belong to the higher-ups of the academy, perhaps even that vice president. Having acquired a new characteristic rune, revealing a few of his trump cards was of little consequence. He sought a secluded place to cultivate the newly obtained Dragon Clan abilities. With a flicker of movement, Lin Chen vanished into the dilapidated bamboo forest. The bald elder and the vice president, who had been observing the skirmish between Lin Chen and the woman in purple until its conclusion, exchanged astonished glances. To their surprise, this young lad dared to engage in combat with those two women. Could he possibly hail from that same place? However, upon closer inspection, they surmised that he lacked the bloodline and temperament characteristic of such origins. Nevertheless, this young man's prowess was indeed formidable. Placed within our desolate domain, he could undoubtedly be deemed an unparalleled prodigy throughout the ages. Even when considering the entirety of the 24 domains, he was certainly among the elite. If this lad were to join the academy, the upcoming year would undoubtedly be lively. The bald elder and the vice president chose not to delve into the matters atop the true Dragon Mountain. After all, having gazed upon the enigmatic banner, both believed that the treasures once residing at the peak had been claimed by its mysterious owner. With less than half of the assessment remaining and merely 4 days passing in the blink of an eye, they gathered before the ancient stone pillars in the Valley of Conclusion. Both mentors and candidates convened here as the assessment was nearing its end, with today marking the moment of verification for the results. Some candidates whispered among themselves, exchanging information about their families to purchase surplus dragon tendril grass from those fortunate enough to possess an abundance. The mentors turned a blind eye to this activity, tacitly approving of it. However, those who could genuinely find more than 5 stalks of dragon tendril grass were exceedingly rare. Consequently, most of these transactions involved candidates who had only discovered 1 or 2 stalks during the assessment, opting to forego the evaluation altogether to sell to those in need, ensuring they would not return empty-handed. The inspection of the dragon tendril grass commenced, and candidates were instructed to line up in order. Any candidate who failed to reach the Valley of Conclusion before sunset would be deemed unsuccessful in the assessment. The mentors and elders formed pairs, beginning the verification process. Xia Danyang presented 5 stalks of dragon tendril grass. Assessment passed, earning 50 credits and a jade token as a student of the External Academy. Lung Ming presented 6 stalks of dragon tendril grass. Assessment passed, earning 60 credits and a jade token as a student of the External Academy. Those who successfully passed the assessment received a jade token, which, upon a blood oath of ownership, led them to be directed behind 2 towering stone pillars. Candidates who crossed through the pillars would transform into a ripple and vanish from sight. This was not a true disappearance. Rather, a colossal formation existed behind the pillars, and passing through them would lead to the coveted Tiangu Academy, a dream for countless individuals. By afternoon, only around 8,000 candidates had successfully passed, a mere fraction of the nearly 80,000 who initially participated in the assessment. Bai Juanhao and Shangwan Bihan scanned the crowd anxiously, still unable to catch sight of Lin Chen, which left them somewhat apprehensive. As dusk enveloped the surroundings, the evaluation process was nearing its conclusion. Was there no one left? Thus, this assessment was about to officially conclude. What about me? Just as the mentor was about to announce the results, a youth clad in silver robes descended from the heavens. It was none other than you, rascal. Upon seeing Lin Chen, a group of elders and the mentor could not help but grit their teeth in frustration. This young man had devoured over 1,000 portions of dragon tendon grass, inflicting significant losses on the Academy's alchemy department. With Lin Chen's arrival, Bai Juanhao and Shangwan Bihan breathed a sigh of relief. Young man, surrender all the remaining dragon tendon grass on your person to compensate for your previous transgressions. Otherwise, do not blame the elders for their lack of courtesy. Several elders from the alchemy department whispered threats to Lin Chen, who merely raised an eyebrow in response. Very well. If you dare to threaten me, Lin Chen, I have no qualms about playing along. The despondent candidates who had failed the assessment glared at Lin Chen with gritted teeth, blaming him for their own failures. Convinced that his pilfering of the dragon tendon grass from the true Dragon Mountain was to blame for their misfortunes. In truth, the dragon tendon grass Lin Chen possessed was acquired from a treasure chest he stumbled upon, akin to the attribute orbs, and had no bearing on their outcomes. It was merely the folly of the inept seeking excuses. As the alchemy department's mentors and elders cast their predatory gazes upon Lin Chen, the eliminated candidates reveled in his predicament, lingering at the scene. Meanwhile, those exceptional individuals who had ascended the true Dragon Mountain remained, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama, their eyes fixed on Lin Chen. Among them, Lu Jianqing regarded Lin Chen with an expression that seemed to convey a desire to eliminate him. Candidate Lin Chen, Please submit your dragon muscle grass in full. The mentor from the alchemy department stated in a rather indifferent tone. Little did he know, Lin, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head and forced a smile. Oh dear, fortunately, I've been diligently searching these past few days and have finally gathered enough dragon muscle grass for the assessment. With great difficulty, Lin Chen retrieved 5 stalks of dragon muscle grass from his pocket and placed them before the mentors and elders. They could hardly contain their expressions. Only 5 stalks? Hadn't he previously consumed over 1,000? Surely, he must possess at least a few hundred now. You little rascal, do you dare deceive us? Several elders glared furiously, and Lin Chen, filled with trepidation, recoiled in terror, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Elders, I truly have no more. This is all the dragon muscle grass I possess. We don't believe you. Even the eliminated candidates rolled their eyes in disbelief. You roasted over 1,000, and now you present only 5? If you dare to fool me, I shall first give you a beating and then thoroughly search your person. 2 elders stepped forward, prompting Lin Chen to shout in haste. Hey, what do you intend to do? Is the Chinga Academy bullying the weak? Don't come any closer, or I will call for help. Observing Lin Chen's exaggerated performance, the bald elder and the vice dean couldn't help but chuckle, fully aware that this lad was not intimidated by the average elder or mentor. Enough, young Lin Chen. According to the assessment regulations, you must surrender all your dragon tending grass. The academy will compensate you with credits, which can be used within the institution to procure any desired resources. Should you be found hoarding the dragon tendon grass, your qualification for the assessment will be immediately revoked. The bald elder, attempting to ease the tension, chuckled lightly, while Lin Chen spread his hands in exasperation. But I truly have none left. If you do not believe me, I can open my spirit ring for you to inspect. With that, Lin Chen released his spiritual imprint and presented the 2 spirit rings he possessed. Even the bald elder was taken aback. Could it be that this lad truly had only 5 plants remaining? The elder from the alchemy department rushed forward to seize the spirit rings, opening them to reveal their contents. Bottles and jars of medicinal pills and herbs tumbled out, along with various seasonings for barbecuing and some peculiar items, as well as a few books. The titles on the covers were quite shocking and difficult to behold, such as My Widow's Sister-in-Law, 88 Hidden Positions, What to Do If It Lasts Too Long, the collection of Solo King novels, and the correct placement of Penru's wardrobe. The men gulped in surprise while the women blushed deeply. There truly was no dragon tendon grass. Several elders from the alchemy department gazed at Lin Chen in disbelief, only to see him flash a mischievous grin. A sense of foreboding gripped their hearts. This lad was likely to ensnare them in a trap. Chapter 67. Have you come to a conclusion? It appears there is truly nothing. It seems this young man must have exhausted all the dragon tendon grass in his quest to ascend the true dragon mountain. The balding elder pondered thoughtfully, then with a single gesture, returned all of Lin Chen's belongings to his spirit ring. I told you I was not lying, Lin Chen remarked earnestly, shrugging his shoulders. The elders of the alchemy department could only grimace in disbelief. This lad was as cunning as a fox. He had likely been hiding something from them all along. The treasure chests and attribute orbs that Lin Chen had discovered could all be stored within the system's inherent space. Thus, the elders could not locate any place on Lin Chen's person to conceal the dragon tendon grass. All right, you old fellows, cease your harassment. Look how honest this child is. The balding elder chastised the leading alchemy elders with mock seriousness. Upon hearing the phrase honest child, those who had been eliminated nearly fainted from disbelief. Nearby, Lu Jianqing was almost driven to the brink of fury, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. To call him an honest child after all this humiliation? You little rascal. Once you enter the academy, we shall crush you like a bug. The agitated alchemy elders stormed off in a huff, while the balding elder personally bestowed an identity jade token upon Lin Chen. Candidate Lin Chen, you have exhibited exceptional performance during the assessment and are hereby designated as an inner court student. At the moment the elder announced the results, the onlookers wore expressions of resigned acknowledgement. Lin Chen, utterly bewildered, found himself among another group of 7 individuals, all of whom, like him, have been exceptionally promoted to the prestigious Inner Academy. Young Master Lin Chen, congratulations on entering the Inner Academy, exclaimed by Juanhao and Shangwan Bihan, their faces alight with joy as they congratulated him. You both must also strive for excellence. With your potential, entering the Inner Academy is merely a matter of time. Lin Chen replied with a smile, nodding at the two. Among this group, it was still somewhat premature for them to enter the Inner Academy given their ages. Despite their formidable potential, they had yet to fully unleash their capabilities. Young Master Lin Chen, you should exercise caution now that you are in the Inner Academy, Shangwan Bihan said, her concern evident as she glanced at the elders. Lin Chen, however, whistled nonchalantly. Why should you worry about me? Miss Shangwan, after all this time, when have you ever seen me suffer a loss? Hearing Lin Chen's teasing and self-assured tone, Shangwan Bihan covered her mouth and chuckled, her beauty captivating, as memories of their first meeting flooded back, causing her cheeks to flush. The entrance examination, filled with diverse intentions, had officially come to a close. Bai Juanhao and Shangwan Bihan were escorted away by their mentors, bidding a reluctant farewell to Lin Chen. The 8 individuals designated as Inner Academy students were then taken atop the Griffin Beasts, embarking on a long journey through the skies. To prevent any conflict between Lu Jianqing and Lin Chen, they were each assigned to opposite ends of the Griffin S-back. The bald elder provided Lin Chen with a brief introduction to the circumstances of the Inner Academy. Firstly, there are credits, the currency of the entire academy, which can be exchanged universally between elders and mentors. These credits can be utilized to purchase elixirs, martial arts techniques, medicinal herbs, specialized training grounds, public lectures, and professional guidance from mentors. The Outer Academy primarily focuses on public lectures and training, supplemented by team cultivation, making the means of earning credits relatively straightforward. In contrast, the competition within the Inner Academy is exceedingly fierce, with tasks designed to earn credits being exponentially more complex and perilous than those in the Outer Academy. Furthermore, not all students from the Outer Academy can ascend to the Inner Academy. Each year, only a handful of students are admitted to the Inner Academy, all of whom are formidable individuals. Some students conclude their 5-year tenure in the Outer Academy with a lackluster experience. With over 90,000 students in the Outer Academy, fewer than 10,000 are enrolled in the Inner Academy. The minimum cultivation level of Inner Academy students is the 3rd realm of Battle Soul, and they are all extraordinary beings, the elite selected from among the talented. Those who rank at the forefront of the Inner Academy often possess capabilities that reach the earthly fiend realm. And some young mentors have transitioned from the Inner Academy to become instructors, remaining within the Academy to teach and cultivate. Thus, it is revealed that credits hold such diverse and remarkable uses, including access to specialized training grounds. Lin Chen was filled with awe and anticipation for this journey within the Academy, wondering what kind of attribute orbs he might discover. Boom! As they traversed the clouds, the Griffin Beast transported Lin Chen and his companions into an entirely new world. Although it was originally nighttime, upon breaking through the clouds, they arrived in a place illuminated by radiant light. The sky was adorned with 2 dazzling orbs of light, akin to suns, casting a daylight ambience over the landscape. Surrounded by towering mountains and majestic pavilions, each mountain peak exudes a distinctly different aura. At the heart of this mountainous expanse lies an ancient city, vast and awe-inspiring. 2 suns? No, perhaps they resemble artificial suns. My goodness, what an impressive display. Lin Chen swallowed hard, finally grasping why Tiange Academy is renowned as the gathering place for the most formidable talents. In such an environment, even a simpleton could cultivate something extraordinary, let alone the prodigies selected from millions. Young ones, your identity tokens indicate your respective classes. It is now up to you to familiarize yourselves with the Inner Academy. Remember, private duels are strictly prohibited within the Academy. Just then, the bald elder waved his hand, sending Lin Chen and the others to the foot of the Academy. They found themselves in the central square of the city, where tens of thousands of Inner Academy students were gathered, each class boasting its own registration board. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, The array of attribute orbs in the square was dazzling. The strength of these inner academy students generally surpassed his own, yet their levels did not differ significantly, resulting in a scattering of attribute orbs around them. The sheer number of attribute orbs amassed by the thousands of students rivaled the amount Lin Chen had acquired outside Xiantian City. Calm down, he thought to himself. No one will snatch these attribute orbs from me. Once they disperse, I shall collect them all. Lin Chen took a moment to calm his thoughts and opened his identity jade plaque. It displayed, Student, Lin Chen, Inner Court Class 66 credits, 5. Inner Court Class 66. As Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings, he quickly noticed a sign marking the edge of the square labeled Class 66. Strangely, this class consisted of only 23 students, a number significantly fewer than that of other classes, and there were no other living souls within a kilometer radius. It seemed as though they had been deliberately isolated. Lin Chen silently walked to the last row of Class 66 and stood in place. As he took his position, a girl in a red dress in the back row turned her whimsical eyes towards him. Her brows were delicate like a waning moon, her short hair soft, and her beautiful eyes sparkled like a myriad of stars, exuding a lively and sunny demeanor. The girl beamed at Lin Chen, extending her fair and delicate hand in a gesture of friendly greeting. Oh, you must be the new transfer student. Indeed, I am Lin Chen. May I inquire your name? Young lady? Lin Chen replied with a cordial smile, shaking her hand warmly. I am Yulin Lin. I look forward to your guidance. She smiled broadly, her palms soft and warm, and Lin Chen withdrew his hand almost instantly. What's this? Puzzled, Lin Chen noticed a transparent ring adhered to his palm upon retracting his hand. It bore a striking resemblance to a certain product he had purchased on Earth. Lin Chen was taken aback. Is she giving me this on our first meeting? What could she possibly intend in broad daylight? I am a man of principles. Nearby male classmates looked on in astonishment, as if they had witnessed a ghost, at the audacity of Lin Chen shaking hands with this little devil. Does this fellow not realize that her title is the prank queen of the Celestial Song Academy? My dear, should you wish to comprehend, you may seek me out at any time. Lin Chen spoke earnestly, placing particular emphasis on the word comprehend. Chapter 68. The enchanting class teacher, just as Lin Chen intended to return his hand to his pocket, he discovered that it had become ensnared. His palms were utterly unable to part. Damn, he had been duped. At that moment of realization, a multitude of figures emerged upon the prominent platform of the square. The platform was occupied by elders and esteemed instructors from the academy. Among them, an elderly man with a prominent unibrow stepped forward, his aged visage animated by a pair of hawk-like, piercing eyes. Once all the students had assembled, the unibrowed elder spoke. Just days prior, the influx of new students had compelled numerous elders and instructors to venture forth, which led to a grievous incident involving the molestation of a female instructor. Instructor Su Ying and her husband were rendered unconscious by a mysterious assailant, after which Instructor Su was abducted to the outskirts of the academy, specifically to the Qingyue forest. When discovered by other instructors, she was in disarray, and a significant portion of the Qingyue forest had been charred. According to our investigations, we have ruled out the involvement of external parties. The perpetrator is highly likely to be concealed within our inner academy. The elder's words stirred a tempest of reactions. All the inner academy students surveyed their surroundings with astonishment and bewilderment. Instructor Su and her husband both possess the strength of the second tier of the earthly fiend realm. It is rare for anyone within the inner academy to possess the capability to incapacitate them and set fire to the place, he continued, his keen gaze sweeping toward Class 66. Zhang Yu from Class 66. What were you doing from noon to afternoon the day before yesterday? Lin Chen's lips twitched. What was happening? Why was Class 66 being singled out? Out of nearly 10,000 students, all eyes were now fixated on Class 66. Whispers and pointed fingers suggesting that the culprit was among them. Respected elder, I was in the inner courtyard, engaged in seclusion and cultivation at that time. Elder Gu can attest to this. A robust youth from Class 66, with a broad back and booming voice, stammered as he raised his hand. Moreover, our mentor, Cold, is aware that despite my prowess and agility ranking among the best in the inner courtyard, I am still a virgin. How could I possibly act inappropriately towards Mentor Su? The surrounding male students struggled to suppress their laughter, some on the verge of tears. Lin Chen felt a tinge of embarrassment. This fellow was perhaps a bit too straightforward. Elder raised his gaze to a strikingly beautiful woman with long legs and porcelain skin standing behind him. After she nodded slightly, Elder continued, Class 60 SXS Ing Liang. What were you doing at that moment? A handsome young man, the top student of Class 66, stood up confidently and declared, Respected Elder, I was honing my combat skills in the arena. While I may be domineering, Mentor Zhou understands my character. I have never forced anyone in matters concerning the opposite sex. He shrugged nonchalantly and added, I prefer to be pursued. Laughter erupted once more. Elder, he then turned his attention to another young man in red. Gu Qinfeng from Class 66, what about you? The red-clad youth, with an alluring charm and a hint of a sinister smile, responded with a mocking tone. Why are you looking at me? If I were to intervene, the one who would be assaulted should be Mentor Su's husband. As these words were spoken, the male students of Class 66 silently retreated a few steps. Lin Chen wiped the cold sweat from his brow, pondering what kind of class he had truly entered. It appeared that, for the time being, there was no substantial progress in this matter. To safeguard the reputation of Mentor Su, we resolved to elevate this issue to a Level 4 task in the mission hall. Any examinee who could uncover the mastermind behind this or provide pertinent evidence would be eligible for the task rewards. The words of the elder with a single eyebrow caused many students present to display expressions of astonishment. A Level 4 task. It was rumored that the highest tasks within the academy only reached Level 6. Suggesting that the rewards would be quite generous. Lin Chen stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with interest. Subsequently, the elders of the academy took to the stage to announce modifications to the special training grounds and the schedule for the upcoming month as public classes. The academy meeting was the occasion each month to announce the arrangements and important reports of the institution. Once the meeting concluded, the students began to chatter amongst themselves as they dispersed. Before long, a youth clad in silver robes was seen bending repeatedly in the square, frantically rummaging through the ground. What was this fellow doing? A face unfamiliar to me. Could he be a new transfer student? Do not approach him. He is from Class 66. Goodness. He actually managed to enter Class 66 as a transfer. Best to keep a safe distance. Upon hearing that Lin Chen belonged to Class 66, a multitude of inner courtyard students recoiled as if they had encountered a plague, hastily distancing themselves from him. The host acquired 611 points of mental strength, 9,442 points of fire energy, 12,488 points of battle essence, 9,724 points of martial arts essence, and 29,974 points of vital energy. Lin Chen paid no heed to the discussions around him, feverishly collecting attribute orbs, his heart brimming with joy. What was he up to? The mischievous Lin, who had previously played tricks on Lin Chen, observed him with curiosity. Suddenly, as Lin Chen finished gathering the attribute orbs, a powerful surge resonated within him, signaling a breakthrough. The host has ascended to the 7th level of the spirit communication realm. A screen from the system appeared, but before Lin Chen could comprehend it, a pair of long, silky white legs materialized before him, accompanied by an enchanting fragrance. He looked up to behold a slender waist adorned in a black miniskirt, the voluptuous curves straining against the fabric, eliciting an involuntary gasp from him. A true beauty. Upon hearing this, Lin's expression turned pale. The coldly elegant woman in the black dress, standing before Lin Chen, instantly transformed, her face akin to frost, as her delicate hand swiftly seized his arm. As her hand made contact, frost erupted, and the chilling battle energy encased Lin Chen's entire right arm in an icy grip. As the cold receded, although Lin Chen's right arm was frozen, his left arm glimmered with an ethereal blue light, encircling the slender waist of the frigid beauty. Even with one arm encased in ice, Lin Chen still smiled and remarked, "Miss, isn't it a bit unreasonable to strike first upon our meeting?" The remaining students from the inner academy stared in disbelief. How dare this boy tease the vice master of the punishment hall, the cold moon Chi-Chi? Was he ignorant or simply audacious? Indeed, is this your trump card? The strikingly beautiful woman spoke with an air of indifference, turning her gaze towards Lin Chen. The stunning beauty reprimanded him sternly. Do not be so presumptuous. Refer to me as Mentor Long Yuechi. I am in charge of class 66. Lin Chen suddenly realized. So you are the homeroom teacher. A teacher as beautiful as this. Who could possibly resist? Better retract your wandering hands. Lung Yuechi warned with an icy demeanor. Yet Lin Chen merely smirked playfully in response. That can only happen once you release me from your restrictions, Mentor. Observing the standoff between Lin Chen and Lung Yuechi, neither yielding an inch, Yu Linlin playfully pouted her cherry lips, exclaiming in wonder, he isn't afraid of the cold demoness. No wonder he could enter our class. He truly is a remarkable individual. Lung Yuechi narrowed her beautiful eyes, initially intending to test this young man's capabilities to determine his suitability for her class. However, she never anticipated that her initial move would lead to her being restrained instead. Chapter 69. The Genius Class, Class 66. The latent power within his left arm bears the essence of the Dragon Clan. Should I attempt to suppress him forcefully, he would likely retaliate fiercely. How intriguing. Cold Moon Chi released the icy battle aura from Lin Chen's right arm. How long do you intend to cling on? Cold Moon Chi remarked nonchalantly. Lin Chen offered an awkward smile and shrugged. You can't blame me. It was you who made the first move. He swiftly retracted his left arm, diminishing the imposing aura of the Azure Dragon arm, and adopted a harmless grin. You barely qualify as a seedling. 8 days from now, I will conduct a specialized lesson in the classroom. Should you dare to arrive late, you shall bear the consequences. Cold Moon Chi cast a frosty glance at Lin Chen before striding away with her elegantly long, snow-white legs. In the direction she departed, all students from the inner court retreated in unison, unwilling to meet her gaze. Lin Chen, you're incredible. You're the first person who has embraced that female demon and emerged unscathed. Yu Linlin skipped over, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity as she scrutinized Lin Chen with keen interest. I didn't truly embrace her. I was merely on guard. Besides, I have no desire to entertain you. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, resolutely ignoring Yu Linlin as he took his leave. Oh, come on. It's not easy to find someone willing to talk to me. Yu Linlin gracefully followed, maintaining a distance of over 3 meters from Lin Chen. Noticing her persistent presence, Lin Chen casually inquired, why does every other student flee upon seeing us? Are you still unaware of the happenings in class 66? Yu Linlin inquired, her laughter radiant as she leaned close to Lin Chen, her voice a gentle whisper. Class 66 is an anomaly within the inner academy, comprising those students deemed the most troublesome and eccentric, yet simultaneously possessing unparalleled talents. It is often referred to as the class of prodigies. Yu Linlin's explanation caused Lin Chen's lips to twitch, realizing that he had been categorized by the vice dean and the balding elder as one of the most troublesome types. With a smirk, Lin Chen ignited a cloud of red powder with his fire-based battle energy, causing it to rebound onto Yu Linlin's delicate form. Startled, she wondered when her secretly used flower powder had been detected. This powder induces an unbearable itch, one of her favorite tools for stealthy mischief. However, remedies for it are scarce. Once tainted, only specific medicinal soaking can alleviate the discomfort. Yu Linlin, I have previously mentioned that I lack the time to indulge in your games. Do take your time scratching, Lin Chen teased, swiftly employing his agility to distance himself from her. The young woman stood momentarily stunned, stamping her foot in frustration, her pearly teeth biting down in anger. Just as she was about to pursue Lin Chen, an overwhelming, tingling sensation coursed through her body, turning her fair face crimson with rage. Oof. Lin Chen, I shall remember this. One day, I will have my revenge on you. Oh, how itchy. Lin Chen proceeded directly to the Academy's mission hall, where a plethora of tasks were prominently displayed on the announcement board. Each task was distinctly categorized by its level of difficulty and associated rewards, with certain perilous assignments designated as team endeavors. Lin Chen discovered the task previously issued by the Academy, one that was universally acceptable to all, to investigate the case involving Mentor Su of Qinghua Forest. This was a level 4 task, with a reward of 30,000 academic credits. Time was of the essence. After placing his identity jade tablet on the taskbar to accept the mission, Lin Chen set off. A quarter of an hour later, he arrived at Qinghua Forest. Guided by the Academy's map, he navigated his way there. His actions were not without purpose, as he possessed a certain confidence in uncovering the truth behind this incident. With the aid of his purple gold eyes, Lin Chen activated his abilities, transforming his perception of the world around him. In the charred remnants of Qinghua Forest, the air was thick with the scent of burnt ash and the lingering energy of fire attributes. Within the forest, several silhouettes darted about, students from the inner academy, also here to investigate. Lin Chen paid them no heed, focusing intently on uncovering useful clues. Having cultivated his purple gold eyes to the 4th level, Lin Chen's perceptive prowess surpassed that of all treasure appraisers in the desolate realm. If he were unable to find any traces in Qinghua Forest, the hope of solving the entire incident would indeed be bleak. What is this? In less than 15 minutes, Lin Chen found himself beneath a charred millennium-old tree. His purple gold eyes detected a faint trace of scattered ashes, indicating that this location had experienced a more prolonged burn than any other. This was indeed the ignition point, where the fire had been set. However, curiously, there were no remnants of battle energy. Lin Chen squinted. Typically, such arson would require the involvement of a fire attribute warrior to ignite the entire Qinghua Forest. Yet he found no evidence of fire attribute energy being used in this place. Could the reason for the arson be to divert attention? What exactly is being concealed? Lin Chen continued his investigation. Within the charred periphery lay the heart of the Qinghua Forest, where he made a startling new discovery. This area bore traces of ice elemental energy. Despite the raging inferno, even a formidable celestial realm expert would struggle to detect the lingering ice energy. Yet under Lin Chen's purview of the purple gold eyes, it was laid bare. This ice energy extended outward, reaching beyond the Qinghua Forest, and its traces were remarkably delicate and light, suggesting they were not left by a male. Lin Chen activated his movement technique, following the trail of the ice energy to its terminus. The end of the ice energy led him to a glacial valley, a specialized training ground belonging to the Academy, accessible only through the expenditure of academic credits. This valley served as a rapid enhancement venue for students practicing water and ice elemental energy. The sheer number of students training in this valley made it challenging for Lin Chen to discern any specific individual, even with his current purple gold eyes. Furrowing his brow, Lin Chen considered this lead to be a dead end. Just as he was about to deactivate his purple gold eyes and take a moment to rest, a sudden glimmer caught his attention. He pushed aside a charred piece of wood, and amidst the ashes, a pendant radiating a luminous glow emerged. Lin Chen picked it up. It was a blue crystal earring, exquisitely crafted with a hexagonal refractive design. There was no mistaking it. The earring bore the energy signature of that individual, the original perpetrator. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, and a hint of a confident smile played upon his lips. The outcome was truly astonishing. The following day, a shocking announcement reverberated through the inner courtyard. The Academy was to convene a second council meeting. Such gatherings typically occur only once every month, making this an unprecedented occurrence in the institution's history. In the Bayou Square, over 8,000 students gathered, though some were absent due to missions or training. Elder E and the bald elder responsible for the examinations, along with the vice president, were present, as well as more than 10 mentors and senior elders, all of whom appeared equally perplexed as they stood on the platform. To their surprise, Lin Chen stood directly before them. I am profoundly grateful to our vice president for convening this second council meeting on short notice. Regarding the case of Minor Su, I have identified the true culprit. Lin Chen proclaimed confidently from the platform, his words stirring a tempest of intrigue among the assembled students. Chapter 70. The scene of the mishap. What nonsense is this? Even the esteemed elder of the celestial realm could not apprehend the culprit. Who is this wild brat? Ah, it seems this lad is a newcomer from Class 66. Could it be that this prodigious talent from Class 66 is indeed telling the truth? A chorus of skepticism, discussion, and disdain arose from the audience below. The students of Class 66 also cast curious glances. This new student had only arrived yesterday, and they had yet to truly comprehend the nature of his character. As members of the illustrious class, they too were intrigued by the unique potential and capabilities that Lin Chen, assigned to Class 66, might possess. Are you all capable? Allowing this mere youth to haphazardly convene a council on such a critical matter. If the perpetrator remains unfound, it would be a tremendous blunder. Elder Ime gravely communicated to the vice president and the bald elder seated at the dais. Fear not, Elder Ime. The bald elder chuckled slyly. When it comes to this lad, you can never fully fathom him. Just entrust it to him. He is the young man who has unprecedentedly ascended to the peak of the true Dragon Mountain. Elder Ime, astonished, turned to observe Lin Chen's silhouette, a flicker of shock glimmering in his aged eyes. This young man had indeed scaled the mysterious summit of true Dragon Mountain. Today, I, Detective Lin, shall lead everyone in reconstructing the circumstances of the incident, Lin Chen proclaimed, donning his self-made sunglasses with an air of levity. First, regarding the arson, every event unfolds for a reason and a motive. By the time the fire was discovered, it had already spread with the utmost ferocity. However, Mintersu, situated within the Qingyue forest, remained unscathed by the flames, which indicates that the arson had ulterior motives rather than an intention to obliterate evidence. Lin Chen adjusted his sunglasses and continued. Furthermore, when the incident involving Minter Su Ying was discovered, although her attire was disheveled, there was no direct evidence of male misconduct. Out of consideration for Minter Su's psychological state, I shall refrain from delving into the specifics. It suffices to say that no one can substantiate claims of male harassment against her. As he spoke, Lin Chen directed his gaze towards a particular direction, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Let us return to the most fundamental and perplexing question. Who could incapacitate two mentors of the earthly fiend realm and abduct one? Let us challenge our preconceived notions. What if this individual were a woman? Then, it stands to reason that several female students within the academy could possess the capability to achieve such a feat. Lin Chen's audacious assertions left the students and elders of the inner courtyard utterly astonished and incredulous. The notion of female students engaging in misconduct against a female mentor was a singularly bold hypothesis that few would dare contemplate. Could it be? The eyes of Lin from Class 66 sparkled with newfound clarity as she seemed to connect the dots regarding certain individuals and events. Anyone could spout nonsense, but after all this time, your statements amount to mere conjecture. What evidence or leads do you possess to support your theories? It appears you are simply engaging in empty rhetoric, seeking to deceive for academic credit. Two elderly figures with white hair leaned on their canes, casting a cold, mocking glance at Lin Chen. The two elders of the alchemy department need not be so perturbed. It is merely a matter of having consumed over 1,000 of your dragon vein herbs. Is it truly necessary to hastily conspire against me? Lin Chen cast a disdainful glance at the two elders, their faces flushed with indignation as they prepared to retort. Enough. There is no need for further banter. Student Lin Chen, present your concrete evidence and clues. Otherwise, do not blame me for adhering to the rules. You were the first to convene a meeting without authorization. Elder E waved his sleeve, expressing mild discontent. The two elders of the alchemy department exchanged mocking glances with Lin Chen before stepping aside. Since I have the audacity to stand upon this platform, I shall unveil the truth to all. Returning to the previous topic, how many individuals in our academy possess the capability to incapacitate two instructors at the earthly fiend level and abduct a female student of Instructor Su? Lin Chen's reminder prompted a subconscious connection among the students. There could be no more than 5 female students within the inner academy capable of such a feat suddenly. The expressions of several female students shifted slightly. No need to speculate among those few. I shall provide a definitive clue. At this moment, Lin Chen opened his palm, revealing an exquisitely crafted hexagonal blue crystal earring that hovered at his fingertips. All present students only needed to exert a slight amount of combat energy to discern the earring's form. I am indeed a treasure appraiser. and this item was discovered by me at the scene of the incident, conclusively left behind by the perpetrator. Lin Chen's gaze abruptly fixed upon a certain woman in the crowd. Isn't this the earring of senior sister Su Lan? As the blue earrings made their appearance, all students turned their gazes toward a particular classroom, their eyes fixating on a captivating beauty clad in a light blue dress. She possessed brows as delicate as snow, eyes resembling jade, and a figure that was exquisitely curvaceous, her skin as smooth as cream, with a pair of soft, full charms accentuating the enchanting view before her. Her demeanor was serene and composed, akin to a lotus emerging from the water, a blossoming hibiscus, ethereal and graceful. The beauty's alabaster neck resembled that of an elegant swan, with dainty earlobes adorned by earrings strikingly similar to those worn by Lin Chen. It was rumored that senior sister Su Lan had established the Lan men with a criterion for accepting various stunning women. I recalled the whispers that often circulated. Some junior sisters claimed that senior sister Su Lan had a penchant for beautiful women. Furthermore, it seemed she frequently advised her junior sisters against forming romantic relationships, cautioning them against trusting men. The air was filled with waves of astonished murmurs. Even the mentors and elders could not help but hold their breath. This senior sister's cultivation was at the third level of the earthly fiend realm, a formidable presence capable of incapacitating two mentors simultaneously. Additionally, the incident involving the fire was merely a ruse to obscure the traces of her ice attribute battle aura left at the scene. As being discovered by the celestial fiend elders with residual battle energy would indeed be perilous. Wouldn't it? Lin Chen adjusted his sunglasses and abruptly pointed at Su Lan. There is but one truth. Senior sister Su Lan, you are the original culprit. Lin Chen felt a surge of delight, having accumulated 30,000 credits on just the second day in the inner courtyard, under the gaze of the crowd. However, senior sister Su Lan remained unflustered, a hint of elegant amusement gracing her lips. The junior's analytical reasoning is nearly flawless, which is truly admirable. However, has he perhaps overlooked something? My earrings, crafted in the shape of pentagonal blue crystals, are not hexagonal. Su Lan, the senior, gently removed her earrings, and as the onlookers scrutinized the two, they noted that while there was a striking resemblance, Su Lan's earrings were indeed pentagonal blue crystals, whereas Lin Chen had presented a hexagonal blue crystal. Could it be that the original culprit is not Su Lan? Upon closer inspection, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth. No way. Could it be that I, Chun Gu, have found myself in a predicament? Chapter 71. One-on-one challenge against the entire class. This cannot be right. I had previously confirmed that the attributes and characteristics of the battle aura matched perfectly with those of the owner of this earring. How could it be a mistake? Could she have switched the earring on site? Yet, there was no need for that, as anyone familiar with her would undoubtedly recognize her earring's design. Not to mention the presence of numerous mentors and elders at the scene. Various possibilities flashed through Lin Chen's mind when, at that moment, the playful voice of a spirited girl broke through his thoughts. I know who the owner of this earring is. Everyone turned to look, and the speaker was also from class 66. It was you, Lin. If my memory serves me correctly, senior sister Su Lan has a twin sister, Su Lan, who also wears a pair of these refracting blue crystal earrings. Moreover, the elder sister's earring is pentagonal, while the younger sister's is hexagonal. Am I mistaken? Senior sister Su Lan? Yu Lin smiled knowingly, her gaze fixed on a slender figure behind Su Lan, speaking slowly. Su Lan's expression shifted as the beauty behind her prepared to leave. I remember now. The earrings worn by senior sister Su Lan's twin sister, Su Lan, are indeed these. As a female, students spoke up. Several mentors outside the circle swiftly surrounded the two women. The girl behind Su Lan bore a striking resemblance to her, with clenched teeth and fierce eyes directed at Lin Chen. So it was not the elder sister, but the younger one. Upon realizing that both sisters were at the earthly fiend realm, Lin Chen suddenly understood. Su Lan, I ask you, where were you at the time of the incident? Why was your earring found at the scene? Elder Yi Mei inquired with utmost seriousness, and under his piercing gaze, Su Lan appeared flustered and anxious, struggling to articulate a defense. No, Elder May, it wasn't me. Then how do you explain this earring? Its material is identical to that worn by your sister. Elder May, please do not blame Lanner. I am a true instigator behind this incident. Su Lan resolutely interjected at a critical moment. Upon hearing her declaration, the expressions of all the students in the inner courtyard were nothing short of captivating. Both astonishment and intrigue enveloped the atmosphere. It was indeed the mischief of the two sisters. The notion of a female student abducting a female mentor would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire inner courtyard. Most notably, many gazes turned toward Lin Chen on the stage, filled with awe and wonder. Who was this young man who had managed to unravel a level 4 task that had left the elders a loss? Merely a day after his arrival in the inner courtyard, in just 24 hours, he had deduced the identity of the culprits. Truly, he was deserving of being an elite transfer student, a remarkable talent worthy of the illustrious Class 66. Indeed, he was extraordinary. The students of Class 66 cast varied glances at Lin Chen. Some expressed surprise, others admiration, some disdain, and many curiosity, creating a spectacle of emotions. Students Su Lan and Su Li, you stand accused of endangering the safety of your mentor. The organization you have formed, the Lan sect, is hereby dissolved without exception. As for the charges against you both, they will be determined at a later date, until a formal punishment is decreed. Should you dare to leave the academy even a single step, the forces behind you will be unable to protect you. Elder, he raised his voice, announcing the results with an air of authority. Su Lan's complexion paled, while Su Lan maintained a serene expression, her gaze towards Lin Chen tinged with unspoken resentment and bitterness. This little beauty glared at me. Had she not committed this transgression, we would not be in this predicament. Lin Chen was on the verge of rolling his eyes when Elder E approached, solemnly declaring, "Today, we extend our gratitude to student Lin Chen for unearthing the true culprit in this case. He is awarded a special commendation of 10,000 academic credits, in addition to a task bonus totaling 50,000 credits. This young lad has ascended to the pinnacle of Zhenlong Mountain during the entrance examination at such a tender age. His future is indeed boundless." Elder E.'s rare, benevolent smile left all the students in the inner court dumbfounded. This lad had actually reached the summit of Zhenlong Mountain during the entrance assessment, due to the prideful nature of the inner court students and the sealed information. None took the initiative to learn about the entrance examination. After all, it was a matter pertaining to the outer court students, and few could be promoted to the inner court even under extraordinary circumstances. In an instant, countless fiery gazes were directed at Lin Chen, brimming with combative spirit, disdain, and a multitude of doubts. Goodness, this old fellow has turned me, Brother Chen, into a target for all. Very well, let them come one by one. I shall face them all. Lin Chen chuckled coldly inside while maintaining a cheerful facade. Senior, do not take it to heart. It is merely a trifling matter, hardly worth mentioning. Is it not just a Zhenlong Mountain? I simply ascended while enjoying some snacks and singing. A trifling matter, indeed. Upon hearing these words, the mentors and elders in the square couldn't help but twitch their lips in disbelief. The path to the combat techniques pavilion meandered through a bamboo forest. You actually ascended the peak of True Dragon Mountain. How did you manage that? Lin exclaimed, bouncing along behind Lin Chen, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. I mentioned earlier, I simply enjoyed some gluten while singing my way up, Lin Chen replied casually, glancing at the 50 points of credits displayed on his identity jade token. But how exactly did you get up there? What was the reason? What is there at the summit? Lin bombarded Lin Chen with questions, her inquisitiveness unrelenting. Perhaps it's because of my handsome appearance, he quipped nonchalantly, but suddenly felt a formidable aura emerge around him. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and tucked away his identity jade token. Before him, figures began to materialize along the forest path. So you're Lin Chen? A mere 7th level of the spirit connection realm. What qualifications do you have to stand atop True Dragon Mountain? One of them sneered. Guchin Feng, this boy is my prey. Do not interfere. Get lost, you scoundrel. I intend to be the first to teach this kid a lesson. To Lin Chen's surprise, these individuals were the prodigies of Class 66. If anyone desires my autograph, please form an orderly line, Lin Chen said with a carefree smile, exuding an air of nonchalance. Quit your idle chatter. The arena is less than 5 miles from here. Are you brave enough to challenge one of us to a duel? I want to see if you truly possess the capability to reach the peak of True Dragon Mountain. In the blood-stained attire, the youth Gu Chunfeng let out a cold laugh. Class 66 had always been notorious for their discord, characterized by their stubbornness and fierce internal strife. Now, with the arrival of Lin Chen, who had just conquered True Dragon Mountain, they had collectively set their sights on him. Not a problem at all. It was not only possible to challenge one of them, but even if all of you joined forces, it would pose no difficulty. What? The proud talents of Class 66 erupted in fury. This newcomer dared to stir up trouble. It was said that not even a single student from the academy would have the audacity to claim they could take on all the students present from Class 66. What a bold individual. Let's go. We shall meet in the arena. Tensions escalated as Lin clapped her hands in delight. Another thrilling spectacle awaited. The arena of Tinga Academy was constructed within a valley where hundreds of students engaged in sparring and training daily. The fierce battles among the strong served as one of the swiftest paths to breaking through one's limitations. The inner courtyard was filled with experts, and none would turn down such an environment for cultivation. However, today an unprecedented scene unfolded in the Academy's arena, halting all ongoing matches. At the center of the arena, a large platform became the stage for an extraordinary spectacle. Class 66, often referred to as the class of prodigies, had never united, each member unwilling to yield to the other. Yet today, they found themselves gathered on the same platform, facing a singular opponent, the newcomer Lin Chen. Chapter 72, Brother. Is there anything you cannot do? One astonishing lineup we have here. The madman Gu Chunfeng from Class 66, the Iceheart swordsman Xiao Sanqing, and the duo of the twin blade demon brothers have all taken the stage. This newcomer must be Lin Chen, the one who previously unraveled the case surrounding Mentor Su. This young man is no ordinary individual. I inquired about him with our class's transfer student and learned that he not only reached the summit of True Dragon Mountain, but also single-handedly challenged over 100 candidates. He even roasted more than 1,000 dragon tendon grasses right before everyone's eyes, consuming them as snacks. Goodness, over 1,000 dragon tendon grasses. Does that not equate to an astonishing number of credits? Many seasoned students, who typically engage in sparring within the arena, have converged here. Class 66 is already a class that draws attention, and now, witnessing the majority of its veteran members unite against a single newcomer amplifies the spectacle. Let us all engage together. Do not concern yourselves with me. I am quite easygoing, Lin Chen remarked with a smile, his demeanor unruffled. A bunch of useless fools. Clear the way. If I do not eliminate this brat today, my heart shall remain unfulfilled. Gu Chunfeng, standing at the forefront, wore a furious expression, veins bulging on his forehead. With a sudden stomp of his foot, blood-red arcs of lightning surged across his body as multiple crimson bolts erupted from the ground. Corrosive rune, demon subduing, earth seal. Raising his palm overhead, Lin Chen summoned the earth element's battle aura, entwined with the essence of the runes. He forcefully struck the arena floor with his palm. An arcane earth seal, propelled by over 50,000 units of raw strength, shook the entire arena, instantly engulfing the blood-red lightning. With a single move, Lin Chen sent all 15 competitors atop the arena, soaring into the void. He swiftly darted forward, targeting the foremost challenger, Gu Chunfeng. Seeking demise. Suspended in the air, Gu Chunfeng scoffed disdainfully, drawing forth a crimson war spear with lightning speed. The spear surged forth like a frenzied dragon breaking the waves, its overwhelming force piercing the sky, unleashing a torrent of blood-red light. How could my bloodthirst spear be so feeble? The moment he struck, Gu Chunfeng sensed an ominous turn of events. He realized that his battle energy was being severely restricted, as a mysterious force invaded his essence, significantly diminishing the potency of his combat techniques. The other students from class 66, perceiving a similar plight as Gu Chenfeng, exchanged bewildered glances and quickly distanced themselves from Lin Chen. As the stars twinkled above, with the soul-seizing spear in hand, Lin Chen spun the spear's tip in the air, its lethal afterimage whirling like a colossal windmill, crashing down to shatter the menacing bloodlight. With unstoppable momentum, he obliterated Gu Chenfeng's onslaught with a single thrust, maneuvering the spear like a dragon in flight, effortlessly sending Gu Chenfeng's blood spear soaring. While Gu Chenfeng struggled to expel the invasive energy within him, he gritted his teeth and unleashed a furious blow, transforming his fist into a celestial star. You shall be the first to exit. The soul-seizing spear swept through the air, delivering a devastating sweep of over 50,000 tiger strength upon Gu Chenfeng, causing a cascade of dazzling attribute orbs to burst forth. At the moment the attribute orbs emerged, Gu Chenfeng was sent spiraling off the arena. The onlookers outside the stage held their breath, their eyes wide with astonishment. With the formidable prowess of Gu Chenfeng at the first level of the earthly fiend realm, only a select few exceptionally powerful senior students could suppress him. No one else could force him to retreat within mere moments, as this newcomer did. As Lin Chen landed, the sound of wind was violently torn apart. A young man clad in yellow, his expression austere, abruptly drew his sword. He was the first genius to shatter the corrosive runic energies that Lin Chen had infused into them. Star-soothing sword rain. The young man unsheathed his sword, and the blade's aura rippled, unleashing a dazzling array of starlight. Each beam of starlight represented a razor-sharp sword chi, instantly manifesting into hundreds of devastating strikes. With the trajectory of the sword chi being utterly unpredictable, embodying the whimsical mastery of transformation-level swordsmanship. The prodigious class of 66 was filled with extraordinary talents, each sword technique exuding the essence of transformation. Lin Chen activated his purple-gold eyes, perceiving the seemingly flawless sword chi, which actually harbored weaknesses. These sword strikes, reaching their peak velocity, slowed down dramatically before Lin Chen's spiritual power at the spiritual realm, at least by a factor of a dozen. Swordsmanship? I too possess such skills. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Chen summoned a blue ethereal sword, igniting it with the fusion of fire and lightning, arcs of electricity crackling along the blade's edge. Sluing Rune, Tucson Thunder Sword. With a single strike, Lin Chen transformed one sword into a myriad, his speed akin to lightning. Onlookers could barely glimpse the countless lightning threads flashing by, as the dazzling starlight sword chi was shredded into a spectacle of sparks. My sword technique has slowed down. What is happening? The young man in yellow was taken aback. His swordsmanship relied on swiftness for victory, where speed equated to power. However, at the moment Lin Chen made his move, his star-dispersing sword rain decelerated manifold, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Without a moment's respite, a bolt of lightning struck, the azure sword edge descending upon the crown of the young man in the yellow robe. He raised his sword in defiance, the blades clashing and swirling amidst a whirlwind of starlight and thunderous fire. Close-quarters combat was Lin Chen's domain of mastery. In an instant, he thrust 7 blades, targeting the young man's vital points, his neck, eyes, heart, and dantian. The young man gritted his teeth, barely managing to fend off Lin Chen's lethal strikes. You are the second. With a decisive step and a swift turn, Lin Chen's sword swept across the expanse, delivering a furious slash against the young man's blade. The ferocity of the blow sending him flying. A dark red axe blade, imbued with the power to cleave mountains, descended from behind Lin Chen. Withdrawing his sword, Lin Chen turned resolutely. The ebony double-headed axe that had materialized in his grasp transformed into a fleeting shadow, cleaving through rivers and streams, meeting the dark red axe head in a titanic clash that ignited a shockwave spanning 100 meters. Lin Chen was an unstoppable force, wielding the ebony double-headed axe with wild abandon, delivering a relentless barrage upon his assailant. The young man with tiger-like eyes was sent staggering back several paces. Disbelief etched upon his features. Lin Chen's sheer strength appeared to eclipse his own. soul severing, great demon exorcism finger, judgmental blade of kings. A dazzling array of combat techniques erupted around Lin Chen as he sheathed his hammer and drew his sword, the aura of battle surging around him. The remaining members of Class 66, having recovered amidst the corrosive runes, surged forth, encircling Lin Chen in a formidable throng. The mere exhibition of combat prowess unleashed a colossal energy storm, soaring to a height of 100 zhang, engulfing the entire arena. A quarter of an hour later, as the tempest subsided, only a handful remained standing on the platform. The senior students from the inner court were left in a state of shock, their scalps tingling in disbelief. What a farce! One of the senior students was astounded as he witnessed the scene unfold. Up to this point, Lin Chen had demonstrated an array of combat techniques, encompassing swordsmanship, knife techniques, spear tactics, and axe skills, each decisively overcoming every student present from Class 66. In other words, Lin Chen had thoroughly vanquished each individual within their familiar domains, devoid of any doubt or uncertainty. Although Class 66 was not the strongest group, they undoubtedly represented the pinnacle of potential and talent in their respective fields. The notion that Lin Chen single-handedly toppled them all is simply unfathomable. On the arena, two figures remained. One was Lin Chen, and the other was the notoriously timid member of Class 66, Qin Xiaofeng, who had yet to make a move. Gentle bubbles of watertight battle energy swirled around Lin Chen, aiding in his recovery from injuries as he steadily approached Qin Xiaofeng, whose knees trembled and teeth chattered as he struggled to speak. "Big brother, may I ask you a question before I concede?" Observing his overwhelming fear, Lin Chen shook his head and chuckled. "Go ahead. In this world, is there anything you cannot do?" Qin Xiaofeng's inquiry elicited a suave smile from Lin Chen. "As long as it involves showing off, I dare say there is nothing I cannot accomplish." Chapter 73. I am a person who values fairness. Outside the arena, the graceful Lin, with her lips delicately covered and her enchanting eyes trembling slightly, was witnessing something unprecedented, even for someone as worldly as herself. Lin Chen single-handedly vanquished the 15 students from Class 66 in their respective fields, which could only imply that he possessed an extraordinary talent that encompassed the brilliance of all disciplines within the genius class. How terrifying this was! Such a gift could hardly be attributed to mere humanity. How old was he? The astonishment reflected in Lin's expression echoed the sentiments of the other senior students, who were witnessing the remarkable rise of an unparalleled prodigy. On the arena, I concede Qin Xiaofeng uttered his surrender, devoid of any fighting spirit. Were it not for the coercion from certain individuals in his class, he would never have participated in such a battle. With a tremor, Qin Xiaofeng vanished from the spot in an instant. This bizarre agility left even Lin Chen astounded. He surmised that he would have to summon the true flame purple phoenix wings to surpass him. In terms of combat skills, Lin Chen harbored no concerns. The techniques he had acquired from defeating numerous candidates during the entrance examination were all of exquisite quality. Presently, apart from the blue-tier techniques, nothing else could captivate Lin Chen's interest. The host has acquired 54 points of battle essence, 41,000 points of vitality energy, 41 points of fire energy, 412 points of cultivation essence, and 2 bronze treasure chests. Lin Chen collected the attribute orbs that had fallen onto the arena. Each orb's attribute values were astonishingly high. The host opened 2 ancient bronze chests, acquiring 6,000 points of rune energy and 8,000 points of mental strength. In total, the host obtained 440,000 points of battle essence, 558,000 points of vitality energy, 281,000 points of martial spirit, 11,000 points of mental strength, 76,000 points of gold energy, 69,000 points of wood energy, 70,000 points of water energy, 71,000 points of fire energy, and 59,000 points of earth energy. The host advanced to the 8th level of the spirit communication realm. This bounty exceeded Lin Chen's expectations. Particularly, The substantial accumulation of elemental energy significantly enhanced his chaotic five-spirit technique, propelling his battle prowess to new heights. As the true water reversion technique ceased its operation, Lin Chen's injuries fully healed. Although Lin Chen single-handedly faced Class 66, he was not entirely unscathed. Rather, he found each member of Class 66 remarkably formidable. However, their critical flaw was glaringly apparent. What appeared to be an intense melee was, in reality, a series of isolated skirmishes, with each individual fighting independently, a disjointed assembly lacking any semblance of strategy. There was no cooperation. At times, they even hindered one another. Lin Chen squinted thoughtfully, pondering. Had those 15 individuals managed to unify as a cohesive team, the difficulty of the battle would have surged exponentially. These young prodigies were indeed formidable, exhilarating, truly remarkable. A single individual challenging 15 from Class 66. This new cohort of freshmen was undeniably impressive. Just then, a round of applause resonated from outside the venue. 7 students adorned in resplendent robes stood atop a high vantage point, gazing down at Lin Chen. The leader among them bore 3 elegant lines of purple gold emblazoned across his chest, exuding an air of opulence and nobility. It was none other than Song Qingheng, whose formidable presence exerted an overwhelming psychological pressure. One could surmise that his spiritual prowess had ascended into the realm of the spirit domain. The spirit domain? Could this not signify his eligibility to represent the academy in the alchemical competition in the wasteland? The surrounding inner courtyard students regarded the handsome youth at the forefront of the 7 with astonishment and admiration. Although Lin Chen had not previously encountered their distinctive attire, he was not oblivious to their identities as students of the alchemy department. Lin Chen, do not presume that a mere hint of talent grants you the right to be arrogant. To offend my master shall teach you a lesson today. This is Tiangu Academy, where many are stronger than you. If you're a tiger, learn to lie low. If you are a dragon, learn to coil tightly. The striking youth, with a disdainful gaze from his elevated position, flicked his nails nonchalantly, his demeanor as light as a feather. With a center-parted hairstyle and a fair visage, he exuded a somewhat effeminate charm. Upon the first sight of him, Lin Chen could not help but marvel inwardly. This hairstyle, this aura, another talent adept in singing, dancing, and basketball. Who among you can topple this insufferable newcomer to the ground, forcing him to crawl from the arena? I, Song Qingheng, shall reward him with 10 third-tier top-grade pills or 2 fourth-tier low-grade pills, with the materials provided by myself. As Song Qingheng made his declaration, an uproar erupted among the inner courtyard students. 10 third-tier top-grade pills or 2 fourth-tier low-grade pills. Furthermore, the materials were to be sourced by an alchemist himself. Such generosity could only be described as wealth rivaling nations. The endeavor of seeking an alchemist to concoct a specified elixir entails a considerable cost, not to mention the necessity of providing ample medicinal materials for the alchemist. Song Qingheng's proposition stirred excitement among all present. His audacity to mention a 4th-tier elixir implies that this fellow has already attained the mental prowess requisite for entering the spirit realm. A flicker of astonishment appeared in the enchanting eyes of Yu Linlin. Upon noticing her gaze, Song Qingheng immediately donned a confident smile tinged with admiration, to which she merely pouted her lips and turned her head away. The 15 injured students from Class 66 sat on the sidelines, casting uncertain glances at Lin Chen and the students from the alchemy department. How could he have drawn the ire of the alchemy department? They are the most troublesome and formidable faction within the inner academy. Have those old geezers from the alchemy department dispatched their lackeys to confront me so swiftly? Very well. Since they wish to stir up trouble, let it be a tumultuous affair. I, Lin Chen, welcome it with open arms. With a wicked grin adorning his lips, Lin Chen stepped forward, declaring to the eager students of the inner academy, I regard life and death with indifference. This is my philosophy. If you refuse to yield, then let us engage in this artistic expression of defiance. If the seniors from the alchemy department wish to play, then I, Lin Chen, shall accompany them to the very end. To any senior who dares to challenge me today, I I will not cease until you submit. With his arms crossed and a provocative air, Lin Chen's bold proclamation sent waves of excitement rippling through the crowd. The philosophy of indifference towards life and death, coupled with the artistry of defiance. How intriguing. Newcomer Lin Chen, I shall meet you. How fascinating. This newcomer Lin Chen is far more audacious than I was upon entering the academy. Since they have spoken, let our entire class join in. We shall wear him down with a relentless barrage. How could our class 47 possibly refrain from such a tactic? Bang, bang, bang. With an imposing presence, numerous figures descended from the audience, and upon closer inspection, there were surprisingly over 100, a multitude of students from the inner academy, at the peak of their combat prowess, with numerous prodigies from the earthly fiend realm. Should they unite as a team, they would be capable of sweeping away any second-rate force within the wilderness. Ha ha ha. Freshman Lin Chen, with 8/10 of our class present. We could exhaust you in this battle of attrition. I hope you one turn into a timid turtle. Several inner academy students could not contain their raucous laughter, while Lin Chen merely sighed and shook his head. No, I'm a person who values fairness. The crowd was taken aback. This lad was just brimming with bravado. How could he suddenly be calling for fairness? Oh, have you grown timid? What kind of fairness do you seek? Song Qingheng sneered mockingly, addressing Lin Chen from a distance. A battle of attrition is too cumbersome. For everyone's convenience, why don't you all come at me together? All the inner academy students who had stepped forward were momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 74. Defeated all. The entire class is joining forces? Is this for real? Song Qingheng's smile gradually faded, transforming into a countenance of unpredictable emotions. Many believed they had misheard. They were not the chaotic 66 class, with dozens joining forces. Even the strongest students in the inner academy would be a complete unknown against them. I see you not only boast, but have also lost your senses. Damn, what kind of worthless scum are you to dare challenge our entire class? The younger students certainly have a bold tongue. Let us see if you can still speak so boldly afterward. The senior students leaped forth. Instantly, over 40 individuals surged onto the stage. Lin Chen was taken aback, then shook his head in disbelief. How could it only be over 40 people? Are you two classes coming together? Then let both classes come up. The murmurs in the entire arena fell into a stunned silence, everyone gazing incredulously at Lin Chen on the stage. Challenging two inner academy classes? This is utterly insane. The students in the inner academy are the cream of the crop, with over 100 individuals from the two classes combined. To take them all on single-handedly is utterly inconceivable. Even the proud 15 students of the illustrious 66 class couldn't help but change their expressions. This was no longer a matter of arrogance, but rather a delusional fantasy. How intriguing. I am eager to see how you intend to face the students from both inner academy classes. Song Qingheng, furious yet mocking, decisively raised his hand. If you manage to deal with him, I shall double the reward promised just now. Song Qingheng, with his ample wealth, raised his hand, inciting fervor among the students. Two figures concealed in the shadows of the arena quietly materialized, observing the entire scene. Would the old geezers from the alchemy department stir up too much commotion? And that Lin Chen, challenging two classes single-handedly, could he possibly be mad? Never mind. We are always prepared to intervene. The Baldy had instructed us to give this lad special attention. The two whispered to each other before vanishing into the darkness. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone leaped onto the stage. Students from two classes, along with several seniors from other classes, joining the fray. Since you have sought your own demise today, do not blame the upperclassmen for their ruthlessness. A dozen seniors took the lead, anxious that others might steal their glory, swiftly encircling Lin Chen within mere breaths. The distance between them shrinking to less than 100 meters. Those seniors who failed to make it onto the stage were filled with regret. Over 100 seniors against a single freshman. Wasn't this an easily achievable task? Once on stage, they would at least share in the spoils of a third-tier elixir. Are you ready, seniors? If not, prepare yourselves quickly. Do not claim later that I ambushed you unfairly. Lin Chen's carefree laughter only served to perplex everyone. Who is truly bullying whom? Oh no, I have finally found a wealthy young master to play with, and now it seems he might fall here. Lin covered her eyes, unwilling to witness the scene of Lin Chen being battered, as all eagerly awaited. The 15 members of Class 66 were the first to display expressions of astonishment. Azure Dragon Bloodline unleashed tenfold power. Lin Chen suddenly bellowed as azure light entwined around him, giving birth to an ethereal azure dragon arm. Boom! A tempestuous breath of the dragon surged forth like a colossal beast awakening, reigning supreme over all. Slå rune, Corrosion rune. Two formidable runes, one azure and one white, soared through the air, emanating waves that enveloped the entire arena. The movements of over 120 senior students came to an abrupt halt, alongside the manifestation of these runes. A piercing cry akin to a phoenix echoed through the heavens. A searing tidal wave swept across the arena like a tempest, instantly engulfing everything in its path. All could barely glimpse a violet blaze soaring above, followed by a series of explosive sounds reverberating in every direction. Bang! 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 The colossal azure dragon arm whipped about chaotically, shattering the entire arena in an instant as Lin Chen charged into the midst of the students, sweeping through them like a tempest. By the time everyone reacted, dozens of senior students were sent flying, akin to meteors plummeting into the audience. Lin Chen's slow rune had merely delayed them for the briefest moment, yet within that fraction of a breath, all the seniors broke free from the constraints of the specialized runes. However, it was already too late. Lin Chen had plunged into the heart of the senior students' formation, all of whom now lay within the reach of the azure dragon arm. With a mere sweep, the dragon arm unleashed its might, severing rivers and mountains, and in a single motion, sent several seniors hurtling beyond the arena. At this moment, Lin Chen's left arm was infused with an astounding 520,000 tiger strength, a manifestation of his bloodline power at full capacity. This sheer force, if unleashed in close combat, would render even the 9th level of the earthly fiend realm hesitant to engage. Not to mention those who merely linger at the early stages of the earthly fiend realm or the 9th level of the battle spirit realm. With such formidable raw power, combined with the swiftness of the true flame purple phoenix wings, Lin Chen could effortlessly bridge the distance for combat. Alas, this young man is a veritable demon. Retreat swiftly. Witnessing the overwhelming and menacing aura of Lin Chen's azure dragon arm, numerous senior students were thrown into a panic, hastily employing their movement techniques, lamenting their lack of additional limbs. As the azure dragon claw sank into the arena, Lin Chen abruptly raised his hand. The power within the azure dragon arm surged like a stampede of wild horses, flipping a substantial section of the arena with ease. With a sweeping palm, akin to a hand of a demonic deity, he forcefully hurled the displaced arena floor towards those senior students attempting to flee. Boom! Thunderous roars echoed as the arena floor struck down upon more than a dozen senior students, crushing them against the spectator stands and sending debris flying in all directions. Feigning weakness while concealing his true strength, this young man has indeed outwitted us. Lin Chen retaliated with another sweeping palm strike, shattering the frail battle-chi defenses of the senior students as if they were mere tofu blocks. The collapsing airwaves unleashed shockwaves that formed mushroom clouds. With 520,000 tiger strength, he sent the final 40 or so individuals soaring through the air in disarray. Their battle-chi assaults crashed against Lin Chen's azure dragon arm. Yet the indomitable defense of the dragon scales imparted a sense of utter despair upon them. Even when united, they could not breach the protective barrier of the dragon scales. Begone! With a single palm strike capable of cleaving a galaxy, he dispatched over 40 individuals, scattering them across the heavens with astonishing ease. They possessed neither the resilience nor the means to defend themselves against his onslaught. The sky was awash in a vibrant, multicolored meteor shower, a spectacle visible only to Lin Chen, as the radiant fragments cascading to the ground were, in fact, a tribute light spheres. The battle, lasting less than 10 breaths, transformed the arena into a scene of desolation and carnage. In stark contrast to his engagement with Class 66, where Lin Chen exercised restraint, merely repelling his classmates, he displayed no such compunction with these adversaries. He inflicted grievous injuries upon them without hesitation, leaving some incapacitated for months, their bodies teetering on the brink of mortality. Consequently, the attribute light spheres they relinquished were of a significantly higher value than those dropped by Class 66. Chapter 75, Ascending to the Realm of Battle Spirits. Seconds. A swift annihilation. A freshman single-handedly confronted two classes, a staggering 128 seasoned students, and emerged victorious in a stunning display of prowess. It was utterly terrifying. Within the inner court, I had never encountered such a merciless and formidable individual. The numerous seasoned students swallowed hard, trembling in fear, gasping in disbelief. The 16 proud members of Class 66, who had always held their heads high, now found themselves utterly convinced. Lin Chen had subdued them with his absolute strength. Could this truly be a freshman from this year? He had concealed so much of his power during our earlier battle. The usually unruly Gu Chunfeng exhibited a rare expression of trepidation. Had Lin Chen utilized the Azure Dragon Arm just moments ago, there was no doubt that all 15 members of Class 66 would have been carried out of the arena. Facing the remaining 700 seasoned students, Lin Chen stepped forward, his voice resonating like thunder. Who among you dares to defy me? With merely a single utterance, in this esteemed Academy of the Wasteland, no one dared to challenge Lin Chen. Even the two elders hidden in the shadows were left speechless. No wonder this young man could rouse the interest of the bald elder. He had specifically instructed to look after this student. With such talent, who knows what heights he might reach in the future, potentially bringing glory to their realm. Undoubtedly, this young man Lin Chen would find his place even within the Grand Academy of Lingzhou across the 24 domains. Gazing at Lin Chen's retreating figure, the enchanting eyes of Yu Liling sparkled with admiration. This wild youth possesses such formidable strength. Song Qingheng's demeanor fluctuated, a hint of trepidation glimmering in his eyes. And you, do you dare to challenge? Lin Chen arched an eyebrow, causing Song Qingheng to retreat several steps, mockery laced with a veneer of bravado. We are esteemed alchemists, not of the same ilk as mere mortals. Conflict and violence are not within my purview. Song Qingheng puffed out his chest with an air of superiority. Yet Lin Chen snapped his fingers. Since you consider yourself so distinguished, let us engage in a contest of alchemical skill, compelling you and those ancient relics behind you to silence. What say you? Lin Chen's smile was chilling, leaving Song Qingheng momentarily speechless. Not only was Song Qingheng stunned, but the entire Class 66 and the majority of the senior students were rooted to the spot in disbelief. Could it be that he too was? Yu Linlin gasped lightly, her eyes sparkling with fervent anticipation. Let us duel with our alchemical prowess. The loser must acquiesce to the victor's request and pay a sum of 50,000 credits. Do you dare accept? Lin Chen gestured assertively, wagering his entire fortune of 50,000 credits. You are also an alchemist? How intriguing. Huh. I began learning alchemical techniques at 8, became a certified alchemist at 14, attained the second rank at 17, and by the time I entered the Heavenly Song Academy at 20, I was already a third-rank alchemist. What qualifications do you possess to compare with me? If you wish to give me your credits, I shall graciously accept. Song Qingheng laughed maniacally. Alchemy? In the entire Heavenly Song Academy, apart from a few venerable elders, there was no student who could rival his prowess. Given your unwavering confidence, let us meet in this arena at noon tomorrow. Each prepare to stake our credits, and we shall determine the victor. Very well. I shall personally teach you a lesson on behalf of my master. You will come to understand who truly reigns supreme within the academy, who possesses the power to control the very fate of this institution. Those who dare to offend the alchemy department shall find no path to ascendancy. The wager between the two was swiftly agreed upon, eliciting sharp intakes of breath from the upperclassmen. At Tiange Academy, credits are an exceedingly precious resource. The price of a top-tier, green-grade combat technique hovers around 4,000 to 7,000 credits. This pair has placed a staggering bet of 50,000 credits. Such a gamble is nothing short of extravagant. Not only is he proficient in various combat techniques, but he is also skilled in alchemy? Is he even human? Surely this cannot be true. The members of Class 66 exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a mix of astonishment and recognition of a remarkable talent. Tomorrow promises to be a spectacle. The duel between Song Qingheng and the new student Lin Chen, centered around alchemical prowess. It seems that Song Qingheng's torment of Lin Chen is likely due to the incident involving the dragon tendon herb during the entrance examination. What? He consumed a dragon tendon herb? That particular specimen is valued at over 100 credits. Who would dare to eat it outright? You seem unaware. This fellow treats dragon tendon herbs as mere sustenance. It is said he roasted over 1,000 of them. Have they lost their minds? Over 1,000? The upperclassmen eagerly discussed this spectacle, while some had already departed the arena, eagerly anticipating the drama of the following day. Those upperclassmen who had been thoroughly bested by Lin Chen could only leave with the aid of the elders overseeing the arena. With a cold sneer, Song Qingheng swept his sleeves and departed with the senior alchemist by his side. However, the ensuing spectacle left everyone utterly perplexed. Lin Chen began to bend down on the competitive arena, frantically collecting. A multitude of attribute orbs and several floating treasure chests were gathered into his possession. The host acquires 15,000 points of battle essence, 11,000 points of martial spirit, 39,000 points of vitality, 947 points of mental strength and fire energy. The host obtains a bronze treasure chest, which yields 500 points of rune energy. The host opens a crystal chest, acquiring 150,000 points of water energy. The host unlocks a silver treasure chest, receiving a 4th-tier pill recipe, Heavenly Essence Purple Green Pill. The host has amassed a total of 900,000 points of battle essence, 771,000 points of vitality, 387,000 points of martial spirit, 16,000 points of mental strength, 98,000 points of gold energy, 99,000 points of wood energy, 80,000 points of water energy, 81,000 points of fire energy, and 91,000 points of earth energy. The host ascends to the 9th level of the spirit connection realm, absorbing vast amounts of battle essence. Boom! Lin Chen's battle aura erupted like a dazzling display, blossoming around him to form 5 petals of battle aura lotus, each corresponding to the energies of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The entire arena was instantly engulfed in a tempest, winds howling furiously. The battle aura resonated, taking form and solidifying. This was a clear indication of his breakthrough into the realm of battle spirit. Yulin gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief as she beheld the 5 petals of battle aura lotus swirling around Lin Chen. 5 ethereal battle chi lotuses erupted with an abyssal force, drawing in the natural energies of the arena to form a colossal funnel. Remarkably, his battle chi possessed 5 distinct attributes simultaneously. Such a magnificent essence of battle chi prompts one to ponder the caliber of the cultivation technique practiced by Lin Chen. A flicker of astonishment crossed Gu Qinfeng's eyes. Despite his own formidable breakthrough into the battle soul realm, he felt like a mere novice in comparison to Lin Chen. Yet how could this be? When they fought against us, he was merely at the 8th level of the spirit connection realm. How swiftly he has ascended to the battle soul realm in such a short span. In less than a quarter of an hour, Lin Chen's 5 lotuses danced vividly in the air, transforming into tangible forms, resplendent and flourishing, as they settled into Lin Chen's dantian. At this moment, the ethereal sea of qi suspended within Lin Chen's dantian had completely coalesced into a crystalline structure resembling refractive crystal. Is this what constitutes the battle soul realm? The battle qi has materialized, capable of manifesting into physical entities for combat. Lin Chen sensed his cultivation of battle qi. realizing it had intensified more than tenfold compared to before. Chapter 76, The Alchemical Duel. With the same combat skills, the current Lin Chen unleashes his abilities once more. Now nearly 100 times more formidable than his former self at the spirit conjuring realm. This remarkable enhancement is attributed to breakthroughs in both his realm and mental cultivation. Lin Chen's chaotic five spirits technique has now truly reached a state of profound mastery. Host has ascended to the battle soul realm. At this moment, the system's interface materializes, displaying a plethora of information regarding Lin Chen. Host, Lin Chen cultivation. First level of battle soul realm, maximum strength, 68. 500 tiger power vital energy. 3, 592,000 points essence of battle chi. 1, 894,000 points mental power. 67, 200 points technique essence. 752,000 points mental technique. Chaotic 5 spirits technique. 55, acquired techniques. Heavenly spirit alchemy technique. 8, desolate mysterious fire, true water return technique. 37, demon king s 4 seals. Primordial holy scripture. 5, possesses special treasures. True flame, purple phoenix wings. 8, holds bloodline energy. Azure dragon bloodline, 761 points. Purple gold eye bloodline, 10,000 points. Characteristic runes. Slow rune level 1. Corrosive rune level 1. Charging rune level 1. Rune energy 15,000 points. Elemental energies. Fire element 331,000 points. Earth element 288,000 points. Wood element 290,000 points. Metal element 280,000 points. Water element 454,000 points. System. I wish to utilize 2/3 of the technique essence to cultivate the primordial holy scripture, consuming 500,000 points of technique essence, now merging with primordial holy scripture. A torrent of profound memories surged into Lin Chen's mind, elevating his mastery and cultivation methods of mental power to new heights. Simultaneously, he discovered that the Taisho Sutra was not merely a manual for the cultivation of mental strength. It also encompassed defensive techniques and offensive secret arts related to mental power. As Lin Chen immersed himself in the Taisho Sutra, he sat cross-legged upon the arena, leaving onlookers in a state of bewilderment. This young man oscillated between vibrant energy and complete stillness, his actions utterly unfathomable. Several hours elapsed, equivalent to an entire night in the outside world. However, within the confines of Tinga Academy, there was no distinction between day and night, existing in a state of perpetual daylight. Lin Chen's proficiency in his techniques surged once more, reaching a remarkable 20 mastery of the Taisho Sutra. Channeling his mental energy, Lin Chen recited the incantation, conjuring a pristine white flying sword that hovered before him. This mental sword, forged from concentrated